Cheng Hao believed that he was destined to be the husband of Jiang Yirou. Hence he meticulously cared for and indulged her in every aspect. Unexpectedly, a mere phrase, arranged by the family, obliterated all his efforts. Given this circumstance, in this second life, he resolutely renounces the engagement. However, why has the young lady begun to behave peculiarly? She insists on him treating her to dinner, and even presents him with lollipops. And even the engagement. Chapter 1. I withdraw. Jiang City. The Jews say private club. In the dead of night, upon receiving a call from Jiang Yirou, Cheng Hao immediately hailed a cab and rushed over. The club was unusually lively this evening, and he knew it was because someone had booked the venue to welcome Jiang Yirou back. Initially, he had wished to accompany her, but Jiang Yirou mentioned that the attendees were all unfamiliar to him, fearing he might find it dull, so she did not bring him along. Just as he contemplated resting, Jiang Yirou called him to come and pick her up. Room 201, this is it. The door to the private room was not tightly shut, and he immediately spotted Jiang Yirou, the center of attention amidst a crowd. Even among a plethora of distinguished young men and women, Jiang Yirou remained the most exceptional, instantly captivating one's gaze. Just as he was about to push the door open, he overheard a conversation inside. Yirou, upon your return, are you truly going to marry Cheng Hao? What about Xiao Xiao? He followed you abroad just for you. And as soon as you returned, he immediately suspended his studies. Cheng Hao heard Jiang Yirou respond with a nonchalant expression. Arranged by the family. Arranged by the family? Cheng Hao's complexion paled. So, in Jiang Yirou's heart, their engagement was merely a familial arrangement? Yirou, I must say, what era are we in that we still cling to such archaic practices of betrothal? Cheng Hao, an orphan, will be of no assistance to the Jiang family in the future. Xiao Jiekai, on the other hand, comes from a prominent lineage and returned from studying abroad with you. He is undoubtedly the more suitable choice. What do you think, Xiao Xiao? Everyone turned to look at Xiao Jiekai, who was seated closely beside Jiang Yirou. With a gracious demeanor, Xiao Jiekai replied, please do not speak of him in such a manner. Cheng Hao is quite remarkable. Moreover, he is exceptionally obedient. Whenever Yirou calls, he comes running, even at the late hour, more loyal than a dog. Jiang Yirou did not refute this. Cheng Hao's fingers gripped the doorknob, turning pale. Ever since the passing of his parents, he had been immensely grateful for the Cheng family's hospitality. Thus, he obeyed Jiang Yirou's every command, never daring to stray from her wishes. To his dismay, his tender attentiveness appeared to others as mere servility. Oomph. Who doesn't know that Cheng Hao is just a lapdog following behind our Yirou? You can't shake him off. Ah, but you underestimate him. Cheng Hao is more like a wolf dog. How so? Look, Xiao Xiao is willing to forego his family business and study abroad just to be with Yirou. And what does Cheng Hao do? He outright declined the Jiang family's offer to accompany him abroad, choosing instead to remain and manage the Jiang family's affairs. The intentions behind that are evident. Indeed, it sounds noble to assist in management, but I see it as nothing more than coveting the Jiang family's assets. Cheng Hao's chest heaved with anger. Jiang Yirou, disregarding the pleas of her family, insisted on going abroad, and naturally, he wished to accompany her. However, with Jiang father and Jiang mother having been in their 40s at Jiang Yirou's birth, they were now advanced in age and struggling to manage the Jiang group. If he were to leave, it would only burden them further. Thus, he chose to stay behind and assist in managing the business. Little did he know, his goodwill was perceived by others as ambition. Unable to endure any longer, Cheng Hao forcefully pushed the door open, disregarding the awkward gazes of the onlookers, and strode directly toward Jiang Yirou. Miss, you came. Jiang Yirou sighed in relief, rising to her feet. I must head back now. We shall gather again another day. With that, she took Cheng Hao's hand and headed outside. Yirou? Yirou. Xiao Jikai's voice was completely muffled by the closing door. Cheng Hao followed Jiang Yirou into her car. He refrained from questioning her about why she had summoned him despite having a driver. Ultimately, it no longer mattered. He had resolved to confront Jiang Yirou and annul their engagement. The journey was quiet, with Jiang Yirou showing no intention of explaining herself. After all, what was he in her eyes? Why would Jiang Yirou, the esteemed young lady, need to clarify anything to him? He was merely the orphan entrusted to Jiang Laoji by his parents on their deathbed. He felt immensely fortunate that the Jiang family had raised him, and he dared not hope that Jiang Yirou could ever regard him favorably. The scenery outside the car window blurred past Cheng Hao's gaze as his thoughts drifted back to the time he first arrived at the Jiang family. After his parents perished during a special mission, Jiang Laoji, once a mentor to Cheng's parents, took him in. At the tender age of 7, having just lost his parents, Cheng Hao would appear composed during the day. Yet at night, he would sneak away to a corner to cry. One such evening, he curled up on the ground in the back garden, silently weeping while clutching the pendant left to him by his mother. Suddenly, a handkerchief imbued with the scent of gardenias appeared before him. Wipe your tears. A soft, melodious voice of a little girl rang out. Startled, Cheng Hao stood up, gazing fearfully at the girl before him. He recognized her, the young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Yirou. He had seen her on his first day at the Jiang residence, but she had not spoken to him and appeared rather unapproachable. Take this. Jiang Yirou's expression bore a hint of impatience, yet Cheng Hao felt a flicker of warmth. This was the first time Jiang Yirou had shown him a gesture of goodwill. Did this signify that she had begun to regard him as a part of her family? Here, for you. She unexpectedly produced a lollipop from somewhere and handed it to Cheng Hao. When you're feeling down, a little sweetness does wonders. Cheng Hao extended his hand to accept the lollipop, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Orange-flavored, delightfully aromatic. Later, as he acclimated to life in the Jiang household, the family enrolled both him and Jiang Yirou in the same prestigious school. He was in the first grade while Jiang Yirou was in the second grade. Upon entering the school, he faced bullying from a group of boys who sought to beat him up. At a critical moment, Jiang Yirou appeared. With remarkable prowess, she single-handedly subdued the entire group of boys. Cheng Hao would forever remember Jiang Yirou's commanding turn, her high ponytail swaying gracefully behind her as she looked at him with her cherubic face, exuding an air of arrogance. Can you keep up with the second grade lessons? Her radiant countenance made him feel as though he were gazing upon an angel. Cheng Hao nodded in affirmation. In truth, he had already completed the elementary curriculum. Then follow me. Without waiting to see if he could keep pace, she turned and walked away. From that moment onward, Cheng Hao became Jiang Yirou's devoted shadow, a position by her side that was exclusively his. He vowed to care for Jiang Yirou for the entirety of his life. When did she begin to drift away from him? Perhaps it was when old Master Jiang insisted on arranging her engagement to him. Cheng Hao chuckled bitterly. He had believed that while Jiang Yirou might not express her affection, at least she didn't harbor any aversion. To his astonishment, she had no desire to marry him at all. After the engagement, she grew increasingly close to Xiao Jikai, eventually even studying abroad together. Her aversion to marriage had become glaringly evident, yet he foolishly continued to manage the Jiang family affairs, waiting for her return. Miss, let's annul our engagement. Cheng Hao spoke calmly. Why? Jiang Yirou looked at him, puzzled. Our engagement was merely to please the old master. Now that he has passed, you are free. Moreover, do you not have feelings for young Master Xiao? I shall withdraw. Xiao Jikai? What is he? Just as Jiang Yirou began to respond, the car suddenly swerved sharply, and she felt as if she might be thrown from her seat. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force struck her. In a flash, Jiang Yirou felt herself securely embraced in Cheng Hao's arms. Blood splattered across her face. No! Darkness enveloped her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Who fell for whom? Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao. Ha ha goose goose goose. We actually ended up in the same class for this exam. Ha ha. Do you think it's me who has improved, or you who have regressed? The person next to him who laughed like a goose sounded strikingly like the foolish Yuan. But wasn't he supposed to have met his demise at the hands of a treacherous man and a duplicitous woman due to his wife's infidelity? Cheng Hao stared in bewilderment at the school's announcement board. A notice for the second monthly examination class assignments? What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to have been crushed by a truck? How had he returned to high school? Cheng Hao pinched himself hard. Next to him, Yuan yelped, ouch. What are you doing, Cheng Hao? Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. If you don't believe me, let me pinch you and see. Then it wouldn't be a dream. Of course it's not a dream. Yuan patted Cheng Hao on the shoulder, offering consolation. Cheng Hao, winning or losing is a common occurrence in battle. Don't be disheartened. Although you're not in the same class as Miss Jiang this time, at least we're in the same class together. We're good brothers, finally able to unite in our shared mischief. Cheng Hao shrugged off Yuan's hand resting on his shoulder. You can be foolish on your own. Don't drag me into it. Cheng Hao turned to head towards his classroom, his mind swirling and in need of clarity. The words Senior 3 experimental class came into view, relying on his memory. Cheng Hao took his seat. As he touched the stack of examination papers on the desk, a myriad of emotions flooded through him. He had truly been reborn to Senior 3, before he and Jiang Yirou were engaged. This was the second monthly examination, and it was the first time he was not in the same class as Jiang Yirou. At that time, he had insisted on being transferred back to the experimental class, citing his inability to care for Jiang Yirou, and had even faced ridicule from Xiao Jikai for it. This time, however, in the experimental class, it was a matter of who fell in love with whom. He needed to distance himself from Jiang Yirou and Xiao Jikai. Oh, the defeated opponent still dares to occupy a seat? Xiao Jikai strutted into the classroom. Hey, your class is not here. It's downstairs in Class 15. Class 15 was the worst in the school, filled with students who were merely drifting through their days and those who had been exiled by their families. It was notorious for its chaos. The school had a tradition. After each examination, there would be a reshuffle of classes, and this time, Cheng Hao had plummeted from the experimental class directly to Class 15. Cheng Hao did not believe it was due to a poor performance. With his abilities, he could easily control his scores. A mere monthly examination shouldn't have resulted in him ending up in class 15. If there hadn't been any interference from Xiao Jiekai, he would never believe it. In his previous life, Cheng Hao would have confronted Xiao Jiekai for his smug demeanor. But in this life, he merely smiled silently, methodically organizing his belongings into his backpack. After all, in his past life, a single punch had brought the entire Xiao family down upon him for retribution. To protect himself, Old Master Jiang had forced Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao into an engagement under the Jiang family's name, which had finally quelled the Xiao family's ire. Therefore, to avoid the engagement, distancing himself from Xiao Jiekai and Jiang Yirou was the wisest choice. With the college entrance examination not far off, his grades were more than sufficient to secure a place at a top university. By the time Jiang Yirou went abroad, he would be in the country, obtaining a diploma and building his career, finally breaking free from the Jiang family. He had no intention of repeating the mistakes of his past life. Reflecting on how he had tirelessly managed the Jiang family's company only to gain nothing but gossip, he felt a burning desire to slap himself. You self-righteous fool. After dying once in this life, he would live for himself. Cheng Hao cheerfully slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave the classroom. Unexpectedly, he was blocked at the door by Jiang Yirou, who had just entered. He moved left, she moved right. He moved right, she moved left. Cheng Hao finally sidestepped, yielding a path. After you miss. Yet, Jiang Yirou stood at the entrance, motionless, her eyes like clear springs fixed intently on him. It felt as if they were worlds apart. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have dreamt a distant dream, where she had always been cold toward Cheng Hao. Believing he would never leave her, she had acted wantonly, doing whatever she pleased, even studying abroad to defy her family's arrangements. Despite the misunderstandings that arose between them, she refrained from clarification, ultimately pushing them further apart. They had never managed to resolve their misunderstandings, even until death. Hey, you're blocking Yirou's way. Can't you be more perceptive and use the back door? Xiao Jiekai shouted. Cheng Hao responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," and turned to head to the back of the classroom. However, his hand was suddenly seized. Why? Why are you leaving? Why did you end up in class 15? Is it because you don't want to be in the same class as me? Jiang Yirou had a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, her head spinning. Struggling to recall the dream, she held on to one conviction. She must keep Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao looked perplexed. Hadn't he moved aside? Yirou was asking why he had deliberately blocked her. Was he trying to draw her attention, so she would plead with the teacher to let him stay in the experimental class? Xiao Jiekai shamelessly turned to Jiang Yirou. Am I right? What nonsense? Jiang Yirou felt overwhelmed, her face still icy. If you can't articulate your thoughts, what then? I'm waiting, and it's quite urgent. Could you let go my hand? It hurts a bit. Upon hearing Cheng Hao say it hurt, Jiang Yirou quickly released her grip, revealing a faint red mark on his wrist. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Class is about to start. He couldn't be bothered to get entangled in their melodrama. His primary goal now was to survive until graduation, get into university, and distance himself from their chaotic lives. Jiang Yirou stood stunned, never expecting him to turn his back and leave without a glance. She felt a sense of helplessness. Throughout her life, Cheng Hao had always been like a little tail, following closely behind her. No matter where she went, he had never left her side. Jiang Yirou had never needed to worry about Cheng Hao's departure. Whenever she turned around, he was always there. Yet now he had actually left. Though it was merely a floor apart, his demeanor and actions felt so distant. She had never seen such a foreign gaze in Cheng Hao's eyes. Her heart ached, as if something precious was about to be lost. No, she would not allow it. Cheng Hao was hers. Yirou, where are you going? Class is starting. Jiang Yirou paid no mind to Xiao Jiekai's calls and stepped out of the classroom. Finding an empty corner, she dialed Old Master Jiang's number. Grandpa, I agreed to the engagement with Cheng Hao. On the other end, Old Master Jiang was overjoyed. Good. Haha. Yirou, trust your grandpa. Cheng Hao is undoubtedly your best choice. Although he is an orphan, I have watched him grow up. He is absolutely dependable. The Jiang family doesn't lack money, so there is no need for any political marriage. As long as you are happy for the rest of your life, Grandpa will be at ease. Understood, Grandpa. After hanging up, Jiang Yirou turned her gaze toward class 15, her eyes resolute. Cheng Hao, you cannot escape. As Cheng Hao stepped into the classroom, an unexpected chill ran down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. This classroom was indeed frigid. He gazed at the room, half shrouded in shadow from the towering tree outside the window, and rubbed his arms for warmth, surveying the chaotic scene around him. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Class 15 had truly earned its notorious reputation. Some were engrossed in video games, others preoccupied with makeup, some munching on snacks, and still others engaged in card games. Everything was present, except for the pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 3. It's Jiang Yirou. Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao. Over here. He Yuan. By the window, waved excitedly at him. I'll clear a desk for you. How's that for friendship? Navigating through the bustling crowd, Cheng Hao made his way to the seat next to He Yuan. He cast a disdainful glance at the messily decorated desk before placing his bag on the chair. Pulling out a pack of wet wipes and some alcohol pads, he began to clean. I already wiped it down. Those stains won't come off, He Yuan remarked, his words trailing off as he observed Cheng Hao scrubbing away at the desk's long-standing blemishes. If he hadn't known the desk's previous condition, he might have believed it was freshly retrieved from the homeroom teacher. He Yuan silently gave Cheng Hao a thumbs up. After cleaning the desk, Cheng Hao retrieved a workbook, signaling his intent to study. Studying, huh? Count me in. If I really apply myself, I'll be formidable. I'll definitely score high enough to join class 14 next time. He Yuan leaned over to glance at Cheng Hao's work. Derivatives and multivariable functions? Which lesson is this from? Without turning his head, Cheng Hao replied, Advanced mathematics, you 1T needed. Ouch, that was a low blow. But seriously, why are you studying that? It's not on a college entrance exam. To participate in next week's mathematics competition. Cheng Hao casually tossed a comic book into He Yuan's arms. Now go play over there. Don't disturb me while I study. Seizing the moment while wiping the desk, Cheng Hao contemplated deeply. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. He could hardly wait for the college entrance exams. The quickest route to university was through the national mathematics competition, which offered direct admission. Leaving soon would spare him from the antics of that little brat, Xiao Jiekai. In high school, Xiao had made his life miserable. In this new life, he refused to waste time playing games with him. A derisive snicker erupted from the front right. Cheng Hao recognized him. Fang Zhou, the most loyal sycophant of Xiao Jiekai. Everyone, listen up. This guy thinks he can participate in next week's mathematics competition. Ha ha ha. You're in class 15 now, and you still want to join the competition? Do you think someone like you can participate? Laughter filled the classroom. Did he really think he could compete in a mathematics competition? Was he out of his mind? Cheng Hao remained unfazed, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed him. My classmate, are you implying that those of us in class 15 are unworthy of our dreams? When others label us as the disgrace of the school, do you share that sentiment? The classroom fell into a profound silence, the laughter fading as everyone turned their gaze toward Fang Zhou with hostility. So, Fang Zhou, what exactly do you mean? Is that how you perceive us? Wow, you're openly mocking us right in front of our faces? Just because you've become Xiao Jiekai's lackey doesn't mean you belong to the elite class. We may be academically challenged, but so are you. Fang Zhou appeared flustered. I didn't mean it like that. I was talking about Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao stood up, his eyes sparkling with determination. Fang Zhou, I have never believed that entering class 15 meant we should abandon hope. We have every right to strive for improvement. Classmates, my desire to participate in next week's mathematics competition is to prove that with effort and boldness, we can achieve greatness, though we may be forgotten by others. We must never forsake ourselves. No one else is responsible for our lives but us. Exactly. Even a couch potato has dreams. Everyone reflected on their own experiences of feeling abandoned and neglected within their families, evoking a deep sense of empathy. Fang Zhou gritted his teeth in frustration. This kid was cunning, rallying the entire class behind him. Cheng Hao, don't speak so eloquently. The competition is just a week away, and I doubt you'll even qualify. Everyone knew that only one slot remained for the mathematics competition at the school. Jiang Yirou had already been pre-selected, and unless something unexpected happened, the last spot would likely go to Xiao Jiekai. Cheng Hao smiled faintly. Then you should just keep watching. In his previous life, he had held back during exams to spare Jiang Yirou's feelings. This time, having resolved to sever ties with the Jiang family, he had no intention of concealing his abilities. You, Fang Zhou, infuriated, was about to continue his taunts when a piercing scream erupted from the entrance. Ah, it's Jiang Yirou, the Jiang Yirou from the elite class. Really? Why is Jiang Yirou here in our class? Wow. She is even more beautiful in person than in photos. How can there be such a perfect girl? Academically gifted, stunningly beautiful, and from a well-off family. Let us not forget, our school is funded by the Jiang family. She is looking this way. She is looking this way. Meanwhile, in the elite class, Xiao Jiekai waited anxiously for Jiang Yirou's return. His initial excitement transformed into unease. Where is Yirou? Did you not hear? Miss Jiang just applied a transfer to class 15. A classmate sitting beside Xiao kindly informed him. What? You mean Yirou applied a transfer to class 15? Xiao Jiekai's voice cracked in disbelief. Xiao Jiekai, class has already started, and you're still making a scene? Pay attention. The teacher, who had been writing on the board, turned around, glaring at Xiao Jikai. Today, as students are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. When Jiang Yirou entered class 15, everyone collectively gasped. Her chestnut hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate features. Her porcelain skin glowed ethereally amidst the crowd, and even in her school uniform. Her noble aura was undeniable. Her enchanting eyes, with a mere glance, sent shivers down spines. As the students pondered why Jiang Yirou had made the unprecedented decision to join class 15, the homeroom teacher strode into the classroom, a look of jubilation on his face. Class, I have some significant news to announce. Jiang Yirou will officially be transferring to our class 15 today. Let us give her a warm welcome. What? Jiang Yirou is transferring to our class? My goodness, am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Didn't Jiang Yirou achieve the highest score in a recent exam? How could she come to class 15? This must be a prank. Is today April Fool's Day? Cheng Hao's astonishment was no less than that of his classmates. What was happening? Why was Jiang Yirou transferring to class 15? This had not been the case in his previous life. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Yirou. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, but it quickly faded away. Jiang, please choose a seat. The homeroom teacher, wanting to avoid fawning, nevertheless acknowledged that the top student in the school could sit wherever she pleased. He remarked, as he stepped out today, how the magpies were chirping, and lo and behold, good fortune indeed was at hand. With Jiang Yirou by his side, he wondered who would dare to look down upon class 15. Now, dear classmates, study diligently. I shall take my leave. Chapter 4. You ought to tidy up for her. Jiang Yirou nodded, and once the homeroom teacher departed, she made her way to the back. She is coming over. She is coming over. She must want to sit beside me. Huh, what a fanciful thought. She was clearly aiming for Cheng Hao. And you all took it seriously. Look, indeed, Jiang Yirou halted beside Cheng Hao, glancing at He Yuan. Hello, classmate, can I possibly switch seats? Huh? Oh, sure. He Yuan scrambled to rise, hastily shoving his belongings into the vacant spot behind. Jiang Yirou noticed the desk adorned with an abundance of stickers and scribbles, and her brow furrowed in dismay. She cast a look of grievance towards Cheng Hao. His voice, soft and delicate, made the other students wish they could lick the desk clean. Yet, Cheng Hao seemed oblivious, his focus unwavering on the problem at hand. He Yuan nudged him from behind, whispering urgently, Cheng Hao, you must attend to her. Cheng Hao turned slightly, casting a glance. Alright, I've acknowledged it her. He Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I didn't mean for you to acknowledge me. Faced with Cheng Hao's indifferent back, He Yuan ultimately surrendered. With a sigh, he resignedly retrieved the wet wipes and alcohol pads from Cheng Hao's drawer, mimicking his actions to help the young lady clean the desk. Jiang Yirou bit her lip, a hint of indignation surfacing. She had already lowered her head in goodwill. Why was he still ignoring her? Was he upset because she had been spending time with Xiao Jikai? But that wasn't her fault. Xiao Jikai was the one relentlessly pursuing her, like a clingy adhesive. She was at a loss for words on how to refuse. After all, they were family friends, and if she severed ties, it would be awkward for both families. Seeing Cheng Hao genuinely disinterested, Jiang Yirou took a seat. She pulled out her textbooks from her pink bag, placing the ones needed for class on top, while the others went into the drawer. In truth, such tasks had always been handled by Cheng Hao in the past. Reflecting on this, a wave of grievance washed over her. How infuriating. Cheng Hao almost instinctively reached out to assist Jiang Yirou with her belongings, but at the crucial moment, he held back. Curse be it. After nearly 20 years of caring for her, his instincts were ingrained in him, and he almost faltered. Cheng Hao heard Jiang Yirou let out a soft exclamation, followed by her rummaging through her bag. Her delicate brows furrowed, and as she bent down, a strand of hair cascaded softly, which she tucked behind her ear, revealing her adorably exquisite earlobes. Shift, even in this new life. He could not help but admire her beauty. Yet, that was where it ended. He would not allow himself to be ensnared again. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou called softly, her once cool voice now tinged with softness, almost tantalizing. However, this strategy was futile against him. Cheng Hao maintained a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed on the teacher. After a while, he felt a tug at the hem of his shirt. Cheng Hao, I dropped my exam paper in the experimental class. Could you? Her voice trembled on the verge of tears. Cheng Hao had never witnessed this side of Jiang Yirou before, and he felt a pang of guilt. Before he could fully comprehend, his hand moved faster than his mind, pushing their desks together. See? He could only maintain a stoic expression as he placed the exam paper between them. Thank you, Jiang Yirou murmured, her head lowered in gratitude. She knew Cheng Hao would not disregard her. Just as she leaned in to share the exam paper with him, an astonishing scene unfolded. Cheng Hao actually shifted away, pulling out another set of competition problems to work on. Jiang Yirou's mouth fell open in disbelief, her eyes widening. She had leaned in, yet he had evaded her? Cheng Hao had no intention of engaging with Jiang Yirou's tumultuous feelings. It was a man's nature to admire her beauty. Yet that did not mean he would waver in his resolve. Participating in the math competition, securing an early recommendation, and choosing a university far from Jiang City, these decisions would remain unchanged. In his previous life, he had opted for a mediocre university in Jiang City to stay close to Jiang's parents and to appear more ordinary. This time, there was no need for such sacrifices. He would strive to gain admission to his dream institution, the finest university in the nation, Hucking University. Cheng Hao, could you solve this problem? The math teacher called on him. This made Jiang Yirou exceedingly anxious. Cheng Hao had been engrossed in his own problems and hadn't been listening to the teacher's explanations. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou whispered, discreetly passing him her answer. To her surprise, he didn't even glance at it. He simply declared a number. 3. The math teacher looked at the answer, which was 4, and sighed in disappointment. So close. No worries. Just be more meticulous next time. I have 3 methods, teacher. Would you like me to write them all out? Huh? 3 methods? Indeed. Teacher, this problem can be solved using auxiliary lines, you see, like this. Cheng Hao strode confidently to the blackboard, swiftly outlining his thought process. These 2 methods can be resolved with the knowledge we covered in class. The third one is slightly advanced, but it's not too difficult. As he spoke, he jotted down a series of symbols on the board, leaving the students in awe, as if they were deciphering hieroglyphics. Actually, if we modified the conditions here, the problem would become deeper and more intriguing. Cheng Hao casually adjusted one of the known conditions. Teacher, what do you think? Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The math teacher immediately took out his phone and captured the entire board filled with Cheng Hao's problem-solving methods. Ha ha ha. Everyone should learn from Cheng Hao. Look at him. Not only does he solve the problem, but he also contemplates alternative methods. That is the essence of learning. Applause erupted from the students below. Though they couldn't comprehend a single word, it didn't hinder their admiration for Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, you're incredible. Cheng Hao, you're amazing. Can we add each other on WeChat? Jiang Yirou watched Cheng Hao, now the center of attention, feeling a wave of unfamiliarity wash over her. Was he still the Cheng Hao who had lingered in her shadow, hardly noticeable? It turned out he could shine so brightly. Others might be drawn to the commotion, but she happened to grasp this knowledge. Cheng Hao's modifications were not merely a shift in conditions. They required a profound understanding of mathematics and a solid foundation. Observing Cheng Hao's casual demeanor, it was evident that these challenges posed no difficulty for him. Suddenly, she felt a tinge of jealousy towards the classmates surrounding him, bombarding him with questions. Why did he pay attention to everyone else but not her? Chapter 5. I'm in the cafeteria today. Teacher. The cool, serene voice of Jiang Yirou resonated through the air. What is it, classmate Jiang? It's too noisy. Yes. I will have them quiet down at once. Everyone, return to your seats. We shall resume our lesson. As Cheng Hao made his way back to his seat, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yirou's expression of impatience, causing him to feel a twinge of self-mockery. What was he expecting? That Jiang Yirou would admire him because of his actions? How naive. He and she were, after all, from different worlds. Why had he failed to recognize the disparity between them before? He had foolishly believed that his careful attentiveness would garner her interest. In truth, she was probably mocking such meager efforts in her heart. Cheng Hao's lips, which had previously curled into a smile from the praise of teachers and classmates, suddenly pressed into a straight line. Jiang Yirou couldn't comprehend why Cheng Hao, who had seemed so cheerful moments ago, turned cold as he sat beside her. This stark contrast in treatment left her feeling a heaviness in her chest. What did she have to do to elicit the same warmth and kindness from him as before? As the lunch bell rang, Cheng Hao stood up, intending to grab a quick bite in the cafeteria. Cheng Hao, upon hearing Jiang Yirou call his name, Yuan retreated a step. He made a gesture to Cheng Hao, indicating he would fetch food for him, and then discreetly slipped away. What is it, Miss Jiang? Cheng Hao crossed his arms, standing before Jiang Yirou. At merely 18, he was already nearing 185 centimeters in height, necessitating that Jiang Yirou look up to converse with him. Could you sit down? It's rather tiring to talk this way. She now understood why Cheng Hao had always slightly bent down to listen to her. Standing upright, his height made her neck strain. Everyday nuances flooded Jiang Yirou's mind. Cheng Hao let out a soft sigh and took a seat. Speak, what is it? Jiang Yirou's hands involuntarily twisted together, revealing her anxiety, the tips of her fingers reddening. Why have you been ignoring me? I'm not ignoring you. Am I not addressing you now? What was going on with this young lady? Previously, she had treated him with indifference, speaking only when necessary. Why was she behaving so strangely today? That's not it. You used to prepare everything for me. Jiang Yirou struggled to articulate her feelings. Cheng Hao realized Oh, so that is what you meant. I understand now, Miss Jiang. I shall continue to attend to your needs meticulously. Today was my oversight. Please forgive me. You really need not come to class 15 for such trivial matters. I will still attend to you promptly after class. So it was merely a matter of her not being accustomed to the absence of her close attendant. He had thought she genuinely cared for him to follow him to class 15. Nothing had changed. He had merely overthought things. I'm not. Jiang Yirou had intended to convey her dependency and concern for him, yet her words had morphed into an accusation. Miss, is anything else? If not, I'm off to the cafeteria. With that, Cheng Hao nodded at Jiang Yirou and exited the classroom. Jiang Yirou watched Cheng Hao's retreating figure, gritting her teeth before following him. Miss, food. The attendant who had come to deliver the meal chased after Jiang Yirou, carrying a food container. I'm not eating. I'm going to the cafeteria today. With that, Jiang Yirou disappeared from sight, leaving the attendant bewildered with a large food container in hand. The cafeteria? Since when has the miss been accustomed to the cafeteria's cuisine? The attendant scratched his head, utterly perplexed as he made his way back. Today, the miss is truly peculiar. She didn't TC anyone in the experimental class and actually transferred to class 15, and she's even resolutely opting for cafeteria food? I must inform the master. As Cheng Hao arrived at the cafeteria, He Yuan waved at him. Cheng Hao, over here. We're next in line. When Cheng Hao stepped in front of He Yuan, the students behind expressed their discontent. Hey, why cut in line? He Yuan immediately brandished his fist. Because of this, is that sufficient? Upon realizing he was from class 15, the student promptly fell silent. Who didn't he know that the school's notorious troublemakers resided in class 15? Cheng Hao shook his head helplessly. You ought to speak more politely. One day you'll encounter someone who will stand up to you. In his previous life, He Yuan had met his demise at the hands of his wife's lover in a fit of rage. He had to be vigilant this time. You are just too accommodating, which is why everyone feels free to trample on you. Especially that Xiao Jiekai. He is utterly shameless. The moment you left the experimental class, he sees your spot. Who doesn't teen know his intentions? I would love to see his face when he discovers that Jiang Yirou transferred to class 15 for you. It must be priceless. Xiao Jiekai, positioned in the adjacent line, slightly behind, turned ashen. His sycophant, Fang Zhou, could no longer contain himself. He Yuan, who are you calling shameless? I think you were the shameless ones. Jiang Yirou transferred to class 15 for Cheng Hao. That is laughable. Who does she think she is? What? Did Miss Jiang say that to you personally? Laughter erupted among the others in line, enjoying the gossip. Fang Zhou, are you still addicted to being a sycophant? If you want to know whether Jiang Yirou said it herself, why not go ask her directly? Then He Yuan feigned realization, his face twisting into a smirk. Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Jiang is currently seated beside Cheng Hao. Just earlier, she kept Cheng Hao back for a private chat after class. Your master, Xiao Jiekai. Probably didn't even get to see her face. You, Fang Zhou exclaimed. Everyone should strive for harmony. Xiao Jiekai masked the malice in his eyes with a smile. We may cross paths again, and when Jiang and Xiao families unite, we will surely invite them to join us. What? The Jiang and Xiao families are merging? This implied that Xiao Jiekai and Jiang Yirou were to be engaged. Alas, the goddess has ultimately been taken by young Master Xiao. What Cheng Hao? What of him? He is merely the dog following Jiang Yirou. Could he possibly think they are a couple? Yet, Jiang Yirou had indeed transferred to class 15. It couldn't be for Cheng Hao, could it? Silly. It was simply that she was unaccustomed to being without her attendant. As Xiao Jiekai listened to the chatter around him, he felt a surge of satisfaction, his smile barely contained. He cast a taunting glance at Cheng Hao. To his surprise, bore no expression at all. Xiao Jiekai let out a cold snort. Humph. Pretending to be indifferent. At that moment, Jiang Yirou appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. The raucous atmosphere made her frown, yet upon spotting Cheng Hao in line, a smile graced her lips. She strode directly towards him. Cheng Hao, her melodious voice, though soft, stood out amidst the crowd. After all, it was Jiang Yirou, the little princess of their school. How could she be at the cafeteria? Chapter 6. Could you treat me to a meal? All eyes converged upon Jiang Yirou. She appeared to have rushed over. Her hair slightly disheveled, yet this only added a touch of humanity to her ethereal presence, like a sprite descended from the heavens. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai rushed towards her. However, Jiang Yirou simply bypassed him, hurrying towards Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, I don't have a meal card. Could you treat me to a meal? What did they just hear? The young lady of a Jiang family was actively requesting Cheng Hao to treat her to a meal. Why the hesitation? Cheng Hao, this is an incredible opportunity. And you're still pondering? Xiao Jiekai's expression was grim, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. Yirou, I have a meal card. Allow me to treat you. What would you like to eat? Let's go choose. Jiang Yirou ignored him completely, steadfastly gazing at Cheng Hao. At this point, the other classmates could no longer contain their whispers. Hadn't Xiao Jiekai just declared that Jiang Yirou was his fiancée? TSK. The young lady didn't even spare him a glance. Could it be that Xiao Jiekai was merely boasting? The awkwardness of being exposed. I'll help him dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Cheng Hao sighed, observing Jiang Yirou's relentless determination. The cafeteria food is something you're not accustomed to. Typically, Jiang Yirou dined on meals prepared by her family's kitchen, meticulously curated by nutritionists to ensure a well-rounded diet. I've already sent the servant away. I want to try what you usually eat. Then find a seat and wait. I'll bring the food to you. All right. Jiang Yirou beamed, happily turning to find a spot to sit. Yuan nudged Cheng Hao. You got it, man. You got the young lady chasing after you. Tell me, what is going on between the two of you? Between us? There is nothing at all. Don't let your imagination run wild. When it was Cheng Hao's turn, he made an effort to select dishes that Jiang Yirou might enjoy. Considering her taste preferences, he filled an additional tray. As he approached her with the tray, he noticed Jiang Yirou resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly out of the glass window. The sunlight outside illuminated her side, creating a scene as beautiful as a still painting. The food is here. Let us eat. Jiang Yirou glanced at the unappetizing spread before her. Is this what you usually eat? Yes, compared to other schools, it's quite decent, though it may not suit your palate. You can still call the servant back if you want. Cheng Hao didn't wait for Jiang Yirou and began eating. Whether she joined him was of no concern to him. Jiang Yirou bit her lip, but ultimately picked up her bowl, her chopsticks reaching for what appeared to be the least objectionable greens. One bite in, and the bitterness overwhelmed her. She frowned, chewing for an eternity before managing to swallow. Is this really a vegetable? It tastes so different from what I usually have. You eat organic vegetables. This is greenhouse produce, of course. It's different. Cheng Hao had anticipated she wouldn't take to it well. The Jiang family's young lady typically consumed food that had been meticulously selected, not only organic but also chosen for the best flavor and nutrition. A cafeteria setting was naturally less discerning, so her difficulty was understandable. Cheng Hao didn't mind Jiang Yirou accompanying him for a meal. He merely wanted her to realize the challenges ahead. It was rare for her to experience such a meal, but could she endure it every day? He had no interest in becoming the barometer of her affections with Xiao Jiekai. Although he was unaware of the rift between Jiang Yirou and Xiao Jiekai, he certainly wasn't the right person to vent her frustrations upon. Cheng Hao devoured his meal, appearing to savor each dish. Jiang Yirou, intrigued, took a bite and immediately scrunched her face in distaste. Greasy and heavy. How could Cheng Hao possibly enjoy this? Cheng Hao, starting tomorrow, let us eat together. This isn't palatable. He must be enduring this dreadful food out of necessity. Cheng Hao looked up at her. Young lady, if you don't wish to eat, you needn't tea. However, I find the cafeteria food quite satisfactory. With that, he polished off the remaining food and rose to leave. Yuan had just finished getting his meal and observed Cheng Hao exiting the cafeteria. Cheng Hao. Yuan scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Why did he leave so quickly? Turning back, he noticed Jiang Yirou biting her lip, her head lowered, her grip on the spoon turning pale. Miss, perhaps Cheng Hao was simply in a foul mood today. Please don't take offense. It's fine. It's my fault. I'm too delicate. Why can he eat this, but I can't? Jiang Yirou felt that Cheng Hao must think she was flaunting her superiority. As she departed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. What is happening? Yuan was utterly perplexed. What on earth transpired between these two? To reach class 15 from the cafeteria, one had to pass through the school playground, where a row of pomelo trees stood. As Jiang Yirou hurried over, she spotted a group of girls holding a bedsheet beneath the pomelo trees. Cheng Hao a little to the left, a bit higher. The girl directing Cheng Hao from below was Kai Xiaoya, someone with whom she had never quite gotten along. With her long, dyed hair and a striking hairpin, she exuded an undeniable youthful charm, drawing the attention of all the boys around. Jiang Yirou noticed the gazes of the other boys glued to her. Cheng Hao, holding a long bamboo pole, was attempting to knock the pomelos from the tree. A pomelo fell directly toward Kai Xiaoya. With a startled cry, she lunged toward Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, save me. Kai Xiaoya collided into someone solid. This doesn't feel right. She reached out and squeezed, surprised by the unexpected firmness. Can I let go now? A cool voice rang out. What the Jiang Yirou? How are you here? Kai Xiaoya gleam, though. As she patted herself down. What bad luck. How did Jiang Yirou appear out of nowhere? Jiang Yirou crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips as she glanced at the pomelo tree far from Kai Xiaoya. Why can't it be me? Helping each other is what classmates do. I saw you nearly getting hit by a pomelo, so I lent a hand. No need to mention it. Kai Xiaoya glanced at Cheng Hao behind Jiang Yirou, then back at Jiang Yirou, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Such a golden opportunity, and it was ruined by Jiang Yirou. Since when has she been so helpful? I've always been quite helpful. You just didn't notice. For instance, when I saw you finishing a date with one boy only to run off to another to pour your heart out, I never told anyone. What? Kai Xiaoya has a boyfriend? ISNT, she's supposed to be single? Oh my, two of them? Kai Xiaoya is quite the catch. ISNT, she? I wonder which class those boys are from, completely oblivious. Kai Xiaoya's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense. Chapter 7, do you want to eat? I can give you some. Why would I let you treat me like that? Do you want to eat? I can give you some. Jiang Yirou's sharp tongue was far from the clumsiness she exhibited before Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou, my hearing is excellent. No need to shout. Jiang Yirou turned and strode back to the classroom. After the euphoric thrill of besting Kai Xiaoya, Jiang Yirou clutched her burning cheeks. Oh my, how could I have acted so undignified? What will Cheng Hao think of me? Will he see me as too vulgar? Not at all like the young lady of the Jiang family. With a frown of frustration, she made her way to the classroom. She anticipated that after so many years of feigning grace, Kai Xiaoya would shatter her facade today. Very well, Kai Xiaoya. I'll remember this. Cheng Hao was indeed taken aback by Jiang Yirou's display. However, he wasn't entirely surprised. It felt as though Jiang Yirou was simply meant to be that way. Full of spirit, Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had noticed that Jiang Yirou was not as obedient as she appeared. Cheng Hao, don't listen to Jiang Yirou. She's just trying to slander me. Gai xiao da hudiden et lai. She had long harbored feelings for Cheng Hao and, upon hearing that he had fallen out with Jiang Yirou, felt a surge of triumph. What a fortuitous opportunity. Cheng Hao responded with indifference. I have no interest in your personal affairs. Now that the pomelo has been harvested, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In truth, he had no desire to engage with Kai Xiaoya. It was she who had insisted he help her pick the pomelo. When he saw Jiang Yirou approaching from behind, he inexplicably agreed to help. Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. Kai Xiaoya called out twice, but he turned his back and walked into the teaching building. Damn it, Jiang Yirou, you've spoiled my chances. Just wait. As Cheng Hao passed by the classroom of class 15, he did not enter directly, but instead headed toward the teacher's office. Curiously, Jiang Yirou followed him out of the classroom. Are you going to participate in the math competition next week? Yes, teacher, Cheng Hao replied. However, the homeroom teacher's face displayed a look of difficulty. In fact, the math teacher had already approached him earlier, expressing that Cheng Hao possessed exceptional mathematical talent and wished to secure a spot for him in the competition. Yet, the homeroom teacher naturally wanted his own students to participate, but the higher-ups had essentially decided to send Xiao Jiekai instead. Class 15 was already ranked last, holding little influence. Even if the homeroom teacher made a request, the authorities would likely not acquiesce. Cheng Hao, perhaps we should focus on improving your grades first. The college entrance examination is approaching, and if participation in the competition affects your studies, it would be counterproductive. Teacher, do you think the school will not permit me to compete? Cheng Hao asked directly. The homeroom teacher awkwardly chuckled. Well, you know our class's level. It's quite challenging to secure resources from the school. Teacher, I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. How about this? The school has regulations allowing for an examination if there are disputes over the competition slots. Surely, the school wants to send the most capable individuals to compete to increase the chances of winning. An examination? The homeroom teacher was taken aback by Cheng Hao's suggestion. Yes, an examination. I will apply, but the outcome is uncertain. Cheng Hao understood the limitations of the class 15 homeroom teacher and did not press further. All right, thank you, teacher. Jiang Yirou, overhearing this, understood everything. Cheng Hao wanted to participate in the competition. No wonder he had been solving problems all morning. It seemed she needed to have a word with the principal. With that thought, Jiang Yirou turned on her heel and headed toward the principal's office. Meanwhile, the experimental class was abuzz with excitement, naturally because Xiao Jiekai had secured the opportunity to compete. Xiao Xiao, congratulations. Indeed, only Xiao Xiao can stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yirou. Xiao Xiao, don't forget to treat us when you win. Xiao Jiekai wore a smug expression. Ha, absolutely. Once I win the first prize, I'll treat everyone to a few days on my private island. Wow, Xiao Xiao is truly extravagant. You have a private island? Without some prowess, how could Xiao Xiao possibly be worthy of marrying Miss Jiang, right? Xiao Xiao, when you get engaged to Miss Jiang, remember to invite us to the wedding feast. Xiao Jiekai reveled in the adoration from his peers. Cheng Hao, just wait and see what you can compare with. Xiao Jiekai, step outside. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and called for Xiao Jiekai. Huh, why is the teacher calling Xiao Jiekai? It must be to discuss next week's competition. True. After all, he is the only one from our class competing. Miss Jiang must have lost her mind to switch to class 15. They've benefited from an extra spot for nothing. Indeed, they have no idea how fortunate they are. Let them feel proud for now. Once Xiao Xiao wins first place, they'll realize even with a boost, Class 15 cannot match us in the experimental class. The homeroom teacher called Xiao Jiekai to the office. Teacher, what do you need? It's nothing major. We just need you to take a test for the math competition slot. A test? But wasn't he had already decided I would go? That was the case, but Cheng Hao has filed a dispute, and it has reached the principal. The homeroom teacher reassured Xiao Jiekai, don't worry. It's merely a formality. Cheng Hao could never surpass you. Just allow him to lose gracefully. Cheng Hao again. I thought once he entered Class 15, he would recognize his limitations, but he still wants to stir up trouble. Fine, I'll make sure he loses decisively. Exactly. Cheng Hao stands no chance against you. The exam is this afternoon, correct? No problem. A glint of malice flickered in Xiao Jiekai's eyes. If he could employ the same method once, he could certainly do so again. The means do not need to be numerous. Effectiveness is what matters. Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao. The homeroom teacher rushed into the classroom, brimming with excitement. Good news. The higher-ups have agreed to your examination. Examination? What exam, Cheng Hao? The classmates asked curiously. It's nothing, just the selection for the math competition next week, and I'm participating in the school's qualifying exam. Cheng Hao replied nonchalantly. Wow, you really plan to compete? Go for it, Cheng Hao. Feng Zhou snorted derisively. Who knows if he can even compete? Feng Zhou. Cheng Hao is fighting for the honor of our class. You shouldn't say that. The homeroom teacher scolded Feng Zhou before turning back to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, the exam is this afternoon. The math teacher asked if you want extra tutoring. Cheng Hao shook his head. Teacher, I'm prepared and can go anytime. Very well. I will take you to the exam room shortly. The homeroom teacher left, elated. Competing for a spot against the experimental class was something he could boast about for a year. Chapter 8. Why are you sitting down? Cheng Hao was rather surprised that the principal had agreed so swiftly. He had intended to seek out the principal again. Cheng Hao, are you not happy? Jiang Yirou asked cautiously from the side. Did he not wish to participate in the competition? Why was he not pleased now that he had a chance? Was it because of uncertainty? She should have directly threatened the principal earlier to secure the spot for Cheng Hao. No, soon we can compete together. Jiang Yirou felt a surge of joy within her. You have such confidence in me? Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow at her. Of course. Your abilities are such that I wouldn't dare claim I could outscore you. Competing against Xiao Jiekai, your chances of winning are slim. Cheng Hao was surprised that she would assist him. Don't you want Xiao Jiekai to compete with you? Why would I want him to compete with me? Jiang Yirou gently scrunched her cute little nose. Cheng Hao had the words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. It was nothing. Jiang Yirou's affairs with Xiao Jiekai were of no concern to him. Jiang Yirou was puzzled as to why he had stopped speaking halfway through. Seeing him continue with his work, she chose not to disturb him any further, for soon he would be taking his examination. And she did not wish to disrupt his concentration. In truth, Jiang Yirou herself could not fully comprehend why she was so invested in Cheng Hao. It was merely an instinctive feeling that if she did not take the initiative, Cheng Hao would drift further away from her. This mathematics competition represented a splendid opportunity for her, a chance to bring them closer together. Should they both excel, they could secure admissions to Hucking University, allowing them to attend the same school together. The thought of being separated from Cheng Hao was utterly unthinkable for her. Meanwhile, having just received a report from his subordinates, Old Master Jiang wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Did Yirou truly say that? She accompanied Cheng Hao to the cafeteria? Indeed, my lord. Absolutely true. Ha ha ha. It appears Yirou has truly awakened. I thought she would remain aloof towards Cheng Hao and that they would never come together. My lord, you should have seen the anxious expression on the young lady's face regarding Master Cheng. I've never witnessed her so flustered. Excellent. Excellent. I had my eye on this boy, Cheng Hao, from the start. He is sincere. Once he commits to someone, he will treat her well for a lifetime. In a family like ours, finding someone who genuinely cares is a rare treasure. Indeed, my lord. Oh, by the way, the principal called, stating that the young lady personally visited his office, requesting a fair and just examination this afternoon to determine eligibility for next week's mathematics competition, specifically naming Cheng Hao to participate. Old Master Jiang stroked his beard, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Yirou's feelings for Cheng Hao ran deeper than she herself acknowledged. Ever since she was young, her strong-willed nature had prevented her from relying on the Jiang family's connections to gain favors. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to request something from the principal. My lord, what about the afternoon examination? Let us assess the situation. If that Xiaojia boy wins, you know what to do. Understood, my lord. At that moment, Xiao Jiekai had just finished instructing the grading teachers and strode confidently into the examination hall. Cheng Hao, are you certain you wish to compete against me? Admitting defeat now would spare you some embarrassment. Cheng Hao took his seat diagonally across, a smile playing on his lips. Did you think that by securing the grading teacher's favor, victory was assured? Xiujie Kai, is that the extent of your abilities? Xiujie Kai's expression darkened. You must be mistaken. You're slandering me. Huh, it's evident you lack parental guidance. Cheng Hao's demeanor turned icy. Before he could respond, Jiang Yirou entered, glaring frostily at Xiujie Kai. Xiujie Kai, are you implying that the Jiang family does not know how to educate? I did not. Cheng Hao grew up in the Jiang household, under the direct care of old Master Jiang. Are you questioning my grandfather? I am not. Jiang Yirou ignored his feeble attempt at defense and proceeded to take her seat in the middle of the examination hall. Yirou, why have you seated yourself? Cheng Hao shared the same confusion as Xiujie Kai, though he refrained from voicing it. Just then, the principal entered. Students, to ensure fairness, Jiang Yirou has voluntarily chosen to participate in this examination. I shall serve as the chief examiner and announce the results on site. Is there any objection? Cheng Hao cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yirou. Had she not already confirmed her participation? Feeling the weight of his gaze, Jiang Yirou stiffened. He surely could not know that she had orchestrated this, could he? There was no need to inform Cheng Hao about Xiujie Kai's underhanded dealings with the proctor. She would protect him in her own way. Xiujie Kai desired the spot. Did he? Then let him compete based on his true capabilities. She cast a significant look toward him. Unsurprisingly, Xiujie Kai's face darkened, wanting to protest, but with Jiang Yirou adhering to the rules, he had no grounds to argue. After the papers were distributed, the principal declared, "Begin the examination." Soon, the classroom was filled solely with the sound of scribbling. The atmosphere was hushed, in stark contrast to the lively scene outside on the playground, where the students from the experimental class and class 15 stood divided. Our class has Xiujie Kai winning. Our class has Cheng Hao victorious. If Cheng Hao can surpass Xiujie Kai, I will wash my hair upside down. Upside down hair washing is nothing. The loser must run around the playground in the nude. Lady Jiang has even participated in this exam for our Xiujie Kai. Victory is assured for him. How amusing. Did Lady Jiang tell you that? She is doing this for Cheng Hao. Otherwise, why would she transfer from the experimental class to class 15? Our Xiujie Kai is set to be engaged to Lady Jiang. You clueless 15s at the bottom of the food chain understand nothing. Await your naked run, unless the Jiang family acknowledges it. These are merely your malicious rumors. Prepare to be proven wrong. The results were quickly forthcoming. Who the true underperformer was would soon be revealed. Caution, both spots may be claimed by our class 15. That would be hilarious. Cheng Hao merely glanced at the questions on the paper, and the solutions sprang to mind effortlessly. Thus, his pen never faltered throughout the process. Even Jiang Yirou would pause to ponder her steps, but Cheng Hao's answering flowed with such ease, as if he had foreseen the answers. This scene did not escape the principal's notice. He was well aware of Cheng Hao, who had long been in Jiang Yirou's shadow, though he had not garnered much attention. He consistently maintained his grades within the experimental class. The principal deliberately walked past Cheng Hao, pausing to observe his answers. The paper was immaculate, the reasoning clear, and he even ventured into innovative approaches, showcasing Cheng Hao's remarkable flexibility in problem-solving. His foundational knowledge was solid, and he was well-versed in advanced topics as well. This child he seemed to have been underestimated all along. Chapter 9, he was the least performing among the three. The principal then turned to Jiang Yirou and Xiujie Kai. Their responses were rather conventional. While they had made no glaring errors, after viewing Cheng Hao's paper, they appeared rather ordinary in comparison. This was intriguing. Teacher, I have completed my work. Cheng Hao raised his hand. Jiang Yirou looked at him in astonishment. You finished that quickly? Jia qui stofed openly. You realize the paper is challenging, right? It's on an entirely different level from the monthly exam. I advised you to give up long ago. Did you fill out all the answers? If not, I can lend you a few. Cheng Hao chuckled lightly. No need. I fear it might lower my score. With that, he departed the examination hall straight away. Xiujie Kai was about to hurl another insult when the principal silenced him with a stern look. Jia, should you continue to disrupt the examination, I will revoke your eligibility to compete. Teacher, I too have completed my work. Seeing Cheng Hao leave, Jiang Yirou hastened to finish her answers. Upon exiting the classroom, she spotted Cheng Hao standing beneath the phoenix tree. Cheng Hao, she approached him. Have you finished the questions? Is there something you need? Cheng Hao inquired, puzzled. Hadn't Jiang Yirou always been cold and indifferent towards him? Why had she suddenly transformed after his rebirth? Jiang Yirou recognized her own peculiar behavior, yet she found herself unable to exert control. It felt as though another version of herself was urging her to draw closer to him, to not let him slip away. If you desire a place in the competition, I can thank you, but no need. As long as the principal is not bribed by Xiujie Kai, whether he chooses him or Xiujie Kai, the exam papers can speak for themselves. Of course, if there truly is any foul play, he could employ other means to secure a spot. After school, Jiang Yirou was just about to ask if he wanted to ride back home with her when a commotion erupted near the examination hall. The head teachers of the experimental class and class 15 gathered around. Is there a result? Who won? Behind the principal, Xiao Jiekai, who had just submitted his paper, wore a confident expression. So what if he took his time? The examination is about results, not speed. The results are out. Ha ha ha. Truly, talents emerge from the mountains. Our school has produced another dark horse. The principal, beaming with joy, held the papers. The head teacher of the experimental class approached proudly. You flatter us, principal. Our Xiao Jiekai is indeed quite remarkable, but a dark horse is hardly an apt description. The principal looked at the head teacher of the experimental class with curiosity. I didn't mention Xiao Jiekai. He performed the worst among the three. What? Both Xiao Jiekai and the head teacher exclaimed in unison. Impossible. Xiao Jiekai stepped forward to snatch the principal's paper, discovering he had only made one mistake. Principal, I only got one question wrong. How can that make me the worst among the three? Even if Jiang Yirou got everything right, how could Cheng Hao possibly have gotten everything correct? What? Are you questioning my integrity in supervising the exam? The principal retorted, pulling out Cheng Hao's and Jiang Yirou's papers. Very well. Let us see if you can accept your defeat with grace. Everyone gathered to inspect the papers. Jiang Yirou, as always, performed steadily. Full marks. The difficulty of this paper makes achieving full marks quite impressive. Cheng Hao also received full marks. No, his problem-solving method's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He listed at least 2 different approaches for every question. Xiao Jiekai could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. This cannot be true. He must have cheated. The principal's displeasure grew. Was this a challenge to his supervision? Cheat. Cheat whose work? Yours? Cheng Hao's methods are entirely different from everyone else's. Who would he copy? With this problem-solving approach, no one in our school could replicate it. Be more confident. Remove the word should. Xiao Jiekai's expression darkened, and his head teacher's was hardly better. He thought that losing Jiang Yirou would leave him with Xiao Jiekai, but now both slots were claimed by class 15? This news would spread throughout the school in under a minute. Seeing Xiao Jiekai still trying to save face, the head teacher of the experimental class quickly pulled him away. Today he had lost all dignity. Congratulations. Jiang Yirou turned to Cheng Hao, her face betraying her happiness. Indeed. Cheng Hao nodded, his expression unchanged, and proceeded to walk towards the classroom. Then we can go to the competition together. Jiang Yirou's words were left unfinished as Cheng Hao had already departed. Her bright eyes dimmed in an instant. Did he truly wish to ignore her? What would she do to win him back? For the first time, the usually smooth-sailing Miss Jiang found herself in contemplation. Bang! Bang! As Cheng Hao entered the classroom, celebratory fireworks erupted from both sides. Colorful ribbons rained down. Welcome back, our academic champion. Congratulations to Cheng Hao for winning a competition slot. Ha ha ha. Let those little brats in the experimental class gloat. Both spots are ours. He Yuan approached with a bouquet, enveloping Cheng Hao in a bear hug. Brother, you've truly brought honor to class 15. Cheng Hao looked disdainfully at the roses in his arms. Am I allowed to refuse? Cough, cough. Well, they were a last-minute buy. The flower shop only had roses left. Just make do with it. It's the thought that counts. I prefer gifts from beautiful women. Cheng Hao reluctantly accepted the bouquet. Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya appeared at the door of class 15, flowers in hand. Someone whistled. Speak of beauty, and here she comes. Cheng Hao is indeed fortunate. Kai Xiaoya approached Cheng Hao, holding a bouquet of roses, her face flushed with shyness. Cheng Hao, congratulations. Upon hearing the results, she had rushed over. The flowers were prepared in advance, not wasted regardless of whether Xiao Jiekai or Cheng Hao won. As AC King, one must cast a wide net. Gai Xiaoza, take your flowers and leave our class. Jiang Yirou, holding a bouquet made of lollipops, stormed into the classroom and knocked Kai Xiaoya's flowers to the ground. I don't know which wild man you intended to give those flowers to, but you dare to present them to Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou, you. Kai Xiaoya glared at the fallen roses, wishing she could strangle Jiang Yirou. How dare you say that? What kind of pathetic bouquet do you have? You don't intend to give those lollipops to Cheng Hao, do you? That's laughable. Are you playing with children? Before Kai Xiaoya could finish, Cheng Hao surprisingly reached out and accepted the lollipop bouquet from Jiang Yirou's hands, smiling gently. Thank you, Miss Jiang, I really like it. And no, it's nothing. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Jiang Yirou blushed before so many people. She left the onlookers utterly stunned. What's happening? The school beauty and class flower are competing for Cheng Hao? Is he truly enjoying the best of both worlds? What luck! Jiang Yirou personally gave him flowers. Did Cheng Hao save the galaxy in a past life? Extra. Extra. Jiang Yirou has feelings for Cheng Hao. Chapter 10. feeling a bit embarrassed. Cheng Hao accepted Jiang Yirou's bouquet, refusing Kai Xiaoya's, leading others to believe he had chosen Jiang Yirou. Only Jiang Yirou knew she had employed a clever ruse. When Cheng Hao was younger, Jiang Yirou had won him over with lollipops, and whenever he was unhappy, receiving one would bring him joy. Thus, she had developed the habit of keeping a few lollipops in her pocket. In truth, she and T used this tactic since middle school. It felt a bit embarrassing. When Kai Xiaoya said she was treating him like a child, she genuinely feared Cheng Hao might reject her. Thankfully, he accepted. Seeing Cheng Hao's long-lost smile made her incredibly happy. He was finally no longer resistant to her approach. Kai Xiaoya, in a fit of anger, stormed away, prompting the others to return to their seats as the excitement faded. Cheng Hao also sat back down, casually placing the gaudy roses on He Yuan's desk. He began to unwrap the lollipops Jiang Yirou had given him. "Hey, Cheng Hao, can I have a lollipop too?" He Yuan leaned in with a cheeky grin. "Huh." Cheng Hao reached out and flicked him on the forehead. "Here's a chestnut for you." "Ouch. You ambushed me." He Yuan, undeterred by the flick, glanced at Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou with a knowing look. "Hey, with so many lollipops, can I have one?" "No." Cheng Hao carefully placed the unwrapped lollipops into his backpack, leaving only an orange-flavored one, which he peeled and popped into his mouth. Cheng Hao, with a lollipop in his mouth, exuded a childlike charm. Observing him like this, Jiang Yirou couldn't help but smile. In his childhood, whenever he had a lollipop, Cheng Hao's mood would brighten. He was so easily satisfied. When did he begin to grow increasingly polite and obedient to himself? Seeing such a self-effacing version of him, Jiang Yirou felt a surge of anger. Thus, she too adopted a facade of silence. "So you wish to be more courteous, do you?" "Very well." Consequently, their interaction evolved into a relationship characterized by mutual respect. "Do you desire this as well?" Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou gazing longingly at his lollipop, mistakenly believing she wanted one too. He reached into his bag and offered her a piece. "Here, enjoy." The flavor he handed her was strawberry, her absolute favorite. "Thank you." Jiang Yirou gently bit her lip as she accepted the lollipop. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I've been begging someone for so long, yet they refused to give me even one." The esteemed Miss Jiang did not utter a word, yet this person personally offered one. Indeed, the disparity between love and indifference is glaring. Jiang Yirou, feeling bashful, blushed at He Yuan's words. She had no choice but to pretend to focus intently on her book, burying her face within its pages. Cheng Hao shot him a glance. "He Yuan, why are you so idle? Is it because Wang Yuan isn't seeking you today?" Wang Yuan, the very woman whose infidelity in a past life led to He Yuan's demise. Yuan mentioned that there were matters at her workplace today, thus she couldn't accompany me home. However, tomorrow is my birthday, and she promised to celebrate it with me. She even hinted at a birthday surprise. The mere mention of Wang Yuan brought a sweet smile to He Yuan's face. Cheng Hao's expression darkened. That fool still does not realize that he is merely a small fish in Wang Yuan's vast pond. As a siren of the sea, Wang Yuan is not someone to be compared to a mere girl like Kai Xiaoya. She is a seasoned enchantress who entered the fray of society right after middle school and has been swimming through its currents for 5 years. 2 years older than He Yuan, she initially sought to ensnare He Yuan simply as a wager with a friend, confident in her ability to manipulate him effortlessly. However, she soon discovered that He Yuan's family possessed a modest fortune, prompting her to pursue him with genuine intent. Tomorrow marks the pivotal day when she intends to reel him in. On that day, Wang Yuan will exploit He Yuan's birthday to intoxicate him and transport him to a hotel, fabricating an illusion of their entanglement, and then demand he take responsibility. This honest man, He Yuan, unwittingly became her scapegoat. Do you think Wang Yuan will settle down after ensnaring a wealthy heir? Not a chance. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Capturing He Yuan instilled in her a delusion that she deserved better. Thus, she mingled within the upper echelons, entangling herself with countless suitors. Oblivious to the myriad of green hats she placed upon He Yuan's head. Ultimately, when he discovered the truth, it led to his demise. "Tomorrow is your birthday. Will you not invite me to join the festivities?" Cheng Hao teased deliberately. "How could I possibly do that? However, I promised Yuan that after 9 o'clock tomorrow, all my time belongs to her. She has a surprise for me." He Yuan beamed sweetly. "A surprise? More likely a scare?" Cheng Hao scoffed internally, his face betraying nothing. Prioritizing romance over friendship. He will not even realize he has been sold out. Cheng Hao's words held a veiled implication. How could that be? I'm a grown man. How could I possibly come a harm? He Yuan dismissed the notion. Truly foolish. No wonder he was led around by Wang Yuan in his previous life. Such rudimentary tactics could ensnare him. Tomorrow, let us invite a few more friends to liven things up. I'll treat. We can gather at the House and Grand Hotel. The house in Grand Hotel, the very location where Wang Yuanyuan had ensnared He Yuan. All right then, I'll ask Yuanyuan later. If she has no objections, we shall convene there tomorrow. He Yuan grinned like a simpleton. Cheng Hao, uninterested in his antics, resumed working on his problem set. Though he had been an academic prodigy in his past life, years of working had made him forget many concepts, necessitating a review through practice. He did not wish to squander time. He must secure first place in the upcoming competition. Initially, Jiang Yirou had not regarded the competition next week with much concern, as she had already claimed the national title several times. However, witnessing Cheng Hao's earnest preparations, she unconsciously began to pull out her own exercises. This set of problems was hastily acquired based on Cheng Hao's work. She presumed the difficulty would be manageable, considering Cheng Hao was merely a high school senior. To her dismay, she found herself stumped almost immediately. She glanced at her problem set, then at Cheng Hao's. Surely, she and T purchased the wrong one? The covers appeared identical. The questions were indeed from the same book. Yet these problems were so challenging that Jiang Yirou felt tears welling up. Stealing glances at Cheng Hao, she observed him calculating on draft paper and filling in answers. Seemingly unperturbed by the difficulty of the problems, Jiang Yirou began to doubt herself. Was she truly that foolish? Cheng Hao, immersed in his work, sensed Jiang Yirou's fervent gaze, which was impossible to ignore. He sighed softly. Is there something on your mind? Jiang Yirou, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment. I can't solve the problems. Which one? This one. Cheng Hao wasted no time, glancing at the question and swiftly working through the steps on his draft paper. Here, we need to set F1T as the amount in which X dollars is exchanged for Canadian dollars. Therefore, F1T, F2T are not mutually inverse functions. Do you understand? As Cheng Hao turned his head, Jiang Yirou leaned in to see the answer. The proximity between them allowed them to see the fine hairs on each other's faces. Chapter 11. It is truly inconvenient to bring you along. Jiang Yirou's heart raced. Goodness, they were so close. Young lady, could you possibly lean back a bit? Cheng Hao dared not make a move. To lean back would hurt his pride. To lean forward would bring him uncomfortably close. The warm air from his breath brushed against Jiang Yirou's lips, evoking a sensation as though he might lean in to kiss her. Jiang Yirou hastily retreated, snatching her problem set away. I got it. You really understand it? Cheng Hao seemed incredulous. Just a moment ago, he had seen her lost in thought. Perhaps his explanation had been too dry. I do. Oh heavens, let her disappear. Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow, since she claimed to understand. He would take her word for it. With half an hour until school ended, he needed to maximize his time on the exercises. That evening, there was a grand performance awaiting him. Jiang Yirou observed Cheng Hao's focused demeanor, grappling with her thoughts before finally handing him a small note. Shall we go home together tonight? Cheng Hao glanced at the note, writing a reply almost instantly. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Jiang Yirou's eyes dimmed. Plans for the evening? What would they possibly be? Neither of them attended evening study sessions. Their schedules were aligned, and they shared the same social circles. What could he be up to that she was unaware of? Shall I walk you there? A flicker of discomfort crossed Cheng Hao's face as he replied. No need. I can manage on my own. Bringing Jiang Yirou along to catch a Yuan in the act? The thought was too exquisite for him to entertain. Jiang Yirou clutched the note, the words no need stinging her eyes, causing them to feel heavy with unshed tears. Tears cascaded onto the notebook, splattering droplets that startled Cheng Hao. What was happening? What had he done? How could she be crying so suddenly? It had been ages since Jiang Yirou had shed a tear. Hey, are you all right? Cheng Hao hurriedly fished out a tissue and offered it to her. Jiang Yirou gazed at him in bewilderment, only just realizing she was indeed crying. In a flurry, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand, a sight of disarray that Cheng Hao had never witnessed before. With a soft sigh, he stood up to shield her from the curious glances of others, using the tissue to gently dab at the moisture on her face. Observing the young lady whose tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, Cheng Hao felt compelled to have a serious conversation with her. Miss, let me take you outside to wash your face. Cheng Hao positioned himself protectively beside Jiang Yirou, guiding her toward the restroom. Since it was still class time, the restroom was deserted. Go wash your face, he said, turning away to leave. Jiang Yirou grasped his hand tightly. Where are you going? You can't leave. I'm just going to wash my hands. Surely you don't expect me to enter the ladies' room? Then promise me you won't leave. I promise. Can I let go of your hand now? Jiang Yirou finally released him, glancing back multiple times as she entered the restroom. When she emerged, her face washed and refreshed, Cheng Hao was indeed waiting outside, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. I'm all set. In truth, she herself was unsure why she had reacted so intensely moments ago. Reflecting on it now, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could a mere comment have made her feel as if the sky was falling, leading to such uncontrollable tears. Miss, can we talk for a moment? Huh? About what? About why you were crying. Jiang Yirou bit her lip. Why didn't you come back home with me? Do you not want to be by my side anymore? And if I said I didn't tea? Cheng Hao pondered deeply. Jiang Yirou's change in demeanor was not unrelated to his own sudden transformation. After all, they had spent considerable time together. Raising a small pet inevitably fosters an emotional bond. His abrupt departure must have unsettled her. You promised me you wouldn't leave. Jiang Yirou's nose began to tingle with emotion again. I haven't left you. It's just that we both will have our own lives in the future. And you need to get used to that. Why should I get used to that? Can't we always be together? Faced with Jiang Yirou's accusations, Cheng Hao found himself at a loss for words. Should he tell her that the person she might choose in the future wouldn't be him, that she might study abroad and lead a life apart from him? Would she believe him? Miss, I can't be your caretaker forever. One day, you will find someone you like, and he will take over the responsibilities I once had. Like Xiao Xiao, he would be a perfect match for you. Jiang Yirou made a face of disdain. Xiao Jiakai? What does he have to do with anything? I don't like him. If you're worried about my closeness to him, I can avoid him from now on. Cheng Hao choked on his words, thinking to himself, just don't end up chasing after him like a mad woman. Life is unpredictable. You may not even realize you have feelings for him yet. Just take your time to get to know him. Cheng Hao, are you trying to push me into someone else's arms? A wave of unnameable anger surged within Jiang Yirou. Cheng Hao found her words peculiar. What did she mean by him pushing her towards someone else? He wasn't her anything. He pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, miss. Let us not delve into this matter right now. Our focus should be on our studies. It was more prudent to ensure Jiang Yirou concentrated on her education first. The future could be addressed later. At this moment, no amount of persuasion would convince Jiang Yirou that she would end up with Xiao Jiakai. Moreover, teenagers are often rebellious. The more he urged her to do something, the more she resisted. Conversely, the things he forbade her from doing, she would pursue with fervor. It was best for him to speak less and act more. Then tell me, what are you doing tonight? I want to go too. She was eager to uncover what significant matters he was up to behind her back. His sneaky demeanor suggested it was anything but innocent. Could it be that he secretly had a girlfriend? The mere thought ignited a flame of jealousy within Jiang Yirou. Are we not discussing studies? Why are we suddenly talking about tonight's activities? Miss, it's really not convenient for me to bring you along tonight. Not convenient? Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes. What makes it inconvenient for me to join? Is it because there's a woman involved? Cheng Hao considered this for a moment. Indeed, if he were caught in a compromising situation, it would involve a woman. Yes, it's just not suitable for you to see. It might give a bad influence on a young lady. To Jiang Yirou, this sounded like, tonight, I have a date, and bringing you along would be a bother. What if I insist on going? Cheng Hao was taken aback by her determination. That is really not appropriate. What if there are some adult scenes that you, as a young lady, shouldn't witness? Adult scenes. Jiang Yirou felt her teeth clench. I've seen plenty of those. If you're worried about me watching, then don't engage in them. Cheng Hao was left speechless, unable to comprehend what Jiang Yirou had just said. Was that something a young lady of her standing should be expressing? Chapter 12. Hi. Truly hi. Jiang Yirou paid no heed to the impact her bold declaration had on Cheng Hao. Her singular focus was on one thought. She had to find out which little temptress was luring Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, although your last name isn't Jiang. You grew up in the Jiang household, and your actions, to some extent, represent the Jiang family. Therefore, I have both the right and the duty to supervise your behavior. Jiang Yirou asserted with righteous fervor. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. Jiang Yirou had even draped the banner of the Jiang family over him to ensure she could accompany him. It seemed she was resolute in her decision to persist. To avoid disrupting the evening's plans, Cheng Hao had no choice but to relent. All right, but you must promise me that no matter what happens, you one team meddle in affairs that don't concern you, understood? Yes, understood. Jiang Yirou agreed readily. Yet inwardly, she thought, oh, you expect me to ignore things? If you dare to act inappropriately with another woman, just wait and see how I'll sabotage it. Cheng Hao found her enthusiastic agreement somewhat unsettling. Forget it. You've already agreed, and I'll deal with whatever comes my way. However, since his rebirth, he sensed that Jiang Yirou's curiosity had intensified, and her clinginess was unshakable. Upon returning to the classroom, Cheng Hao nudged Yuan. Do you have plans after class? Not really. Why? Are you asking me to game? Cheng Hao rolled his eyes. Your girlfriend has been unfaithful, and you're still thinking about gaming. Yes, gaming. Are you in or not? If I remember correctly, Wang Yuan is meeting a guy at the internet cafe today. Let us bring this fool, He Yuan, along and witness the true nature of my goddess. Of course. Tomorrow is Saturday. We can stay up all night. Ha ha ha. Cheng Hao, you're the best. He Yuan's excitement instantly dampened when he saw that Jiang Yirou was also going along. Pulling Cheng Hao aside, he whispered, Cheng Hao, what's going on with her? Isn't she joining us? Didn't you see? She is coming too. You're insane. We're going to an internet cafe. She was a delicate young lady, observing us, a group of burly men, indulging in foot-picking and uttering profanities. Could you refrain from such behavior? What would be the purpose of my visit to the internet cafe otherwise? Couldn't I simply play at home? I shall not go. Cheng Hao feigned an intention to leave, only to be halted by He Yuan's firm grasp. Don't, my good brother. My dear father. I want curse. No more foot-picking. Agreed. No flirting. Agreed. If you cannot win, no smashing the keyboard. Understood, understood, my dear father. He Yuan wore a look of exasperation. How many friends as humble as he could find? Jiang Yirou stood by, utterly perplexed. An internet cafe? He Yuan too? What on earth was happening? Did Cheng Hao's girlfriend know them all? Never mind, I'll follow along. Jiang Yirou maintained an obedient facade as they arrived at the Wangbai Esports Internet Cafe. Let us book a private room? He Yuan instinctively rushed to the front desk to reserve some machines. No need. Out here. We won't see the good show inside. He Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Let your delicate young lady stay outside. If she refrains from foot-picking, others will still indulge. It was only upon receiving Cheng Hao's affirmative response that He Yuan proceeded to book 3 machines. After all, she wasn't his delicate lady. So it wasn't his concern. When Jiang Yirou eventually cried out in fright, it would be Cheng Hao who would have to console her. Oh, scaring her to tears? He Yuan chuckled knowingly, giving Cheng Hao a thumbs up. How clever, to frighten the delicate girl into his embrace, assuring her not to fear, for her brother was present. He certainly wouldn't expose her. Cheng Hao, with a look of confusion, escorted Jiang Yirou to their gaming station. You sit inside. Cheng Hao deliberately shielded her within. As they walked, the group of gaming enthusiasts had their eyes glued to Jiang Yirou's face, mesmerized. He sighed quietly, uncertain if bringing Jiang Yirou out was the right decision. Jiang Yirou settled into the innermost seat, feeling overjoyed as Cheng Hao protected her. The aroma within the internet cafe was far from pleasant. The mingling scents of smoke, food, and stinky feet were unlike anything Jiang Yirou had ever encountered. Yet, she remained unfazed, assured that as long as Cheng Hao was by her side, she had nothing to worry about. Cheng Hao powered on the computer and noticed Jiang Yirou merely resting her chin on her hand, showing no intention of playing. Aren't you going to play? Jiang Yirou shook her head, appearing the epitome of innocence. I don't know what you're playing. Is it a game? Yes. Cheng Hao realized that games had likely never graced Jiang Yirou's life, so he helped her open the computer and download the gaming software. Come, I'll teach you. It's quite simple. Okay. Jiang Yirou felt a warmth in her heart. Did you remember the shortcuts? After explaining for quite some time, Cheng Hao turned to find Jiang Yirou merely staring at him, dazed and smiling foolishly, which left him exasperated. My lady, did you understand what I just explained? Jiang Yirou honestly shook her head. She had been too busy admiring Cheng Hao to pay attention to his words. If you keep staring at me, you won't learn anything. He couldn't just leave her to daydream. Could he? Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou called out. What is it? Speak. Didn't you say there would be other women? Where are they? She had just noticed they had only booked 3 machines. Women? They aren't here yet. Then how will you introduce me to her? Cheng Hao was puzzled. Why would he introduce Jiang Yirou to Wang Yuan? Before he could voice his question, he caught sight of 2 individuals entering through the door. Without a moment to spare, he hastily removed He Yuan's headphones. Shoo, don't make a sound. Look, oh no. I was doing so well. I was about to defeat the boss. What are you doing? Shoo, just look. He Yuan followed Cheng Hao's gaze. My goodness, it's Wang. Cheng Hao swiftly covered He Yuan's mouth. Don't speak. Keep watching. What followed was an astonishing scene. Wang Yuan, clad in a revealing crop top and a flirty miniskirt, sat in a couple's booth with a blonde sporting a flashy gold chain and watch. If that could be explained as mere friendship, then the subsequent actions, touching each other, and Wang Yuan eventually sitting on his lap calling him brother, left no room for ambiguity. He Yuan, silenced by Cheng Hao's hand, was left with eyes ablaze. Damn it. Is this why she couldn't accompany him during late hours at work? Turns out she with that blonde. Wang Yuan had always presented herself as a pure and independent woman, maintaining a virtuous demeanor. Who would have thought all of it was merely for He Yuan's benefit? After they established their relationship, he had to seek her consent even to hold hands. Now, he learned that Wang Yuan was a true heartbreaker. Chapter 13. Bring me 10 cups of explosive lemon tea. Cheng Hao firmly restrained He Yuan. Calm down. Approaching now would yield no benefit. She can concoct countless excuses, claiming they're just friends. He Yuan, watching Wang Yuan and the blonde's increasingly intimate gestures, struggled to maintain his composure. Calm? If I were calm, would I let go of my hand? He Yuan sank into his seat, covering his face, weeping like a child. Afraid of being seen by Wang Yuan, he stifled his cries. Jiang Yirou stood by, utterly astonished. So, their purpose for coming today was to catch Yuan in the act? What the fantasies she had concocted earlier? Cheng Hao led them outside to a nearby milk tea shop. My lady, would you like something to drink? Cheng Hao handed Jiang Yirou a menu. Jiang Yirou stared at the unfamiliar names on the list. Each character was recognizable, yet the combinations baffled her. Brown sugar by Yubi Abubiu fresh milk. Lonely Gugu Dudu. Your heart's desire is where my sword points. Explosive duo meat. Where are all these? Ming Dea. Cheng Hao suddenly remembered that the young lady had likely never ordered milk tea for herself. Never mind, I'll order for you. He swiftly selected her favorite fruit tea. What about mine? Yuan's eyes were still glistening with tears, his pitiful demeanor akin to a lost puppy. You? Order for yourself. Cheng Hao efficiently completed the payment. I'm heartbroken. You want tea even comfort me. And now you want tea buy me a cup of milk tea? Better to endure short pain than long suffering. If you're not hurting now, you might lose your life later. Yuan couldn't comprehend how he might lose his life. Thinking Cheng Hao was merely exaggerating to instill some sense. Women only slow me down in drawing my sword. But I can't swallow this indignation. Want revenge? Of course. Should I film them and post it online to make them famous? Or cause a scene at her workplace to ruin her career? Yuan was eager for action. Stop right there. Cheng Hao made a gesture to halt him. Your idea of revenge is too juvenile. The online realm scarcely stirs a tempest. Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you have a brilliant plan? Come, leaning closely. At that moment, Jiang Yirou observed the two strapping young men whispering and occasionally bursting into muted laughter. It was as if Yuan's earlier sorrow had evaporated, for soon they were enveloped in mirth. Ha 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 ha, what a splendid idea. I am eager to witness that woman's reaction. Yuan felt his appetite surge. Boss, bring me 10 cups of furious lemon tea. 10 cups? Do you think you can finish them? If I can't, I'll give them to the sanitation workers. I'm in a splendid mood today. The boss labored over the furious lemon tea with such vigor that sparks seemed to fly. Heartbroken individuals can be quite fearsome. He resolved to eliminate the furious lemon tea from menu. Cheers to our youth. Cheng Hao, sipping through a straw, gazed at the ever-giddy Yuan, relieved. Fortunately, it was still early. If it were like his previous life, where he harbored deep feelings for Wang Yuan, it would have been troublesome. Experiencing the bittersweet pangs of love during one's youthful days is indeed a valuable experience. Hey, have you all heard? Hua country has waived visa requirements for Koreans. And tomorrow the Korean tourists will flood our city. Yuan's excitement was palpable as he brandished his phone. And so what? Cheng Hao teased. Are you hoping to woo a Korean beauty? Jiang Yirou looked at him with curiosity. What is so captivating about Koreans? Yuan scoffed. Haven't you joined the luxury car group? Why would I join? I'm on a car. Cheng Hao replied nonchalantly, making both Yuan and Jiang Yirou feel a tad uncomfortable. Yuan had forgotten that Cheng Hao was merely staying at the Jiang residence temporarily. It was implausible for them to buy him a car. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou suddenly realized that Cheng Hao did not possess a vehicle of his own, not a single one, let alone a luxury car. Well, it's nothing serious. We're just discussing whether to show off our cars tomorrow and give the Koreans a taste of our flair. How do you plan to show off? Hey, we'll take the luxury cars out for a spin. Let the Koreans witness what true heirs look like. What do you say? Will you join us? Cheng Hao was inclined to refuse. A rare Saturday, perfect for sleeping in. Observing Cheng Hao's hesitation, Jiang Yirou presumed he was contemplating the car situation. Cheng Hao, let us go together. You can choose from my garage. Indeed, despite being a girl, Jiang Yirou had an inexplicable penchant for receiving luxury cars from relatives and friends. Eventually, she had to construct a garage specifically to accommodate them. If the young lady wished to partake, then they would go. Hey, good buddy, I'll inform the group. Let's arrange a schedule. What? We need a schedule? Can't we just go whenever we want? Not quite. With so many cars, if we don't schedule, the downtown streets will be completely blocked. Cheng Hao could vividly envision that scene. He thought to himself, one less car wouldn't matter. If they didn't go, it wouldn't be a loss either. But considering Jiang Yirou seemed eager to join, he thought, why not? She's the young lady. Who was he to deter her? As an orphan taken in by the Jiang family, he had no right to refuse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou mused, with so many luxury cars tomorrow, Cheng Hao would surely be thrilled, right? Though she didn't understand their fascination with cars. As long as Cheng Hao was happy, that sufficed. Tonight, she must visit the garage to find the most stunning car to drive. The leader of the luxury car group was the eldest daughter of the Xiang family, who was efficient and promptly arranged their schedule. Considering they were still students, she assigned them to the morning shift. This Xiang family young lady is quite considerate. She arranged a morning shift for us. I need to get home early to pick out an outfit. What should I wear to look dazzling tomorrow? Get home early. Have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, Let us go out and have some fun. Cheng Hao waved goodbye and took a taxi home with Jiang Yirou. Young people should indulge in a bit of madness occasionally. At least this way, Wang Yuanyuan's impact on him would be negligible. The taxi was a bit cramped, and Jiang Yirou felt somewhat awkward sitting beside Cheng Hao. She casually flicked her hair to ease the tension. So, what will you wear tomorrow? Clothes? A t-shirt, of course. That one tee do. Once we get back, I'll help you choose. Chapter 14. If punishment is inevitable, then let it be me who bears it. Cheng Hao assumed Jiang Yirou's offer to help him select clothes was merely a polite gesture. Thus, upon arriving at the Jiang villa, he retreated to his room without a second thought. Just as he had removed half of his clothing, the door swung open. Jiang Yirou quickly covered her eyes and turned her back. She had not anticipated walking in on Cheng Hao disrobing. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback and hastily donned his shirt again. Why didn't you knock before entering? His ears flushed with embarrassment. How was I to know you would undress upon entering your room? Jiang Yirou felt a blush creeping in. I'm dressed now. You can turn around. Jiang Yirou cautiously turned back, peeking through her fingers. Only after confirming his attire did she lower her hands, her face now a rosy hue. What is it? Speak. I mentioned earlier that I came to help you choose clothes. After the earlier blunder, Jiang Yirou felt a tad uneasy, her hands twisting nervously before her. Oh, Cheng Hao was taken aback. Jiang Yirou had come to his room to assist him in selecting clothes. Your room is rather small. A quick glance revealed only a bed, a desk, and a chair with a simple computer atop the desk, impeccably clean with no litter in sight. This was her first time in Cheng Hao's room, and she was surprised to find it much smaller than hers. Jiang Yirou felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked him. Small? Not at all. Cheng Hao chuckled. I find it quite adequate. In truth, if you have any desires or requests, feel free to voice them. If you wish for something, or if you prefer a larger room or a new computer. Jiang Yirou recalled how Cheng Hao had never voiced his needs, always silently giving. The computer on the desk was one she had discarded last year. At that time, she had deemed it unworthy after a year of use and intended to dispose of it, only to be halted by Cheng Hao's gentle inquiry if he could have it. Without a second thought, she had agreed. Little did she know he would end up using it. She had never considered that Cheng Hao also needed a computer. In fact, whenever he had assignments requiring one, he would go to an internet cafe, and she had been oblivious to it. Cheng Hao must have grown cold with disappointment over time. Cheng Hao smiled. I have no particular needs. The Jiang family provide for my basic necessities. I seldom engage in social activities, so I have little need for anything. Social activities? Surely, he must be jesting. I'll instruct the steward to increase your allowance by 100,000 each month. If you fancy cars, feel free to select any from my garage. No, I typically have no extravagant expenses. As for transportation, my bicycle suffices. More often than not, it is the driver who operates the vehicle, rendering it unnecessary for me to use it. Have I been persistently rejecting? Is it due to a bruised ego? Jiang Yirou lightly bit her lip, a look of vexation adorning her features. She was indeed too hasty. Boys possess a strong sense of pride, and she ought not to have spoken in such a manner. She should simply instruct the butler to provide whatever was needed. Stating it outright would only render him awkward. It was her own failure to consider the situation thoroughly. Well then, let me assist you in selecting some attire. With that, Jiang Yirou approached his wardrobe and opened it with a swift motion. However, before she could utter a second word, an avalanche of clothing tumbled to the ground, with one piece even landing squarely atop her head. Internally, Jiang Yirou thought, what on earth is happening? Ahem. Perhaps you should refrain from opening it. Cheng Hao, visibly embarrassed, hurriedly stuffed the clothes, trousers, and undergarments back inside before swiftly shutting the cabinet door. Jiang Yirou found herself questioning whether that mortifying scene had merely been a figment of her imagination. Typically, Cheng Hao appeared impeccably dressed, maintaining order while caring for her. Yet, his wardrobe, could anyone elucidate if all boys' wardrobes resembled this? And where are your clothes? In that wardrobe over there. Observing Jiang Yirou's hesitance, he decided to take matters into his own hands and open the cabinet door himself. This time, the contents were neatly arranged, bringing a sigh of relief from Jiang Yirou. The earlier incident had been far too embarrassing. She would certainly think twice before carelessly opening someone else's wardrobe again. Upon inspecting Cheng Hao's wardrobe, she noted the predominance of school uniforms, with only a couple of t-shirts as rare exceptions. Reflecting on it, it seemed Cheng Hao was always before her in a school uniform, only donning his own clothes on weekends, and even then, it was merely those two sets. He spent most of his time either at school or in school attire, leaving little opportunity to wear his own clothes. I don't need them. Gazing at Cheng Hao's smiling face and recalling the countless outfits in her own wardrobe, Jiang Yirou felt a pang of sadness. How had she overlooked him to such an extent? She could comprehend why Cheng Hao had always remained restrained over the years. It was because they had never truly regarded him as a member of the Jiang family. The clothing for the Jiang family was designed and produced quarterly by a professional fashion design company, delivered to the Jiang household in advance. Thus, it must have been disheartening for Cheng Hao to see a lack of clothing meant for him all these years. A single refusal encapsulated the multitude of grievances he harbored. In their family, purchases were seldom dictated by need. Even if not worn, certain items were expected to be possessed. Tomorrow, I shall inform the butler to arrange for your clothing. No, I shall go tell him right now. There is no need. I truly do not require anything. Cheng Hao was bewildered by Jiang Yirou's sudden emotional fervor and hastily followed her outside. Butler, butler. Jiang Yirou stormed down the stairs, her temper flaring. Miss, I am here. What has transpired? The butler, assuming a grave incident had occurred, rushed out with an anxious expression. I must ask you, throughout his life, has anyone arranged clothing for Cheng Hao? Having just seen the two ordinary outfits, she knew the Jiang family would never commission such garments. Well, this matter Cheng Hao himself insisted that we not arrange anything for him, Butler Wu. Jiang Yirou's expression turned serious. You have been part of the Jiang family for years. Some matters should not need my elucidation, should they? The butler's demeanor stiffened. Although Jiang Yirou was young, she possessed a keen understanding of the situation. If Butler Wu truly regarded Cheng Hao as part of the Jiang family, even if Cheng Hao expressed this interest, he would not have dared to exclude him from the family's provisions. It was precisely due to his oversight that this matter had not been reported to them, leading to unilateral decision-making. Miss, I was in the wrong. The butler trembled slightly, acutely aware that he could not afford to underestimate Jiang Yirou, the sole heir of the Jiang family, whose presence was undeniably commanding. This situation could very well jeopardize his position. Miss, Cheng Hao interjected, descending the stairs. This is not the butler's fault. It was I who instructed him not to inform you. If anyone should be punished, let it be me. Chapter 15. He is my fiancé. Jiang Yirou's expression softened. Cheng Hao, you need not speak on his behalf. Cheng Hao was indeed tender-hearted, even when wronged. He felt compelled to defend the butler. Miss, there is no need to make a fuss over such trivial matters. It is merely clothing, and besides, I was the one who requested that the butler refrain from assisting me in procuring them, as I believe those garments are not suitable for me. The butler has performed impeccably in other matters, so my stance is not one of favoritism, but of genuine belief in the unnecessary nature of it. The butler gazed at Cheng Hao with gratitude. He was deeply moved. He could not deny that he had harbored a degree of prejudice against Cheng Hao, though it was subtle and unacknowledged. Yet, Cheng Hao's willingness to speak on his behalf truly touched him. He had dedicated the majority of his life to the Jiang family and could scarcely imagine where he would go if he were to leave. Miss, I voluntarily forfeit 3 months' salary as a form of penance. Butler Wu proposed, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yirou's verdict. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yirou finally nodded, very well. Ensure this does not occur again. Treat Cheng Hao as you would treat me. He is my fiancé, the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Butler Wu was taken aback, though he dared not show a hint of his astonishment. Yes, miss. Once the butler had withdrawn, Cheng Hao, still in shock, struggled to regain his voice. Miss, you were just joking, right? You must be joking. In this lifetime, he had clearly not sought to become engaged. How could such a proposal surface? Why would I jest? Jiang Yirou inquired, perplexed. Do you not wish to become engaged to me? Not at all. Well, yes. You are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, while I am merely an orphan without parents. How could I possibly be worthy of such a union? Engagements are typically arranged by parents, often established between families from childhood. If you have any doubts, inquire with grandfather. These childhood gestures cannot be taken seriously. He was at his wit's end. In this lifetime, he had no intention of becoming engaged. Yet, Jiang Yirou had proactively proposed it. In the previous life, convincing Jiang Yirou to agree to an engagement had been exceedingly difficult. In this life, it felt almost absurd for her to take the initiative. Jiang Yirou felt a sharp pain in her heart. Did Cheng Hao's words indicate his reluctance to become engaged to her? Turning, Cheng Hao met Jiang Yirou's tear-filled eyes, brimming with grievances. What is wrong? What is wrong? In her previous life, she had clearly not wished to become engaged to him. To resist, she had even gone abroad for her studies. How had it come to pass that in this life, he appeared the unfaithful one? With a soft plop, Jiang Yirou's tears fell to the ground like scattered pearls. Hello, hello, why are you crying, miss? Why do you not wish to become engaged to me? Jiang Yirou sobbed. There is no particular reason. I am just an orphan, I do not mind. We are still young, I can wait. You will find someone you love, that will not happen. I only love you. Cheng Hao was at a loss for words. He could never directly tell her, you and Xiao Jiekai are destined to be a couple in the future. Right now, You're merely acting out of spite. Yes, yes, as long as you're happy. Cheng Hao casually dismissed her with a remark. When it comes to adolescents, the more you try to dissuade them from doing something, the more determined they become. After all, once the college entrance examinations are over, she and Xiao Jiekai will be heading abroad for their studies. Maintaining a standoff with her now seemed utterly pointless. Jiang Yirou, wiping her tears, broke into a smile. She knew that Cheng Hao would never refuse her. Then let me take you shopping for clothes. Tomorrow, we'll strut our stuff on the streets. So we need to look fabulous. Let us go. With that, Jiang Yirou took Cheng Hao's hand and dashed outside. I don't need to. Yes, just a driver. Dressing too well might overshadow Jiang Yirou. Unfortunately, she didn't give him a chance to refuse and pulled him into the car. Driver. To the mall. Yes, miss. The vehicle stopped at the city's largest luxury shopping mall. Although Cheng Hao was tempted to complain about the ostentatious, overpriced, and unattractive clothing, he had no choice but to disembark. At worst, he could make excuses later to pick and choose, ultimately not buying anything. Jiang Yirou led him straight to the men's section. Hello, miss. Is this gentleman here to buy clothes? The saleswoman's eyes nearly sparkled upon seeing Cheng Hao in a school uniform. Wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. I must snap a photo to flaunt in my friend group later. Indeed, young boys are the best. Right? Jiang Yirou turned to Cheng Hao. Pick whichever piece you like and try it on. Oh, no need. None of them seem suitable. Cheng Hao had already discreetly glanced at the price tags. The most basic t-shirt started at $5,999. There was no point in even looking at the rest. Such exorbitant prices were beyond his reach. With his meager monthly allowance of $2,000, he would need an eternity to save up for just one sleeve. The saleswoman, however, was ecstatic. Suitable? How could it not be? Let me fetch it for you. You're definitely a perfect fit for our clothes. That face, those shoulders, those abs. Cheng Hao felt a shiver down his spine under her gaze. Just as he was about to pull Jiang Yirou out, she preempted him. I also think these clothes aren't quite right for you. Let us head to the next door, Jiang Yirou declared, wrapping her arm around Cheng Hao possessively. What was that woman staring at? Had she never seen a handsome guy before? Cheng Hao belonged to her. Who gave her the right to gawk? Cheng Hao was dragged out of the store, puzzled. What was wrong with the young lady? He hadn't done anything. He merely commented that the clothes weren't suitable. Ah, truly, being in the presence of a young lady is akin to walking with a tiger. It was best for him to remain silent. Whatever the young lady said was law. This store has some decent clothes. After perusing for quite a while, Jiang Yirou finally spotted a clothing store with a male sales team. Men should be selling men's clothing. What else with all these infatuated female salespeople? Huh? Cheng Hao doubted his ears. It's nothing. Jiang Yirou quickly denied it. How did she accidentally let her thoughts slip out? Hello, miss. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The male salesperson's eyes lit up upon seeing them. What a stunning couple. Do you have anything unique for him to wear? Something that won't clash with anyone else's style. Certainly, miss. Please follow me. The male salesperson was far more professional than the previous, overly eager female salesperson. Even if he admired them, he didn't linger excessively. Turning a corner, they unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai, after returning home and finding his wardrobe uninspiring, had decided to meet Fangzhou for a shopping spree. He never anticipated encountering Jiang Yirou here. Xiao Jiekai? Jiang Yirou took a step back, clearly indicating that he didn't understand the meaning of rejection. Yirou, I messaged you earlier. Why didn't you reply? Oh, I understand now. Jiang Yirou waved her phone at him. Sorry, I was shopping with someone, so I put my phone on silent. To avoid being disturbed while accompanying Cheng Hao, she had muted her phone. Upon noticing Cheng Hao behind her, Xiao Jiekai's expression faltered. Jiang Yirou was shopping with Cheng Hao? The thought ignited jealousy within him, his eyes practically burning holes into Cheng Hao. Yirou, I had intended to invite you out for shopping as well. Xiao Jiekai said to Jiang Yirou with a soft gaze. So what if he and team managed to invite her? Fate had brought them together here. Why would you want to invite me? Busu. Jiang Yirou bluntly rejected him without a second thought, delivering a slap to Xiao Jiekai's face. Cheng Hao inwardly applauded Jiang Yirou's boldness. He and expected her to remain unfazed, still smiling. Yirou, tomorrow we're all scheduled to go out, right? I thought you needed to buy clothes too. How did you know I was going out? It's a small circle. My friends told me. I even requested to be scheduled with you. Early shift. You're inexperienced with outings like this, but don't worry, I'll guide you. Tomorrow, your car can follow mine, and I'll help you avoid the police. Thank you, but no need. Tomorrow, I'm accompanying Cheng Hao. He asked the main character. That is why I'm here to help him shop for clothes. With that, Jiang Yirou turned her back on Xiao Jiekai, taking Cheng Hao further inside. I see a couple of outfits over there that would suit you well. Try them on. Cheng Hao, under the intense gaze of Jiang felt utterly innocent as Jiang Yirou dragged him along. He wanted to explain that this had nothing to do with him and was still trying to comprehend why Jiang Yirou had suddenly changed her attitude toward him. These two outfits look great. Go ahead and try them on. Jiang Yirou took the garment from the salesperson and placed them into Cheng Hao's hands. In Jiang's eyes, Jiang Yirou resembled a gentle little wife, fussing over her husband. He was consumed by jealousy. Why should Cheng Hao be the center of attention? Yirou, could you help me see how this outfit looks on me? Jiang Yirou looked at him in surprise. Aren't you the one who should judge how it looks? How would I know? Jiang forced a smile. I can't tell myself. So could you give me your opinion? Before Jiang Yirou could refuse, Cheng Hao emerged from the fitting room, and her eyes instantly brightened. Wearing a simple white t-shirt paired with loose denim pants, he radiated a refreshing aura of youth that invigorated everyone around him. Jiang Yirou stepped forward, rolling up the hem of his shirt and tucking one side into his waistband. The look gave him a hint of a rebellious charm, making him utterly captivating. You just need a chain to complete the look. We'll buy one that matches later. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao with admiration. Does it look good? Is it different from the t-shirts in my wardrobe? Forgive Cheng Hao for being such a straightforward guy. He genuinely thought it resembled the clothes from the Four Seasons Green store. At least there, he could choose styles. Here, there were merely a handful of items. Who could possibly pick from that? TCH, a country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Jiang spoke with a hint of playful sarcasm. This is a piece designed specifically this year by an internationally renowned designer, symbolizing the pursuit of freedom. Do you see that frog motif on the hem of your garment? It carries profound significance. He rambled on about the designer's concepts, his face alight with anticipation as he turned towards Jiang Yirou, eagerly awaiting her praise. However, where was she? Wrap up that outfit that isn't a frog and charge it. Jiang Yirou, at this moment, found the sight of the toad rather off-putting. The sales assistant cast a resentful glance at Jiang, lamenting the presence of such a fool who had inadvertently cost her a sale. What frog? That was clearly a green frog. After completing the payment, Jiang Yirou took the clothes for Cheng Hao and headed out. Miss, let me carry the clothes. No need. They aren't heavy. Besides, you still have to try on outfits. It would be inconvenient to carry things. As Jiang Yirou browsed the men's clothing section, she noticed several pieces suitable for Cheng Hao and decided to take a closer look. Miss, when can we return? Cheng Hao gazed at the numerous bags in Jiang Yirou's hands, his heart trembling. All these items had already cost over 100,000. He finally grasped the sensation of those women accompanying wealthy patrons on shopping sprees. Despite his worldly experience, he could not suppress a feeling of vanity. Having a woman so willing to spend on him was undeniably exhilarating. Ahem. Of course, he was not the type of man easily swayed by temptation. Purchasing clothes was merely part of accompanying the young lady in her professional endeavors. How could he refuse when a young lady wished to dress him up? Are you tired? Not all. What I meant was, if the young lady wishes to shop, I can accompany you. But there's simply too many clothes. Oh, I see. You understand? Cheng Hao's face lit up with joy. That's great. Then let's not buy any clothes. Let's check out some accessories. With that, Jiang Yirou dragged Cheng Hao into a luxury goods store. Cheng Hao thought, was that what she meant? Jiang Yirou began to hold up various accessories against Cheng Hao, spending an eternity deliberating over chains that were quite similar. Cheng Hao dared not move, allowing Jiang Yirou to adorn and remove items from it will. That's it. Wrap it up. Certainly, Miss Jiang. The sales assistant respectfully took the card, beaming as she processed the transaction. Cheng Hao finally exhaled in relief. Miss, can we call it a day? Jiang Yirou felt a tinge of reluctance. However, considering the late hour and the necessity of rising early the next day, she nodded. All right, we'll stop for today. We can return again next time. Jiang Yirou now realized how enjoyable it was to style Cheng Hao. Watching him transform into someone increasingly dapper under her guidance filled her with a sense of pride. The envious glances from women throughout the mall only amplified her feelings of satisfaction. He was to be her future husband. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Cheng Hao felt utterly drained from accompanying a woman on her shopping expedition. Oh no, perhaps it was more accurate to say being accompanied by a woman on her shopping spree. Just a few stores had left him feeling completely exhausted. Cheng Hao, wear this tomorrow. I'll have the servants wash and dry it, so you can wear it. Sure. In truth, he wished to say that the new clothes were fine without a wash. He wasn't particularly fastidious. After all, wearing them for a day before washing would yield the same result, wouldn't it? Yet, seeing Jiang Yirou's earnest expression, he chose to remain silent. Once back in his room, as he intended to change, he recalled a previous embarrassing incident and hurriedly returned to close the door before finally feeling secure enough to undress. Cheng Hao possessed a remarkable physique, honed from years of martial arts practice, a lean yet powerful build, showcasing a set of defined abs. As he pinched his abdomen, he murmured, "TSK. Which fortunate woman will get to touch this in the future?" Chapter 17. One must wonder which man would not go mad upon hearing such words. At 5 in the morning, Cheng Hao was awakened by his biological clock. After a swift wash, he descended the stairs. "Good morning, young master." The butler approached with a cheerful demeanor, recognizing him as the future son-in-law acknowledged by the young lady herself. "Good morning." Dressed in training attire, Cheng Hao proceeded to the villa's garden for his daily practice. He had maintained this routine for over 20 years. Breathing deeply, he focused his energy, channeling it into powerful movements, fully absorbed in the moment. Perhaps due to the plan for a shopping spree later, Jiang Yirou arose particularly early. In her drowsy state, she heard the sound of someone practicing martial arts outside. With her hair cascading loosely and dressed in a flowing gown, she tiptoed barefoot to the balcony. Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou's sleepiness vanished. The formidable figure downstairs, executing graceful yet powerful punches, was Cheng Hao. She had never realized how captivating he was while practicing. Cheng Hao's martial arts were indeed a sight to behold. His movements a return to simplicity, devoid of the flashy techniques seen on television, yet extremely satisfying. Each action exuded mastery, revealing the countless hours of hard work he had invested. After completing 5 rounds of his routine, Cheng Hao finished his practice and noticed applause emanating from above. He looked up to see Jiang Yirou. The morning sun illuminated her, making her appear angelic. Shift. His young lady was truly enchanting. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself to remain composed in the face of such beauty. "Good morning, miss." He wiped his sweat and greeted her. "Cheng Hao, you were amazing." Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled with admiration, brimming with stars. "Ah, miss, you flatter me. Your bodyguards are far more skilled than I. Where did you learn this martial art?" "I don't recall you attending any classes." Jiang Yirou pondered, recalling how Cheng Hao had always been by her side, scarcely leaving her presence. "I learned from a bodyguard, old Master Kai." "Old Master Kai? Isn't he retired?" "Yes, indeed. I learned from him before his retirement." Cheng Hao's gaze softened. During his time in the Jiang household, old Master Kai had taken great care of him, treating him like a beloved grandson. "Miss, it's about time. I'll go take a shower. You can come down for breakfast." Cheng Hao noted that the servants had already set the breakfast table. "All right." Jiang Yirou smiled as she turned, her long hair swirling gracefully in the air, reminiscent of a fairy. For a brief moment, Cheng Hao lost his train of thought, only to regain his composure and to shake his head in exasperation. Touching his heart. "Why can't you let go? She doesn't belong to you." Shaking his head as if to cast aside unrealistic thoughts, he stepped back and sighed. After a quick cold shower, he descended the stairs to find Jiang Yirou already seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing him, she beamed. "All freshened up? Come and eat." Cheng Hao took a seat 2 places away from Jiang Yirou and served himself some porridge. Jiang Yirou watched him intently, her brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" Cheng Hao felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. "Why haven't you dried your hair? You might catch a cold." "No need to dry it. It will dry after breakfast." Cheng Hao replied nonchalantly. "That won't do. You just exercised. With your hair all damp, you'll catch a chill." "Butler, bring a hairdryer." "Of course." "Miss." In less than 2 minutes, the butler presented a hairdryer to him. These 2 minutes were not spent searching for the appliance, but rather sprinting across the vast expanse of the villa, where traversing from one room to another took a full minute. Cheng Hao assumed that Jiang Yirou had brought the hairdryer so he could dry his hair before sitting down to eat, and he was about to suggest that he take it to the bathroom. To his surprise, Jiang Yirou immediately switched on the hairdryer and began to blow-dry his hair. "Miss?" Cheng Hao exclaimed in astonishment, quickly rising to snatch the hairdryer from her. This was absurd. What was his status to allow the young lady to dry his hair? "Don't move. Sit still." Jiang Yirou firmly pressed him back into his seat, her small hands skillfully maneuvering through his hair. This was her first time helping Cheng Hao with his hair, and indeed the first time she had ever styled anyone else's hair aside from her own. To her astonishment, she discovered that Cheng Hao's hair was surprisingly coarse. Although it appeared smooth, the texture was far rougher than her own. Was this the nature of men's hair? Jiang Yirou, engrossed in her task, blew with fervor while Cheng Hao dared not move an inch. The sensation of her soft fingers gliding through his hair rendered him almost breathless. He could hardly believe that he was fortunate enough to have Jiang Yirou drying his hair. It felt surreal. "All done," Jiang Yirou declared with a hint of reluctance as she turned off the hairdryer. "Thank you, miss." Cheng Hao quickly grabbed a few bites of breakfast. "I'm full. I'll go get the car." "You've barely eaten. Do have some more," Jiang Yirou insisted, recalling that Cheng Hao's appetite was not this modest. "I really am full. Mississippi." Just then, Jiang Yirou unexpectedly stuffed a small steamed bun into his mouth. "Have another. We might encounter traffic on the way to the street." And if we can't return until late morning, you'll be left hungry. Do you want to eat breakfast while driving? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yirou mused that it was indeed an option. How about I pack some buns for you to eat on the way? No, I'd rather eat here. To prevent Jiang Yirou from conjuring up such terrifying ideas again, Cheng Hao wolfed down 8 small steamed buns and 2 beef buns. Excuse me, miss, I really am full, Cheng Hao declared, feeling utterly stuffed. Then I shall get you a carton of soy milk. No, wait. Drinking soy milk doesn't suit a young master's stature. I'll just buy coffee later. Huh, young master? No, miss, I'm merely a driver. What stature do I possess? With both hands resting on his shoulders, Jiang Yirou looked at him earnestly. No, you are mistaken. Today, you are the protagonist. Come, let us head to the garage and select a car. With that, Jiang Yirou pulled Cheng Hao towards the garage. Truth be told, he had never been to Jiang Yirou's garage. Usually, when he needed a car, he simply relied on the chauffeur. And unlike other wealthy heirs, Jiang Yirou did not revel in driving fast cars. Thus, he had never set foot in the garage. When the garage door swung open, even Cheng Hao, who had seen his fair share of luxury, couldn't help but be awestruck. He knew Jiang Yirou owned numerous vehicles, but he had no idea the extent of her collection. Each car alone was worth millions, with some even exceeding 100 million. Yet, what was the point of such wealth if they merely accumulated dust here? Which one do you fancy? I had them all washed and maintained yesterday. Any of them will do. What man would not go wild upon hearing such an offer? Any of them? That one over there. Cheng Hao pointed to a sports car at the corner, the cheapest in the garage at a mere 10 million. He was apprehensive about accidentally scratching it while driving. Jiang Yirou wrinkled her nose in disdain. This car is too low-end. It was a gift from years ago. Let us take that one. She pointed to a sleek silver coupe. Cheng Hao's mouth twitched. Miss, 200 million yuan car? I wouldn't dare to drive it. Is it very expensive? I just find it visually appealing. It's merely 200 million. What is there to fear? Jiang Yirou replied with a puzzled expression. It's perfectly fine. Even if it gets damaged, as long as you're safe. 200 million. Not 200 yuan. I know. Jiang Yirou waved to the butler. Bring me the keys for this one. Of course, miss. The butler skillfully retrieved the keys and handed them to Cheng Hao. Young master, please. The respect in his tone was palpable. Previously, Jiang Yirou had always treated Cheng Hao with indifference. But now her eager demeanor suggested that his future status in her family would be anything but ordinary. It was wise to show a bit more respect. Cheng Hao felt the keys were almost burning in his hand. He was merely a novice with a driver's license obtained 6 months ago, yet here he was, about to drive such an expensive car. What a daunting prospect. However, as he settled into the driver's seat, the innate passion for cars ignited within him. An exhilaration coursed through his veins. The moment he pressed the accelerator, he felt like a child filled with joy. Jiang Yirou suddenly remembered she had yet to give him something from her bag. She opened her purse and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. I'm going to put these on you, she said, carefully ensuring she didn't obstruct his view as she helped Cheng Hao with the sunglasses. Cheng Hao glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. He looked quite dashing. Jiang Yirou's taste was undeniably exquisite. The sunglasses suited him perfectly, complementing his attire and lending him a charmingly rebellious air. Jiang Yirou smiled with satisfaction. Yes, quite handsome. It was evident that passers-by agreed with her assessment. As the car halted at a red light, they whipped out their phones to take pictures. Too handsome. Oh my, which young master is this causing such a stir? Young master, look at me. That car, wow, 200 million. He asked, driving a building on a road. Some bolder young women even tossed their contact details into Cheng Hao's lap, sliding down into his lap. Cheng Hao, flustered and shy, had never experienced such attention before. He felt completely at a loss. Yet, his bashfulness only stirred maternal instincts in the nearby women. Oh, how adorable. The young master is blushing. Is he even 18? How innocent. Today, the young master is really putting himself out there for the country. Jiang Yirou frowned. She hadn't anticipated that women would be so audacious. Blatantly flirting with Cheng Hao right in front of her. Cough, cough. Drive. Jiang Yirou's expression turned cold. Cheng Hao quickly started the car, obediently moving forward. Who is that woman? How dare she command the young master? Such a small-minded person. What right does she have to sit beside the young master? Cheng Hao furrowed his brow, coming to a halt. You got it wrong. I'm not a young master. The person beside me is my family's young lady. I'm merely a driver. With that, he resumed driving, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. Huh? What? I thought, how ridiculous. Almost fell for his act. The rapidly changing scenery behind him did not affect Cheng Hao in the slightest. He remained composed as he navigated the vehicle. In truth, there is no need for you to explain anything to them. You are, after all, the scion of the Jiang family. Jiang Yirou lightly bit her lip. Miss, please do not jest. I am merely temporarily residing at the Jiang household. Cheng Hao, the Jiang family is your home. Jiang Yirou was about to say more when a flashier sports car approached them head-on. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai, dressed in flamboyant hip-hop attire, waved from the driver's seat. Hurry up. Jiang Yirou averted her gaze, attempting to feign indifference. To her surprise, Xiao Jiekai executed a swift U-turn, positioning himself directly in front of them. Yirou, your car is quite nice. It pairs well with mine. Shu Shao, do you yist? My vehicle has no resemblance to yours. Kindly move aside. Yirou, would you care to join me in my car? It seems your driver-esque skills are rather lacking. Xiao Jiekai feigned ignorance, referring to Cheng Hao as merely a driver. Xiao Jiekai, he is not a driver. He is Cheng Hao. As for his driving skills, it is not for you to judge. Yirou, Xiao Shao is here as well? He Yuan's boisterous voice echoed as an even flashier sports car crashed into Xiao Jiekai's parking space. Oh dear, my apologies, Xiao Shao. I got a bit too excited and couldn't brake in time. He Yuan spoke with an air of apology, though his eyes betrayed no remorse. He pushed his car back slightly, the front intact, but Xiao Jiekai's vehicle bore a significant dent in its rear. He Yuan, you shall compensate for my car. Xiao Jiekai was furious. This was the new car he had begged his brother for yesterday, fresh from the dealership, and it hadn't even had a license plate affixed before it required repairs. Terribly sorry. However, your car is rather flimsy. If a collision were to occur at high speed, it could be perilous. You ought to be grateful. Had it not been for my thorough inspection, you might have faced severe repercussions later. You, Xiao Jiekai, was on the verge of fury. Was he cursing him to encounter an accident? Xiao Shao, do not be angry. I will have my car perform a little jig for you as an apology. He Yuan, with a mischievous grin, began to make his car sway back and forth, mimicking a carnival ride, every gesture and expression mocking Xiao Jiekai. He Yuan, I'll pay you 5. Xiao Jiekai was incensed, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Xiao Shao, I will compensate for your vehicle. I will have someone deliver one to you shortly. Jiang Yirou interjected, her brow furrowed, interrupting Xiao Jiekai's coarse language. Was a refined appearance he typically maintained merely a facade? Such behavior revealed his true nature, and her admiration for him waned considerably. Yirou, let us go. Jiang Yirou instructed Cheng Hao. Without hesitation, Cheng Hao retreated swiftly, maneuvering around Xiao Jiekai's damaged vehicle and driving away, leaving Xiao Jiekai in a cloud of exhaust. A slight farewell, Xiao Shao. He Yuan waved mockingly as he departed. Chapter 19, Let Go, Miss. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. I have long been displeased with Xiao Jiekai's pretentious demeanor. He Yuan, Cheng Hao shot him a warning glare. Criticizing Xiao Jiekai in Jiang Yirou's presence, what would she think? As it turned out, Jiang Yirou couldn't be bothered to even glance their way. They parked by the roadside, soon surrounded by a throng eager to take photos with the car. Opting to leave the vehicle to them, Cheng Hao and his companions sought refuge in a nearby restaurant. After wandering all morning, I am positively famished. He Yuan lamented, clutching his empty stomach as he leaned on the table. Did you not have breakfast? Cheng Hao glanced at the time. It was barely 10:30. Oh, I overslept. By the time I awoke, I was nearly late. I didn't even brush my teeth. He Yuan grinned sheepishly. Cheng Hao took a step back, visibly repulsed. Is that why you reek? Can't you maintain some hygiene? Hey, what else with that expression? Although I didn't brush my teeth, I did rinse with mouthwash. Truly, you can believe me. He Yuan pouted, leaning closer to Cheng Hao's face. I refuse. You must. I need to prove my innocence. No, don't be shy. Jiang Yirou watched the two chase and evade each other, unable to suppress a giggle. As Cheng Hao recoiled in distaste, pressing himself against the wall, he quickly interjected, He Yuan, everyone is watching you. Had he delayed any longer, He Yuan would have inadvertently nibbled on Cheng Hao's nose. Huh, what are they looking at? He Yuan blinked, glancing around. The gazes directed his way were rather peculiar. He even noticed a table of 2 girls whose eyes sparkled with interest. Cheng Hao was utterly exasperated by He Yuan's obliviousness. Let go, you fool. Only then did He Yuan belatedly comprehend the nature of their pose. Quite suggestive, indeed. He quickly released Cheng Hao and stepped back. Goodness, we're nothing to each other. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead. What a feeble defense. Indifferent to He Yuan's foolishness, he seated himself. Just as the dishes arrived, he promptly began to eat heartily. Jiang, may I switch seats with you? He Yuan squirmed, feeling the weight of the stares from the fangirls, fearing he might lose his dignity. Jiang Yirou paused mid-bite. Sure. Though she maintained a calm facade, internally she was elated. She had just lamented not sitting beside Cheng Hao, and now an opportunity presented itself. She rose more swiftly than He Yuan, moving to his side as if fearing he would reconsider. Once He Yuan vacated the seat, she settled down slowly. Cheng Hao, The ribs are quite delectable. Would you like to try some? Cheng Hao quickly placed down his chopsticks and used serving chopsticks to transfer ribs to Jiang Yirou's plate. I'm not. Jiang Yirou intended to say that the ribs were delicious and he could help himself to more. What else would you like? No. That's all right. I can manage. Oh. Cheng Hao decisively set down the serving chopsticks and resumed his meal. Mealtime is paramount. Once satisfied, we shall have the energy to enjoy the evening's entertainment. Do you have plans for tonight? Jiang Yirou inquired, her chopsticks poised. None. Cheng Hao and He Yuan replied in unison. Do not deceive me. You clearly plan to confront that woman tonight. Jiang Yirou regarded them incredulously. Then you must know we have no intention of bringing you along. Cheng Hao stated plainly. However, I wish to go. She set down her chopsticks, her expression earnest. No way. You have class tonight. Furthermore, what we intend to do is not suitable for a young lady like you to witness. You are merely a few months older than me. By what right do you dismiss me? What is it that you can see that I cannot? Jiang Yirou challenged Cheng Hao. Miss, please do not be difficult. I am not jesting. I will take you home shortly, and you must not venture out tonight, understand? I refuse. Jiang Yirou decisively seized Cheng Hao's arm. If you refuse to comply, I shall persistently cling to you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Cheng Hao, taken aback by her sudden action, felt his cheeks flush profusely. Miss, please let go. No, not unless you agree. At that moment, Jiang Yirou discovered Cheng Hao's Achilles heel. As long as she drew near, he would become flustered. Today, she had resolved to cast aside her reservations. He Yuan glanced between Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou, stifling a laugh. Ahem, Cheng Hao, since the young lady wishes to accompany you, why not let her? She is now of age, and there are no restrictions for us this evening. Cheng Hao shot him a glare. What do you mean by no restrictions? I'm about to be stripped bare by Wang Yuan and thrown onto the bed. Isn't that restrictive enough? Look, He Yuan is unbothered. Just take me along. Jiang Yirou realized that whenever she began to act coy, Cheng Hao's demeanor softened. Could it be that her previous aloof approach was misguided? To validate her suspicion, Jiang Yirou intensified her pitiful gaze, causing Cheng Hao to avert his eyes. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yirou's lips. So it is, she mused. Cheng Hao's ears flushed uncontrollably. What had possessed Jiang Yirou? Why was she beseeching him with such a watery gaze? This was something he had never dared to imagine, only dreaming of it in his fantasies. What to do? He was in quite a predicament, feeling the urgency keenly. Ultimately, fate did not intervene, and he found himself half-heartedly agreeing. Then what do you propose we do this evening? What must I prepare? The unrestrained Jiang Yirou could no longer conceal her mischievous side. He Yuan was clearly excited, as if he were about to divulge someone else's scandal. Jiang, this evening, I shall discuss matters with Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou nodded attentively. I suggest we assemble a team of reporters to photograph her incessantly. We shall terrify her. Excellent idea. It is far more enjoyable to share the fun. Leave this to me. I'll summon people to come over with professional equipment. I guarantee it will be authentic. Jiang Yirou had not allowed herself to be so carefree in a long while. Her mischievous spirit could no longer be contained. Hello, Lincheng Daily? This is Jiang Yirou. Hello, today's evening news? This is Jiang Yirou. Please send some personnel to House and Grand Hotel tonight. After making a round of calls, Jiang Yirou finally set down the phone, satisfied. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ahem. Jiang, why did you invite so many people? It was only supposed to be for show. He Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Huh? Show? Aren't they really coming? Such matters must be reported in the news for her to remember. Jiang Yirou spoke with conviction, already plotting how to orchestrate the headlines and propel them into the limelight. Cheng Hao chuckled at He Yuan's expense. He Yuan, your love life is about to become famous. After all, He Yuan had not only failed to assist him, but had also conspired with Jiang Yirou to pressure him into agreeing. Chapter 20. Not at all. Indeed. At House and Grand Hotel, Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou, and He Yuan crouched conspiratorially by the entrance. Is she here yet? Jiang Yirou, being petite, was completely obscured by them. She's here. Quickly, take your seats. He Yuan gestured to Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou to find nearby seats. Yuan, you finally arrived. We were waiting for you. He Yuan greeted her warmly. Wang Yuan was about to link arms with He Yuan, as usual, but found herself grasping at air. Bewildered, she noted that He Yuan, who usually clung to her, was avoiding her today. Yuan, why aren't you coming over to sit? He Yuan continued. I've ordered your favorite caviar. You mentioned envying those who could indulge in caviar worth tens of thousands, right? It's my birthday today, and I will grant your every wish. Wang Yuan felt reassured. It must have been a misunderstanding. He Yuan adored her too much to intentionally avoid her. As she approached the table, she finally noticed Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. Yuan, who are they? Upon seeing their attire, she realized they were quite the catch. Oh, they're my classmates who came to celebrate my birthday. Ah. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly. Hello, I am He Yuan's girlfriend. Her gaze lingered on Cheng Hao a moment longer, exuding an air of coyness that might lead one to believe she had an interest in him. This male classmate appeared far more handsome than He Yuan. The outfit he wore, which she recognized from magazines, must have cost thousands. In contrast to He Yuan's mere $100 t-shirt, her interest in He Yuan diminished instantaneously. However, as a seasoned flirt, she would not let any opportunity slip away. Hello. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou merely nodded, showing no intention of introducing themselves. Wang Yuan assessed Cheng Hao and then glanced at Jiang Yirou. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are you two a couple?" "Not at all." "Indeed." Cheng Hao's eyes widened in disbelief at Jiang Yirou's words. What was she saying? Indeed? Was she truly so committed to this charade? Wang Yuan smiled knowingly. "Ah, I see. The lady is smitten, but the gentleman is indifferent. This made things easier." Observing Jiang Yirou's delicate demeanor, it was evident she was inexperienced in the art of seduction. Men, who doesn't enjoy a little playful banter? Since we are all friends, why don't we exchange contact information? We can plan outings together in the future. No need. If you wish to arrange something, you can go through He Yuan. Jiang Yirou straightforwardly rejected her. Wang Yuan remained unperturbed, well-versed in the art of capturing a man's heart. Patience was key. With a feigned expression of sadness, she settled down, turning to He Yuan with a pitiful look. Yuan, it seems your friends do not like me very much." He Yuan suppressed a smirk, maintaining a facade of doting affection. "Not at all. My friends are merely shy and not adept at making new acquaintances. I'm the only one willing to befriend them." Cheng Hao made a gesture of disdain. What a self-aggrandizing statement. Wang Yuan, ever understanding, replied, "I was only joking. Your friends are all very friendly." Dishes began to arrive in succession, and Wang Yuan's eyes widened at the sight. King crab, giant prawns, caviar, foie gras. The boyfriends she had dated before were all from working-class backgrounds. Such upscale dining experiences were far beyond their reach. Initially, she had approached He Yuan with a sense of curiosity, thinking that the wealthy were hard to entice. But to her surprise, He Yuan was so naive that he was completely under her spell. She could lead him anywhere, as he would never dare to oppose her. She concluded it was her charm that was simply irresistible. "Yuan, today is your birthday, and I baked a cake for you." Wang Yuan shyly produced a modest 6-inch cake from behind her. "However, I didn't realize you would have friends, so the cake might be a bit small." "No worries, Yuan. Your sentiment is appreciated." "Yuan, shall we order another bottle of wine? It's your birthday. Let's indulge a little." "Sounds great. Waiter, bring us some white liquor." He Yuan shouted toward the outside. "No, Yuan. White liquor is too strong. Shall we opt for red wine instead?" "Isn't it customary to order red wine?" Wang Yuan could hardly fathom that He Yuan would choose white liquor. "I prefer a touch of white. Red wine tastes too sour and unpalatable." Wang Yuan's lips twitched, and thinking about the plans for later, she forced a smile and acquiesced. "All right then, but I'm not well-versed in drinking white. I won't consume too much. You need only share a sip with us." Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Wang Yuan felt relieved. If He Yuan remained sober while she succumbed to inebriation, their plans would fall apart. When the drinks arrived, it was not merely a bottle, but a whole crate. "Yuan, there's far too much white liquor. We won't finish it all. Don't worry. I just enjoy the display. Rest assured, we won't leave any behind." Wang Yuan felt at ease. "Come, Yuan, I truly appreciate your unwavering support throughout my journey, urging me not to abandon my studies. Today is my birthday. Let's share this one." This toast was one she could not refuse. "Cheers." She pinched her nose and downed the drink, just as she intended to sit down. Cheng Hao raised his glass and stood. "He Yuan, today is your birthday. Let's all toast to you." Wang Yuan's glass was once again filled to the brim. In the spirit of camaraderie, she downed another glass, feeling slightly lightheaded. But before she could muster an excuse, Jiang Yirou raised her glass. "He Yuan, happy birthday. May you excel in your upcoming examinations and gain admission to your desired institution." Faced with Jiang Yirou's challenging gaze, Wang Yuan tilted her head back and drank. Who could possibly outdrink me? Chinese women do not back down. Little did she know, before she could boast, calamity struck. Jiang Yirou's glass was snatched away by Jiang Hao, who drank it himself. So what was the point of her earlier bravado? With determination, she resolved not to drink another glass. Yuan. He Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan with deep emotion. "I am sincerely grateful to you. You are like an elder sister to me, caring and tolerant. I've spoken to my parents about you, and they said if I truly like you, I should bring you home to meet them. Gome, let us toast to a beautiful future." Wang Yuan held her glass, torn with indecision. This toast seemed, indeed, necessary, her head already spinning. She instinctively downed the white liquor in her glass. Now, her head was even more muddled. Oh dear, why is my head spinning so? I can't take it anymore. I think I might be drunk. He Yuan's lament momentarily cleared Wang Yuan's foggy mind. Her brain received the command. The target is now intoxicated. Commence the plan. Chapter 21. Today is my birthday, and you want me to go to the library to take an exam? Wang Yuan's hazy mind reveled in the sight of Cheng Hao and the others succumbing to inebriation, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Haha, their drinking capacity doesn't even match mine. Oof. Cheng Hao, leaning heavily on the table, felt Wang Yuan sway as she approached. As he wondered if she was tipsy, her hand brushed against his. What a lovely hand. Wang Yuan, like a seductress, boldly touched him. It seemed even more appealing. Be good. I'll take you to your room to rest. Cheng Hao's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Damn, is she that desperate? He resolutely refused to get up. Wang Yuan tugged at him for a while, but couldn't budge him. Why are you so heavy? Forget it. There's always tomorrow, huh? Finally. She staggered towards He Yuan. Cheng Hao sighed in relief. Jiang Yirou set down the wine bottle she had been gripping. Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, you have a serious headache. He Yuan stifled his laughter for a long time, nearly losing control. Half-heartedly, he followed Wang Yuan upstairs, reaching their intended room. Everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Cheng Hao and the others stealthily trailed behind, while Wang Yuan believed she had closed the door, only for Cheng Hao to reopen it. The critical moment arrived. Wang Yuan set her phone up and began to remove her clothing. Cheng Hao was recording when someone covered his eyes. Jiang Yirou whispered in his ear, "Well, you should TC, don't look." Cheng Hao, bemused, said, "If you cover my eyes, how can I film?" "I'll do it." "No way. He Yuan will also be undressing soon." "I want to look." He Yuan lay on the bed like a corpse, inwardly cursing. "Damn, are you two flirting? Have you forgotten about the brother lying here, almost losing his innocence? Does anyone care about him? That crazy woman Wang Yuan is about to strip him." Finally, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou came to their senses. "Let the reporters in." "All right." Suddenly, a multitude of reporters rushed in, snapping photos of Wang Yuan and He Yuan. "Miss, are you attempting to take advantage of this inebriated student? How do you feel about drugging a high school student? This young lady seems quite liberated. I assume you won't mind if we share this footage on social media?" "Ah!" Wang Yuan's drunkenness vanished in an instant. She grabbed the bedsheet to shield herself. He Yuan also woke up at that moment, looking heartbroken as he pointed at Wang Yuan. "Yuan, I never imagined you were this kind of person." Seeing He Yuan's exaggerated performance sent chills down Cheng Hao's spine. Thankfully, Wang Yuan was too preoccupied to notice. Otherwise, she'd expose his over-the-top act. It was Jiang Yirou's first time witnessing such a scandal, and she excitedly pinched Cheng Hao. "Ha ha ha." Wang Yuan nearly had a heart attack. This is how you deal with a player like her. At 25 years old, lying about being 18. How shameless. What? She's 25? He Yuan said she was only 20. Jiang Yirou's lips twitched. What? Didn't you all check the information? I sent it to you. Cough. I didn't get the chance. No time. Cheng Hao, relying on his past life's memories, believed he understood Wang Yuan well enough, so he hadn't looked at all. He Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Let us break up." He was about to storm out when he almost forgot his clothes in his fervor. Clothes. Cheng Hao reminded. Only then did He Yuan turn back to put on his clothes. As the three of them burst out of the hotel, they laughed heartily. Ha ha. Wang Yuan's face was as pale as a ghost just now. It was hilarious. Jiang Yirou was thoroughly delighted. This was retribution for her earlier encounter with Cheng Hao. Thanks to you all, or I would have been completely outsmarted by Wang Yuan. He Yuan, upon realizing she was 25 yet claimed to be 20, felt a sense of discomfort. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a woman older than him. It was her deceitful facade that he found hard to reconcile. Cheng Hao simply chuckled and playfully punched him. Be cautious when dating in the future, all right? I dare not engage any further. He Yuan Jing graciously declined, stating that he must devote himself to diligent study and strive for self-improvement daily, aspiring to gain admission to a prestigious university. Is that so? As a good brother, I must extend my support. Cheng Hao pulled him towards the car, suggesting they head to the library to tackle a couple of practice papers before returning home. At that moment, He Yuan wore a perplexed expression. Are you out of your mind? Today is my birthday, and you wanted to go to the library to work on papers? The suggestion of going to the library for papers was surely a jest. Yet the birthday gift of papers was undoubtedly a certainty. Here, I have compiled a selection of classic exam questions from previous years overnight. If you master these, gaining admission to a top-tier university should be a breeze. Cheng Hao carelessly stacked a few papers and tossed them to He Yuan. Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh nearby. What do you mean by compiled overnight? She had clearly seen Cheng Hao only spend half an hour on the computer the previous night. Brother, That S rather half-hearted. ISNT it? One paper for each subject? You think that S enough for me to get into a top university? What about all the papers our teachers assign us daily? Cheng Hao chuckled. If you trust me, complete these papers and grasp the concept you struggle with. I assure you'll secure a spot at a prestigious university. He Yuan expressed his skepticism. But what if I don't get in? If you don't, I'll play games with you for 3 days and nights without respite. You mean it? He Yuan's enthusiasm surged, and it was settled. A promise is a promise. The advantage of being reincarnated is the ability to foresee many things in advance. For instance, the Gaokao exam questions. All right, I'm willing to wager. If I get into a prestigious university, my family will surely throw a grand banquet. At that time, the red envelopes I receive will be split evenly between us. Don't be fooled by the notion of splitting. The red envelopes for my relatives will be substantial. They all start at a minimum of 100,000. Half of that would amount to a considerable fortune. Cheng Hao smirked and clapped his hands. It's a deal. Anyone who doesn't strive for wealth is a fool. In this lifetime, he must earn money diligently. After all, wealth is the undeniable truth. With enough money, what girl could he not attract? Cheng Hao discreetly glanced at Jiang Yirou. Ahem, he would certainly not fall into the same trap again. Cheng Hao, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yirou inquired curiously. Ahem, I was contemplating how to use the first bucket of gold He Yuan gave me to build my fortune. You're considering starting a business? I do have such intentions. Cheng Hao was reluctant to divulge too much to Jiang Yirou. To her, that amount of money was barely sufficient for a month's allowance. Yet, in his eyes, it represented endless possibilities. Chapter 22. Sometimes, one feels so impoverished that they contemplate calling the police. What kind of business do you intend to pursue? Can I be included? Jiang Yirou tilted her head, questioning Cheng Hao. Indeed, Cheng Hao, you must include me. I may lack many things, but not money. If I get into university, my father promised to reward me with 1 million. Cheng Hao, sometimes, one truly feels so impoverished that they contemplate calling the police. Your father's intention must surely be for you to gain admission to a prestigious university, right? Yes. He surely expects me to secure a spot in a top university for that 1 million reward. Although it is somewhat excessive, it's not entirely unacceptable. No. My father said that with my current abilities, merely getting into any university would be commendable. As long as I manage to enroll, he'll give me 1 million. Then if you get into a prestigious university, wouldn't your father give you even more? He would surely hesitate to part with his life. But the bonus would at least double. He Yuan grinned and held up 2 fingers. I don't wish to converse any further with you. Cheng Hao turned and walked away. These money-crazed lunatics. 3 million, huh? That's enough for him to start several ventures. He Yuan and Jiang Yirou exchanged glances, bewildered by Cheng Hao's sudden disinterest. Cheng Hao, what is wrong? Is the amount insufficient? I can throw a tantrum, and my father might produce another 100,000. He Yuan chased after him. Jiang Yirou quickly followed suit. Is it not enough? If at ISNT, I still have some pocket money. If that is still insufficient, the car in the garage should be worth something. Cheng Hao, sometimes one truly feels helpless. Jiang, you're quite generous. Ha! Cheng Hao, with Jiang's sponsorship, what project could we not undertake? Speak up. Are you looking to buy a factory, or perhaps an entire street for rental income? Cheng Hao's lips twitched. Neither. Presently, he possessed only a few thousand in savings, which was still the living allowance provided by the Jiang family. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to earn. Rather, he had initially held himself to high standards, feeling embarrassed to use the Jiang family's money, thus avoiding it as much as possible. However, having lived again, he had gained clarity on many matters. One cannot live without their own capital. Being overly principled doesn't fill the stomach. But collaborating with Jiang Yirou, he wished to sever ties with her after high school. Collaboration? Absolutely out of the question. So what business are you considering? He Yuan scratched the back of his head. Cheng Hao had a sudden inspiration to pursue business while avoiding direct refusal. He would make them aware of the difficulties. Ahem. Actually, I'm engaged in small-scale business ventures. It's not quite suitable for you both. Small-scale business is perfectly fine. We can treat it as practice. Indeed, Cheng Hao, I'm entirely capable. Cheng Hao secretly chuckled, maintaining a serious facade. Well, it's on you. Whoever backs out is a coward. Huh. He Yuan scoffed. Why would anyone back out of business? Even if it's a small venture, even a few million. Cough. A few million is still infeasible. My father would be furious. Anything under 1 million should be fine. Jiang Yirou, with utmost sincerity, remarked. For me, losing 100 million is not a significant issue. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. 2 beasts. The specific project will be disclosed once I've organized my thoughts. Then tomorrow, I'll come over to your house so we can brainstorm together. 3 heads are better than 1. Cheng Hao looked at him, speechless, trying to be tactful. You're the only one with a stinky head. He Yuan, that hits hard. After bidding farewell to He Yuan, they each drove home. Cheng Hao did not drive fast, the wind tousling his hair like waves of ripening wheat. Reflecting on the fact that this hair was styled by his own hands, Jiang Yirou felt a surge of accomplishment. What are your plans for tomorrow? Jiang Yirou inquired. Cheng Hao looked at her in confusion. Didn't you have a personal training session on Sunday? It was only then Jiang Yirou recalled she had a dance class the following day. Then, well, I'm at dance class. What do you usually do outside? Jiang Yirou had been practicing dance for 15 years. Every week, her dance instructor would come to her family's practice room to teach her. She had always known that no matter when her class ended, Cheng Hao would be nearby. However, she had never paid attention to what he did while waiting. Typically, I practice by myself, read a bit, and then check in with the kitchen about lunch preparations, overseeing their progress. Once you finish your class, I also need to discuss your recent diet, training intensity, and so forth with the instructor. Listening to Cheng Hao recount his schedule in detail, Jiang Yirou's mind conjured an image of him diligently managing everything outside while she was in class. Perhaps only during those moments could he attend to his own affairs. The rest of the time seemed to belong entirely to her. Yet, she considered all this to be utterly natural. Sorry. Jiang Yirou lowered her head, her voice muffled. Cheng hadn't quite grasped her sudden apology. I hadn't realized how exhausted you were, with no personal time, not even the chance to rest properly. I had assumed that while I was in class, you would surely be taking a break. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. No, you need not apologize. It is I who ought to express my gratitude to you. You have made me feel valued. If I were merely to enjoy the Jiang family support without contributing in any way, I doubt I could feel so at ease. He continued, I am delighted to care for the young lady. It falls within the realm of my duties. Jiang Yirou's complexion turned pale as she murmured, is it merely a duty? Is there not a trace of affection? Her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. A heaviness enveloped her chest, a dull ache that nearly suffocated her. Cheng Hao noticed her unusual demeanor. Young lady, what is the matter? He hastily pulled over to the side of the road, checking Jiang Yirou's condition. She pressed her hand against her heart, unable to utter a word. It felt as if two entities were tearing at her from within, and sorrow surged through her like an unstoppable tide. Cheng Hao's voice seemed muted, as if filtered through a barrier, while Jiang Yirou struggled to breathe. Observing her pallid face, beads of sweat cascading down, he dared not delay any longer and pressed the accelerator towards the nearest hospital. Young lady, take a deep breath. We shall arrive at the hospital shortly. Cheng Hao felt his voice tremble, yet his hands remained steady. The car sped to its maximum, disregarding all traffic signals. Upon reaching the emergency hall, he scooped Jiang Yirou into his arms, running while calling out, Doctor! Doctor! Help! Jiang Yirou was placed onto a stretcher, swiftly fitted with an oxygen mask, and wheeled into the emergency room. Classmates and family, please wait outside. Cheng Hao attempted to rush in, but was halted by a nurse at the door. The door closed before him, and he sank to the ground, pulling at his hair in frustration. Please, let her be all right. She must not come to harm. If my rebirth has altered the course of fate, I would willingly depart. Chapter 23. Cheng Hao announces he will be spending the night with a young lady at a hotel. Cheng Hao maintained his position, observing the comings and goings in the corridor while in the emergency room, beds were pushed in and out. Yet, Jiang Yirou remained inside. Are the family members of Jiang Yirou present? I am. Cheng Hao stumbled to his feet, nearly losing his balance after squatting for too long. He limped toward the doctor. I'm a family member of Jiang Yirou. How is she faring? The patient has stabilized and will soon be transferred to a regular ward. But what was wrong with her? The patient had been trapped in her own world for an extended period. We had to summon the hospital's leading psychologist to coax her from her delusions. It appears she has suffered a significant trauma and is choosing to evade reality. Please pay close attention to her psychological state and avoid further distressing her. Thank you, doctor. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Cheng Hao was left in the dark regarding the nature of Jiang Yirou's trauma. He could only follow the medical staff as they transported her to the ward. After a final examination, the medical personnel exited, leaving Cheng Hao alone with Jiang Yirou. The beeping of the machines filled the silence as she lay vulnerably on the hospital bed. Cheng Hao gazed at her intently. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from home. He realized he had yet to inform his family. Hello. Upon answering, the butler's voice came through. Young Master Cheng, is our young lady with you? I can't reach her. Butler Wu, the young lady is here. We are at a classmate's birthday dinner. Oh, I see. I'm relieved to know she is with you. When will you be back? I'm not quite certain. It's possible we will stay overnight at the hotel. Cheng Hao glanced at the still unconscious Jiang Yirou, concluding that she would likely not be discharged that day. Ah, very well. With you taking care of the young lady, both the master and I can rest easy. Thank you for looking after her. Of course. Cheng Hao hung up, feeling a twinge of guilt. He was uncertain whether concealing the truth was right, but informing them now seemed futile. It would be better to wait until Jiang Yirou awoke before making a decision. Unbeknownst to him, his lack of elaboration transformed into a different narrative in the ears of old Master Jiang. Master, just now. Cheng Hao mentioned he would be spending the night with a young lady at a hotel. Upon hearing this, old Master Jiang beamed with delight. Are you certain you did not mishear? Did Cheng Hao truly say that? Absolutely. Ha ha ha. Yirou is remarkably swift. She has captured Cheng Hao's heart so quickly. Truly, she is a worthy descendant of the Jiang family. After an hour's slumber, Jiang Yirou slowly regained consciousness. As her gaze fell upon the stark, white ceiling, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Where was she? Why did her body feel as though it had been run over by a vehicle, heavy and achingly fatigued? What was this scent of antiseptic? Young lady, are you awake? Jiang Yirou turned her head to find Cheng Hao. Young lady, you have finally awakened. We are the hospital. Cheng Hao, noticing her bewilderment, explained. The hospital? Jiang Yirou's voice was hoarse. Yes. Cheng Hao fetched a cup of warm water, gently assisting her to sit up. Here, have some water. Jiang Yirou greedily drank the entire cup, her thirst momentarily quenched. Is that enough? Would you like another cup? Cheng Hao's tone was gentle, and Jiang Yirou thought to herself, if only Cheng Hao would treat her with such tenderness, being hospitalized wouldn't be so bad. After finishing another cup, she shook her head. I am full. Cheng Hao placed the cup on the bedside table, still supporting her. Would you like to lie down or sit for a while? Let us sit. Jiang Yirou wished to say that being held like this was sufficient for her. Unfortunately, Cheng Hao merely retrieved a pillow, placing it behind her as a prop. What happened to me? After drinking the water, Jiang Yirou felt more alert and naturally recalled the events in the car. However, she would never admit it. After all, she was unsure how to explain it to him. Cheng Hao was also at a loss for words. Remembering the doctor's warning that she should not be subjected to further stress, he decided it best not to mention it, lest it provoke her. It's nothing. You may have simply skipped dinner and are experiencing low blood sugar. Oh, that explains it. I'm quite hungry. Jiang Yirou cooperatively lied. Shall I get you some porridge? No, I want fried chicken. Jiang Yirou was teasing him. It was late. Where'd he find fried chicken? Cheng Hao was indeed taken aback. Young lady, eating fried chicken at this hour will cause breakouts. Knockout. Jiang Yirou envisioned her face covered in blemishes, shivering at the thought. Then never mind, I'll stick to porridge. Cheng Hao chuckled. Good girl. If you still wish for chicken, I will prepare it for you tomorrow during the day. You can make fried chicken? Jiang Yirou asked, astonished. Of course. It's not particularly difficult. Cheng Hao replied, while searching for nearby porridge places on his phone. But you've never cooked for me before. Well, young lady, you never mentioned wanting to eat before. All right, you've won. I wasn't particularly keen on eating, but now that you mention it, I find myself increasingly hungry. Can you manage to stay here alone? Cheng Hao expressed a hint of concern. I'm not a child. Jiang Yirou relished his attentive care. You go ahead and bring me some fruit while you're at it. What kind of fruit do you desire? After pondering for quite a while, Jiang Yirou was unable to decide. Cheng Hao found her deep in thought amusing. Struggling to choose food for so long feels harder than solving a problem. Solving problems is easy, but deciding on what to eat is a daunting task. It seems I want to eat everything. How about I bring you a platter with a mix of sweet and sour? Would that suffice? Yes, that would be splendid. Jiang Yirou seemed to have finally unraveled a difficult conundrum, her eyes sparkling with joy. This young lady was unlike any he had encountered in his previous life, leading Cheng Hao to question whether he had truly been reborn or if it was merely an illusion. Could his reincarnation actually alter Jiang Yirou's character? Unable to comprehend, he decided not to dwell on it, as soon they would enter university, and their paths would likely diverge. Everything would return to normal, wouldn't it? When he exited the hospital, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and the streets were eerily silent, save for the occasional passerby returning from night shifts. Naturally, the absence of people did not imply that everyone was asleep. Rather, the residents of his city were accustomed to ordering takeout to enjoy at home. Thus, when Cheng Hao arrived at the porridge shop, it was nearly empty, but the owner was far from idle. The frequent notifications of new orders indicated the thriving business of the establishment. Boss, I'd like a bowl of shredded chicken porridge. Coming right up. Please hold on. The owner was so busy that he barely had time to lift his head. Just then, a limping woman emerged from the shop. Dear, why are you out here? I can manage by myself. I was just lounging around inside. It's no trouble to pack a few orders. The woman took a spoon and looked at Cheng Hao with a warm smile. Classmate, one bowl of shredded chicken porridge, is it? Yes. Do you have any other recommendations? My husband's beef buns are delightful. Would you care to try some? Absolutely. I'll take two. I also noticed there are rice cakes. What fillings do they have? There are ones with scallions and others with meat. Then let us get one of each. Sure thing. The woman efficiently packed the orders. As she turned, she accidentally bumped into a man, spilling the porridge he was holding. "Oh no, are you all right, dear? Did you get burned?" The woman's face was filled with concern as she grasped the man's hand. "Yeah, mi fine. I'm not that fragile. You should sit down for a bit. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. Just stay put." The man feigned a stern demeanor as he guided the woman to a nearby seat. The shop's order alerts continued to ring, yet the man's focus was solely on his wife. "My apologies for the wait." His booming voice contrasted sharply with the gentle care he displayed towards her. "It's quite all right." Cheng Hao smiled, indicating he wasn't bothered. It was evident that the owner and his wife shared a deep bond. And indeed, in my younger days, I put forth tremendous effort to win her over. I must cherish her. The owner handed Cheng Hao his order. "Here you go. I even added a sweet rice dumpling for you. Take care." "Thank you, boss." Cheng Hao envied such a love, simple yet enduring. Upon returning to the hospital room, Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou hurriedly concealing something beneath the blanket. He feigned ignorance. "I brought you your favorite shredded chicken porridge. I noticed the buns and rice cakes at that shop looked rather appealing, so I picked up a few." The owner was quite generous and even included a sweet dumpling. Cheng Hao set up the bedside table and began to unpack the items. "Wow, everything looks delicious." Jiang Yirou, enticed, reached for a bun. "What filling is this?" "Potato and beef. I snuck a taste on the way here, and it was quite delightful." "Really?" Jiang Yirou inquired. Taking a delicate bite, the filling burst forth. "Wow, so much filling." She quickly tried to catch it with her mouth like a greedy little squirrel. "How is it? Is it tasty?" Cheng Hao offered her some napkins. It's absolutely delicious." Perhaps having fully relaxed, she no longer chewed each small bite meticulously. In just a few bites, she had devoured a bun, her cheeks puffing out, prompting Cheng Hao to playfully poke her cheek. He thought it, and his hand was honest enough to reach out. When his finger touched Jiang Yirou's cheek, both were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yirou halted her chewing, her face flushing crimson. Cheng Hao retracted his hand as if scalded. "Ahem, you have something on your face. Allow me to remove it." Cheng Hao never imagined he would find himself resorting to such an awkward excuse. "Really?" Jiang Yirou touched the corner of her mouth. "Is there still something?" "No more." Cheng Hao picked up the rice cake. "Which one do you prefer? One with meat filling or scallions?" He skillfully shifted the topic. "I'll take the scallion one. It smells so good. Here you go." Cheng Hao carefully wrapped one in oil paper for her, ensuring her hands remained clean. "Thank you." This time, Jiang Yirou dared not take a large bite, noticing the soup seeping through the rice skin. It must be quite juicy. She cautiously took a small bite, and the juices flowed out. "So delicious. You should try some." Jiang Yirou had never tasted such a delectable rice cake. "Is that so? I'll sample the meat one." Cheng Hao, however, indulged with abandon, stuffing a whole piece into his mouth. "Slow down. Once you choke, glutinous rice is quite sticky." Jiang Yirou worried that Cheng Hao might choke and hurriedly offered her a cup of water. Cheng Hao naturally accepted the cup and drank heartily, only to realize it was the very cup Jiang Yirou had just used. Jiang Yirou noticed this as well, her eyes filled with embarrassment, uncertain where to look. "I didn't do it on purpose." She hastened to explain, fearing Cheng Hao might think it was intentional. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you apologizing?" "I should be the one apologizing." The atmosphere between them shifted, becoming subtly charged. Ultimately, Cheng Hao broke the silence. "Let us eat the porridge. It'll be cold soon." This was a beautiful accident, not something to dwell upon. "This is such a large portion, I can't possibly finish it. How about we split it in half?" Jiang Yirou looked at the hefty bowl of porridge, somewhat troubled. It wouldn't be good to waste what Cheng Hao had gone out to buy in the middle of the night. Cheng Hao patted his stomach, feeling he could still manage half a bowl. "All right, I'll go ask the nurse for a disposable bowl." Before long, Jiang Yirou saw Cheng Hao return with a bucket. Where's the bowl? Why did you bring a stainless steel bucket?" "Oh dear, don't even get me started. This hospital doesn't have a single disposable bowl. A kind nurse saw how pitiful I looked and lent me her equipment bucket, telling me to just line it with a plastic bag to use as a bowl." "But where's the plastic bag?" "Only the plastic bag from the fruit purchase could be borrowed." That plastic bag seemed quite fitting. He scooped half of the porridge into the bucket. "Would this be enough to eat?" "It seems so." Jiang Yirou watched the fellow eat and couldn't help but chuckle. "Go ahead and laugh." Cheng Hao, with an air of indifference, sat down and began to eat the porridge with a spoon. "I must eat quickly. I need to return it soon." The nurse said, "If it weren't for your handsome face, I wouldn't have lent it to you. I never expected there would be a day when I could rely on my looks for meals." Cheng Hao shook his head in resignation as he ate, eliciting laughter from Jiang Yirou. This version of Cheng Hao was unlike any she had encountered before. Previously, he had always followed her like a caretaker, meticulously arranging everything, but leaving her feeling it lacked a certain liveliness. Yet, no matter what she instructed him to do, he handled each task with calm perfection, seemingly unfazed. Now, this new Cheng Hao only made her like him more. By the end of their meal, both of them had their bellies pleasantly full. Despite the porridge not appearing substantial, it indeed left them feeling a bit stuffed. Jiang Yirou decided to throw off the covers and get out of bed. I can't take it anymore. I need to walk a bit, or I won't be able to sleep. Should I ask the doctor if I can be discharged? Cheng Hao pondered. Jiang Yirou had never been hospitalized before and must be feeling quite uncomfortable. No, we can't. There's only the on-call doctor. And they want to grant us a discharge. It's late anyway. Let us rest here for the night, and we can leave tomorrow. Jiang Yirou had no intention of returning. It was a rare opportunity to spend the night with Cheng Hao. What a splendid chance. Chapter 25 at 2 o'clock in the morning. Cheng Hao found it peculiar that if Jiang Yirou wanted to be discharged, wouldn't he just take a word? Seeing Jiang Yirou already cocooned in the blankets, he decided not to press further. Perhaps it was a wealthy person's peculiar indulgence. She had never stayed in a hospital, so why not experience it? Jiang Yirou's hospital room was a VIP suite, complete with a bed for a companion. It was quite late, and after a quick wash, Cheng Hao turned off the lights and lay down on the companion bed. The room fell into silence. Soon, Cheng Hao was fast asleep, his steady snoring filling the air. Once Jiang Yirou confirmed he was asleep, she cautiously poked her head out from under the covers. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on Cheng Hao's face. In the sanctuary of darkness, Jiang Yirou allowed herself to gaze at Cheng Hao with unrestrained desire, from his eyelashes to the tip of his nose. When her gaze landed on his alluring lips, her cheeks flushed crimson. How enticing. I wonder what it would feel like to kiss him. Jiang Yirou licked her dry lips, and as her yearnings surged forth, it was as if a wild stallion broke free under the cover of night, impossible to restrain. She gently lifted the covers and placed her delicate feet on the cool floor. To avoid making noise, she slipped on no shoes, tiptoeing towards Cheng Hao's bed. With each step, her heart raced faster. She tried to breathe quietly, fearful of waking him. Leaning slightly over the edge of the bed, she traced his contours with her hand. Her fingertips lingered on Cheng Hao's firm nose, which combined with his thin lips, formed a dangerously enticing allure. How I long to taste that. Jiang Yirou bit her lip. Now that he was asleep, a secret kiss should be harmless, right? After a moment of mental preparation, she finally mustered the courage to lean in closer. She breathed even lighter. Almost there. Their noses were merely a centimeter apart. Jiang Yirou's heart threatened to leap from her throat. Suddenly, Cheng Hao seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. The already nervous Jiang Yirou stumbled backward. Just as she thought she would hit the ground, Cheng Hao instinctively braced himself and caught her. Their proximity was so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Thud. Ultimately, they both tumbled to the floor. Ouch! Jiang Yirou rubbed her sore waist, all romantic thoughts dissipating. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Cheng Hao pushed himself up, rolling off the bed. He dared not move her carelessly. Should I call the doctor? No need. Jiang Yirou, her face flushed, protested. If the doctor comes, how could she explain how they ended up in this predicament? She still had some dignity left. However, after the fall, she couldn't move about freely. If she had injured something, it would worsen her condition. Jiang Yirou and he exchanged glances, and finally, she slowly maneuvered her body, attempting to rise from the floor. Seeing her insistence on not calling the doctor, Cheng Hao bent down and scooped her up, rather than let Jiang Yirou move about awkwardly. It was better to carry her back to bed for rest. The first sensation of holding Jiang Yirou was that she was light. He had been too anxious earlier to notice. Now, cradling her, she felt as light as a feather in his arms, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. When Cheng Hao laid her down, Jiang Yirou wanted to call out and ask him to stay, for it felt so comforting in his embrace, like a small boat finding harbor in a bay filled with bliss. Or did it hurt? Cheng Hao's voice, still heavy with sleep and a touch of raspiness, added a layer of tenderness. Just my waist, since she fell with him on top. Her pelvis had taken the brunt of the impact. Let me take a look. Cheng Hao intended to check on her, but suddenly realized the difference between the sexes and quickly changed his words. I'll call the doctor to help you. Ignoring Jiang Yirou's objections, he dashed to the doctor's office, pulling the doctor towards the ward. The poor doctor had just come off the operating table and, upon seeing Cheng Hao's demeanor, assumed something grave had happened to Miss Jiang. He didn't dare delay for even a moment, fearing that if anything happened to her in their hospital, it would ruin his career. What happened? What is wrong with Miss Jiang? The doctor panted as he rushed to the bedside. My waist. I just fell and it hurts a bit. Jiang Yirou replied, only to see the doctor's expression shift to one of disbelief. The doctor wiped his brow and finally sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was nothing serious. All right, Miss Jiang. Please lie on your side. I will check you. To avoid misunderstandings, Cheng Hao had already turned his back. The doctor, upon seeing that Jiang Yirou had no bruises on her waist, was extremely meticulous, asking questions and pressing gently. Does this hurt? Not all. How about here? A bit. Where did you fall from? The edge of the bed. Jiang Yirou stole a glance at Cheng Hao's back, finding it difficult to articulate. How could she explain how she ended up at his bedside? Oh, it seems like it might be a bit weak. So be careful when getting out of bed next time. I examined the injury, and there's no significant issue. If it hurts, you can use some ointment to massage it. All right, thank you, doctor. Jiang Yirou urged. Hurry up, hurry up. Why are you so long-winded? At last, the doctor departed, and Jiang Yirou let out a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry for keeping you up. She cast a guilty glance at the clock, which read 2 a.m. Were it not for her own lascivious thoughts concerning Cheng Hao late at night, these embarrassing incidents would not have occurred. Cheng Hao let out a soft sigh and tucked her blanket more snugly around her. Miss, in the future, just call for me if you need anything. There's no need to run over to my side. MHM. Jiang Yirou buried her flushed face into the covers. As long as she remained silent, no one would know what she had just been contemplating. It was still early. They should sleep. Cheng Hao reached over to turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. His eyes, unaccustomed to the sudden blackness, caused him to stumble slightly against the bed's edge. Are you all right? Be careful, Jiang Yirou cautioned. I'm fine, just bumped into something. Cheng Hao grimaced as he rubbed his sore knee, limping toward the bed. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Yirou. It was entirely her fault for being so demanding, depriving Cheng Hao of his rest. Cheng Hao, you don't have to wake up too early tomorrow. Sleep in a bit. Chapter 26. You sleep yours, I sleep mine. I'm already accustomed to waking up early. Cheng Hao settled onto his bed. Furthermore, tomorrow morning, He Yuan would be arriving at the villa. If they didn't return soon, their cover would be blown. They could never allow He Yuan, with his loose tongue, to learn about what transpired at the hospital. Jiang Yirou considered this as well. If He Yuan arrived at the Jiang residence and didn't find them, confronting the butler would be disastrous. Then let us hurry and sleep. After saying this, Jiang Yirou felt her words could be misconstrued and added, I mean, you sleep yours. I'll sleep mine. Cheng Hao looked puzzled. Wasn't that how it was supposed to be? MHM, good night, miss. Once he closed his eyes, he quickly fell into slumber. Jiang Yirou dared not let her thoughts wander further and followed suit. Perhaps due to the exhausting night, she too drifted off to sleep swiftly. The next morning, as Jiang Yirou rose, she felt as though her body had awakened while her mind remained stuck on the hospital bed, leaving her in a daze. I'll never stay up so late again. Miss, you can catch a bit more sleep in the car. I'll wake you when we arrive. Cheng Hao adjusted her into a comfortable position, noticing her sluggish reactions, and chuckled as he fastened her seatbelt for her. It had been a long time since he had seen her in such a sleepy state. Quite adorable indeed. Ding He Yuan sent a message. Dear Hao Hao, I'm on my way to the Jiang residence. Wait for me to have breakfast together. Cheng Hao calculated the time. He had little left to spare, and pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the Jiang home. As for speeding, that was a matter for the professionals at the Jiang family to handle. He barely made it home just before He Yuan arrived. Upon reaching the Jiang residence, Jiang Yirou was still asleep, and Cheng Hao had no time to wake her. He simply scooped her up and dashed upstairs. As Butler Wu was about to greet them, he felt a gust of wind rush by. And then Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou vanished from sight. Note this down, informed the old master. The relationship between the young lady and young Master Cheng is blossoming. Cheng Hao, I'm here. Come out to greet your young master. He Yuan's voice arrived before he did. Good morning, young master he. Hey, Butler. Where are young lady and Cheng Hao? Butler Wu wore a smug grin. Our young lady has been carried upstairs by young Master Cheng. Has young master he not had breakfast yet? Shall we head to the dining room? What? Cheng Hao carried your young lady? Yes. What is the big deal? Young master he, you should get used to it. After all, young Master Cheng is the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Son-in-law? He Yuan was nearly taken aback. He had only been away from them for one night, and now Cheng Hao was already Jiang Yirou's fiancé. But what about Xiao Jiekai? Xiao Xiao? Butler Wu looked perplexed. What does that have to do with him? Isn't he Jiang as fiancé? Butler Wu replied sternly, young master he, food can be eaten haphazardly, but words must not be carelessly spoken. Such remarks could tarnish our young lady's reputation. The Xiao family is merely a partner of the Jiang family. There has never been any engagement. He Yuan pondered, stroking his chin, and chuckled. Well, it seems Xiao Jiekai is merely indulging in unreciprocated affections. Just wait until Monday when I expose his hypocritical face at school. Young master he, breakfast is ready. Butler, take me to eat. I'm starving. Unbeknownst to Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou, the butler and He Yuan, two gossips, were engaged in lively discourse downstairs. After returning to her room, Jiang Yirou finally stirred awake. Upon seeing her familiar surroundings, a moment of confusion washed over her. You're awake? Cheng Hao's voice startled her. You, what are you doing in my room? Cheng Hao feigned innocence. You fell asleep in the car, so I carried you in. Jiang Yirou finally recalled the events of the previous night. The thought of her foolish demeanor earlier made her wish to sink into the ground. Goodness, that foolishness, was it truly her? Then go wash up. I'll head downstairs to greet He Yuan. MHM. Once Cheng Hao exited and closed the door, Jiang Yirou resembled a cocooning insect curling up in bed. How embarrassing. Cheng Hao descended the stairs and collided with Butler Wu. Young Master Cheng, your classmate has arrived. He.S. in the dining room, having breakfast. Thank you, Butler. Cheng Hao entered the dining room to find He Yuan devouring breakfast with gusto. You really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? Cheng Hao approached the table and casually grabbed a piece of bread. Hey, you came down so quickly. You really didn't need to rush. I have all the time in the world. Cheng Hao looked at him quizzically. Are you sick? Do you enjoy waiting for others? Hey, I'm just thinking about the happiness of my brother. Cheng Hao couldn't fathom the connection between waiting and happiness. Choosing to ignore He Yuan's ramblings and sat down to eat breakfast. Cheng Hao, the breakfast at the Jiang residence is truly delicious. You're so fortunate. What? Does your family neglect your breakfast? He Yuan grimaced. Don't even mention it. Recently, my mother has been on some sort of kick, insisting on making me meals to express her maternal love. I'm on the verge of a breakdown. How fortunate. A breakfast made by Annie herself. He Yuan rolled his eyes. If you had to eat the hard, rock-like steamed bun she makes every day, you and T think so. My goodness. Who taught her to make dough? Is that even edible? I could use them to crack walnuts. They're so hard. Yet she insists I eat them. She claims they're additive-free and good for my health. If that is healthy, then why doesn't she eat them? I only know that I can survive on prepackaged meals, but if I have to eat her cooking, I might starve to death. Cheng Hao struggled to suppress his laughter. That bad? Where's your chef? Speaking of which, that's even more infuriating. He Yuan slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Everyone else enjoys the chef's meals, while I get my mother's loving meal. Why is that fair? Why can't they try out my mother's so-called magic? What are you so cheerful about? Jiang Yirou entered the dining hall, having changed into a different outfit. We were just discussing the heartwarming meals that He Yuan's mother has been preparing for him lately. Cheng Hao replied with a smile. Heartwarming meals? Is it because of the upcoming college entrance examination? So, she's trying to nourish him? Nourish? I suspect my mom is trying to poison me. Poison? Jiang Yirou gasped in astonishment. Yes, she ruined a large pot of food. Might as well just silence me. Then she can have another child. As Jiang Yirou listened to He Yuan lament about the bizarre dishes his mother concocted, she nearly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Did she really serve you stir-fried caterpillars? Indeed, she claimed it's high in protein, to help me enhance my brain power. While I may not be able to boost my intellect, at least I could grow taller. If I lack intelligence, I can at least make up for it with height. Chapter 27. What's mine is yours. After finishing their meal, the trio hurried to the recreational area on the top floor. It was He Yuan's first visit, and he was utterly amazed. Wow, we are all affluent, yet the disparity is so stark. He Yuan caressed the latest model of a desktop computer, gaming setup, competitive chair, and mechanical keyboard. Every item was something he had wished for his father to purchase, but each would have resulted in a severe reprimand instead. He envied not just that Jiang Yirou could afford these luxuries, but that her parents had created such a perfect gaming sanctuary for her. And it wasn't just one. There were 6 machines lined up. What progressive parents? Jiang Yirou, do your parents need another son? She shook her head honestly. No, they don't. Ouch, that stings. No wonder Cheng Hao was reluctant to accompany me to the internet cafe. Given such conditions, I wouldn't want to either. I could play at home every day, and as long as I don't starve, I'd play to my heart's content. Cheng Hao had never played games here before. I didn't even know he enjoyed gaming. Jiang Yirou had always thought she knew Cheng Hao well. They spent nearly all their waking hours together, leading her to believe they were the most familiar with one another in the world. However, when she truly sought to understand him, she realized there were many facets of him she was entirely unaware of. Had she known Cheng Hao liked gaming, she would have gladly lent him her equipment. What a waste it would be otherwise. Don't you scholars ever play games in your world? What do you do to relax after studying? It seems we read books and practice martial arts. Cheng Hao pondered before answering. He Yuan, in disbelief, exclaimed, your way of unwinding is reading and exercising? There are other ways to relax. Like what? Practicing calligraphy. Bang! He Yuan's head hit the wall. What a shameful waste. Truly a disgrace. He rose from the wall, grasping Cheng Hao's hand. Don't worry, I'll make sure to utilize it more. Cheng Hao shook his head. The computer isn't mine. It belongs to the young lady. Isn't what belongs to the young lady also yours? You've become her son-in-law. It's just a mere computer. Cheng Hao wore an expression that suggested He Yuan had lost his mind. What belongs to the young lady is the young lady's. If you want to use it, you'll have to ask her yourself. She asked right in front of you. What does asking me mean? He Yuan was right. Suddenly, Jiang Yirou, who had been silent, Spoke up. What's mine is yours. You have every right to use anything I own or give it to others. Cheng Hao's lips twitched as he thought. If He Yuan has gone mad, then what's up with Jiang Yirou, the young lady? He Yuan wore a "I told you so" expression as he cheerfully powered up the computer. You two take a break. I'll play some games to relax. We'll discuss the project later. He was itching to play. Cheng Hao truly wanted to throw him out. What was he doing here if not to discuss the project? How about we discuss first? Once we're done, we can inform him of our decisions. Jiang Yirou's suggestion received He Yuan's support. That's a good idea. I have no brain anyway. You two scholars can decide and just tell me what to do. Cheng Hao thought of the tasks involving He Yuan and his plan and smiled with hidden meaning. All right, but He Yuan, you must comply with the organization's arrangements. Don't refuse after we've worked hard to discuss everything. That would waste our time. Rest assured, I'm the most obedient. What could possibly be beyond my capability? He Yuan was completely engrossed in gaming. As long as he got to play, he'd agree to anything they said. Jiang Yirou thought Cheng Hao looked at He Yuan with the cunning of an old fox. Not only was he scheming against He Yuan, but if one day Cheng Hao said he wanted to commit murder, she might even hand him the knife and remind him to be careful. Given the rapport between Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao, she could guess what he intended to do with He Yuan the moment he opened the product plan. Yes, I completely agree with your proposal. Jiang Yirou smiled at the oblivious He Yuan. I fear these stockings might not be enough to sell. Cheng Hao was slightly surprised by how quickly Jiang Yirou accepted his dubious idea, but understood it given her usual demeanor. Perhaps after so many years of being the good girl, she was beginning to embrace a darker side. What a sin. It seemed that everything had changed because of his rebirth. Have you reached a consensus? He Yuan, who had enjoyed a good game, arrived, breathing heavily. Yes, we've reached a consensus. The young lady and I have already ordered the goods. We can implement the plan this afternoon. What? This afternoon? So soon? Of course. We must seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Besides, once we're back in school, when will we have time to set up a stall? You make a valid point. All right then, this afternoon it is. Hey, it's my first time setting up a stall. I'm so excited. You'll be even more excited soon. Cheng Hao grinned mischievously, though He Yuan failed to notice. At the busiest roadside in Hengyuan CBD, a limited edition sports car, of which only 2 existed globally, was parked. Most importantly, a beautiful girl in black stockings was selling black stockings. This news spread like wildfire across various groups. It was precisely lunchtime, and a throng of people, driven by the virtue of not wanting to miss out on the excitement, rushed over. Naturally, the men were there to buy stockings for their girlfriends. At that moment, the crowd around the sports car grew larger and larger. Cheng Hao! Cheng Hao! The black stocking beauty called out to Cheng Hao with a stiff expression. What's wrong? How much longer do I need to wait in this outfit? Isn't this enough? There's so many customers. No, they're not our customers yet. They're merely potential clients. Since we've advertised with the black stocking beauty selling black stockings, we cannot disappoint our guests. Otherwise, they might accuse us of false advertising and leave. At that moment, He Yuan, dressed adorably in a short yellow outfit, perched atop the car's hood, his long, slender legs clad in exquisite fishnet stockings, posed like a pitiful mermaid. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao were bundled up tightly, wearing sun hats and wrapping cloth around their faces, clearly disguised as street vendors. He Yuan had protested, but Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou had not given him a chance, because before formulating the plan in the morning, he had declared that he would follow the organization's arrangements. The crowd grew increasingly restless, with the eyes of the elite fixated on He Yuan's long legs. In the presence of those legs, even the limited edition sports car faded into obscurity. Which internet celebrity is this little beauty? She is stunning. I have never encountered her before. Perhaps she is a newcomer. Just look at her cherry-like lips. And those robust arms. Why does she possess such a diminutive face, yet a stocky physique? This defies all logic. You should simply comment on whether her lower half is attractive or not. Attractive. I have never seen legs so exquisite. Chapter 28. It is no ordinary fishnet stocking. He Yuan felt an urge to weep. Smile. Cheng Hao whispered in his ear. Jiang Yirou could hardly contain her laughter. Fortunately, the mask concealed her expression, or else she would not dare to laugh so openly. Cheng Hao observed the gathering crowd, which was on the verge of causing a traffic jam. Thankfully, he had informed the traffic police in advance. Otherwise, they would have been apprehended. Ladies and gentlemen, as you pass by, do not miss this opportunity. Premium quality black stockings, flesh-colored tights, fishnet stockings, and thigh highs. There's nothing we cannot procure for you. Affordable yet exquisite. That is our promise. Have you seen the fishnet stockings adorning this beautiful lady's legs? Indeed, the gentlemen present were brimming with enthusiasm, fully cooperating. Do you believe this is merely an ordinary fishnet stocking? It is not. Correct. It is far from being a simple fishnet stocking. It can truly catch fish. Oh. The crowd responded in unison. Initially thinking Cheng Hao was merely jesting, they were taken aback when he actually had someone bring out a water-filled fish tank. Now, let us invite our mermaid to take a plunge. Then, everyone witnessed Yuan, with a face of dignified endurance, awkwardly crawling into the tank. What do you think? Are the stockings stunning? Absolutely. I want a pair. I want 10 pairs. Today, I shall purchase all the stockings. Upon hearing that a certain gentleman wished to buy them all, the crowd became displeased. Good sir, leave some room for others. We may meet again in the future. If you buy them all, what will we have left to purchase? Boss, do not sell to him. Sell to me. I want all of them. I want those on the mermaid's legs as well. Goodness. Beads from the abacus flew into my face. Cheng Hao's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, was hard to contain. The effect was astonishingly successful. Everyone, please quiet down. Do not rush. We have ample stock available. Simply report your desired quantity, and if we cannot meet your demand, consider it our loss. What a bold claim. Well then, I shall make you lose. I want 1,000 pairs. I want 500. Let me contribute a modest 500 boxes. You all are too generous to the boss. Just look at how relaxed he appears. He could easily handle your meager requests. Come, I want a container. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone collectively gave him a thumbs up. Salute to you, sir. If the boss truly delivers, what would you do with so many stockings? Hey, I can give them as gifts to my girlfriend, my wife, my lover, or as welfare for my employees. What concern is it of yours? So, boss, can you actually provide that many? If not, it would be wise to concede early. Cheng Hao grinned. Had I known everyone would be so enthusiastic, I would have prepared more stock. Jiang Yirou felt a pang of anxiety. If they required so much stock, could Cheng Hao truly supply it? She began mentally calculating which factory to turn to for assistance. However, upon hearing that there was more to come, fortunately, I have enough stock on hand. Had you been even more eager, it would not have sufficed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a large container truck slowly approached and parked beside the sports car. In a restricted area for large vehicles during the day, how could there be a container truck? Goodness, what kind of powerful backing does this person have? Who requested a truckload earlier? Stepped forward to claim it. The brother who had jokingly requested a truckload appeared bewildered as he approached to swipe his card for payment. Esteemed VIP customer, your goods have been signed for. Considering the bulk of the items, we can provide free delivery. Please provide your address. Thus, this gentleman inexplicably purchased a container of stockings. It appears that for the next few years, their company's welfare will consist solely of black stockings. As everyone witnessed an entire container being sold, they began to grow anxious. Boss, you promised we could have stock if we reported our numbers. Yes, boss. There are hardly a few hundred boxes on that truck. Once the bewildered container truck driver departed, Cheng Hao smiled and gestured for silence. Please do not rush. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge my stock? If so, you may still sign up. Whoever can make me unable to provide the stockings will receive them for free. Wow, the boss is generous. Why wait? Let's inflate the numbers. If one container is insufficient, let's ask for 2. Are you certain he won't be able to provide 2 containers? If he does, will you buy or not? Everyone exchanged glances. Ultimately, a brave soul stepped forward. I'll take 3 containers. Wow, big brother, impressive. Look, the boss's expression has changed, albeit subtly. Perhaps if we add a few hundred more boxes, the boss will go bankrupt. That's a valid point. Who will be the final straw? Embracing such a gambling spirit, Cheng Hao sold a total of 10 containers of goods that day. Everyone was left stunned. Who stocks inventory by the container load? The walls may not concede, but he certainly does. I'm doomed. I can't explain this at home. If my wife asks why I bought so many black stockings, what shall I say? Even if she were a centipede, she couldn't wear them all. Cheng Hao chuckled. Thank you all for your patronage. Until next time, if anyone wishes to challenge my prowess, please keep an eye out for the next announcement. Then he stepped on the gas and departed from the CBD. Upon returning to the Jiang family home, the 3 of them erupted into laughter. Goodness, in just 1 hour, 10 million. Who would believe it? I could rob a bank and not be this swift. Yuan suddenly felt that his earlier role as a mermaid was not so hard to accept after all. Although 10 million was trivial for Jiang Yirou, such an experience could not be replaced by cold, hard numbers. At that moment, she looked at Cheng Hao with admiration. How many more surprises could this man bring her? Even with capital, attaining a net profit of 10 million in an hour is an arduous task. No wonder her grandfather held Cheng Hao in such high regard. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. Her grandfather had mentioned more than once how formidable Cheng Hao was, but she had not taken it to heart. Not because she undervalued Cheng Hao, but because she believed that regardless of his circumstances, it would not hinder her affection for him. Cheng Hao's reaction remained notably composed. After all, in his past life, He had transacted billions in mere moments. Although that money was earned for the Jiang family, he was no stranger to the world. Thus, this modest 10 million was not something he could overlook. After all, in this life, he was quite impoverished. He needed capital to make a comeback. Let's divide this 10 million equally. I refuse. I did nothing. Jiang Yirou showed little interest in money. Though she did not understand why Cheng Hao was so fixated on earning it, she supported him nonetheless. Chapter 29. Indeed, I too shall decline. He Yuan joined in the banter. Cheng Hao was amused by their antics. What? Is the money too hot to handle? None of you want it? Am I unable to give it away? I merely don the guise of a mermaid and yet earn so much. I feel rather guilty. Cheng Hao, your contributions have been the most significant. You should take the money. For He Yuan, this sum is neither insignificant nor overly substantial. He could easily receive it through a few extra red envelopes during the new year. However, for Cheng Hao, the implications are vastly different. He perceives Cheng Hao's earnest desire to embark on an entrepreneurial venture for profit, unlike their frivolous intentions. We had agreed to collaborate as a trio. If you proceed in this manner, I shall not partner with you again. Cheng Hao feigned anger. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yirou maintained a serious demeanor. Cheng Hao, today we indeed did not contribute much. The sourcing of goods, liaising with the traffic police, and the entire proposal were all accomplished by you alone. It is my belief that we should not accept it. But Cheng Hao felt an ominous premonition. But I propose that the funds belonging to He Yuan and myself be allocated as startup capital for the next project. Next project? Cheng Hao was taken aback. His original intent was to instill guilt in them, making them realize their dispensable role in this collaboration, thus prompting them to withdraw voluntarily. This way, everyone would retain their dignity, right? What is this about a next project? Yes, He Yuan and I both feel guilty about accepting this money. So if you insist on giving it to us, let it be transferred to the next project. With our newfound experience, we can better divide our responsibilities. Cheng Hao gazed into Jiang Yirou's earnest eyes, unsure whether she was ensnaring him in a trap. Wow, classmate Jiang, how could you conceive such a splendid idea? Why didn't I think of that? He Yuan, who had been struggling to find a way for Cheng Hao to accept the money, found Jiang Yirou's suggestion utterly delightful. Jiang Yirou smiled shyly. Where there is a will, there is a way. There are no limits to what can be achieved if one only dares to dream. With this, Cheng Hao would no longer feel embarrassed to accept the funds. Brilliant. He Yuan was impressed. Wait a moment. Cheng Hao attempted to put up a final resistance. However, Jiang Yirou, smiling at He Yuan, suggested, He Yuan, we still have time today. How about we brainstorm on how to initiate the next project? Absolutely. Now, my father won't accuse me of being idle. The two engaged in animated discussion, entirely disregarding Cheng Hao's opinions. No, could you listen to me for a moment? Cheng Hao tried to interject. I believe that live streaming is a great method, as it attracts a larger audience. Jiang Yirou raised her voice to discuss with He Yuan. With the college entrance examination approaching, shouldn't we refrain from engaging in such frivolous activities? Cheng Hao pressed on, attempting to interrupt them again. How can this be deemed frivolous? Look at how passionate classmate Jiang is. This is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for self-improvement. My father will be moved to tears. He had given up hope on me taking over his company, intending to support me for life. If he were to see my dedication to business, he would surely come to personally escort me to you. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. What a peculiar family. Young lady, selling stockings is not exactly something to boast about. If others were to discover that you were accompanying me to sell stockings. Jiang Yirou cast him a sidelong glance. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. If it brings in money, it is not shameful. Cheng Hao, damn it. Where has that high-minded young lady who insisted on not accepting money gone? Classmate Jiang, I think your earlier proposal was excellent. By building our account, as our fan base grows, we can sell other products in the live stream. Yes, this way we can also strive to control costs. For instance, today, while we officially earn 10 million, we must deduct expenses for public relations, transportation, inventory risks, and so on. Jiang Yirou meticulously enumerated each factor. Initially, Cheng Hao had been contemplating how to halt their collaborative efforts, but as he listened, he found himself captivated. Jiang Yirou seemed to possess a unique charm that drew everyone's attention to her. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed a sharp intellect. In his previous life, due to Jiang Yirou's insistence on studying abroad, he rarely spent time with her after their high school graduation. As a result, Jiang Yirou remained in his memory as merely an academically accomplished student. In his desire for Jiang Yirou to remain a carefree young girl, Cheng Hao took on all responsibilities, leaving her no opportunity to engage with the affairs of the group. This had led him to overlook Jiang Yirou's business acumen. Truly, she was a lady of the highest caliber. Even when casually listening, she could accurately analyze the pros and cons of business matters and propose effective solutions. In that moment, Cheng Hao couldn't help but question whether it was he who had protected Jiang Yirou in his previous life, or if it was she who had shielded him. If Jiang Yirou had not gone abroad and had chosen to stay in the country to manage the group affairs, would there have been any need for him? Cheng Hao shook his head. How could he entertain such thoughts? Jiang Yirou, how could she possibly? Cheng Hao, do you find the idea of hiring internet celebrities unappealing? Jiang Yirou, noticing Cheng Hao's shake of the head, assumed he was dissatisfied with her previous suggestion. Huh? Cheng Hao snapped back to reality. Earlier, I suggested that we could invite beautiful internet celebrities to promote our live stream. And your shaking of the head indicates you think the idea is not good? Actually, I too believe that the suggestion warrants further consideration. Jiang Yirou pondered for a moment, biting her pen, before concluding, let us heed your advice and exclude the internet celebrities. Cheng Hao's inner thoughts. When did I ever propose anything? The preliminary plan for the live streaming account was thus joyfully established. During dinner, Cheng Hao politely ushered He Yuan out of Zhang's residence. Traitor. He could forget about any future assistance in wooing girls. Damn you, Cheng Hao. With our relationship, does one meal truly matter? Hey. The villa's door closed mercilessly before He Yuan. Why didn't you invite He Yuan to dine with us? With so many dishes, it wouldn't hurt to have him. Jiang Yirou questioned, biting her chopsticks. It would hurt. Of course it would. If he were here, he would incessantly pester you with conversation. It's utterly annoying. He is already talkative, and today he is exceptionally verbose. Cheng Hao himself was unaware of why he felt such discomfort, and simply decided to expel the source of his irritation, He Yuan. Now, he felt significantly more at ease. Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled. So, you're unhappy because he was talking to me? Yes, no. Cheng Hao realized what he had just said, and quickly amended. I just find him tedious, lacking any discernment. Whatever you say, he merely responds with a ha. Jiang Yirou's lips slowly curved into a smile, the arc widening. Indeed, he is rather indecisive. I prefer someone like you, who has your own ideas. I prefer someone like you. Cheng Hao's mind exploded with fireworks at her words. Chapter 30. Can I just place it on the table for you? Ahem. Let us eat. Cheng Hao feigned extreme hunger, busily consuming food to mask his embarrassment. Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh. She deliberately placed a portion of vegetables into Cheng Hao's bowl. Don't just eat plain rice. Have some vegetables too. Cheng Hao's face flushed deeper as he casually pushed a few bites around before standing up. I'm full. You enjoy your meal. I need to go do my homework. He fled in a panic. In truth, there was no homework to speak of. He had already completed the meager assignment from school. Back at his room, Cheng Hao leaned against the door, one hand clutching his chest. Stop jumping around. If you make another loud noise, Jiang Yirou will hear you. He pressed his hand against his rebellious heart, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before inhaling deeply a couple of times to calm himself. Approaching the water dispenser, he poured himself a glass of cool water and drank it down, casually placing the cup on the table. He sat down at his desk and turned on the desk lamp. A glance at the time revealed it was only 6:30. Feeling rather bored, he decided to reward himself with a set of practice papers. Cheng Hao opened his computer, randomly searched for a competition paper, and hit print. Starting the timer, he commenced the examination. Jiang Yirou noticed that Cheng Hao had barely eaten anything yet claimed to be full, which left her somewhat concerned that he hadn't truly satisfied his hunger. Perhaps she should whip up a sweet soup for a late-night snack. This way, even if he wasn't hungry, he wouldn't refuse. Jiang Yirou believed her idea was splendid, so she promptly set down her chopsticks and dashed into the kitchen to gather ingredients. The kitchen staff had just finished tidying up when they saw Jiang Yirou enter, standing nervously to the side. Miss, may I ask what you need? The housekeeper rushed in. I would like to make a dessert. Could anyone teach me? Huh? They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of whether the young lady meant she wanted to eat dessert or prepared herself. The housekeeper, being astute, quickly grasped Jiang Yirou's intention. Miss, do you wish to make a dessert to share with Master Cheng? Jiang Yirou nodded yes. Is there a dessert that doesn't take much time to prepare, but looks appealing? The staff understood now and immediately recommended the family as pastry chef. Miss, I'm the pastry chef of the Jiang family. I can make any dessert you wish to learn. If I don't know how, I will attend a culinary school to learn. Jiang Yirou thought, so, is there hiring of chefs this casual? Please recommend me a dessert that is easy to make. I highly recommend the peach gum coconut milk sago. It's light and filling. And most importantly, Master Cheng loves it. Jiang Yirou remarked, is the chef's language taught by a physical education teacher? Then let's go with that. Very well, miss. The peach gum has already been soaked. You just need to do this and that. Jiang Yirou listened attentively to the pastry chef's advice, meticulously following his instructions step by step. It's boiling. Turn it down to low heat. The pastry chef exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Oh, Jiang Yirou turned the heat up clockwise. Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Oh, Jiang Yirou quickly changed direction. Let the peach gum stew here, while we handle the sago. Jiang Yirou confidently held the perfectly round sago. I know. We need to cook it in water. Well, miss, that's not entirely incorrect. However, cooking sago is different from cooking other types of rice. The pastry chef explained in the simplest terms how to boil sago. Why can't we just cook it directly? Jiang Yirou thought that waiting for the water to boil, then changing the water to boil again seemed quite troublesome. Just follow my instructions. All right. The process of cooking the sago did not go smoothly. While pouring the sago to cool it under running water, she accidentally touched the scalding pot. Her delicate skin immediately bore a red mark, alarming the nervous housekeeper standing nearby. Ice. Quickly bring ice. And burn ointment. Despite her cries, Jiang Yirou's hand remained steady on the pot until she had poured out all the sago, allowing the housekeeper to tend to her injury. Don't make a fuss. It's just a small cut. Miss, this is your first injury. The housekeeper felt as if the sky was about to fall. Had he known, he would never have allowed Jiang Yirou to make desserts. Is it really that serious? People do get injured. After bandaging her wound, Jiang Yirou continued to make the dessert, seemingly prioritizing it over her own injury. It's done. Jiang Yirou gazed at the coconut milk, peach gum, sago elegantly presented in a delicate bowl, a sense of accomplishment washing over her. She served herself half a bowl. It tasted quite delightful. She felt rather talented. I wonder if Cheng Hao will like it. Perhaps. She thought, it would be best not to tell him that she made it herself. Miss, shall I bring it up for you? The housekeeper, fearing any further mishaps, felt his heart racing. Housekeeper, you're being overly concerned. Jiang Yirou cast him a nonchalant glance. She was the heir of the Jiang family, not some naive girl who couldn't do anything. Indeed, the housekeeper broke into a cold sweat and quickly stepped aside. Jiang Yirou also sliced some fruits to create a fruit platter, pairing it with the sago, the colorful presentation pleasing to the eye. Satisfied, she lifted the tray and made her way to Cheng Hao's room. At that moment, Cheng Hao put down his pen and stopped the timer. 28 minutes is a bit slow. I have indeed regressed. Taking a deep breath, he stretched, just as a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? It's me. Jiang Yirou's voice came through. Jiang Yirou? What did she possibly want at this hour? Upon opening the door, Cheng Hao was met with the sight of Jiang Yirou, standing at the entrance with a beautifully arranged tray. What is this? Jiang Yirou tilted her head, smiling innocently. Cheng Hao, you didn't eat much for dinner. You'll be hungry soon, right? I brought some fruits and dessert for you to enjoy. Oh, thank you. I am indeed a bit hungry after finishing the papers. Cheng Hao naturally reached out to take the tray. However, as he gently tugged, he found it didn't budge. Putting in more effort, he noticed Jiang Yirou still had no intention of relinquishing the tray. Miss, let me carry the tray myself. Jiang Yirou looked quite aggrieved. Can't I just place it on the table for you? You're not even undressed. Thinking of the previous awkward situation regarding being undressed, Cheng Hao felt his ears grow warm. To resist further would only make him appear guilty. Cheng Hao stepped aside, allowing Jiang Yirou to enter. A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Yirou's mouth, her face radiating triumph. This fool so soft-hearted. Therefore, she must keep a close watch on him, ensuring he wouldn't be easily swayed by any other woman. Chapter 31. That was something I have tasted. You really are doing your homework. Jiang Yirou set the tray on the table and turned to see the test paper he had completed, her eyes lighting up. Did you just finish this paper? Yes. What about it? You completed this within half an hour? Even I wouldn't have confidence in finishing it within an hour. Indeed, Cheng Hao was well aware of Jiang Yirou's astonishment, for this paper was authored by Wei Shun. It had been posted online for quite some time, and no one had managed to complete it entirely. Jiang Yirou had not stated it was impossible, but she would need to reference a significant amount of material to tackle it. Cheng Hao's desk was neat and tidy, with even the computer left unopened. Moreover, even if he had researched, 30 minutes was hardly sufficient for anything substantial. Thus, for this mathematics competition, he was intent on securing victory, aiming for both admission and prize money. Miss. Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou staring at his paper, motionless, and felt a bit awkward. She had delivered the dessert and even placed it on the table, yet she still hadn't left. Jiang Yirou regained her composure and turned to Cheng Hao with a questioning glance. What is it? What could it possibly be? Shouldn't he be the one asking her? Would you like to sit down and eat together? At the moment Jiang Yirou nodded, Cheng Hao inwardly cursed himself. Why did I speak out of turn? How could she take my politeness so seriously? He cleared his throat. Then I'll go get a bowl. No need. I brought one. Jiang Yirou, as if performing a magic trick, produced another bowl from beneath the first. Very clever. This must have been premeditated. Observing Jiang Yirou's mischievous demeanor, Cheng Hao understood that even if he remained silent, she would find an excuse to stay. He took a spoon, divided the dessert in two, and fetched a stool. Let us sit and eat. Thank you. Jiang Yirou sat down without hesitation and then looked up at him. Aren't you going to sit? After moving the stool, Cheng Hao realized he had miscalculated. Usually, he occupied the table alone, which didn't seem cramped. Now, with Jiang Yirou, their elbows were bound to brush against each other. I'll eat later. You go ahead. If you're not eating, then I won't tea either. Jiang Yirou pretended to stand up. Wait, I'll eat. Reluctantly, Cheng Hao sat down, making an effort to lean against the wall, almost pressing himself against it. Jiang Yirou found the sight amusing. What are you doing? Just eat. If you keep hiding like that, I'll move closer. Let us see where you can hide. At that moment, Jiang Yirou's voice was sweet and soft, sounding less like a threat and more like playful banter. Cheng Hao quickly dismissed the dreadful thought. What a joke. Young Miss Jiang flirting with him? What audacity. You must try a bite. She made it herself. It was her first time cooking, and she felt a twinge of anxiety about whether Cheng Hao would enjoy it. If he liked it, she could seize the opportunity to mention it was her creation. If he didn't well, the chef would take the blame. Yes, that's how it is. Just as Cheng Hao was about to take a bite, he hesitated. Jiang Yirou's gaze was too eager, making him suspect she might have slipped something into it. He lifted the spoon, then set it down again. It seems I'm not quite hungry. He wanted Jiang Yirou to take a bite first. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yirou impatiently shoved a spoonful of sago pudding into his mouth. How is it? Is it good? Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled as they fixed on Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao found himself caught in a dilemma, swallowing or not swallowing. After a considerable struggle, he finally gulped it down. Oh well, if she truly wanted to tease him, he'd be defenseless. It's quite delicious. Did you hire a new chef at home? The flavor seems different. Could it be that the dessert had been altered by some sort of potion? Cheng Hao silently prayed for mercy from young Miss Jiang. Indeed, unusual behavior often heralded some mischief. He had never seen her so attentive, personally delivering dessert to him. Really? Jiang Yirou's smile widened. It seems my first culinary endeavor turned out quite splendidly. What do you think of my skills? Cheng Hao's heart sank significantly. It was over. Jiang Yirou had gone to the lengths of making dessert just to administer some poison. How potent must it be? Why are you staring at me? Why aren't you eating? Jiang Yirou nervously sipped her sago pudding. What was with that fervent gaze? Had he discovered her domestic prowess? Indeed, men were attracted to gentle women. About that spoon. Huh? The spoon? What's wrong with it? Cheng Hao awkwardly uttered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had he perhaps overemphasized the point? It was clear Jiang Yirou, upon realizing it, turned crimson, caught between the dilemma of keeping the spoon in her mouth or taking it out. Never mind, as long as young miss enjoys it. Cheng Hao attempted to salvage the situation, hastily downing the sago, putting to bring the awkwardness to a close. I'm done. He then moved to the bedside, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At 18, any budding feelings he harbored for Jiang Yirou felt sinful. Jiang Yirou quietly continued sipping her sweet soup, the room enveloped in the gentle sound of spoon clinking against the bowl. As the sago pudding dwindled, Jiang Yirou struggled to find a reason to remain, her pace of drinking slowing considerably. A glance at the exercises beside her sparked an idea. Cheng Hao, we have a math competition next week, and I'm having trouble with some problems. I think your problem-solving skills are excellent. Could you teach me? Teaching problems? Sure. I actually prepared some practice questions, which I can share with you. In his previous life, he hadn't considered applying for a recommendation, so he hadn't focused much on the math competition problems. However, having overheard discussions amongst classmates, he had gathered a general understanding. He had already compiled a list of problems he recalled, focusing on practice. In truth, with his capabilities, such preparation was unnecessary, but the opportunity of rebirth was too precious. He wanted to ensure everything was flawless. Really? Jiang Yirou hadn't expected him to have prepared questions, and her original ulterior motive for staying shifted to genuine interest. Yes. Should we move to your study to discuss? Finally, he had an excuse to invite the young lady out of his room. Initially, he hadn't thought too much about it, but the longer Jiang Yirou lingered in his space, the more pronounced her unique scent became, mingling with the air of his room and seemingly catalyzing an atmosphere between them, causing his cheeks to flush. Chapter 32. The heart that was suspended finally found peace. Why? Jiang Yirou looked utterly perplexed. Why? Did Cheng Hao think it inappropriate for a male and female to be alone together? Yet, they had been inseparable since childhood. Such a statement only made him appear a bit evasive and suspicious. There's no particular reason. Discussing problems is simply more convenient in the study. Jiang Yirou appeared utterly baffled. But I see you solving problems without needing to look up information. It's easier to stay here. Moving around is such a hassle. All right then. If the young lady insisted on staying, pushing back further would make him seem inappropriate. Jiang Yirou was only 18, still at a tender age of innocence. It was he, the older cucumber, who was overthinking. Why was he becoming increasingly restrained? Setting aside any inappropriate thoughts, Cheng Hao resumed his seat. He pulled out the exercise book he had prepared. These are the questions I organized. Take a look and see if there are any you find difficult, and I'll explain. Jiang Yirou took the book, and upon glancing at it, discovered it was filled with Cheng Hao's handwritten exercises. You wrote these yourself? Yes. What's wrong? Can't you read them? Cheng Hao didn't think his handwriting was ugly. Rather, he was concerned that his cursive style might be difficult for Jiang Yirou to decipher. I can read it. Jiang Yirou was quite familiar with Cheng Hao's handwriting. In fact, she had often secretly imitated it without his knowledge. She particularly admired Cheng Hao's elegant and fluid handwriting, which mirrored his persona, clean, grand, and imbued with his unique character. She discovered that many of the topics Cheng Hao enumerated resonated perfectly with her own guesses, while the remaining ones adeptly filled in the gaps she had overlooked. The two engaged in a fervent discussion centered around several question types. So engrossed were they in their dialogue that they failed to notice a steward at the doorway, stealthily capturing their focused silhouettes on camera. After documenting the duo's dedicated study session, the steward discreetly scampered downstairs to share the photographs with the esteemed elder. Sir, young Master Cheng and Miss Jiang are studying with remarkable diligence. Their relationship is visibly blossoming at a rapid pace, chuckled the elder Jiang, who was in the midst of a chess game with an old friend. Old Jiang, are you laughing so heartily even as you face defeat in chess? Humph. What does it matter if I lose? My granddaughter has found a partner. I shall undoubtedly be the first to hold a grandchild. By the heavens, old Jiang, how swift are your hands and feet. You truly know how to pierce my heart. The friend clutched his chest, feigning agony, lamenting that his own 25-year-old grandson stubbornly refused to marry, espousing notions of romantic freedom and forbidding any interference. Seeing that elder Jiang's 18-year-old granddaughter had already secured suitor, he felt a pang of urgency. A good man must be seized. Hesitate, and regret will come too late. Humph. Which fortunate lad has won her heart? When I proposed to betroth my grandson to your granddaughter, you dismissed the idea. I am eager to see what man can inspire such trust in you, old fox. You old scoundrel, are you doubting my honesty? Very well. I shall let you lose with dignity. With a beaming countenance, elder Jiang rose, exclaiming, Come, do me the honor of visiting my home for tea. The steward had not anticipated that a mere photograph would summon elder Jiang. Good day, sir. And how are Cheng Hao and the others? Elder Jiang could hardly contain his eagerness to boast about his future grandson-in-law. They're still upstairs. Shall I fetch them? Yes. Do invite them down, and inform them that grandfather's son is here as a guest. Certainly, sir. The steward hurriedly ascended the stairs. What? Are they still living together? It can't be the child of your student, can it? Inquired grandfather Sunday. Indeed, it is he. Just then, Cheng Hao descended the staircase. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters with a robust physique, he was undoubtedly a handsome young man. Most importantly, his gaze was entirely fixed upon Jiang Yirou, exuding warmth and affection. How can you discern such depth of feeling? He gently urged Jiang Yirou to walk more slowly. The sight of a striking couple invariably attracts attention, and grandfather's son was no exception. Observing them, he felt as if they were a fairy tale prince and princess, finally releasing his anxious heart. His own grandson had no chance now. Ha. Old son, what do you think? Elder Jiang's pride was unmistakable. It's merely adequate. Keep pretending to be modest. Elder Jiang unabashedly called out his friend's bravado. Grandfather's son. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou greeted politely. Please take a seat. Grandfather's son chuckled. In the blink of an eye, Yirou has grown into such a young lady. Thank you for the compliment, grandfather's son. Jiang Yirou responded, embodying the essence of a refined lady, her demeanor beyond reproach. Cheng Hao felt a chill as he sensed grandfather's son's scrutinizing gaze upon him. What was this? Had he offended grandfather's son? The elder's eyes seemed to pierce him, as if searching for faults. This young man had taken Jiang Yirou away from him, leaving his grandson to remain single. Height. He was a mere 5 centimeters taller than his grandson. What significance did that hold? For a man, character is paramount. Appearance? How superficial it is to focus solely on looks. What use is beauty? Capability is of utmost importance. Cheng Hao, is it? I have heard that you were placed in the lowest performing class in this recent exam. Is this true? Yes, grandfather's son, Cheng Hao admitted candidly. This is not Cheng Hao's fault. There were circumstances. Jiang Yirou interjected, eager to defend him. Yirou, regardless of the reasons, the outcome is that he has been assigned to the last class in our family. Any misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Grandfather Sun's expression turned grave. He trusted that Jiang Yirou understood. Of course, she comprehended this principle. Yet when it came to Cheng Hao, she couldn't help but feel compelled to argue. Cheng Hao was no fool. He understood Grandfather Sun's intentions. Whether it was due to his placement in the lowest class or some other manipulation, the end result remained the same. He found himself in the lowest tier. However, what did that have to do with him? In this life, he had no need to assist in managing the Jiang family's business. He had long resolved to let himself be, seeking peace and happiness, and achieving financial independence through his own modest endeavors. Indeed, what Grandfather Sun says is true. Cheng Hao respectfully concurred. There was no need to oppose the elders. Whatever they said would stand, and it wouldn't cost him anything. Suddenly, Grandfather Sun burst into laughter. Ha ha, old Jiang, this lad is quite impressive. He possesses a steady temperament, showing an uncommon maturity for his age, unpretentious and composed. You old man, always trying to intimidate others. How could I possibly choose someone inferior? Cheng Hao mused to himself, perplexed at how they derived such intricate conclusions from his simple words. Chapter 33. To be your grandson? When do these two children plan to get engaged? Be sure to invite me to the wedding. As Grandfather Sun's words left his lips, Cheng Hao's wandering thoughts were abruptly pulled back. What nonsense? Engagement? Surely he hadn't misheard? Had he been so distracted that he had misinterpreted the conversation? Well, Elder Jiang noted Cheng Hao's lack of surprise regarding the news and assumed Jiang Yirou had already discussed it with him. I think it would be nice to hold it after the college entrance exams, alongside the graduation banquet. Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. A double celebration. Cheng Hao was now fully alert, turning to Jiang Yirou only to find her blushing and gazing at him shyly. No, Miss Jiang, why are you shy now? Shouldn't you be stopping this? Cheng Hao fervently gestured with his eyes. Jiang Yirou's face reddened even more. Ha ha, the two children are innocently enamored. It's delightful. Grandfather Sun, observing their tacit interaction, was reminded of his own youthful days with his beloved wife. We are not the kind of rigid elders. The children are free to pursue their own romances. I have high hopes for Cheng Hao, but if they do not share mutual affection, our matchmaking efforts would be in vain. Elder Jiang's tone was tinged with pride. Cheng, I understand you do not hold any aversion towards Yirou. Elder Jiang's expression conveyed that he was fully aware, leaving no need for further elaboration. Cheng Hao, no, you know nothing. Will the two children be attending the same university? Grandfather Sun inquired. That will depend on their own aspirations. Old Master Jiang turned his gaze towards Jiang Yirou, inquiring, Yirou, what are your plans? Grandfather, I initially intended to pursue further studies abroad, and I have already selected a school. Cheng Hao's eyes dimmed. Indeed, even in this lifetime, the trajectory of fate remained unaltered. Once she departed overseas, Xiao Jekai would undoubtedly accompany her, and they would likely end up together. However, at this moment, it seemed unnecessary. I believe I no longer wish to gamble on tomorrow. Some matters can be approached gradually, while others, once missed, are irrevocably lost. Jiang Yirou discreetly glanced at the distracted Cheng Hao. His mind struggled to comprehend her cryptic reflections on the futility of wagering on the future and the irrevocability of certain moments. Such profound musings, who could grasp their meaning? Yet, upon witnessing the approving nods from Old Master Jiang and Old Master Sun, he felt compelled to retract his earlier thoughts. Perhaps it was only he who failed to understand. One thing, however, was clear. Jiang Yirou had no intention of studying abroad. But why? Cheng Hao, what are your plans? Old Master Jiang inquired, shifting his focus to him. Me? I intend to pursue a degree in business management. Cheng Hao refrained from directly stating his ambition to gain early admission to Tsinghua University. Instead, he articulated his desired field of study. Business management is excellent. Quite commendable. Old Master Jiang privately harbored similar aspirations, but chose to respect Cheng Hao's individual ambitions. Since their thoughts aligned, it was all the more delightful. Regardless of whether Cheng Hao or Jiang Yirou took the reins of management, he felt reassured. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang, I must admit, I envy you. If my wayward son possessed such awareness, I could have entrusted the company to him long ago. The thought of his own rebellious grandson left Old Master Sun seething with frustration. Not only did he squander his days amidst frivolous distractions, but he also refused to engage in the family business, insisting instead on establishing an entertainment venue. Daily, he mingled with an unsavory crowd, and Old Master Sun feared his grandson might pick up undesirable habits. Your grandson is merely 25, the age when one is brimming with ideas. Unlike my two, who are consumed by studies day in and day out. Next week, they are set to participate in a mathematics competition, correct? Indeed, grandfather. Both Cheng Hao and I will participate in the competition next week. I heard that Cheng Hao secured his spot by outperforming that boy from the show family. Old Master Jiang, in his pride, inadvertently let slip a detail that Old Master Sun had not been aware of. Yes, grandfather son. Jiang Yirou's face glowed with pride. The principal personally supervised the examination, and Cheng Hao achieved the highest score. Remarkable. Old Master Sun regarded Cheng Hao with newfound respect. He was well aware of Jiang Yirou's caliber, often touted by Old Master Jiang as consistently ranking first. Could Cheng Hao truly surpass her? Surely Jiang Yirou had not gone easy on him? Perceptive as always, Jiang Yirou discerned Old Master Sun's thoughts. Not only did he score first, but he was also the first among the three of us to complete the exam. Moreover, his problem-solving approach was exceptionally flexible. The principal remarked that he was the most outstanding among us three. Oh, to earn the principal's personal commendation, he must indeed be exceptional. Either Cheng Hao has suddenly had a breakthrough, or he has been playing possum all along. Cheng Hao dared not interject, fearful of inadvertently saying something that might lead to misunderstandings. He could only maintain a smile, eager to conclude this conversation and inquire about the situation. Why did the discussion revolve around him? Especially regarding engagement, he began to suspect they were jesting. The more he wished to change the subject, the more animated they became. Cheng Hao, I have heard you brew tea splendidly. Would you be so kind as to prepare some high mountain white tea for us? Old Master Sun beamed at Cheng Hao, admiring his calm demeanor and steady character, growing increasingly fond of him. Certainly, grandfather son. Cheng Hao settled into the tea-preparing seat. Boiling water, rinsing the tea, warming the cups. His movements were unembellished yet possessed an innate elegance that captivated onlookers. Old Master Jiang observed his granddaughter wholly engrossed in Cheng Hao. Chuckling to himself, it appeared his little princess was genuinely smitten. Previously, he had sensed Cheng Hao's distinctive affection for Jiang Yirou, yet her demeanor had always been indifferent, leaving him uncertain whether she was accustomed to Cheng Hao's company or genuinely enamored by him. Now he could rest easy. Old son, there exists a mutually beneficial arrangement that could allow you to share in my joy. Old Master Jiang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, do elaboraci. Old Master Sun leaned forward, intrigued. Tell me, what do you think of this young lad, Cheng Hao? Old Master Jiang whispered conspiratorially into Old Master Sun's ear. Old Master Sun glanced at Cheng Hao, who was quietly pouring tea, and nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, Cheng Hao has grown under my watch. To be fair, he surpasses any scion of our family. Would you consider having him as your grandson? Old Master Sun's eyes brightened. What an excellent idea. How did I not think of this sooner? I told you. I am the more clever one. For all these years, you have refused to concede. Go on, you old rascal, scheming to take advantage of me. Chapter 34. A million cast aside, so casually? Just say it. Is my suggestion not splendid? Indeed, absolutely splendid. Ha ha ha, just to my liking. Cheng Hao. Old Master Jiang called out jovially. Grandfather. Cheng Hao moved in closer. Cheng Hao, just now I was discussing a matter with your grandfather's son, which requires your input. Cheng Hao was taken aback. What matter? Please go on. Well, your grandfather's son has taken quite a liking to you and is interested in adopting you as his god-grandson. What do you think? Cheng Hao had not anticipated such a proposition, rendering him momentarily speechless. In his previous life, his interactions with Old Master Sun had been minimal, merely exchanging nods during visits to report to Old Master Jiang. Why, in this lifetime, was he suddenly being offered the role of god-grandson? Old Master Sun, undeterred by Cheng Hao's reaction, smiled even more warmly. Child, there is no rush. Take your time to consider it. Whenever you come to a decision, just let me know. Cheng Hao gathered his thoughts, resolved to voice his curiosity. Grandfather, may I inquire why? You don't need to overthink it. Although this decision was made rather spontaneously, it genuinely stems from my desire to welcome you into the family. While the preceding remarks were within Cheng Hao's expectations, the notion of becoming family struck a chord within him. A smile gradually graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. I am truly pleased that you wish to become my family. This single statement clearly conveyed Cheng Hao's stance. Congratulations, old son, a grandchild in your old age. Old Master Jiang chimed in, cheerfully congratulating Old Master Sunday. Mutual congratulations. In the future, when our Hao and Yirou marry, we will all be one family. Cheng Hao thought, how did the conversation revert to this topic again? You two lovebirds should go amuse yourselves. Do not linger here with us two old codgers. Old Master Jiang began to shoo them away. Indeed, hurry along. You young ones should go enjoy a movie, or take a stroll. Old Master Sun took a bank card from his pocket. Here, Hao, take this and buy some things that girls like for Yirou. Don't be stingy with money. Grandpa, I don't want it. Cheng Hao attempted to return the card to Old Master Sun, only to have it pushed back toward him once more. If you refuse to take the card, I shall deposit the money into your account. Whether you like it or not, you must accept it. This is a gift from your grandfather to you. A mere 10 million. Don't just throw it away. Cheng Hao was genuinely amused by old Master Sun's domineering and unreasonable demeanor. 10 million can just be tossed aside? All right. I'll accept it, Grandpa. He placed the card into his pocket. He certainly had no intention of using the money. But it was evident that old Master Sun would not feel at ease unless he accepted it. If I take it, everyone will be happy. Ha, it's still early. You two should go out for a stroll. Staying at home is so dull. Thus, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou were unceremoniously sent out of the house by their domineering elder. Standing at the door, they exchanged glances. So, where should we go? Cheng Hao broke the silence. Anywhere is fine. How about we take a walk in the nearby small park? Okay. Jiang Yirou nodded in agreement. Cheng Hao scanned for a shared bicycle with his phone. Why don't you use your phone to scan for a bike? We can ride there. The small park was adjacent to the villa area, and walking there would take 20 minutes. Huh? Scan a bike? How do I do that? Jiang Yirou imitated Cheng Hao's actions, swiping her phone across the bicycle screen. Like this? Cheng Hao facepalmed, suppressing a laugh. I forgot you've never scanned a share bike before. Let me teach you. Open your Alipay app. Jiang Yirou opened her phone, and Cheng Hao guided her step by step. When the phone finally beeped as it scanned the QR code, Jiang Yirou exclaimed with childlike excitement, "Ah, I did it. I succeeded. Yes, you did. Now let us go." Cheng Hao swung his leg over the bicycle. Go. Wait a moment, Cheng Hao, I don't know how to ride a bike. Screech. Cheng Hao slammed the brakes on the bike he had already started to ride. What? You don't know how to ride? Right? Well, have you ever seen me ride? You clearly were abroad. Cheng Hao suddenly fell silent. Being abroad was a matter of his past life. In this life, she was merely a high school student and had indeed never been seen riding a bike. What do you mean abroad? I've never ridden a bike abroad. Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. It's nothing. I must have remembered incorrectly. So, what do we do now? Cheng Hao glanced at the remaining shared bicycles, among which one was a tandem bike. A rather dubious idea crossed his mind. Ahem. How about I take you? Take me? How do you plan to do that? This bike doesn't seem to have a second seat. This one doesn't, but that one does. Jiang Yirou was slender enough to fit on a child's seat. As she looked over at the nearby seat, her thoughts began to wander. This close distance. Is Cheng Hao hinting at a deeper relationship? Miss, what do you think? Huh? Anything is fine. Under the cover of night. Jiang Yirou's cheeks subtly flushed. After returning their two bicycles, Cheng Hao scanned the tandem bike again. He swung his long legs over and patted the seat in front of him. Come seat. Jiang Yirou awkwardly approached the bike, trying to sidle onto the seat. However, she found the height insufficient. What to do? Jumping up seemed rather undignified. What's wrong? Can't get on? Cheng Hao, without much thought, encircled her waist with one arm and effortlessly lifted her onto the seat. Jiang Yirou instinctively grabbed onto Cheng Hao's arm. Her first reaction was to notice how solid and strong his arm felt. Her second reaction was that it was scorching, hotter than her own face. All set. We're off. Cheng Hao actually wanted to suggest that she hold onto the handlebars, but since it seemed more convenient for her to hold his arm, he decided to let her be. Few vehicles traversed the villa area, especially at this late hour. They encountered only a handful of dog walkers. The evening breeze brought a hint of coolness amidst the warmth, creating a delightful atmosphere. After considerable mental preparation, Cheng Hao finally posed a question. Ahem, I have something to ask you. What question? Go ahead. About the marriage engagement you mentioned earlier. The engagement was arranged when we were young. Didn't you know? Jiang Yirou feigned calmness, unwilling to reveal that it was her initiative to propose the engagement to her grandfather. Such matters were whimsically decided by the elders and were not truly necessary. Painful. Cheng Hao felt the pressure of Jiang Yirou's hand on his arm intensify. Don't you want to get engaged to me? Jiang Yirou lowered her head, her voice barely discernible in the wind, as if it might shatter. This is a tricky question. Cheng Hao felt a chill run down his spine. If he said yes, it would be a slap in Jiang Yirou's face. If he said no, it would implicitly acknowledge their engagement. I think discussing this now is a bit premature. I mean, you haven't met many people yet. Isn't it too hasty to settle down so soon? What if you meet your true love later? That won't happen. Jiang Yirou turned her head, looking at Cheng Hao with a serious expression. I know exactly what I want. Cheng Hao thought. How do I explain to a child that what she believes now may not hold true in the future? I'm anxiously waiting for a response. He attempted to express himself more delicately. Miss, nothing is absolute. We are still in high school. It's too early to decide on our future. Think about it. There were things you loved as a child that you outgrew, right? No, what I loved as a child, I still love, and even more so now. Cheng Hao thought. This conversation is going nowhere. He wondered if his outright rejection had sparked Jiang Yirou's desire to conquer him. Their essay saying, the more one resists, the more one awakens the beast within. The more he pondered, the more he felt it to be true. If he hadn't shown any inclination to leave from the start, Jiang Yirou probably wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Curse this possessiveness from a young lady. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy. He could no longer simply push her away, but needed to yield. By making it less exciting for her, eventually, she would let go. With this in mind, Cheng Hao replaced his initial resistance with a smile. What you say is true, miss. The things and people we love only grow in affection. It would be my honor if you wish to become engaged to me. Seeing that he no longer resisted the idea of their engagement, Jiang Yirou visibly relaxed. Cheng Hao, I don't need anyone else. Life is too short. I don't want to waste time on inconsequential people and matters. Since we have already gained the approval of our elders and our relationship is quite good, why should we seek others? Indeed, you're absolutely right, miss. You see through things more clearly than I do. He thought, forget it, just indulge her. At 18, can I really expect her to live as mundanely as I do? Young people ought to embody the tenacity and dreams characteristic of their age. Cheng Hao pedaled away from the villa area, veering left onto the verdant path of the park. Gradually, individuals clad in athletic wear jogged past them, their hair tied back. Let us stroll for a bit, Jiang Yirou suggested, feeling somewhat shy, as they were the only ones cycling along the path. The gazes of passers-by often inadvertently fell upon them, as they seemed akin to young lovers sneaking out for a clandestine rendezvous, eliciting a curious scrutiny. Jiang Yirou dismounted her bicycle and walked alongside Cheng Hao, who pushed the shared bike with one hand. Why not return the bike? Jiang Yirou inquired, puzzled. Look at the shared bikes along the roadside. Notice anything? Cheng Hao prompted. Jiang Yirou glanced over, only to discover, to her astonishment, that none of the bikes had child seats. Oh, why are there no child seats? Now you understand why didn't he return the bike? Child seats in shared bikes are a rarity. Cheng Hao boasted, a proud smile gracing his face. Wow, you're impressive. Jiang Yirou gazed at him in admiration, acknowledging her own ignorance in this area. Cheng Hao, flattered by her praise, felt a hint of bashfulness. It's nothing remarkable. It's merely that you don't typically use shared bikes. He dismissed his own prowess. Jiang Yirou turned to face him, blocking his path, her expression earnest. I genuinely think you're remarkable. Cheng Hao, perhaps I haven't expressed it much before, but I've always believed you are an exceptional person. How could this be? Cheng Hao felt his heart race. How could someone feign such deep affection? He began to suspect that Jiang Yirou might truly be falling for him. Ice pop for sale. Ice pop for sale. Brother, would you like to buy a popsicle for the lovely lady beside you? Just as Cheng Hao awkwardly averted his gaze, unsure of how to respond, a young boy pushing a cooler interjected, breaking the tension. What flavors do you have? We have chocolate, Northeast Big Board, Snow Lotus, and Tricolor Cup, among many others. What flavor would you like, miss? I'll buy it for you. The boy flashed a grin, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Jiang Yirou, amused by the boy's playful demeanor, pointed to the Tricolor Cup in the cooler. I'll take that. I used to eat it all the time as a child. It's been ages. All right, hold on. That LLB 3 yuan. The boy swiftly pulled out a QR code. Cheng Hao reached for a Bigfoot popsicle. And this one too. That S4 yuan, totaling 7. He paid without hesitation. Thank you for your patronage. Take care. The boy then pushed his cooler off to market to other parkgoers. Surprisingly, selling popsicles and drinks in the small park was thriving, as it attracted many young couples and eager children. Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou's gaze linger on the young boy, her tricolor cup still unopened. Are you cold holding on to that? Let me help you open it. He casually took it from her, gently lifted the lid, and inserted the small spoon. Thank you, Jiang Yirou exclaimed, observing that he hadn't opened his own popsicle yet. You should eat yours too. It'll melt in a bit. I'll hold on to the bike. No need. Cheng Hao steadied the bike with one hand while holding the popsicle in the other, effortlessly biting through the packaging to free the treat. Still tastes the same. Delicious. Hee hee. I remember when you first came to our home, acting like a little adult, sneaking under the covers to cry at night. I would always bring you snacks to cheer you up. Jiang Yirou reminisced, laughing. You loved Bigfoot popsicles. Once you snuck one into bed and made such a mess. You were too scared to tell anyone, so you ended up washing the sheets in the bathroom all by yourself. I caught you red-handed, huh? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Cheng Hao's face. How long ago was that? How do you still remember? Of course I remember. I recall everything from our childhood. You were much more fun back then. Now you become increasingly dull. Jiang Yirou scooped a spoonful of cream into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Chapter 36, You Can Hold On to My Waist. Perhaps noticing Jiang Yirou's relaxed demeanor, Cheng Hao unconsciously eased his own tension, spotting a nearby bench. He parked the bicycle and pulled out a tissue to wipe it clean. Come, let's sit for a bit. We'll continue after we finish. Jiang Yirou settled onto the spot he had cleaned, murmuring her thanks. Her hand, having held the tricolor cup for too long, felt chilly, so she opted to set it aside and use both hands to dig into it. Are you cold? Cheng Hao had already polished off his popsicle, discarding the stick into the trash. A bit, but it's alright if I eat it here. Feeling slightly awkward about the position of eating while seated, she decided to squat down instead. This feels much better. She savored a spoonful, her eyes narrowing in bliss, her expression akin to that of a contented cat. Cheng Hao leaned against the bicycle, tilting his head as he watched Jiang Yirou's childlike delight. Her long skirt trailed on the ground, yet she paid it no mind, entirely focused on the tricolor cup. Don't eat it if it's too cold. He knew that consuming excessively cold treats wasn't ideal for girls. No way. I have to finish it. You bought it for me. Cheng Hao chuckled in exasperation. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. Jiang Yirou diligently scooped the ice cream from the box, transitioning from white to pink to brown, delighting in each bite. It had been ages since they enjoyed such leisurely time together, not defined by her status as a young lady and his role as a mere caretaker, but rather as engaged partners. Reflecting on their engagement, Jiang Yirou felt the sweetness of the tricolor cup seep into her heart. Cheng Hao remained patient, quietly accompanying her. Finally, Jiang Yirou scraped the last remnants of her treat clean. Now we can go, right? To Cheng Hao's astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Jiang Yirou extended her tongue to lick the inside of the box. Cheng Hao nearly lost his balance, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was quite challenging to reconcile the image of Jiang Yirou, crouched on the ground licking a box, with that of the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. Passers-by observed them with curiosity. A nearby child, puzzled, asked Mom, "Why is that lady licking the lid? Is it because she thinks the ice cream is delicious like Yaya?" "Oh yes, that's right. Then why isn't that big brother buy her another one?" The mother appeared flustered, struggling to respond. Because Yaya knows that eating too much ice cream isn't good." Overwhelmed by her childish inquiries and fearing further embarrassing comments, she hurriedly quickened her pace to leave. Jiang Yirou, however, stood up calmly, tossing the licked box into the trash. "I'm done. Let us go." "Oh." Cheng Hao pushed the bike, trailing behind Jiang Yirou. "The night view of this little park is quite lovely," Jiang Yirou mused, having only ever driven past it without stopping to explore. "Do you come here often? I see that you are quite familiar with this place." Cheng Hao was questioned by Jiang Yirou. "Well, one doesn't need to frequent a place to become familiar with it. I've merely passed by occasionally and collaborated with classmates here on projects." Jiang Yirou halted her steps and turned around. "Collaborated with classmates on projects? How come I was unaware of this? Male classmates or female classmates?" "On both. We came here to collect some biological samples for the laboratory. You were just busy with the competition and couldn't join us. Then you must inform me next time. If I'm free, I shall certainly accompany you." Cheng Hao found Jiang Yirou's demeanor rather peculiar, her tone reminiscent of a jealous young wife. "All right, I understand." The two continued forward, with fewer people around and the surroundings growing increasingly dim. "What is going on? Is the lighting out in this area?" Jiang Yirou furrowed her brow. "It seems so. They haven't had a chance to repair it yet. I'll notify the relevant department shortly to have it fixed. Indeed, it's too dark. The lush greenery appears somewhat eerie at night." Jiang Yirou lost her enthusiasm. "There's nothing left to explore. Let us head back." Suddenly, Jiang Yirou stepped into thin air and began to tumble backward. Cheng Hao, unable to attend to his bicycle, swiftly caught her, just a mere inch away, and the back of Jiang Yirou's head would have met the ground with a tender collision. At that moment, Jiang Yirou clung onto Cheng Hao like an octopus. "Ahem. Young lady, please release your grip. Let me stabilize you." Cheng Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Even in their previous life, he had never been this close to Jiang Yirou. It was far too intimate. The beauty of the night was intoxicating, easily leading to misunderstandings. As Jiang Yirou scrambled down from Cheng Hao, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, unsure of where to direct her gaze. "Young lady, it's dark and the path is treacherous. Let me ride while you hold on to me." This time, Jiang Yirou did not refuse, obediently taking her seat on the child's bike. The park's pathway was gravelly, making for an uncomfortable ride. Every bump brought them even closer together. "Young lady, this path is a bit tricky. You can hold on to my waist for better stability." Noticing her gripping the handlebars and swaying precariously, Cheng Hao kindly suggested she hold onto him instead. Of course, he harbored no ulterior motives. Jiang Yirou did not decline, reaching out to wrap her arms around Cheng Hao's slender waist. The first impression was one of lean strength. Cheng Hao certainly appeared genteel, but his physical prowess was impressive. Nestled in his embrace, Jiang Yirou felt an overwhelming sense of security. After exiting the park and entering the residential area, the path became much smoother. Yet, Jiang Yirou either forgot or was too lazy to let go, keeping her arms wrapped around Cheng Hao. There were hardly any people in the neighborhood at night, so Cheng Hao allowed her to hold on, fearing she might fall and hurt herself. Young lady, Wei arrived. Upon reaching the villa entrance, Cheng Hao reminded Jiang Yirou, signaling her to release him. Receiving no response, he raised his voice. No way. Could she have fallen asleep? Fortunately, Jiang Yirou finally responded, loosening her grip and hopping off the bike. Cheng Hao turned to return the bicycle. He assumed Jiang Yirou would head inside, but to his surprise, she remained where she was. Why aren't you going first? I'm waiting for you. It's dark and I'm frightened. It is indeed dark. Yet the courtyard is illuminated with street lamps. There is no reason to be afraid. One cannot fathom a girl's thoughts. If she claims to be scared, then so be it. He would simply accompany her inside. Oh, Cheng Hao and Yirou are back. Where did you two wander off to? Old Master Jiang shot a knowing glance back and forth between them. TSK. Who knows what transpired in such a short span? But there seems to be an unspoken tension between the two. Chapter 37. Did they think Qingda and Jingda were as plentiful as cabbages? Just a stroll in a nearby, small park. Cheng Hao replied honestly. A small park? How wonderful. Ha ha ha. Back in my youth, your grandmother and I often enjoyed visiting the small park. She would prepare a lunchbox at home and sneak it out to me. Cheng Hao could only manage an awkward smile, seeking an opportunity to slip away upstairs. Cheng Hao, come here. Let's have a chat. Although I've only ever courted your grandmother, my experience in romance is not lacking. Allow me to share with you. Then old Master Jiang recounted how he met old Madame Jiang, how he fell in love at first sight, and how he persistently wooed her until she was devoted to him. Therefore, my boy, a man must possess a thick skin. Women can be contradictory. When they say no, they often mean yes, and when they say yes, they truly desire it. In life, one must learn to let things flow in one ear and out the other. If you're ever asked who is at fault, us men should bear the responsibility. Any grievances can be resolved in bed. Cheng Hao, old master, you're quite chatty. Cheng Hao, my Yirou has a rather peculiar temperament. Cheng Hao, she is indeed peculiar. Clearly, she had already taken the initiative to withdraw, yet here she is chasing after him. But her feelings for you are different from those she has for others. Cheng Hao, of course. She has relied on me like a male nanny since childhood. A bit of dependence is only natural. I hope that both of you can get into the same university. Whichever one you set your sights on, just let me know in advance, and I'll make a few arrangements. It's merely a matter of donating a few buildings. Old Master Jiang knew Cheng Hao excelled in mathematics, but one must always be prepared for the unexpected. In case of poor performance, he didn't want him to feel pressured. It's no big deal. Cheng Hao, the old man is indeed extravagant. He can choose whichever school he desires. Grandpa Jiang, that one TB necessary. I can manage on my own. Cheng Hao declined politely. Ha ha, indeed, your grades are already quite good. Getting into Qingda will be a breeze. When the time comes, you and Yirou will both attend Qingda, and I'll buy you perhaps that has too many cars. Then I'll purchase a villa near the school for you both. You shouldn't stay in the dorms. They're noisy and chaotic. Cheng Hao awkwardly laughed. Old master, you're thinking too far ahead. By then, Jiang Yirou will likely be studying abroad. She wants to have the chance to attend the same school. Grandpa, it's quite late. Don't keep Cheng Hao up just because you're not sleeping. We have school tomorrow. Jiang Yirou called from the second floor. You little rascal. Are you already starting to worry about Cheng Hao? Don't you feel concerned? Jiang Yirou retorted playfully, oh, and Grandpa, just get us an apartment near Qingda. We don't need a villa. It's too large and ostentatious. Ha ha ha. Well, if that is what you prefer. Cheng Hao's eyes widened. No, don't buy an apartment near Qingda. He had already mapped out his independent path. No apartments near Qingda. How about Jingda? I thought you were participating in the math competition for a guaranteed spot at Qingda. If you don't like Qingda, that is fine. Jingda is also a good option. Jiang Yirou blinked earnestly. Indeed, Jingda and Qingda are quite similar. If you prefer Jingda, we shall buy there. Cheng Hao gazed at the grandfather and granddaughter duo, unsure of what expression to wear. Did they think Qingda and Jingda were as abundant as cabbages? Just pick whichever they wanted? Ha ha ha. What I meant was, we need not rush. There are many uncertainties ahead. Let us discuss it after you've been accepted into a university. That is true. Perhaps the apartment I have set my sights on may not meet your approval. Very well then, you shall visit it yourselves when the time comes. Old Master Jiang decisively declared that, since the house is for the children, it is only fitting that they choose for themselves. All right then, it's getting late. You should hurry off to rest. I too must return to the ancestral home. Upon hearing that old Master Jiang was finally leaving, Cheng Hao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The old gentleman certainly possessed remarkable vitality. With the grandfather gone, you should also take a rest. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao with a gentle expression. Yes, you should rest early as well. Cheng Hao yawned, feeling quite fatigued. Had it not been for that cup of tea, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. He rubbed his neck and ascended the stairs, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Jiang Yirou murmured softly, "Then let us acquire one apartment at Qing University and another at Jing University." She then followed him upstairs. At this moment, in the Xiao household, Xiao Jiekai had already attempted to call Jiang Yirou countless times, each time receiving a message that the recipient was busy and to please try again later. Impossible. How could Yirou possibly have blocked me? She must simply be very busy today. When I called earlier, the butler informed me that she had yet to return. She must not have noticed my call. Tomorrow, I shall bring her breakfast. A homemade breakfast, which I am certain will touch her heart. Xiao Jiekai wrapped himself snugly in his blanket, shyly curling up. Ever since childhood, he had harbored feelings for Jiang Yirou. In his youth, feeling inadequate in appearance, he even secretly underwent cosmetic surgery to match her. Although his academic performance was initially subpar, he worked tirelessly, often sacrificing leisure to ensure he could keep pace with Jiang Yirou's achievements, appearing effortlessly successful. But what of it? Results were all that mattered. He was certain that if he persevered, Jiang Yirou would agree to marry him. Just like his grades, with diligence, success was inevitable. He had already persuaded his family that he would propose to the Jiang family. His parents promised that if he gained admission to a prestigious university abroad, they would approach the Jiang family for his hand. A union between their families, considering the advantages of their alliance, Jiang Yirou would surely not refuse. While Xiao Jiekai continued to dream, Jiang Yirou had long since blocked him on her phone. In another lifetime, she would never choose him, setting aside his poor character. She would never be so blind as to fall for a man like Xiao Jiekai. The following morning, the first thing Jiang Yirou did upon waking was rush to the balcony. Looking down from above, she indeed spotted Cheng Hao practicing martial arts in the garden. How captivating he was, and she could never seem to get enough of him. Jiang Yirou leaned over the balcony railing, her hands covering her flushed face. Oh no! She felt like a peeping Tom, a lecherous woman. Although Cheng Hao was dressed in a tightly fitted training outfit, she found herself fantasizing about what he would look like without it. She was truly losing her composure. Yesterday, the short video platform, seemingly aware of her thoughts, flooded her feed with videos of muscular men. However, upon seeing those men flaunting their abs, her heart remained unmoved, calm as still water. After dismissing all the videos, the platform finally ceased suggesting them. Cheng Hao was simply more appealing. Strength and gentleness coexisted effortlessly in him. Should she perhaps cling to Cheng Hao and ask him to teach her martial arts? Jiang Yirou blushed quietly at the thought of Cheng Hao's physique. Chapter 38. If you do not agree, I will not let go. Cheng Hao had long sensed that intense gaze from above. He was indeed correct in what He Yuan had said. Girls were far more audacious than boys. Men were overt in their desires, while women approached it with subtlety. Cheng Hao could understand Jiang Yirou admiring her figure. No wonder she had been so proactive with him lately. Perhaps it was merely a phase of curiosity typical of adolescent girls. Such infatuation would surely fade with time. Cheng Hao dismissed the notion, finishing his practice and heading straight for the shower. Upon seeing him conclude his training, Jiang Yirou quickly ducked to hide. As he turned, she feared he might catch sight of her. Jiang Yirou patted her chest. That was a close call. Once he entered the house, she slowly rose, bouncing and hopping like a little rabbit to freshen up. On the way to school, Jiang Yirou tugged at Cheng Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. What is it? Cheng Hao turned back. Cheng Hao, I've been feeling rather lethargic lately and wish to learn martial arts. Will you teach me? Cheng Hao regarded her with admiration. There was a reason for her excellence. Despite her packed schedule, she still sought to add martial arts to her repertoire. Miss, with the college entrance examinations approaching, it is unnecessary to overextend yourself. Jiang Yirou furrowed her brow. Was he rejecting her? I have time from 6 to 7. It does not conflict with my studies. Moreover, if you choose to enroll at Qing University, I want you to take the entrance exams. My skills are limited. Miss, perhaps you should seek a professional instructor instead? I am but a rough man, and you are delicate. What if you were to get hurt? I want you to teach me. Jiang Yirou's gaze was resolute. Miss, please let go. If you do not agree, I shall not relent. Jiang Yirou not only refused to release him, but instead pulled him closer, effectively trapping him in the seat. Cheng Hao could see the driver struggling to suppress a smile. This was quite a predicament. All right, I will teach you. Jiang Yirou grinned mischievously. It's a promise. Satisfied, she finally let him go. Cheng Hao sighed in resignation. How had Jiang Yirou become so persistent lately? He began to suspect he was dealing with an imposter. As they approached class 15, they had to pass by the experimental class. From a distance, Cheng Hao spotted Xiao Jiekai peeking around the classroom door. Sensing the situation, Cheng Hao tactfully said to Jiang Yirou, I will head to the classroom first. You two continue your chat. He then jogged away. Jiang Yirou had yet to comprehend the situation when Cheng Hao vanished from sight. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai called out, holding a beautifully crafted thermos. Jiang Yirou felt exasperated. What do you want? She had already placed him on her blacklist. How was he still so persistent? Fortunately, she had instructed the butler yesterday to reject Xiao Jiekai's calls and visits. As for school, there were only a few days left. She would simply ensure he did not end up at the same university as her. Of course, she would not sit idly by, with so many uncertainties. It was best to nip it in the bud. Yesterday, she had spoken with Madame Xiao, expressing her willingness to collaborate on a recent government project, contingent upon sending Xiao Jiekai abroad. The Xiao family had eagerly agreed. After all, this collaboration was not only highly profitable, but would also elevate their status significantly. Yirou, I woke up early today and made you some soybean milk and a cake. I'm sorry, but I've already had breakfast. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Yirou did not even glance at the items in his hands, simply bypassing Xiao Jiekai and heading toward class 15. The surrounding students could hardly be oblivious to her blatant rejection. It is evident to all that Jiang Yirou harbors no interest in Xiao Jiekai whatsoever. Observing the grim expression on Xiao Jiekai's face, the onlookers discreetly retreated back to the classroom, wishing to avoid any misfortune. Cheng Hao, He Yuantang had been trailing Jiang Yirou and, after witnessing the spectacle, quickly took a shortcut to catch up. Cheng Hao set his backpack on the desk and turned to find Yuantang's eyes sparkling with gossip. What s with the enthusiasm? I'm not interested in you. Yuantang's lips twitched. Rest assured, even if my girlfriend were to betray me, I would not harbor any unsavory thoughts about men. I thought you might be developing a crush. If I were to shift my affections to you, Miss Jiang would surely see me as a thorn in her side. Yuantang glanced out the window, not spotting Jiang Yirou, and then whispered to Cheng Hao, Guess what I just saw? What? Cheng Hao casually pulled a book from his bag. It was just the two of them proclaiming sweet nothings to one another. What else could they be doing? He would be jealous. Hey, let me tell you, just now, Xiao Jiekai's face was utterly mortified. He publicly presented Jiang Yirou with a heartfelt breakfast, only to be rejected. Ha ha ha. It was hilarious. Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow. So, Jiang Yirou hasn't cooled off towards Xiao Jiekai yet? But that is not my concern. I'm currently oblivious to the world outside. Yuantang saw Jiang Yirou approaching and hurried back to his seat. Why did you just leave me like that? Jiang Yirou pouted slightly, her voice laced with a playful tone. Wasn't it Xiao Jiekai who called for you? I came back first. I dislike him. The next time you see him, you must stand in front of me. Cheng Hao was taken aback. Was she intending to use him to provoke Xiao Jiekai? All right, miss. What should I gauge? Gauge? Jiang Yirou's brow furrowed in confusion. What gauge? Just make him leave. What if he persists? Then you just hit him. Don't worry. The Jiang family will take full responsibility for any fallout. Cheng Hao chuckled wryly. Very well. In the previous life, it was indeed the Jiang family that bore the brunt, only to find their fates more entwined. I hope Xiao Jiekai doesn't overstep. Otherwise, if he pushes too far, he might provoke me to strike. And then my engagement with Jiang Yirou will become an undeniable reality. Cheng Hao, could I borrow your eraser? I seem to have forgotten mine. Jiang Yirou looked innocently at him. Oh. Cheng Hao retrieved an entire box of erasers from his bag and handed her one. Jiang Yirou's expression darkened. Why do you have a whole box of erasers? How can we engage in our playful banter now? Oh, it seems a girl from last time slipped it into my bag. Initially, I thought it was a love letter, but she said her family makes erasers, so she gifted me a box. Which girl? Jiang Yirou's tone turned sour. I believe it was the class monitor from class 5. Jiang Yirou noted this down. Very well, the class monitor from class 5. I shall remember her. Chapter 39. It's difficult to communicate with you wealthy individuals. Jiang Yirou reached for the box in his hand, and Cheng Hao instinctively pulled it away. What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yirou lost her balance and tumbled towards him. But as you know, Jiang Yirou was seated. When she lunged forward without time to rise, what was the consequence? Cheng Hao felt a tight grip around his waist as Jiang Yirou embraced him. He reflexively caught her, helping her maintain her balance. Jiang Yirou awkwardly positioned her legs on her chair, her arms wrapped around Cheng Hao's waist. Had it not been for Cheng Hao's support, she would have fallen. She felt tears welling up, in front of the person she liked. How embarrassing. However, it was not the end of the world. There was even more awkwardness to come. The classmates, who had been observing the commotion, began to filter back into the classroom and were met with the sight of Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. I'm about to burst. I saw nothing. ISNT our first class a lab session. Let us go. We've entered the wrong classroom. Ha ha ha. The students jostled each other, laughing as they exited. Jiang Yirou thought to herself. Though the students in class 15 may not excel academically, they are quite loyal. Had this incident occurred in the experimental class, they would have rushed to capture the moment on camera and shared it widely. He Yuantang finally snapped out his daze, closing his agape mouth and grabbed a book, rushing out of the classroom. Class is starting. I want to wait for you. The classroom was left with just the two of them. Cheng Hao looked at Jiang Yirou, who feigned ignorance, and chuckled helplessly as he lifted her up. Miss, are you all right? Did you hurt anywhere? My face hurts. She replied glumly. Your face? How could your face hurt? Cheng Hao instinctively checked Jiang Yirou's face. Aside from feeling a bit warm, he didn't see any bruises. It's nothing. Let us go. Class is starting. Jiang Yirou grabbed her book to shield herself, and, as she stepped over the scattered erasers on the floor, paused to pick them up one by one, tossing them into the trash can by the classroom door. Oomph. She resolved to be the gatekeeper, ensuring no other woman had the chance to get close to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao found her childlike behavior amusing. Did the erasers provoke you? They wouldn't have fallen if you hadn't lunged to snatch them. Cheng Hao glanced at the erasers in the trash can, but refrained from commenting. The erasers did provoke me. Jiang Yirou even tossed the half-used eraser from his desk into the trash, declaring she would have someone bring new ones in a while. All right. Whatever you wish, miss. By the time they arrived at the experimental classroom, class had already been in session for quite some time. However, the teacher of class 15 had long grown accustomed to students arriving late or leaving early. A glance at the bustling laboratory scene revealed that as long as the students didn't blow up the classroom, anything was permissible. Cheng Hao found an empty desk, and naturally, Jiang Yirou followed closely behind him. I can't perform the experiment. I'll partner with you, Jiang Yirou declared with an air of bravado. Cheng Hao, just admit you're being lazy instead of pretending you can't do it. All right, class, I've explained the key points of today's experiment. If anyone has questions, feel free to raise your hand. Please use the experimental equipment for its intended purpose. And some individuals should refrain from excessive curiosity and putting things where they don't belong, accompanying those who need a hospital visit. I wish to maintain some semblance of dignity. Ha ha ha. The students erupted in laughter at the teacher's jest. Only Jiang Yirou was bewildered, quietly inquiring of Cheng Hao. What is the teacher talking about? What does it mean to put things where they don't belong? Why go to the hospital? Cheng Hao, damn that chemistry teacher. What a mess he has created. It's nothing. Last time during an experiment, someone got a beaker stuck in their mouth. Jiang Yirou looked at the beakers of various sizes and pointed to the smallest one. This one isn't big at all. How could it get stuck? Cheng Hao sweat. You just said this one isn't big. What about the larger ones next to it? Jiang Yirou's face turned pale. So big? Wouldn't that break my mouth? Yes. They even had to stitch it up. Jiang Yirou gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Today, in the laboratory, everyone was exceptionally excited, as the theme of the day was the extraction of gold. Although everyone is financially secure, the intrinsic fondness of the Chinese people for gold has ignited a fervent enthusiasm among them. Teacher, can this worthless rock truly be transformed into gold? I find it hard to believe. In response to the skepticism of a less academically inclined student, the teacher remained composed. Do you see the gold chain around my neck? It was extracted from this very rock. One can't help but marvel at the affluence of private schools. Even the experimental materials provided to students are lavish. I want to refine a magnificent gold chain for myself. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Cheng Hao also began to diligently work on his experiment, his expression intensely focused. Internally, he mused, gold. It's all gold. He deliberately selected the largest rock, patiently melting it down. Why not choose a smaller one? This one is too big. Jiang Yirou questioned. The bigger the stone, the more gold it yields. Cheng Hao explained. While other students might be conducting experiments for mere amusement, he was driven by the prospect of profit, naturally opting for a larger sample. You like gold? I'll buy some for you. Jiang Yirou replied nonchalantly. Doing it myself is far more meaningful. Cheng Hao retorted. You wealthy people just don't understand. The materials in the laboratory are free. Free. The chunk he selected could potentially yield at least 300 grams of gold. At the current market price of 800 per gram, that amounts to 240,000. Would you not undertake such an experiment for such a sum? Consequently, Cheng Hao approached the task with utmost seriousness, even guiding other students through the extraction process. Jiang Yirou, watching from aside, felt a tinge of jealousy. She decided to take a piece for herself, donned gloves, and began her own work. Cheng Hao, why isn't mine melting? She called out from her station. Cheng Hao hurriedly ran back. Just keep it on a little longer. Then he was called away again. Jiang Yirou, biting her lip, pretended to accidentally tip over the crucible. Oh no, Cheng Hao, it's spilled. Cheng Hao turned, his heart sinking. So much gold wasted. He rushed back to salvage the situation. I'm so sorry, Cheng Hao. I'm just so clumsy. Jiang Yirou stole a glance at Cheng Hao's anguished expression and felt a slight pang of guilt. It's all right, it can still be salvaged. If the aqua regia is spilled later, I won't even have time to suck it up. Good, he still has the composure to joke. Perhaps all is not lost. Is that green, disgusting liquid aqua regia? Jiang Yirou feigned disgust. Yes, it's not pure enough yet. With a few more refinements, it will transform into a stunning gold color. But what if I accidentally spill it? You mustn't spill it. Cheng Hao's heart raced. You call a mining area spanning tens of thousands of square meters small? Jiang Yirou mischievously regarded Cheng Hao, whose expression was rife with conflict. Cheng Hao, I can't manage this. Could you assist me? A female classmate called out. Sorry, but Cheng Hao doesn't have time. Jiang Yirou interjected, blocking a potential rival. Cheng Hao's focus remained on the extraction, utterly ignoring the girl. Jiang Yirou felt justified as she observed Cheng Hao's actions, while she lingered nearby, content to play the part of the underachiever. She realized she had previously pursued the wrong path. She shouldn't strive to be an academic overachiever. It's the underachievers who have the right to cling to Cheng Hao for answers. If he could solve everything, what purpose would he serve? Jiang Yirou sighed, lamenting the time she had squandered. Wow, it really is turning yellow, she exclaimed, beaming like a child. Of course. Soon we can filter out the gold and even make a bracelet. You can do that? Jiang Yirou gazed at him expectantly. With the right tools, yes. But the lab lacks the necessary equipment. Tools? I can have someone buy them, Jiang Yirou declared, promptly instructing her subordinates to procure the finest set of jewelry-making tools. Cheng Hao thought to himself, why did I even bother mentioning it? Now I brought this upon myself. Nearby, a female classmate, having already produced her own gold nuggets, was about to seek Cheng Hao's approval when she overheard their discussion about jewelry making. Cheng Hao, you can make jewelry too? Wow, that's impressive. Jiang Yirou felt goosebumps at the comment. Wow, so impressive. How could you stand to make it like that? Jiang Yirou muttered under her breath, just loud enough for the girl to hear. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Jiang Yirou with a pitiful expression. Jiang, my voice is just how I was born. I wish I could speak like you, but it's simply how I sound. I only admired Cheng Hao's ability to make jewelry. Jiang Yirou remained silent, but Cheng Hao frowned and stepped in front of her. This classmate, your voice is your own concern, and it has nothing to do with us. Could you please step aside? We're still conducting an experiment. Usually, someone with a bit of sensitivity would find an excuse to back off, but this girl seemed undeterred. Cheng Hao, I extracted gold using your method. Could you help me craft it into jewelry? Jiang Yirou thought, how shameless. Cheng Hao is meant to make jewelry for me. Why are you butting in? She pursed her lips, glancing at Cheng Hao. If he dared to agree, she'd demand he carve intricate designs on her bracelet to earn her forgiveness. Cheng Hao looked at the girl as if she were a lunatic. Why would I make jewelry for you? You could easily find a shop to do that. My time is precious. The girl was taken aback by Cheng Hao's unexpected rejection in front of so many people, as he was usually known for his gentility. She had approached at this moment, banking on his reluctance to refuse, attempting to manipulate the situation to her advantage. Relationships are often born from such entanglements. By creating a nuisance, she hoped to establish a connection. Did you hear? Cheng Hao doesn't have time to help you, Jiang Yirou declared triumphantly, unconsciously tugging at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, would you help me make a bracelet? Cheng Hao was momentarily caught off guard by Jiang Yirou's coy gesture. She had never before begged anyone for help. She simply commanded what she desired, and others complied without question. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger in her gaze, discreetly pinching Cheng Hao's arm. Cheng Hao nearly burst into laughter. She was still the domineering young lady. All right, what style do you want? I'll make it for you when I have the time. Cheng Hao, oblivious to the tenderness in his tone, was already displaying signs of indulgence. Jiang Yirou shot a defiant look at the girl. Hey, what are you staring at? Why don't you leave? Though the girl left with a huff, clearly dissatisfied, Jiang Yirou felt a sense of victory. Just attracting trouble. Releasing Cheng Hao, she returned to her experiment. Cheng Hao was left bewildered. Attracting trouble? Him? The very young lady who had just been so sweet, now turned cold in an instant. He chuckled wryly, realizing he had become a pawn in the girl's rivalry. Women are truly an enigma, unlike gold, which is so pure and straightforward. The captivating golden hue exudes the fragrance of wealth. Cheng Hao polished the refined gold with delight, carefully stowing it away. Here, Jiang Yirou presented a piece of gold equally stunning. Huh? Oh, are we making bracelets? Count me in. Cheng Hao eagerly reached out to accept it. I only require a delicate one. The rest are yours. All for me? Cheng Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, with such an abundance of gold, carrying it all would be utterly burdensome. I merely desire a more exquisite piece. The remainder is of no use to me. Cheng Hao, he adores wealthy individuals, declaring that tens of thousands worth of gold is unwanted. All right, later, I will find you several designs. Just let me know which one you prefer. Could you engrave your name on it for me? My name? Cheng Hao looked utterly bewildered. Why would a bracelet bear his name? It's akin to how an artist signs their work. Oh, now it makes sense. That is quite reasonable. Then I must design a truly unique bracelet for you. Otherwise, it could hardly be deemed a work of art. As long as you like it. Even if he merely fashioned a simple band, she would wear it. After the lab session, He Yuan rushed over to join them on their way back to the classroom. Allow me to show you the small gold beads I refined. Ha ha ha. I am truly a genius. If my father knew of my accomplishments, he would surely bestow upon me his entire mining operation. Ha ha ha. He Yuan showcased a bead no larger than a soybean to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao silently returned the gold bar to his pocket. A mining operation. How he loathed the wealthy. Cheng Hao, I see you have a fondness for ores. Conveniently, I possess a small mining operation given to me by someone. Feel free to take it for your amusement. It's of no use to me languishing away. Jiang Yirou's tone in offering the mining operation was as if it were merely a toy. A mining operation? You're giving it to me? Cheng Hao's expression was one of disbelief. What is the matter? Is it not permissible? The kinds of stones found in the laboratory are everywhere in my mining operation. You can pick as you please. The small mining operation you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be the one in F country, would it? Indeed, that is the only one I possess, primarily because the uncle who gifted it to me had little else to offer. So a mining operation was all he could provide. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. You refer to tens of thousands of square meters as small? Not small? Jiang Yirou appeared perplexed. Even the small island my father casually bestowed upon me is larger than that. Cheng Hao, sometimes one truly feels impoverished to the point of wanting to call the authorities. The enterprises he managed for the Jiang family in his previous life seemed but a mere fraction of their vast holdings. Chapter 41. Not a pyramid scheme. Then it's women. Woohoo, brother. You've struck it rich. Take me with you. He Yuan gazed at Cheng Hao with envy. Having someone to support you is truly splendid. Unlike me, who only supports others. Fly away, you dreamer. It's best to keep one's feet on the ground. Cheng Hao shot him a glance. Is he the sort of person to rely on handouts? So, when are we going live? The last batch of people who bought socks were unwilling to accept just one time. They're clamoring for a repeat, certain they can buy us out, considering sustainable development. The previous customers have all registered, joined the group, and any future updates will be announced directly there. The group has been buzzing lately, with daily shouts for us to restock. Let them wait. It will be just a couple more days. Cheng Hao appeared relaxed. Do we have enough stock? Should we have the factory work overnight? He Yuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. Jiang Yirou also chimed in. I have a factory at my disposal. I can expedite the production of our goods. Yet, Cheng Hao smiled and shook his head. No need. Our inventory is sufficient. Huh? But our stock is not as plentiful as last time. Jiang Yirou expressed her confusion. Fear not. There is no need for excess. Cheng Hao had certainly noticed the daily clamor in the group, but would he allow himself to be led by the nose? That would mean his previous life was for naught. He Yuan and Jiang Yirou exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to trust Cheng Hao's judgment. For reasons unknown, Cheng Hao exuded an aura of complete control, inspiring an unconscious faith in him. Might delaying be unwise? Wouldn't it extinguish their enthusiasm? He Yuan worried that if they kept them waiting too long, those individuals might scatter. He Yuan, Cheng Hao squinted at him. Why the sudden urgency? Do you need money? Just yesterday, you treated wealth with disdain, and now you're eager to earn? Don't joke. How could I possibly be in urgent need of money? My father gives me a monthly allowance of 10,000. He Yuan couldn't meet Cheng Hao's gaze, clearly feeling guilty. And your watch? Cheng Hao's keen eyes noticed the absence of He Yuan's prized green ghost watch. I was afraid of damaging it, so I left it at home. Cheng Hao scrutinized him for several moments, a smirk creeping onto his face. He Yuan, you'd best come clean. Have you been swindled into a pyramid scheme? Nonsense. He Yuan sprang up, indignant. How could such a clever person as I be deceived by a pyramid scheme? If it's not a pyramid scheme, then it must be women. Jiang Yirou, ever astute, accurately guessed the truth. He Yuan's expression betrayed him. Cheng Hao felt exasperated. He Yuan, just when I pulled you from one pit, you've jumped into another. What is this? A childhood friend came to seek refuge, and I simply couldn't allow a young girl to be left homeless. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead. Could it be that He Yuan has a tendency to attract troublesome situations? Jiang Yirou, her eyes sparkling with interest, clearly found He Yuan's gossip quite captivating. How about we find a place to chat? After all, we're discussing papers. Skipping class won't matter. He Yuan, the academic prodigy, is actually encouraging me to skip class? Well, we ought to study hard every day. Still, he was reluctant to face Cheng Hao's probing inquiries. Cheng Hao, however, did not offer him the chance to concoct excuses, swiftly dragging both of them out before the class bell rang. Jiang Yirou calmly walked past the teacher who had just entered the classroom. Teacher, we won't be attending this class. Leaving the bewildered language teacher behind, she followed Cheng Hao without hesitation. Cheng Hao pulled them through the corridor and found an empty conference room, pushing them into chairs. With a bang, he shut the door. Are you going to subject me to intense interrogation, or will you confess willingly? Cheng Hao perched a foot on the chair seat. He Yuan, frightened like a quail, recoiled. Don't come any closer. I'm a straight man. It seems you've opted for the intense interrogation route. Cheng Hao produced a wooden stick from somewhere, twirling it in his hand before striking it down on the table with a loud thud, startling He Yuan. I confess. I'll confess everything. It turned out that after returning home yesterday, a delicate beauty had been waiting at his door, tears streaming down her face, lamenting that her family had betrothed her to a corpulent factory owner, old enough to be her father. He Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, had of course taken it upon himself to shelter her. So, you abandoned your home to sleep on the streets and left your house for her? I couldn't possibly live with a young girl. Others would misunderstand. Do you still have plenty of pocket money? Is it too difficult to rent a room and have good sleep? He Yuan's face was flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Speak. Jusu in seat, declaring that she was broke and wished to buy some clothes and bags, and that she was seeking employment today. And you gave her all your money without keeping a penny for yourself? Jiang Yirou voiced what Cheng Hao was thinking. He Yuan, upon emerging, realized he was out of funds, but felt too ashamed to return and ask for more. Likely, He Yuan, you have been duped. Jiang Yirou remarked. What? Duped? That can't be. I willingly gave her the money. She didn't coerce me. She promised she would leave after finding a job. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao exchanged glances, pondering the foolishness of this naive child. Cheng Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Let's attempt to rescue him, Jiang Yirou said, equally exasperated. How could He Yuan be so oblivious to such an obvious scam? What are you two whispering about? He Yuan inquired, his eyes as clear as a college studentess. Cheng Hao draped an arm around He Yuan's shoulder. He Yuan, what if I told you she has no intention of finding a job and is comfortably enjoying herself in your home? Would you believe it? Impossible. Chu Shui said she was going to look for work this morning. He Yuan was stubborn. Shall we go? Jiang Yirou asked. Let us go, Cheng Hao replied, suspecting that this so-called Chu Shui had somehow dulled He Yuan's wits. He pressed the accelerator, speeding towards He Yuan's apartment. This residence had been purchased by He Yuan's family to allow him to rest better while staying close to school. A prime location, indeed, within an upscale community. Chu Shui is not that kind of person. She must have. He Yuan mused as he used his fingerprint to unlock the door. Upon opening it, a loud bang startled him. Who are you? The person who answered the door looked bewildered upon seeing Cheng Hao and the others. He Yuan, witnessing the state of his disheveled home, wore a similar expression of confusion. Dongzi, is that Xiangzi? Chu Shui emerged from the inner room, clad in a revealing short dress, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon seeing He Yuan, she was so startled that the bottle of liquor she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Chapter 42. One learns through pain. He Yuan, what brings you here? Chu Shui hastily extinguished her cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. He Yuan's gaze fell upon the sight of Chu Shui in her scan attire, exposing a considerable expanse of skin, rendering him speechless with anger. Where was the modest, pitiful Chu Shui from yesterday? Shouldn't you explain this to me? He Yuan managed to force out, his voice strained. The living room, once filled with raucous revelry from the outlandishly dressed crowd, fell silent. Shui, who is this person? Is he the wealthy brother you mentioned? A girl with a nose ring and chewing gum looked at He Yuan with a lustful gaze. Upon noticing Cheng Hao behind him, she nearly drooled. Shui, you've been eating quite well since coming here. These two are prime catches, far better than your previous ones. Shut your mouth. Jusu, stop it. Her face flushed with embarrassment at the interruption. She regretted not restraining herself from boasting yesterday, and now found herself with an unwelcome entourage. Let me explain. I didn't invite them. They came on their own, and I felt too embarrassed to kick them out. Chu Shui squeezed out a couple of tears, a mix of authenticity and pretense that tugged at He Yuan's heartstrings. Please don't cry. He Yuan panicked. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou behind him wished to avert their eyes. Chu Shui, is it? Are you all adults here? This apartment belongs to my good friend He Yuan, and if you continue this way, I can easily call Uncle Hat to escort you all out. The mention of Uncle Hat sent the others into a flurry, hastily discarding their cigarettes and alcohol. Shui, I have matters to attend to at home, so I'll be leaving. I have friends calling me out for dinner. I must go. Soon, the crowd in the hall had dispersed. Chu Shui, having failed to maintain her facade, wore a displeased expression. He Yuan allowed me to stay here. Thus, I'm the rightful owner of this place. I merely invited friends over for a casual visit. What authority do you have to expel us? He Yuan has no objections. Right, He Yuan? He Yuan glanced between Chu Shui and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, perhaps it's best to let it go. They haven't caused much trouble, so let them leave. Cheng Hao rolled his eyes, exasperated by the foolishness. As long as you are happy, since you don't need us to intervene, we shall take our leave. Hey, Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. Regardless of how He Yuan called out from behind, Cheng Hao pulled Jiang Yirou away without looking back. Once they were in the car, Jiang Yirou finally spoke. Cheng Hao, you know very well that He Yuan is soft-hearted and will be easily swayed by that woman's words. Why didn't you intervene? Cheng Hao's expression was calm, devoid of the earlier frustration. How much effort do you think it would take to convince him? Probably a significant amount. And yet a mere tear from that woman can soften his heart again, Jiang Yirou assessed, considering He Yuan's character. Do you know what the most effective method of educating a child is? What is it? It is to let them feel pain. Only through pain will they learn a lesson. Words hold less weight than letting them face the consequences themselves. Jiang Yirou nodded, somewhat understanding. How do you know so much about parenting? Impressive. She felt as if Cheng Hao possessed knowledge of everything, as though there was nothing outside his understanding. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao would not disclose that in his previous life, he was fully prepared to be a husband, diligently studying parenting knowledge daily, intending to take full responsibility for their future child after marrying Jiang Yirou, ensuring she bore no burden. Just casual reading. Oh, Jiang Yirou thought the situation wasn't that simple, but since he said so, she refrained from probing further. Now that we're going back, it's time for lunch. Shall we head home for a meal, take a nap, and then return to school? We'll have enough time. Sure. Cheng Hao had no objections. Whether they attended class or not was inconsequential, for he had already mastered the material. He turned the steering wheel and headed towards the villa. What should we have for lunch? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Jiang Yirou dialed home. Anything will do. Let's keep it simple. We'll be home in 5 minutes. How about noodles? Sound good. By the time they entered the house, 2 bowls of exquisitely prepared seafood noodles awaited them on the table. Miss, you've returned. Today, time was a bit tight, so the noodles are a tad simpler. If there's anything else you need, the kitchen can prepare it immediately. Jiang Yirou glanced at the noodles on the table. They look fine. She then turned to Cheng Hao. What do you think? Any other cravings? Cheng Hao shook his head. This is great. No need for anything else. He felt the chef was being too modest. This bowl of noodles was truly luxurious, as if a whole king crab had been thrown in. The thick, milky broth was undeniably appetizing. All right, you may leave. Jiang Yirou waved her hand, and the servants promptly retreated. In the spacious dining hall, only Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou remained. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao proceeded to enjoy their noodles, each utilizing their chopsticks in distinctly different manners. She has a penchant for delicately placing noodles onto a large spoon with a fork, gradually twirling them with elegance before savoring them without a single drop of broth spilling. When it comes to shrimp, she skillfully employs her knife and fork to entirely peel the shells away, subsequently enjoying the tender meat with grace. Cheng Hao has always found joy in observing Jiang Yirou as she dines. He has noted that regardless of how challenging the ingredients may be, she consumes her food with an air of sophistication and appetite. Unlike other women who declare themselves full after just a few bites, she truly relishes the flavors of her meal. Whenever Cheng Hao finds himself lacking appetite, he discreetly watches Jiang Yirou. Witnessing her leisurely enjoyment of food is a delightful experience that makes everything appear delectable. Time and again, this has proven to be effective. On one occasion, while stealing another glance at Jiang Yirou, he was caught in the act. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "What's the matter? Is there something on my face?" Coughing awkwardly, he replied, "No." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he noticed Jiang Yirou glancing at the large shrimp on her spoon, assuming he desired to partake. "Here, have some," she said, placing the peeled shrimp meat directly into Cheng Hao's bowl. "Thank you." Under Jiang Yirou's hopeful gaze, Cheng Hao picked up the shrimp and brought it to his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Delightful. The texture is so springy. Most importantly, it was prepared by Jiang Yirou herself, filling him with a profound sense of happiness, although it was a charming misunderstanding. As a gesture of gratitude, Cheng Hao wiped his hands and meticulously extracted crab meat for Jiang Yirou. He slid the small plate of crab meat toward her. "I've picked the meat for you. There are 2 sauces, one spicy and one mild." "Thank you." Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled as she looked at Cheng Hao. She had noticed him peeling crab earlier and had been wishing he would help her as well. To her surprise, the meat he had prepared was meant for himself. Chapter 43. I can't hold it any longer. This sweet and sour sauce is absolutely delicious. How did you make it? Jiang Yirou dipped a piece and was astounded. "Oh, it's nothing special. I made a jar of sweet and sour sauce using garlic, chili, and lemon. It's the same sauce used for the lemon shredded chicken you love. This sauce pairs wonderfully with seafood." Jiang Yirou felt as though she could not stop eating. "If you like it, I'll prepare more for you next time. It 1 tea spoil in the fridge. You can take some with you to college." So you want tea have to eat unfamiliar food? Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. Why bring it with me? Can't you make it for me again? Of course I can make it for you. However, it will take time to send it to you. You can take a few jars with you first. Especially when you go abroad. Shipping isn't as convenient as it is here. Jiang Yirou didn't understand why it needed to be sent. But Cheng Hao had already stood up. I'm full. I'm going upstairs to rest. Oh, all right. Jiang Yirou, feeling a lack of appetite herself, decided to return to her room as well. However, as she lay in bed, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, believing she would be tormented if she didn't clarify things immediately. I can't hold it any longer. She flipped over and dashed towards Cheng Hao's room. At that moment, Cheng Hao was lying in bed, a look of anguish on his face, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were desperately trying to awaken from a nightmare. Mom, Dad, no, no, no. Cheng Hao saw his parents carrying a small suitcase, boarding the ill-fated plane. He fought to stop them, but they could neither see nor hear him. The plane has been tampered with. You must not board. Dad, Mom, come down with me. Hurry. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. The plane took off along its original trajectory, unaltered by Cheng Hao's appearance. Dejected, Cheng Hao sat beside his parents, feeling utterly helpless. Within half an hour of takeoff, the aircraft began to shake violently. The passengers erupted in panic. Yet Cheng Hao's parents, after an initial surge of fear, placed the suitcase between them and held each other tightly. This was the hope they intended to bring to the nation, and they vowed to protect it at all costs. Before Cheng Hao's eyes, the plane plummeted rapidly, exploding in a deafening blast. As he watched his parents embrace amidst the flames, their figures filled with affection for one another, he screamed, "No! Cheng Hao! Cheng Hao!" Jiang Yirou knocked on the door for quite some time with no response. The door was unlocked, so she entered. Upon stepping inside, she was taken aback. Cheng Hao was curled up on the bed, tears streaming down his face, resembling a wounded creature. Dad, Mom. Hearing Cheng Hao's anguished cries, Jiang Yirou froze. Her heart aching for him, unable to restrain herself, she reached out to cradle his head. Cheng Hao, wake up. You are having a nightmare. As her voice trembled, Jiang Yirou struggled to hold back her own tears. She had always thought of Cheng Hao as strong. Although he initially needed her to soothe him with lollipops, he had gradually become more mature, no longer retreating to corners to cry. She believed he had begun to forget the pain of losing his parents. In her memory, Cheng Hao always faced her teasing with a smile. As if nothing could ever sadden him, he always stood like a giant, protecting her. Little did she know that in the shadows, Cheng Hao had been silently healing his wounds. She should have realized that no one could entirely forget their parents. Over the years, he had remained polite and distant within the Jiang household, perhaps feeling no sense of belonging at all. Jiang Yirou tightened her embrace, wishing she could do anything to replace the loss of his parents. In his dream, Cheng Hao was engulfed in sorrow, the flames threatening to scorch his very soul, making him feel as though he was about to follow his parents into oblivion. At that moment, he heard a gentle voice calling to him. Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. Suddenly, warmth enveloped him, shielding him from the searing flames. When he opened his eyes, a fragrance wafted through the air, followed by a soft touch. As he struggled to comprehend his surroundings, Jiang Yirou released her hold on him, her voice filled with joy. Cheng Hao, you're awake. I thought Jiang Yirou's lips quivered, on the verge of tears again. What's wrong? Don't cry. Cheng Hao rasped, reaching out to catch her tears. Was she worried for him? The voice that had called him was Jiang Yirou's. Cheng Hao felt his heart soften. Jiang Yirou, though she often pretended to be tough, truly cared for him at critical moments. After all these years together, though devoid of romantic love, they shared a bond akin to family. Really? Yet, the more he insisted he was fine, the more uncontrollable her tears became. Silly, there is clearly something wrong. Why deny it? Are you trying to bear everything alone to the point of breaking my heart? You had a nightmare, Jiang Yirou sobbed. It's all right. It was just a dream. But I heard you calling for Uncle Cheng and Aunt Cheng Hao's body stiffened, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I just dreamt of them. Perhaps they miss me and want me to visit them. Then let me accompany you now. But we still have school this afternoon. You could take a leave of absence. Jiang Yirou's expression was one of unwavering determination. Since Uncle and Aunt have sent a dream, they must be eager to see you. Let us depart at once. With that, she promptly called her homeroom teacher. Teacher, I have matters to attend to with Cheng Hao this afternoon. I request a leave of absence. Having said that, she hung up the phone without a second thought, leaving her teacher in a state of bewilderment, unable to voice any objections. Oh, Jiang Yirou from your class is taking leave again? No waities. After all, your teacher can't possibly teach her anything substantial. Quipped the teacher from the neighboring class. How piercing. After securing her leave, Jiang Yirou took Cheng Hao to the cemetery. Cheng's parents, both orphans, had perished in the line of duty, and with no relatives to claim their ashes. Old Master Jiang had stepped in to bring their remains to the Jiang family cemetery in the outskirts. Young Miss, young Master Cheng. The cemetery attendants greeted them with a bow. Jiang Yirou nodded, leading Cheng Hao towards the gravestone of Cheng's parents. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Cheng Hao found a comforting sensation in his heart. How delightful it was to witness the young Mrs. concern for others. It made him increasingly reluctant to let go. Upon arrival, Jiang Yirou stood before the gravestone of Cheng's parents and placed the flower she had brought upon it. Uncle Cheng, Aunt Cheng, it is Yirou. You must miss Cheng Hao dearly, right? I have brought him here to see you. With that, she gently pulled Cheng Hao forward. Go on, speak to Uncle and Aunt. Cheng Hao anticipated a moment of awkwardness, yet as he gazed at the faces on the gravestone that mirrored those from his dreams, his nose tinged with emotion. Chapter 44. I have seen pressure to study, but never pressure to play games. Mom and Dad, I have come to see you. Cheng Hao sniffled. We just met at noon, and now here I am again. Will you find me bothersome? Dad, Mom, I miss you. Please visit me more often in my dreams. It would be lovely for our family to chat together. Cheng Hao rambled on for quite some time. For every minute he spoke, Jiang Yirou silently stood by his side, providing companionship. By the time Cheng Hao realized how long they had been there, an hour and a half had passed. Why didn't you remind me? You just stood there for over an hour. Initially, he had held back his emotions, but as he continued speaking, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Had Jiang Yirou witnessed his earlier distress? Jiang Yirou simply retrieved a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the traces of tears from his face. There's no need to feel embarrassed. You can express whatever you wish. I am merely here to stand beside you. How she longed to mend the void left by Cheng Hao's lost parents. Yet, Jiang Yirou understood that this was an impossibility. All she could do was alleviate his sorrow a little and accompany him, visiting often. Her trusting gaze allowed Cheng Hao to lower his defenses. Tentatively, he asked, if I said that my parents' deaths were not an accident, would you believe me? I would. You don't even want to know why. Why should I? Your doubts must have merit. I not only believe you, but I can also assist you in investigating. No need for that. The situation could be quite intricate. He did not wish to entangle Jiang Yirou in this matter. But have you considered that if your suspicions are true, there may be individuals already watching you? And with me being so close, I could be drawn into this as well. Jiang Yirou's words sent a chill down Cheng Hao's spine. Upon reflection, many things in his previous life had seemed illogical, as if an invisible hand sought to lead him to his demise. The accident that had claimed his life prior to his rebirth appeared far from simple. If he could not uncover those responsible in this lifetime. Thank you for awakening me. Initially, I only wished to live a peaceful life, run a small business, and find a place to witness the sunrise and sunset. Yet now it seems that as long as those behind this remain, my life will undoubtedly be tumultuous. Perhaps my parents intended to warn me in my dreams to be cautious of their enemy's retribution. Rest assured, I will always be by your side. Jiang Yirou's small hand clasped Cheng Hao's, as if to transfer her strength to him. Jiang Yirou made him feel that he was no longer alone in his struggles. On the way back, Jiang Yirou said nothing, merely offering her silent companionship. It was only after Cheng Hao had ascended the stairs to his room that she departed once more. Ensure that Cheng Hao is well protected. If anything happens to him, you shall answer for it. She instructed her subordinates before leaving. Yes, young miss. With a serious expression, Jiang Yirou returned to the family estate. Grandfather, Yirou, what brings you back in such a hurry? Her grandfather noted her usual composure. She was always meticulous in her planning, and such an impromptu visit was unprecedented. Grandfather, how much do you know about the truth behind Uncle Cheng and Aunt Cheng's deaths? What prompted this sudden inquiry? I have told you that Uncle Cheng and Aunt Cheng perished in a plane crash during their mission. Grandfather, I have grown up. Cheng Hao has as well. We have the right to know the truth. Did Cheng Hao send you to ask me? No, he is unaware. However, he has begun questioning the events of that year. It was only a matter of time before he sought you out. Old Master Jiang remained silent for a long while before finally letting out a deep sigh. The events of that year were too complex for you to grasp. I do not wish for Cheng Hao to become embroiled in this matter. The reason I brought him here was that only our Jiang family can ensure his safety. Yirou, you may still reconsider your engagement. Jiang Yirou furrowed her brow. Why would I reconsider? It is Cheng Hao I care for, even if it is dangerous. Grandfather, let me be clear. Even if it is dangerous, I will not leave Cheng Hao. So, what exactly is this danger? This time, it was her turn to protect him. The steadiness in Jiang Yirou's gaze was a stark contrast to that of her peers. She would not allow anyone to have the opportunity to harm him. Very well. I shall tell you everything. Be prepared. Ultimately, old Master Jiang relented. On the journey back to the villa, Jiang Yirou gazed expressionlessly out the window. Even with her mental preparation, The revelation of the truth left her unsettled for quite some time. She sincerely admired Uncle Cheng and Aunt Cheng, and her heart ached even more for Cheng Hao. What could she do to make him feel the warmth of home? Ding! A notification popped up on her phone. If you love him, prepare a grand meal for him. Jiang Yirou, almost on impulse, clicked on it. Inside were several recipes, detailing not only the methods of preparation, but also the necessary ingredients, and even highlighting their nutritional benefits. Without hesitation, she downloaded the app and began to study the recipes. By the time she reached the villa, she had already decided on 3 dishes she intended to prepare. With too many options, she worried she might fail to execute them. With too few, she feared they would not be palatable, so she settled on 3, confident that at least one would be enjoyable. With a flourish, she sent the required ingredients to the kitchen for preparation. "Young miss, are you sure you can cook?" The butler was genuinely inclined to dissuade Jiang Yirou. The last time she had attempted desserts was still fresh in his mind. If she were to cut herself or spill oil while cooking, would that not spell the end of his career? "Butler, are you doubting my abilities?" Jiang Yirou replied with a frown. When had the butler become so verbose? It was merely cooking. If they could do it, why could she not? The mere thought of Cheng Hao's astonished expression upon tasting the meal she had prepared sent waves of excitement coursing through Jiang Yirou. She was resolute in her mission to win over this man with her culinary skills. "What dish is this?" "Miss, this is chives." "Why does it look different from the chives in the app?" "Miss, these are chopped." "And what is this?" "Scallions." "No, scallions are supposed to be slender, not so thick." "Miss, these are spring onions, perfect for stir-frying." Jiang Yirou, akin to a toddler taking its first steps, diligently scrutinized the ingredients. As Cheng Hao descended the stairs for a drink, he was taken aback to find Jiang Yirou in the kitchen. "Miss, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Jiang Yirou jumped, quickly waving her hand. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry and looking for something to eat." This was supposed to be a surprise. How could she let Cheng Hao know in advance? "Oh, what would you like to eat? I can make it for you." No, I've already eaten." Fearing further inquiries, Jiang Yirou hurriedly pulled him upstairs. "Aren't you going to rest? It's still early for dinner." "I didn't rest. I was just solving some problems." "Oh, then you must be tired from studying. How about playing some games upstairs?" She promptly dragged him to the gaming chair. Patting his shoulder, she declared, "You must play until dinner time. You're not allowed to go downstairs." Cheng Hao was utterly bewildered, having encountered many who pressed him to study, but never anyone who insisted on gaming. Chapter 45. No surprise, but plenty of frights. Click. The door was locked. Cheng Hao began to suspect that Jiang Yirou had concocted yet another whimsical game. He approached the balcony and peered down. The 4th floor was not particularly high. He had undergone special training, and this height was manageable for him. Bare-handed, without any protective gear, he was determined to find out what Jiang Yirou was up to. Finding a suitable landing spot, Cheng Hao sprang down like a spider, successfully reaching the ground in under half a minute. For someone who practiced daily, this was child's play. However, he encountered a minor mishap upon entering. He collided with the butler. "Young master, aren't you supposed to show?" Cheng Hao pulled the butler into a corner, ensuring that Jiang Yirou remained oblivious. The butler blinked rapidly, nodding in quick agreement. Okay. Only then did Cheng Hao release his grip. "Now, tell me honestly, what is the young lady up to?" "Young master, don't you know?" "If I knew, why would I ask you?" The butler, enlightened, realized that Jiang Yirou was planning something delightful to surprise Cheng Hao. "You'll find out tonight, young master. The young lady must have her reasons for keeping it a secret." Cheng Hao wore a skeptical expression. "She locked me upstairs. How could I know if she intends to do something to me?" The butler's face turned pale. "Did the young lady really do that?" "Yes, I climbed down from upstairs. If you don't tell me, I might just slip away. If the young lady asks, you can take the blame." The butler looked distressed. "Young master, you can't be so ungrateful. I haven't done anything." "Then be honest. Otherwise, I'll just barge in and see for myself." No, wait. I'll tell you, but you must promise to act as if you don't know." "Deal. Follow me, young master." The butler led Cheng Hao to a secluded corner, which surprisingly contained a table with snacks and a pot of 8 treasure porridge. "Butler, is this your secret hideout?" "Don't tell anyone. No one knows about this place. I come here often to see if the servants are slacking off." All right. A secret between men. A 1 tea spill." Cheng Hao patted the butler's shoulder amicably. Hee. This place has a great view and is well hidden. Look, we can see the kitchen." Cheng Hao glanced over, and indeed, while he couldn't see the entire kitchen, he could see half of it. He observed Jiang Yirou bustling about, occasionally asking the chef questions. Then, under the chef's guidance, Jiang Yirou heated the pan and poured in oil. "She? Cooking?" "Yes. The young lady is preparing dinner for you, but she has never cooked before. This could be disastrous. Last time, didn't you enjoy the peach gum coconut milk?" Dessert and cooking are 2 entirely different things. One merely requires boiling, while the other involves frying. If not careful, it could splatter before he could finish. A piercing scream erupted from the kitchen. Cheng Hao's instincts kicked in, and he dashed out. Miss, what happened? He grabbed Jiang Yirou's hand, noticing a small red mark where she had been splattered by hot oil. Seeing Cheng Hao suddenly appear, Jiang Yirou was momentarily stunned. Ice. We need ice. Cheng Hao shouted at the bewildered chef. Within moments, someone brought over a clean block of ice. Do you have a clean handkerchief? Yes, yes. The butler has prepared one. The butler quickly handed a clean handkerchief to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao swiftly wrapped the ice in the handkerchief, testing it on his own hand to ensure it was just right before applying it to her burn. The area burned by oil needs immediate cold treatment. Otherwise, blisters will form by morning, and you'll end up with scars. Jiang Yirou watched Cheng Hao, who was focused on treating her burn, biting her lower lip. I hope I didn't scare you. I just wanted to prepare a surprise for you. No surprise, but plenty of frights, Cheng Hao remarked, glancing at the ingredients on the counter, exasperated. If you want a specific dish, just tell the kitchen or me. This is not suitable for you. I just wanted to cook for you. It was merely an accident. I used to cook pretty well. Jiang Yirou did not want Cheng Hao to perceive her as merely a pampered young lady, incapable of anything beyond her studies. Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou's downcast expression, her demeanor seemingly on the verge of shattering, and couldn't he help but stroke her head gently. If you wish to cook again, you can call on me. I'll teach you. He would feel more at ease if it were under his watchful eye. Really? You're willing to teach me? You want tea, forbid me from the kitchen? Of course. Look how frightened the others are. If you keep this up, even a heart-saving pill won't help them. The smile that broke across Jiang Yirou's face held no trace of the earlier distress. Cheng Hao felt something was amiss, yet he had no proof. Then teach me now. Jiang Yirou tugged Cheng Hao back to the stove. Today, I want to make scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried clams, and a side dish called Grandma's Vegetables. Is that all right? Absolutely. Cheng Hao found it impossible to refuse her. If she wanted to learn, so be it. This way, when she traveled abroad, she could cook for herself if the local cuisine did not suit her taste. The butler had already discreetly signaled for everyone else to leave. At that moment, the kitchen was left with only Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. Is the water drained? Cheng Hao watched as she prepared to pour the vegetables into the oil with the colander still full of water, quickly intercepting her. There's still some water. Let me do it. You might get splashed. Hey. Jiang Yirou saw her colander snatched away by Cheng Hao, who deftly poured the contents into the oil. You're hogging all the action. Then you shall take charge of the stir-frying. Cheng Hao grumbled as he handed the spatula to Jiang Yirou. After 2 decades of companionship, it had become second nature for him to take care of her. He could change. Surely, he could change. Jiang Yirou accepted the spatula with a sense of satisfaction, brimming with confidence. With the first scoop, half of the vegetables flew out of the pan. Oh well, it's all part of the learning process. Cheng Hao reassured her. On the second attempt, the pan toppled over. Whether it was the slickness of the pan's bottom or the angle at which Jiang Yirou wielded the spatula, the result was the same. The pan had flipped. The oil within splashed directly into the flames, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Fortunately, Cheng Hao reacted swiftly, pulling Jiang Yirou into his embrace. Outside, the butler, who had been leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds, sensed something amiss and hurriedly called for assistance. Upon entering, he nearly lost his composure. He quickly arranged for fire extinguishing. Thankfully, the household staff were all professionally trained, and within 5 minutes, the kitchen was restored to order. Still shaken, Jiang Yirou was led away from the kitchen by Cheng Hao, settling on the sofa in the living room. One hand clung tightly to the collar of Cheng Hao's shirt, refusing to let go. Chapter 46. Then I shall bind the young lady's hands and feet. All is well, all is well. Cheng Hao comforted her as he patted her back. Cheng Xiao, you should tend your back, the butler gently reminded, holding a first aid kit. Jiang Yirou, upon hearing this, anxiously rose from his embrace. Cheng Hao, are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me? She turned to examine his back, noticing a hole burned through his shirt, the skin beneath already singed. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I should have insisted on learning to cook. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Just a minor injury. Nothing? Look at that gaping wound. Jiang Yirou dared not even touch it. Young lady, perhaps we should enlarge the cut in your shirt a bit, then disinfect and apply the ointment. The butler kindly suggested. Yes, let us apply the ointment. Jiang Yirou took the scissors, declaring, I'll help you with the ointment. You lie down. No need, I can manage on my own. Absolutely not. Lie down. Jiang Yirou insisted, her expression resolute. Cheng Xiao, the butler chimed in, clearly anxious. If the young lady wishes to apply the ointment, let her do so. Who else has the privilege of having the young lady tend to them? Not even old Master Jiang enjoys such treatment. Seeing the guilt in Jiang Yirou's eyes, Cheng Hao's heart softened. All right, it's just applying some ointment. He folded his arms on the sofa and lay down. His motion caused the muscles in his back to form an elegant arc, nearly causing Jiang Yirou to forget her purpose. What a rascal. Even injured, he remained so composed. After a prolonged silence without any movement from Jiang Yirou, Cheng Hao turned to glance at her. Young lady? His eyes seemed to implore. Hurry up. The sight of such a handsome man in distress conveyed a beauty interwoven with fragility, igniting a wild impulse within Jiang Yirou. Cough, cough, just lie still. I'll enlarge the cut in your shirt. As she spoke, Jiang Yirou awkwardly cut the shirt larger with the scissors. While disinfecting with iodine, she would dab and blow on the area, causing Cheng Hao's muscles to involuntarily twitch. Should I bandage it for you? Otherwise, the ointment will easily wear off. That's unnecessary, right? Cheng Hao, it is necessary. Otherwise, the ointment will be wasted. The butler encouraged from the side. I'll just be careful. Ripe. All done. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Hao's shirt was utterly ruined. Jiang Yirou was resolute in her actions, showing no hesitation. The sound of tearing fabric was akin to the snapping of Cheng Hao's already frayed nerves, so abrupt it caught him off guard. He lay on the sofa, trembling, feeling weak and helpless. Get up, or I won't be able to manage. Jiang Yirou glared at him, holding a roll of gauze. How could she help him secure it if he remained lying down? Cheng Hao replied, how can I get up? If I do, everything will be exposed. Naturally. The butler did not afford him the luxury of hesitation, directly helping him to rise. Cheng Hao, it seems inconvenient. Allow me to assist you. After lifting him, he kindly gathered the torn remnants of Cheng Hao's shirt and disposed of them in the trash. A cool breeze wafted through, and Cheng Hao felt as though the air conditioning was set uncomfortably low today. Jiang Yirou wrapped the gauze around Cheng Hao's chest, albeit in a somewhat haphazard manner. Yet it served its purpose. She finished with a lovely bow at the center. All done. Now it's foolproof. Jiang Yirou beamed with pride at her handiwork. Cheng Hao quickly rose. I'll go change, and then prepare dinner. Don't bother cooking. Let the kitchen handle it. Jiang Yirou realized that some tasks were best left to the professionals. Fine. Just as Cheng Hao intended to head upstairs, he turned back, feeling uneasy. You want to sneak back into the kitchen, will you? Of course not. Jiang Yirou replied, flustered. Who would have thought that the astute Jiang Yirou would be utterly clueless when it came to culinary skills? She had no desire to embarrass herself again. Cheng Hao signaled the butler to keep an eye on her before he ascended the stairs to change. Once in his room, all semblance of composure evaporated. Cheng Hao flopped onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow, groaning. Oh, I've been seen. Is my physique acceptable? He mused, counting his abs 1, 2, 8. Not too shabby. And what about his chest muscles? Quite well defined. Bicep strong. It's all right. It's just a matter of being seen and touched. It's not like it's something else. As Cheng Hao dressed, he comforted himself. However, upon descending the stairs, he was unexpectedly ambushed by He Yuan, who wailed dramatically. Cheng Hao, hurry, brother. I'm in dire straits. I can't even afford a meal. What is going on? Cheng Hao struggled to push He Yuan away a bit, lest the tears and snot ruin his new outfit. My dad heard I took in Shushua and cut off my card. How do I explain that Shushua is just temporarily staying? He wants to believe me. Good brother. You're the only one on my side, right? Where did you get the idea that I would side with you? Cheng Hao, why not charm Shushua instead? See if she is willing to return some of the money you lent her. After all, you helped her when she was in trouble. Now that you're in a bind, she ought to assist you in return, don't you think? He Yuan's limited cognitive capacity seemed to grasp Cheng Hao's reasoning. That's true. I gave her quite a bit. If she returns even 10,000, I'll have food to eat. Thank you for the reminder, good brother. Then, you should hurry. If you go now, you might still share a meal together. Right. I'm off. He Yuan arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Watching him earnestly be deceived by Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Is this child lacking a sense of reason? How can he so earnestly believe in that woman? Thus, she thought, it is crucial to correct misguided paths early on. Otherwise, it may be impossible to set things right later. Better to endure hardship now than to remain so naive. Cheng Hao cast a vote for He Yuan's father. Let He Yuan witness the treachery of human nature. I shall show no mercy. But if one day I find myself blinded by malevolence, would you treat me the same way? Jiang Yirou's expression was earnest. Cheng Hao felt a pang of distress. How could this young lady pose such life-threatening questions? Surely, with her intelligence, she would not be easily deceived. But what if she were? Would you cast me aside, forcing me to suffer before enlightening me? Cheng Hao was drenched in cold sweat. How could he dare to allow the young lady to leap into a pit of fire? He would be the one to perish. Suddenly, an absurd thought struck him. I shall bind the young lady's hands and feet and confine her at home. The butler nearly dropped the dishes he was holding. What had he just heard? Those words should not have reached his ears. Chapter 47. A mind saturated with 95 water. Jiang Yirou's eyes widened in disbelief. What had Cheng Hao just said? Cheng Hao snapped back to reality, perspiring profusely. Oh my, what had he just uttered? Ahem. What I meant to convey was, should the young lady be ensnared by wickedness, I would do everything in my power to prevent it, ensuring that no opportunity is afforded to the villains. Yes, that is precisely what I meant. The expressions of the butler and the others were quite nuanced. Do you think we would believe that? Jiang Yirou's face flushed crimson. She had studied psychology. A person's first reaction is often the most genuine. Thus, Cheng Hao's earlier thoughts were his truest sentiments. The realization that he harbored such thoughts about her filled Jiang Yirou not with repulsion, but rather with a subtle anticipation. Ah, I see. Certain things can be shared privately between us. Cheng Hao, no, please let me explain. I truly did not intend for it to sound so absurd. Yet, what was this look of expectation on Jiang Yirou's face? Surely she could not be contemplating something similar towards him? Very likely, although Jiang Yirou wore a smile, in truth, she had etched him into her memory. After all, he had dared to declare in front of so many that he would bind her hands and feet. Cheng Hao could already envision a scenario where he would be kneeling before Jiang Yirou, repeatedly confessing his errors. Young lady, I was wrong, where are you? Cheng Hao snapped back to reality, only to find Jiang Yirou had already left the living room. Cheng Hao, the young lady has already proceeded to the dining hall. The butler kindly reminded him. His respect for Cheng Hao had grown increasingly profound. Any other person uttering such words would not have left the Jiang household unscathed. Yet, not only had Cheng Hao survived, but the young lady's attitude towards him was also quite intriguing. The butler chuckled mischievously and followed Cheng Hao. The next day at school, when Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou encountered He Yuan, they were taken aback. Was that haggard figure truly He Yuan? Hey, did you spend the night as a gigolo? You look utterly exhausted. Get lost. You're the one who is a gigolo. He Yuan swatted Cheng Hao's hand away. Then why does your face look as if it has been drained of vitality? Where did this vixen come from? I merely didn't sleep all night. And I haven't eaten since yesterday noon. Am starving. Weren't you dining with your dear sister? Cheng Hao didn't need to guess what had transpired, but he would not pass up the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He Yuan's gaze darted nervously. Yesterday, Chu Xue was unable to invite me for dinner because her mother showed up. Oh, I fail to comprehend. Whose house is that? Yours or hers? Obviously mine. Then why do you appear so sheepish returning home? You didn't stay out all night, did you? Cheng Hao observed that He Yuan hadn't changed his clothes at all. What a fool. As a grown man, I couldn't very well share a room with them. I voluntarily stepped out. Chu Xue even offered me the master bedroom, saying she and her friends would take the guest room. How could I accept that? So you didn't even ask her for the money back? At the very least, you could have booked a room for yourself. I did ask her for it. She claimed her mother arrived and funds were insufficient. She said if I was truly in need, she would return the money to me. How could I demand it? A grown man should manage somehow. Yes, a grown man can endure a bit. Good luck, Cheng Hao said, preparing to walk away. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to treat me to breakfast? You're a grown man. What's the big deal if you skip a few meals? Keep an eye on yourself. I'm off to the math teacheress. We're about to have a math competition, and the teacher is giving us extra lessons. I might not even attend class today. Huh? What about my lunch? He Yuan was taken aback. Lunch? You can go to the cafeteria. All right, you have no money. Cheng Hao seemed to recall something. He Yuan looked on with anticipation. Not having money is not my concern. I'm not your father. All right, your father has abandoned you. Ouch, that hurt. Whether from hunger or anger, He Yuan trembled, pointing at Cheng Hao's retreating figure. Scoundrel! He Yuan! Jiang Yirou's voice called from behind. He Yuan turned with hopeful eyes. Jiang classmate, I know you are kind-hearted and beautiful. You wouldn't possibly ignore me, would you? He Yuan, you are blocking the way. Please excuse me, thank you. Jiang Yirou politely sidestepped him, not even glancing back as she followed Cheng Hao's lead. He Yuan buried his face in despair. A den of thieves. They're all a den of thieves. Jiang Yirou finally caught up with Cheng Hao before entering the office. Have you truly hardened your heart towards him? Indeed, one must not be soft-hearted with children. Without sufficient lessons learned, he will only find himself in trouble again in the future. With his mind saturated with 95 water, it is imperative to drain some of it out for it to be of any use. Jiang Yirou couldn't help but chuckle, surprised at Cheng Hao's sharp tongue when he was being devious. Just moments ago, seeing He Yuan's pitiful state, she thought he had learned his lesson. Little did she know Cheng Hao intended to let him suffer further. Teacher Zhang. Cheng Hao approached the math teacher's desk. The math teacher lifted his head from a stack of papers. You've arrived? Please wait a moment while I finish grading this paper. Then we'll head to the next classroom. Very well, teacher. We'll wait for you outside. With that, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou made their way to the corridor outside. Their classroom building was square-shaped, with a grand old phoenix tree standing tall in the center. Lush and green, a branch fortuitously extended towards the corridor, easily touched with a gentle hand. With nothing to do, Jiang Yirou plucked a leaf to play with in her hands. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a patch of light on Jiang Yirou's face. Cheng Hao's hands moved faster than his mind, already opening his phone and aiming the camera at Jiang Yirou to capture the moment. Click! Hearing the sound, Jiang Yirou turned her head, catching him in the act. "You're taking candid shots of me." Her tone was assertive. Cheng Hao, feeling embarrassed, rubbed his nose. About to apologize. "Send me the photo. I want to see if you capture me looking beautiful or unflattering." Cheng Hao was taken aback, then smiled. "Beautiful, I assure you. I captured you beautifully." He fiddled with his phone and sent it over. With such a stunning young lady, it would be a challenge to capture her poorly. Jiang Yirou opened the photo upon receiving it. Under the radiant sunlight, a lively young girl playfully lifted a leaf, and everything appeared so harmonious. It was evident that Cheng Hao, the photographer, lacked technical skill but was overflowing with emotion. Jiang Yirou raised her chin slightly, a proud expression adorning her face. "You certainly know how to flatter. Why have you never been willing to praise me before? It made me question my own appearance. As a boy, if I were to constantly chase after you to compliment your beauty, what would you think?" Cheng Hao shot her a glance. "A philanderer? A rogue? A playboy? Huh? Is that the reason?" Chapter 48. Is she confessing to him? Jiang Yirou smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, tilting her head ever so slightly. Cheng Hao also plucked a leaf, casually biting on the stem. "Indeed, do you expect me to fawn over you like Xiao does? That is far too greasy. You are nothing like him." Jiang Yirou thought of Xiao Jiekai, her face contorted in disdain. "He was oily even in silence. But whatever you say brings me joy." What is Miss Jiang talking about? Is she confessing to him? The pretense of passing by, Xiao Jiekai felt a pang in his heart. He is oily? Indeed, he is oily. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou, let us head to the classroom next door. The mathematics teacher, brimming with confidence, held a stack of printed worksheets. These were meticulously crafted problems he had compiled over the past few days, designed to stump the two students, or rather, to impart knowledge. He was determined. As a mathematics teacher, he would not be outdone by two high school students. With unwavering confidence, he distributed the exercises, thinking this would surely occupy their time for the day. Thus, he left with a parting remark. "Take your time. Leave any unanswered questions blank. I'll return later to explain." Little did he know, barely half an hour after he exited, Cheng Hao began to space out. Resting his chin on one hand, he gazed out the window at the leaves swaying in the wind, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. So boring. The questions are too easy. Although Jiang Yirou was not as fast as Cheng Hao, she completed the exercises in just half an hour. Sitting behind him, she looked up to see Cheng Hao struggling to keep his head up, his nodding head indicating he was on the verge of sleeping. A glint of mischief flashed in Jiang Yirou's eyes as she bit her lip, suppressing the urge to make a sound. She tore a piece of scrap paper into a ball and gently tossed it. Thud! It struck him right on the back of his head. "Who hit me?" Cheng Hao jolted awake. He glanced around, and apart from Jiang Yirou, who was still diligently working, there was no one else. He scratched his head. Was that a hallucination? A dream? Surely not Jiang Yirou. He stole a glance at her. Jiang Yirou, with a bewildered expression, met his gaze. "Is something the matter?" she asked, with utmost sincerity. "Oh, no, nothing." Cheng Hao quickly turned away, only to turn back immediately. Jiang Yirou nearly got caught. She blinked her large, sparkling eyes. "Is there something else? Were there any other people in the classroom just now?" "Nope. Oh my heavens." She was nearly bursting with laughter. Cheng Hao finally turned back. Jiang Yirou hastily covered her face with the exercise book, silently laughing. "Ha ha! Cheng Hao's expression is too amusing." She quietly kicked the paper ball that had bounced back to the back of the room. Just as she was laughing uncontrollably, Cheng Hao turned back again. "Did the teacher just pass by the window? I felt someone hit me." Jiang Yirou endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Well, I wouldn't know. I was working on the problems." Cheng Hao pondered. Perhaps it was the math teacher passing by, seeing him asleep, and assuming he was slacking off. He wavered between sleeping and submitting his work, deciding to sleep first. He simply laid his head down on the desk, focusing entirely on sleep. The air conditioning in the classroom was too comfortable. Cheng Hao had stayed up late the previous night preparing for his live stream, and within moments, he fell asleep again. This time, Jiang Yirou did not disturb him. Instead, she quietly moved to a different seat to admire his slumber. How can his eyelashes be so long? Jiang Yirou tentatively poked the air, imagining how ticklish it would be if she placed her palm over his eyes. His thick, Sword-like eyebrows and high nose bridge captivated her gaze, eventually landing on a place she rarely dared linger: his lips. Cheng Hao's lips were thin and diamond-shaped. Though thin-lipped men are often perceived as cold-hearted, Jiang Yirou believed otherwise. If there existed someone whom Cheng Hao loved, he would undoubtedly devote his entire life to protecting that person. With her heart fluttering, Jiang Yirou shyly rested her half-buried face in her arms, pondering who that person could be. No, that person could only be her. She would not allow him the opportunity to fall for anyone else. As for his declaration to annul their engagement in the previous life, she would never grant him that chance again. Jiang Yirou noticed the math teacher strolling from the adjacent office, clutching the practice book, and quickly rose to intercept him before he entered the classroom. Let Cheng Hao enjoy a little more sleep. It was rare for him to indulge in such slumber. Jiang Yirou, have you settled in so quickly? Yes. Teacher, I have a few questions I'm uncertain about. Could you explain them to me? The teacher's slightly bruised ego regained a semblance of strength. Of course. These problems are quite challenging. Once we get to the classroom, I'll explain them to both of you. No need, teacher. Cheng Hao is still working on them. If you explain, he'll lose the joy of the challenge. That's true. Let us head to the office then. The math teacher and Jiang Yirou gradually walked away. Cheng Hao peacefully enjoyed 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself alone in the classroom. After washing his face at the back of the room and glancing at the time, which was nearing lunchtime, he grabbed the completed exercises and headed towards the office. As he reached the door, he unexpectedly discovered Jiang Yirou calmly discussing questions with the math teacher, who was sweating profusely, struggling to respond. Upon seeing Cheng Hao, the teacher felt as though he had found a lifeline. Cheng Hao, you're finally done. We were waiting for you to discuss the problems. Oh, what problems are we discussing? We're focusing on the types of questions you both frequently get wrong. I'll provide additional guidance. Jiang Yirou has already grasped the material well and can apply it flexibly. Cheng Hao, do you have any questions? Questions? I shouldn't have any. Cheng Hao, don't be shy. After working for so long, how can you not have any questions? Jiang Yirou completed it in an hour and asked me several questions. Although he ultimately couldn't answer them, it was irrelevant. After all, her questions were far beyond the syllabus and wouldn't appear in competitions. Seeing the math teacher's eager and expectant expression, how could someone as kind as Cheng Hao refuse? He immediately jotted down a few notes. Teacher, please remember to address this. Jiang Yirou and I will head off for lunch now. After lunch, we'll return a check. Teacher, good luck. You can request external assistance. The math teacher gazed at the problems in his hand, almost in tears. What was I thinking? Am I seeking self-inflicted torment? This problem cannot be solved without a supercomputer. Forget it. Let's shake someone down. Hey, senior brother, I have an intriguing question for you. I'll send it to you right away. Chapter 49, Oh Dear Ancestors. Refrain from speaking recklessly. When you see Yuan later, will you treat him to a meal? On their way to the cafeteria, Jiang Yirou inquired curiously. Cheng Hao twirled his campus card in one hand, a smile playing on his lips. What a joke. Do you believe he has already scrounged a mountain of food from other classmates? Are you suggesting he'll come running to me, pretending to be pitiful? Or else? Do you truly think he would starve while waiting for my meal card? This rascal, aside from acting foolishly in front of women, is quite astute at other times. As he spoke, he pointed discreetly toward a nearby corner where Yuan was stealthily munching, signaling Jiang Yirou to remain silent. Yuan, Cheng Hao exclaimed loudly, startling Yuan into a shiver, causing the shrimp chips in his hand to scatter all over the floor. The cake in his other hand nearly splattered on his face. Cheng Hao, what are you doing here? Yuan stammered. You look as guilty as a scoundrel caught cheating on his partner. You're not planning to hide here and gorge yourself all morning, are you? I'm just really hungry. I want to eat. Cheng Hao, please treat me to a meal. Cheng Hao trembled at his pleading. Calling me brother must mean you're truly starving. Yuan blinked with sincere, wide eyes. Then hurry up and reclaim your money. No one here will pity you. Cheng Hao turned and walked away, resembling a heartless rogue. Don't forget, you still have nowhere to sleep tonight. A friendly reminder, you already stink. Cheng Hao's words hammered down on Yuan like a relentless mallet. Could it be that I truly erred? Was I not merely being helpful? Did I really do something wrong? Indeed, the only fault lies in the fact that others are using the money you provided to assist themselves. I trust you wouldn't find that objectionable, would you? What assistance? Look, Jiang Yirou maliciously sent the video she had just received to his phone. No need to thank me. She patted Yuan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Upon opening the video, Yuan's fury nearly caused his head to explode. Tossing his snacks aside, he stormed out of the school like a small cannonball. Cheng Hao was left speechless. What did you show him? Ahem, nothing much. Just that his home has now transformed into that scoundrel's den. TSK, TSK. I'm quite eager to witness a live broadcast. Let S refrain. Let him keep some dignity. After all, we can watch discreetly. Jiang Yirou pulled out her phone, tapping on the screen until He Yuan's first-person view appeared. When did you install a camera on him? Cheng Hao was astounded by Jiang Yirou's cunning. The Buddha says it's unspeakable. Once spoken, it loses its magic. Let us go. Let us hurry and buy food before he arrives. Huh? Why? Jiang Yirou stumbled as he pulled her along. Fool. Soon enough, it will be inappropriate for children. Do you wish to become famous in front of a crowd? Jiang Yirou shook her head. I don't want that. Then let us hurry and buy food. The two quickly cut in line with the cafeteria uncle, purchased their meals, and dashed to an empty classroom. Why do we feel like we're engaging in an affair? Cheng Hao covered Jiang Yirou's mouth. Oh dear ancestors. Don't speak nonsense. What affair? They have no feelings to steal. Let me go. I'm not talking nonsense. If you cease speaking out of turn, I will release you. Cheng Hao feared she might blurt out something shocking again. All right. Jiang Yirou nodded. Cheng Hao finally let go of her mouth. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't thought of anything, but now he felt the lingering softness of her touch on his palm. Unconsciously, he rubbed his palm. Jiang Yirou's face not only appeared delicate and smooth, but felt like milky avocado jelly, brimming with collagen, utterly irresistible. Ahem, let us check our phones. Cheng Hao seized a moment to mask his discomfort. Oh, the two propped their phones on the table, squeezing together to eat. Look, he is home. Jiang Yirou's eyes widened, wishing she could open the door for He Yuan herself. The sight behind the open door did not disappoint. The room was a chaotic mess, and Chu Shue lay in a man's arms, clad only in a silk bathrobe, her shoulders exposed, clearly recovering from a drunken night. And her mother? Even more outrageous. She was embracing men on either side, looking quite flirtatious. Oh no, Annie S here? Let's have her clean the place up and charge it to He Yuan. He Yuan? The moment Chu Shue spotted He Yuan, she screamed and scrambled off the man, hastily reaching for her clothes. Chu Shue's mother was awakened by the commotion, her tone unfriendly. You foolish girl, why are you making such a racket? Don't you know I'm still sleeping? Sleeping? He Yuan is here. Chu Shue hurriedly adjusted her expression. He Yuan, you must let me explain. These people inexplicably barged in last night, and upon entering, they pounced on us. We fought valiantly, resulting in a mutual defeat. Wah. He Yuan, didn't you say the security here was excellent? How could this happen? He Yuan laughed in anger. In Chu Shue, do you truly think I'm a fool? At this moment, you still wish to bite back at me? I considered you a sister, yet you lent your apartment to others, choosing to sleep on the streets instead. I even risked losing my allowance from my father to support you, only to find you misbehaving in my apartment. He Yuan, it's really not like that. He Yuan promptly dialed security. You all throw them out, as far as possible. Yes, the community security, only heeding the owner's commands, efficiently cleared everyone out. He Yuan surveyed the disarray, feeling a wave of disgust at what the mother and daughter duo must have done here, and promptly decided to sell the apartment. Out of sight, out of mind. After handling everything, He Yuan squatted on the ground, covering his face. After a long moment, a wail escaped him. How can I ever face Cheng Hao again? He laughed me to death. Cheng Hao, who had just taken a sip of juice, nearly spat it out at He Yuan's words. This guy is toxic. Shouldn't he be lamenting his poor judgment and learning from his mistakes, vowing never to trust others again? Why does he care that I might mock him? Is he insane? Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh nearby. In his heart, your status is higher. Shouldn't you feel honored? Cheng Hao's lips twitched. I thank him. No need. I could never fall for him. Let him give up on that thought. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, who had been thoroughly seen through, he mentally prepared himself. Yes, I absolutely mustn't let Cheng Hao know. I'll just say Chu Shue went back to her hometown. Exactly. That's the plan. Chapter 50, not only must I seize it, but I must seize it beautifully. He Yuan, Cheng Hao called out as he passed class 15. Chu Shue has returned to her hometown. He Yuan shouted loudly. The entire scene fell into silence. Cheng Hao leisurely replied, I was merely reminding you that the teacher is calling for you. Then he drifted away. Yuan, you stand at the back. The teacher expressed, am I to be regarded as Hello Kitty if I do not assert myself today? Cheng Hao concealed his talents and reputation. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed the math teacher was still in a state of perplexity, scratching his head. Leaning down, he inquired of Jiang Yirou, what is the matter? Has he not solved it yet? Not yet. He's only reached the second step. Teacher, this approach is inadequate. How do you expect to teach us like this? You didn't resort to cheating on that previous problem, did you? The math teacher, visibly embarrassed, continued to scratch his head. Just a moment, please. I think I'm starting to get an idea. Stop teasing the teacher. No instructor at this school can teach you. With the caliber of Cheng Hao and her, Only a university professor could impart any knowledge. Cheng Hao chuckled and picked up a piece of chalk. Teacher, spare yourself the struggle. Let me reveal the answer. Your initial thought process is flawed. In a swift motion, Cheng Hao wrote down the solution steps on the blackboard, clear and concise. No need for me to explain, right? No. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. The math teacher seemed enchanted. Cheng Hao shrugged at Jiang Yirou. I think we should allow the teacher some personal space. Shall we head to the library then? Sounds good. There is nothing to do now. After school, let us take you on home for a live stream. The two strolled leisurely along the path beside the playground towards the school library. Through the glass windows, they could see a few scattered individuals engrossed in books and assignments. After all, it was class time. Those in the library were likely the diligent students. As for their high school's management system, it was both stringent and lenient, emphasizing tailored education. Those disinterested in studying could pursue their hobbies and talents, while those eager to learn were not confined to classroom instruction. After all, the school was not short of funds, and there was no need for everyone to cram into a single narrow path. Jiang Yirou playfully stepped on Cheng Hao's shadow from behind him. As he moved left, she darted to the left. As he swayed right, she bounced to the right, finding great joy in the game. Glancing up, she noticed the peach tree beside them laden with round, plump peaches, a truly delightful sight. Those peaches are enormous. I wonder if they're sweet. Yet Cheng Hao did not turn back. Remembering how he had helped someone else pick grapefruits last time, Jiang Yirou felt irritated. If you want to help me pick, I'll do it myself. Spotting a peach that was just a bit too high, she leapt an attempt to reach it, but fell short. Resolutely, she decided to yank the branch down with all her might. Cheng Hao, puzzled by the sudden silence behind him, turned around to find, what the heck? Is that a dog stealing peaches? The young lady is picking peaches. Miss, there are worms in the tree. Before he could finish, Jiang Yirou's high-pitched scream pierced Cheng Hao's eardrums. Worm! Jiang Yirou, unable to bear the sight of the furry creature on her, was on the verge of a breakdown. Cheng Hao rushed forward in 3 strides, swiftly grabbing the worm. It's all right. Just a little worm. It doesn't bite. Look. The worm and Jiang Yirou locked eyes innocently. Get rid of it. Throw it away. Startled, Cheng Hao flung the worm aside, flustered as he attempted to comfort her. It's gone. It's already gone. You scare me. You did on purpose. I didn't I just wanted to show you that it's not that big. It's a worm. Are we really discussing its size? Is that even relevant? Cheng Hao watched as Jiang Yirou broke down in tears, utterly at a loss. It seemed she truly detested worms. The onlookers in the library were curiously peering over, and Cheng Hao felt an overwhelming urge to scoop Jiang Yirou up and run. Why is Miss Jiang crying? I've never seen her this heartbroken. Did Cheng Hao upset her? Looks like Cheng Hao is in for a rough time. Finally, the young master can breathe easy. The onlookers watched with glee as Cheng Hao busied himself attempting to console her. Miss, please don't cry. Do you want me to pick peaches for you? Just point and I'll get it. This one. Is this one all right? The biggest one. Jiang Yirou had actually long ceased to be afraid. She was merely still holding onto some frustration, which made her feel uneasy. The last time someone called him, he rushed to help, but now she felt he was using the worm to scare her. No, the worm was on that peach. What about this one? The reddest one? No, it's too red. I don't like it. How about this green one? So unripe. Am I supposed to use it as a weapon? Then which one do you want? I want the one at the very top. The very top, is it? I'll get it. The one to the left of that. Left. Cheng Hao's face displayed a look of difficulty. That one is not easy to pick. He would have to climb up and bend over to reach it. Forget it. I don't want it. Jiang Yirou brushed away her tears and immediately lowered her head. From Cheng Hao's perspective, all he could see were her tightly pressed lips. She can't possibly be crying again, can she? Wait, I'll pick it. This level of difficulty is still manageable for me. Just wait. Cheng Hao, not giving Jiang Yirou a chance to reconsider, swiftly climbed up. Climbing trees was quite easy. However, Cheng Hao glanced at the curious gazes from those in the library and the passers-by. It was simply impossible to bend over like that. If you don't want to pick, then forget it. I'm not Kai Xiaoya. Hearing the name Kai Xiaoya made Cheng Hao's heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized where the problem lay. Jiang Yirou's grudge was quite subtle. Now he had no choice but to pick it, and it had to be done beautifully. Otherwise, this knot would remain untied. An idea struck him as he stretched his hand with great effort towards the peach. Miss, just wait a moment. I'm almost there. At the very moment he grasped the peach, Cheng Hao lost his balance, brushing against the branch and plummeting straight down. Everything happened so suddenly that Jiang Yirou, in a panic, threw her computer aside and instinctively attempted to catch Cheng Hao with her bare hands. Yet Cheng Hao would not allow her to catch him. With a slight shift of weight, he landed safely on the ground. Ouch! Regardless of how hard he fell, he firmly held onto the peach. Cheng Hao, are you all right? Jiang Yirou exclaimed, panic-stricken, tears already welling in her eyes. Yeah, me fine. Cheng Hao forced a smile, holding up the undamaged peach. Look, the peach is just fine. At a time like this, you're still worried about the peach? Where did you hurt yourself? I'll carry you to the infirmary. Jiang Yirou swatted the peach from Cheng Hao's hand, determined to hoist him onto her back. Chapter 51. Disinfectant should only be applied where necessary. Cheng Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as Jiang Yirou was genuinely trying to carry him, despite her small stature making it a struggle to even lift one of his arms. She crouched down, exerting all her effort to pull him on her back. Oh no! Jiang Yirou stumbled, her knees hitting the ground as she fell forward. Cheng Hao, forgetting all pretense of being injured, quickly got up and swept Jiang Yirou into his arms. To his dismay, he noticed her knees had been scraped raw against the rough cement ground. You! Jiang Yirou wanted to say that Cheng Hao wasn't injured, but he interrupted. Don't speak. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Cheng Hao promptly scooped Jiang Yirou into his arms and dashed toward the infirmary. No need. A bit of ointment will suffice. She protested. Blood is seeping out, and you still insist it's unnecessary? Absolutely not. We must go to the infirmary. Cheng Hao's demeanor was unusually resolute, his expression grave, and his jawline taut. He regretted the jest he had made earlier regarding Jiang Yirou. Doctor! Doctor! He kicked open the infirmary door, only to find it desolate. Please rest on the bed for a moment. I will fetch the doctor. Cheng Hao gently set Jiang Yirou down on the bed. Do not fret. The bleeding has stopped. Jiang Yirou sought his attention, yet wished to assuage his worries. How could there be so much blood? Upon closer inspection, Cheng Hao was taken aback. The blood trickling from her knee had reached her ankle, absorbed by Jiang Yirou's white socks. Just how much force had she exerted to sustain such an injury? Cheng Hao rummaged through the shelves of the infirmary. I'm searching for the iodine. Let me disinfect your wound first. The school nurse should be reported for dereliction of duty during work hours. No complaints, please. I'm here. I'm here. The mathematics teacher rushed into the infirmary, donning a white coat, panting heavily as he leaned against the doorframe. I just finished a problem and rushed over. And it's you too? The math teacher's breath caught in his throat, and he straightened his back. You're the school nurse? The Jiang family had their own family doctor, so they seldom visited the infirmary. Thus, they had no inkling that the infirmary's doctor moonlighted as a mathematics teacher. No wonder he couldn't teach the math. Ahem. What? Does it not seem fitting? I graduated from a medical school. My professional skills are beyond reproach. Cheng Hao regarded him with skepticism. Are you the only doctor in the infirmary? Of course. I am the mainstay of this establishment. Oh dear. Jiang, your foot is injured? I will tend to it immediately. The math teacher retrieved a bottle of disinfectant from a locked cabinet. Why is the disinfectant so well hidden? Afraid of theft? No wonder Cheng Hao had trouble finding it. Who would think that disinfectant would be secured with a lock? Hey, don't say that. Last semester, a male student pilfered a bottle to use on his boyfriend, and it resulted in a trip to the hospital. Ever since then, our disinfectant has been locked away. The math teacher worked swiftly to treat Jiang Yirou's wound, finishing with a neat bandage. Jiang Yirou, curious, inquired, the male student's boyfriend? How could using disinfectant lead to a hospital visit? This was a story the math teacher had longed to share, his desire to divulge overflowing. Using disinfectant inappropriately. Of course, Mr. Wong. You're speaking too much. Cheng Hao interjected, his tone threatening. Ahem. Well, I must be going. You two take care. The wound has been treated. With that, the math teacher hastily departed. Let's go. Cheng Hao motioned to carry Jiang Yirou. What secretive conversation are you two having? Why can I know? Jiang Yirou, displeased, shifted her rear inward, resisting his attempt to lift her. It's nothing. Just that the disinfectant was overused and the wound hurts. She was sent to the hospital. Cheng Hao spoke ambiguously. Is that all? Then, why the secrecy, Well, it's almost time to dismiss school. I'll carry you to the car for some rest. I'll call you on shortly. Jiang Yirou instinctively reached to wrap her arms around Cheng Hao's neck, but he unexpectedly turned, bending down. Young miss, hop on my back. Jiang Yirou felt a flush of embarrassment, relieved that Cheng Hao hadn't noticed her earlier action. Oh, she obediently extended her hands, encircling his neck as she leaned against him. With a firm motion, Cheng Hao lifted her effortlessly onto his back. Jiang Yirou's perspective shifted dramatically. She could now see the world from Cheng Hao's vantage point, which was indeed expansive. Usually, Cheng Hao had to lower his head to see her, making it feel as if he could see everything. Jiang Yirou buried her flushed face into Cheng Hao's back. Should she consider wearing those larger collared outfits from her wardrobe? Previously, she deemed them slightly mature, but now she felt perhaps she had been overly conservative. You can't catch a wolf without first caring for the child. She wore her school uniform daily, which left little to the imagination. Could Cheng Hao possibly harbor any inappropriate thoughts? With that in mind, Jiang Yirou discreetly undid 2 buttons of her uniform. However, Cheng Hao was placing her into the car backward, rendering those 2 undone buttons irrelevant. This was completely unexpected for Jiang Yirou. Once Cheng Hao had settled her comfortably, he returned precisely to class 15. He Yuan, he called out. He Yuan, still unpacking his backpack, scampered out. Bro, you're quite the friend. I thought you'd left me behind. Hey, where's Jiang? She's injured and waiting for us in the car. What? Injured? What happened? He Yuan suddenly recalled a notification he had received on his phone earlier and opened it. Damn, you're trending at our school. Indeed, on the campus forum, bold letters proclaimed, "Why is young Miss Jiang kneeling?" Cheng Hao daringly princess carries young Miss Jiang. Shocking. Cheng Hao actually dares to Cheng Hao casually glanced at a couple of posts, scoffing. These schoolmates are quite idle. Don't they fear that when young Miss Jiang sees this tomorrow, she might hunt them down along the internet cables? Cheng Hao remarked coolly. He Yuan instinctively touched his neck. It can't be that gruesome, right? Just to clarify, I was merely curious. I didn't even comment. I posted 4. I'll post 5. Let us go. Cheng Hao quipped as he playfully pushed He Yuan forward. Hey. I'm not a robot from the Spring Festival Gala. Don't choke my neck. Arriving at the car, He Yuan eagerly claimed the passenger seat, leaving Cheng Hao to sit beside Jiang Yirou. Hello, Jiang. Classmate. Jiang Yirou smiled, acknowledging him. Jiang, is your foot that serious? Wrapped up like this? He Yuan assumed she had merely scraped her foot, perhaps just a minor abrasion. It's not serious. The school nurse just overdid the wrapping. Jiang Yirou felt somewhat helpless. Earlier, her attention had been entirely on the gossip, and she hadn't noticed how exaggeratedly the math teacher had bandaged her. She had attempted to walk with such a thick bandage and found it utterly impossible. Did this mean that for the next few days, until her injury healed, she would have to be carried everywhere? Chapter 52, You bunch of slackers. We'll have the family doctor take a look when we return. I don't trust that unserious math teacher. Cheng Hao frowned at Jiang Yirou's injured knee, feeling the math teacher was quite unreliable. Such amateurish wrapping techniques made it seem like he was a barefoot doctor from a third-rate institution. The math teacher sneezed several times. Just because the bandaging looked poor doesn't mean he is a bad nurse. Right. Last time I cut my finger, that barefoot doctor wrapped it as if it were broken and even tied a bow on it. I was laughed at by the girls. They said I had a youthful heart. I'm a grown man, for heaven's sake. He Yuan concurred. In a moment, you'll be transformed into a maiden. Cheng Hao grinned mischievously. Today's attire was custom-made at great expense. It will undoubtedly accentuate your features while concealing your imperfections. He Yuan rubbed his arms. I have a feeling this will not end well. You're not a maiden. What premonition could you have? Come on, we've arrived. Let's eat first. Eat your fill. We have work to do shortly. Jiang Yirou was privy to the underlying circumstances and stifled a chuckle nearby. He Yuan was the star of their live broadcast tonight. Upon entering the villa, He Yuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of a table laden with delectable dishes. Having not eaten all day, I'm absolutely famished. I could devour all of this. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. All of it? That one tea do. Your belly will stick out when you put on your clothes later. Just. Cheng Hao placed 2 plates of leafy greens before He Yuan. These 2 plates will suffice. He Yuan, in a fit of exasperation, jumped up. Cheng Hao, even Joe Pipey isn't as stingy as you. With all this food, you only give me 2 plates of greens? I'm not a rabbit. I'm doing this for your own good. What do you mean for my own good? A true brother would let me eat my heart out. I'm so hungry my eyes are gleaming green. How can I possibly work later on just this meager fodder? He Yuan shoved Cheng Hao aside, declaring, Get away. This is all mine. He proceeded to lick each dish. It's all mine. No one dares to snatch it from me. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. This really is desperation born of hunger. You're truly disgusting. Cheng Hao was genuinely appalled by He Yuan's antics. What is the matter? Bite me. Take your time eating. We're heading next door. Cheng Hao feigned indignation as he dragged Jiang Yirou away from the grand dining room to a smaller dining area. Miss, young Master Cheng, please let me know if there's anything else you'd like to eat. I'll instruct the kitchen to prepare it. The butler had been waiting nearby, and the table was overflowing with even more sumptuous dishes than outside. That's enough. You should join us too, butler. Cheng Hao invited. No, young Master Cheng. I prepared a portion for myself as well. Hee. The butler pointed to a nearby small table. The array of small plates was not only plentiful, but surpassed the feast laid out for He Yuan by several degrees of extravagance. Jiang Yirou laughed, then butler, do hurry and eat. If He Yuan sees this later, he'll surely cry. Of course, miss. I eat quite swiftly. I guarantee that young master he will see me finish just in time. Cheng Hao gave him a thumbs up. The butler was rather cunning. Thus, when He Yuan strolled in, having just belched in satisfaction, and saw the butler feasting upon a more lavish spread, he instantly found his previous meal unappetizing. Goodness, you lot are a bunch of freeloaders, secretly indulging in a feast here. Cheng Hao, sated and leisurely setting down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin. What do you mean secretly? We are dining here quite openly. Seeing how much you enjoyed the food outside, we had no choice but to settle for this banquet inside. Isn't that right, butler? Indeed, young Master Cheng. You initially instructed that when young Master he arrived, he should be invited to dine in the small hall. But young Master he was merely being polite, preferring the food from the outside, so we kept this for ourselves. The butler feigned innocence. Yuan felt like crying. Why not have another bite, young Master? I'm not eating anymore. I'm too full from being angry to eat another bite. Very well. Let us head upstairs for the live broadcast. Hey. Cattle and horses aren't treated like this. We just finished eating. A throng of people rushed out, lifting Yuan away. Cheng Hao, still reveling in the mischief, reminded, make sure he looks good. If no one can tell he is a man in the live stream, I'll reward you with a red envelope. Fear not, young Master Cheng. We are professionals. The stylists gleefully whisked Yuan away for his makeover. Jiang Yirou also set down her chopsticks, rinsing her mouth with water. I'll handle the backstage. I'll be customer service. I've hired professional customer service. You could just assist on the side. Cheng Hao had no intention of letting Jiang Yirou overexert herself, having arranged for specialists to manage the event from the very beginning. Are you not worried about us causing a ruckus without any rehearsal? Everything being orderly would be rather dull. Life needs a hint of unpredictability to be exciting. Live broadcasts are no different. Nowadays, people crave something distinct. Cheng Hao understood contemporary psychology all too well. If you were to sell your goods earnestly and showcase their quality, people would haggle over a few coins. But once you introduce a novel way to engage with the product, they'll gladly spend more. In his previous life, the internet technology had flourished immensely, with live streaming sales blossoming everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he had established his own media studio. Initially, it was a casual endeavor, but it unexpectedly gained traction, with monthly profits surpassing the annual total of the Jiang family's branch office. Thus, seizing the early stages of the internet's development, he aimed to lay the groundwork for his future. Live streaming was the industry with the lowest investment costs and the highest return rates. If he wished to establish his own enterprise in the future, live streaming undeniably represented the best avenue. However, he had yet to determine how to initiate his brand. As times had changed and audience preferences had evolved, this live stream was essentially his first market test. Dear audience, thank you for joining us punctually at 8 o'clock in our live stream. Cheng Hao, clad in a tailored suit, presented himself impeccably before the camera. Wow, the host is so handsome. I can forgive him for tricking my dad into buying a container of socks last time. Goodness, I could buy 2 containers just for his looks. Don't all rush to compete with me. Today, I'm determined to buy him out. Flowering wealth, handsome. Do you have a partner? I'm 165 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. I'll earn money to support you. Flowering wealth has been removed from the live stream. Jiang Yirou remained hidden in her accomplishments. Anyone who dared to compete for a man with her would be swiftly expelled. The live stream was bustling with activity. Yuan, despite his shortcomings, excelled at hunger marketing. By 8:05, the live stream had already amassed 10,000 viewers. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. However, a portion of this fervor seems to be awaiting our Miss Lulu. Let us rally those likes. Once we reach 10,000, we shall unveil our black stocking queen, Miss Lulu. Indeed, Cheng Hao had even bestowed upon Yuan a stage name, Lulu. Chapter 53, You Cannot Like Him. Cheng Hao expressed gratitude for the current flourishing state of the internet and its acceptance of live streams. If not now, then when? Casting a glance at Yuan, who sat forlornly just out of camera view, Cheng Hao chuckled mischievously. Before we hit that 10,000 likes mark, let us discuss today's live stream rules. They are quite similar to those of our previous offline event. The product remains our black stockings. Has anyone purchased them to wear? Share your feedback. A wave of negative comments flooded in. I wore them. They're trash. They rip the moment you put them on. Exactly. I could buy better stockings at the market. They're as bad as my dad's $5 packs of 20 pairs for the elderly. Once you take them off, they make a popping sound. Honestly, it's no wonder my girlfriends have been ignoring me. One even asked if my company went bankrupt. After breaking up, she transferred me 100,000 yuan before blocking me. Cheng Hao couldn't help but laugh. So you come to my live stream just to gang up on me? I'm here to thank you. A fan commented in the live stream. Thank you? Why? Cheng Hao and the others were equally intrigued. You see, the breakup compensation was too high, so I couldn't bear to end it. As my girlfriend count rises, I'm getting more anxious. I sent them all those stockings and they all ran away. She even transferred me 100,000 yuan. From pure loss to net profit, Can you imagine how ecstatic I am? Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. I've taken note of that. I, too, wish to court 17 or 18 girlfriends and present them with black stockings. Cheng Hao discreetly glanced at Jiang Yirou, noticing her rapt attention, and felt a twinge of guilt. How could these old, lecherous men speak so indiscreetly? Ahem, I was merely jesting. Our black stockings are intended solely for legitimate purposes. Let me reiterate the rules. For this live stream, I have prepared a batch of stockings, which are already listed on the little yellow card. There will be a total of 3 rounds, and in each round, whoever places the final order will be crowned the best of that round. They will enjoy complimentary benefits. If everyone understands, type 1, 1, 1, 1. The screen filled with ones. Why can't I place an order? I want to buy you out. ISNT it listed on the card. Why can't I purchase? Cheng Hao remarked. Have you all forgotten about Lulu by Daming Lake? Our Lulu has meticulously prepared for this moment and eagerly anticipates meeting you all. After a moment of silence on the screen, the comments flooded in. All right, Lulu, 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 Lulu. We've hit 10,000 likes. Lulu, come out quickly. Cheng Hao gauged their enthusiasm and signaled subtly to the professional staff behind the scenes. Jiang Yirou, unable to comprehend, inquired quietly, what does that mean? The staff explained. This means I should first list 10,000 orders. 10,000? We have plenty of stock. Why only list 10,000? Hee, you'll find out shortly. The staff feigned mystery. The number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly. Cheng Hao, seeing it was time, announced, Dear viewers, let us welcome the most enchanting, most alluring, and most popular Miss Lulu to the stage. He Yuantao stepped into the frame with a bold stride, but the stylist tugged at him, reminding him to be mindful. Then, the entire live stream witnessed He Yuan, clad in a chic OL-style short skirt, tiptoeing into the camera's view. The audience could hardly believe their eyes. How could such a stunning queen in black stockings walk like that? Lulu, did you borrow your hands and feet from someone else? Confirming the absurdity, Lulu's limbs seemed to have a mind of their own. Lulu, are your movements still those of a novice? Ha ha ha. Lulu is simply too adorable. Who knew her walking could be so amusing? He Yuan's face darkened, his frustration palpable. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou watched the spectacle unfold, particularly Cheng Hao, who relished the mischief. Lulu, quickly show everyone your black stockings. He Yuan shot Cheng Hao a glare, a mischievous thought sparking in his mind. With a sly smile directed at Cheng Hao, he swayed over, draping an arm over his shoulder, then bent one knee, pushing his rear back provocatively. Sensing Cheng Hao stiffen, He Yuan grew bolder. Brother, how do you like my stockings? Cheng Hao felt goosebumps rise. If not for the camera, he would have kicked him away as far as possible. They look fabulous. Cheng Hao gritted his teeth. If you come any closer, this live stream will come to an abrupt end. Oh, come on. Dear brother, don't be so hasty. There's so many people watching. Cheng Hao's clenched fist betrayed his growing impatience. If He Yuan didn't get off him soon, he would be in for a beating. He Yuan, sensing the moment was ripe, gracefully retreated, blowing a flirtatious kiss to the camera. It was as if he had suddenly liberated himself, twisting like a serpent in celebration. He lightly flicked his leg clad in black stockings. Good stockings speak for themselves. Hurry to buy. The first customer to snag the last pair of stockings in this round will enjoy complimentary benefits. It must be said, when men get playful, they outshine women. He Yuan's tall figure, coupled with his slightly husky yet alluring voice, was irresistible. Bye. Hurry, Lulu. Watch how I snatch that complimentary offer. If I get the freebie, will you call me good brother too? Cheng Hao silently stepped away from the camera, relinquishing the stage to He Yuan. Surprisingly, the lad had a knack for being an entertainer. Miss, would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Cheng Hao approached Jiang Yirou, whispering his suggestion. Huh, why? Jiang Yirou was laughing heartily, clutching her stomach. This ISNT quite suitable for your eyes. Cheng Hao realized he had miscalculated. He anticipated just how free-spirited He Yuan would be. As the saying goes, men understand men better by donning a feminine guise and employing a few tricks. He had those lecherous old men wrapped around his finger. Yet the atmosphere in the live stream was increasingly risque. How is it unsuitable for me? He Yuan looked splendid. Even as a woman, I find his appearance delightful, pure yet enticing. Those long legs on camera, wow. Jiang Yirou displayed her enthusiasm, leaving Cheng Hao restless beside her. Who told him not to accompany me abroad? Did he have any idea how difficult it was for her to face a pack of wolves alone? Especially that Xiao Jiekai. A flicker of disdain passed through Jiang Yirou's eyes. If he weren't still of some use, she would have kicked him as far away as possible. Initially, she had intended to use him to provoke Cheng Hao, but to her surprise, the fool had directly proposed to dissolve their engagement. Coward. Since he wouldn't dare take that step, then she would have to take the initiative. You mustn't like him. Cheng Hao shouted. Chapter 54. It turns out that sales can be unrelated to product quality? Ha ha ha. The viewers in the live stream assumed it was part of the show. Lulu, your man is jealous. Lulu, don't pay him any mind. I'll send you a big rocket. Can I be your boyfriend? With Cheng Hao's jealousy igniting the excitement, the live stream grew even more fervent. Then a melodious voice chimed in, seemingly posing questions on behalf of the audience. Why? Why can't I like him? He Yuan echoed. Exactly, why not? Because he sits down and picks his toes, then eats and picks his nose. He snores while sleeping. Goes a month without a shower. He Yuan, what the heck? With so many people watching, how could he still have any shame? Jiang Yirou. Has Cheng Hao gone mad? Are we still selling anything? Wouldn't everyone flee upon discovering He Yuan's true nature? Everyone instinctively glanced at the viewer count. What the heck? 100,000 viewers? Want to see Lulu pick her toes? Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou exchanged glances. What kind of preferences do people have these days? Jiang Yirou shook her head, indicating she had no idea. As long as Lulu picks her toes, I'll buy all the stockings from the first round. No frevie. Goodness, brother. You're looking out for everyone. Pick, pick, pick. The shouts in the live stream intensified. He Yuan shot a sultry glare. Scram, scram, scram. The little yellow card is now open. The game begins. Hurry and buy. Keep talking, and I'll come through the internet to knock you out. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen was flooded with comments. Hurry up. Why can't I buy? Which doggone person bought them all? E.M. Furious. Ha ha. Sorry. I got them. All as fair in love and war. Unfair. I suggest limiting purchases. It turned out that within just a second of boarding, a prominent buyer had already snatched it away. Cheng Hao reviewed the orders and announced to the camera, the socks have been bought and paid for. And the promotion is genuine and effective. The gentleman who just made the purchase can contact our customer service with the order screenshot for a refund. However, everyone's concerns are valid. To prevent financially capable buyers from monopolizing the purchase, we have set a limit. Each person can only buy a maximum of 1,000 pairs per transaction. Once you secure your order, that's it. Are you all ready? Ready. Cheng Hao signaled for the staff to board. He Yuan declared. The link is live. Everyone can begin bidding. Damn, we can only bid on one pair at a time. How long will this take? Those with money, go ahead. I'll hold back. Jiang Yirou watched the dwindling data in the background, astonished by the purchasing power of the crowd. It seems that sales can be unrelated to product quality, even with limited stock. That group's frenzied buying power and insatiable competitive spirit had them repeatedly exiting and re-entering to purchase again. Why isn't it sold out yet? It was gone in a second last time. Why is it taking so long now? Did you see Lulu's expression? It's becoming increasingly nuanced. I'm blind guessing that the inventory is nearly depleted. Brothers, let us put in more effort. Victory is just ahead. This was, of course, a little trick Cheng Hao had taught He Yuan. When everyone was inclined to retreat, offering them a glimmer of hope was key. Wow, I got the last order. I bought 1,000 pairs. Damn, I didn't get the last order. He Yuan cheerfully announced. Congratulations to the young man who secured the last order. Please contact our customer service with your order screenshot for a refund. Lulu, please comfort our wounded souls in the final round. I will definitely win. Cheng Hao observed that He Yuan was already conducting the session with great proficiency, and, with professionals overseeing the event, he pulled Jiang Yirou aside, signaling her to follow him outside. As they exited the live broadcast room, their ears were instantly relieved of the cacophony. Jiang Yirou let out a sigh of relief. She was still somewhat unaccustomed to such a noisy environment. Tired, are we? I told you to come out earlier. The lively background music in the studio was meant to create an atmosphere, but after prolonged exposure, it could be quite exhausting. I wasn't doing much. I was just sitting there, thinking it wouldn't be too tiring. It seems hosting isn't a job for just anyone. He Yuan is quite talented. With a little guidance, he is doing remarkably well. Cheng Hao couldn't help but praise. Yet, you're always criticizing him. Jiang Yirou shot him a glare. Are you standing up for him? Cheng Hao's jealousy flared. Indeed, He Yuan was the type who couldn't handle flattery. Once praised, his tail would be up in the sky. I'm just looking out for him. So, you're exposing him picking his nose and scratching his feet in the live room? That's looking out for him? Jiang Yirou covered her mouth and laughed. That was to generate conversation. As long as his defenses were strong enough, Jiang Yirou wouldn't realize that he was deliberately targeting He Yuan. Just because Jiang Yirou expressed admiration for He Yuan's outfit, Cheng Hao began to find fault with him. Tired, are we? I had the kitchen prepare some desserts. The live broadcast won't end for another half hour. Shall we go grab a bite? Jiang Yirou suggested. Sure. And thus, the two of them left He Yuan, who was still live streaming, and made their way to the small lounge for afternoon tea. The truth was almost bringing He Yuan to tears. Those two beasts. They sipped tea while enjoying He Yuan's energetic antics in the live room. He seems to be looking for us. Jiang Yirou observed He Yuan glancing off-camera intermittently. The live room was teasing him about whether he was searching for a romantic interest. No waities. Don't mind him. He's 18. He ought to be independent. He isn't a child anymore. Can his parents manage him for life? If he learns how to fend for himself. He wants to be scolded by a partner for being incapable. Not to mention, He Yuan's outfit is far more appealing than his male attire. What do you think the audience would react if they knew he was a man? What reaction? Just laughter. Perhaps He Yuan could even become a pioneer in this field. In the future, male cross-dressing streamers could attract a wave of female fans. Eating male fans now, female fans later. What a perfect plan. Who else has such foresight like him? So, you're suggesting this account be given to He Yuan? I'll invest, and he'll be responsible for managing the account. He is far more suited for live streaming than I am. Cheng Hao implied that he would take on the role of a behind-the-scenes boss, solely funding and overseeing quality control. That sounds feasible. You'll have plenty to occupy you in the future. You can't always be in front of the camera shouting. Huh, what will I be busy with in the future? Cheng Hao looked bewildered. Aside from live streaming, he hadn't contemplated anything else. Yet, Jiang Yirou seemed to know precisely what he would do. With so many enterprises under the Jiang family, aren't you going to manage them? Jiang Yirou retorted, gazing earnestly into Cheng Hao's eyes. The Jiang family's enterprises? Why should I manage them? If you marry me in the future, won't you help me oversee them? Cheng Hao, he had completely forgotten about that. He had never taken the engagement seriously. Do you think the engagement is a joke? Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes dangerously, as if one wrong word from Cheng Hao would lead her to drag him off to get their marriage certificate. Chapter 55, Grandson. My dear grandson. As Cheng Hao was about to say something, an urgent voice from outside interrupted. Young Master Cheng, this is bad. What is it? Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou exchanged puzzled glances. The Kai family is here. Cheng Hao stood up to see what was going on. Jiang Yirou followed suit. Grandson. My dear grandson. An old man with graying hair and a cane trembled as he walked in. Cheng Hao just stepped out when the old man enveloped him in an embrace. Grandson, old Master Kai, have you made a mistake? Isn't your grandson at home? He has merely been reborn. He hasn't taken over someone else's body. I haven't made a mistake. Cheng Hao, oh no. You should be called Kai Hao now. I'm your grandfather. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital for a paternity test. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead. Old Master Kai, wait. Let me catch my breath. I remember your son only had one son and one daughter. Where did I come from? Old Master Kai exclaimed excitedly, yes. My son only had one son and one daughter, but I had two sons. Huh. Cheng Hao looked utterly bewildered. The Kai family had been passed down through 3 generations, and it was thought that only Kai Mingrue was the eldest grandson until the unexpected birth of Kai Xiaoya, who was cherished by the family. This was not a secret. Where had old Master Kai found an extra son? Jiang Yirou's expression grew serious as she hurriedly sent a message to old Master Jiang, briefly explaining the situation. Old Master Kai, why don't we sit down together and discuss this? Jiang Yirou stepped forward with a polite smile. Regardless of the circumstances, the Kai family would not approach them directly unless they were extremely certain. After all, if they were lying, a simple genetic test would reveal everything. Very well. How? Let Grandpa explain everything to you. The group proceeded to the reception room downstairs. Once the servants had served the tea, they discreetly retreated, leaving only the butler to provide a live broadcast for the venerable Mr. Jiang. Old Master Kai. Jiang Yirou's visage was cold, her entire demeanor transformed, exuding an air of stern authority. You claim that Cheng Hao is your grandson. Do you possess any evidence? Of course I do. Old Master Kai replied, unperturbed, retrieving a photograph from his pocket. This is a picture of Cheng Hao's father in his youth. He was born to my late wife without my knowledge. Before she passed, she sought me out, claiming she had borne my son. Yet out of spite, she abandoned him. For years, I've sought my son, but to no avail. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao examined the photograph. Cheng Hao nodded at Jiang Yirou, affirming, that is indeed my father, although Cheng's father appeared youthful in the photograph. His features were unmistakable. But how did you suddenly come to find me? Cheng Hao inquired, puzzled, as there had been no such reunion in his previous life. Old Master Kai seemed to have passed away within 2 years. Live stream. I witnessed your broadcast. The resemblance is uncanny. You and your grandmother are strikingly alike. Old Master Kai exclaimed, coughing with excitement. Calm down, Old Master. Please take your medicine. The butler, who had been supporting Old Master Kai, skillfully produced a bottle of pills and administered them. You base your claims solely on a live stream, believing I am your grandson? Cheng Hao sought clarification, feeling a slight sense of relief. Merely a conjecture, but it is highly plausible. Old Master Kai insisted. Yet I am certain of my conclusion. I have conducted my investigation. Your parents were orphans, and your background aligns perfectly. How? Let us conduct a paternity test, and all will be revealed. Cheng Hao's heart rebelled at the thought. If this were true, he would have to go to the Kai family. The relationship between the Jiang and Kai families could not be described as anything but hostile. Although he desired to leave the Jiang household, he could not accept such an arrangement. Old Kai, to poach someone from my Jiang family turf, your audacity knows no bounds. Old Master Jiang suddenly appeared in the reception room, still clad in his loungewear, clearly having rushed over without even changing his clothes. Old Jiang, I have yet to settle the score with you. And yet, here you are. Old Master Kai rose, his cane digging into the ground as he stood. All these years, you have kept my precious grandson from us. What are your intentions? You are the one who is amusing. Your beloved grandson, Kai Mingrue, is entangled with a celebrity. When did my Cheng Hao become your grandson? You. Old Master Kai scoffed. I shall not engage in a debate with you. Regardless, Hao and I will undergo a paternity test, and everything will become clear. You expect us to comply with your demands? How brazen. Old Master Jiang retorted. What is it? Is your family facing extinction? Or are you unable to produce a worthy heir and have come to snatch ours? Hao has always belonged to the Kai family. Old Master Kai shot back. Have you lost your senses? Or has your profligate son driven you mad? How dare you come here to create a ruckus? Someone, throw them out. Old Master Jiang commanded. Yes, sir. The butler immediately called for assistance. Old Master Kai, I apologize. Our Jiang family is quite busy and cannot accommodate you. Please take your leave. Should you refuse, we can carry you out. The butler threatened with a smile. Old Master Kai trembled with indignation, finally thrusting his cane to the ground. Old Jiang, today, I came in haste, and my entourage is insufficient. I shall return. Get out. Old Master Jiang seized a nearby vase, preparing to hurl it, causing Old Master Kai to flee in fright. Bah, you wretched cur, always scheming. Butler, from now on, if any member of the Kai family comes, we shall not receive them. Understood, sir. When Old Master Jiang turned to face Cheng Hao, his demeanor seamlessly shifted to that of a benevolent grandfather. Hao, do not heed that cantankerous old man's ramblings. How could the Kai family possibly produce a child as exceptional as you? Just look at their entire family of misfits. Their son nearly met his demise at the hands of his mistress. Their grandson is entangled with every starlet in the entertainment industry. Who knows what maladies he might carry? The only remotely decent one is that granddaughter of theirs. What was her name? Kai Xiaoya, right? I believe she is in the same cohort as you. TSK. Surely. She is not of good stock either. Keep your distance from them to avoid any unsavory associations. This was Cheng Hao's first encounter with Old Master Jiang's formidable verbal sparring. Grandpa Jiang, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Without discernment, we unite against a common foe. Drive the enemy away first. Chapter 56. Then let it be ruined. Indeed, who do you think your grandfather is? Even 10 Old Masters Kai would not stand a chance against me. Cheng Hao rushed over and urged Old Master Jiang to sit down in chair. Grandpa Jiang, allow me to massage your shoulders. You deserve a respite. Ha, you rascal. Old Master Jiang and Cheng Hao shared a jovial moment. Yet Jiang Yirou's expression remained troubled. She sensed that this matter was far from resolved. Jiang Yirou summoned Old Master Jiang to the study for a private conversation. Grandpa, about the Kai family. I know what you wish to discuss. We shall procure a hair follicle from a Kai family member for a paternity test. If Cheng Hao truly belongs to the Kai family, then your engagement. Even if he is of the Kai family, my resolve remains unchanged. Silly child, it is not that I oppose your union. Rather, if he is indeed a Kai, the Kai family would never consent to an alliance with us Jiang. The situation is still uncertain. Perhaps they have made a mistake. Jiang Yirou clung to a glimmer of hope. Let's conduct the test first. Given that Cheng Hao's parents were orphans, I truly did not anticipate that Cheng Hao's father could potentially be Old Master Kai's illegitimate son. Granddaughter, this is not Cheng Hao's fault. Sometimes, one's lineage is an original sin. Brace yourself for the potential outcomes. Old Master Jiang sighed and exited the study, returning to the ancestral home. This matter required contemplation. Jiang Yirou stood alone in the study for an extended period. Why was there no mention of the Kai family in my previous life? If there to be the stumbling block in my relationship with Cheng Hao, then it must be thwarted. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was rapped upon. Miss, it is quite late. You should retire. It was Cheng Hao's voice. Jiang Yirou instantly adopted the persona of the innocent and demure young Miss Jiang, proceeding to open the door. Why are you still awake? Where's He Yuan? The live stream just concluded. He Yuan is removing his makeup. Why is the live stream running so late? Did we not agree to finish by 9? Well, the audience was too enthusiastic. It was He Yuan's first live stream, and he got carried away. Cheng Hao replied, exasperated. Just then, He Yuan emerged, striking a pose with a playful demeanor. His makeup had been removed, and he was now dressed in casual attire. The way he swayed his hips was rather off-putting, prompting Cheng Hao to feel an itch to intervene. What? Is your hemorrhoids acting up? Can't you walk properly? You are the one with hemorrhoids. Your entire family has them. I am merely showcasing my snake-like steps. The viewers in the live stream praised my grace. How blind must they be? It's an eyesore. If you keep swaying like that, I will punch you. Cheng Hao waved his fist. Hey, you are being ungrateful. Do you not realize that I am now a major streamer with a fan club? Indeed. But if everyone finds out you are just a pretty boy, let us see if they still fawn over you. How dare you, you cunning little rascal. It was you who made me don women's attire. I was coerced into this. He Yuan's previously upright posture momentarily slumped. Fine, I admit it, I was initially reluctant. However, I must confess, it turned out to be quite exhilarating. Or rather, it has been a continuous thrill, hasn't it? You scoundrel. How dare you speak such blatant truths? Have you perhaps fallen in love with this sensation? Do you wish to revel in it indefinitely? He Yuan nodded earnestly. Very well. From now on, you shall be the premier broadcaster of our Hao Yuan media. You shall focus solely on the broadcasts, while I shall handle everything else. Then, simply await your dividends. Cheng Hao painted an enticing picture for He Yuan, igniting a fervor within him. Absolutely. I'm all in. I aspire to become the foremost figure in the broadcasting realm. Splendid. Keep up the good work. We shall always support your endeavors. Brothers for life, I stand by you. After showering He Yuan with praises that left him feeling lightheaded, Cheng Hao erupted into laughter. He finally understood why in his previous life He Yuan had been so easily deceived by women. This old chap is truly gullible. Since he is so easily swayed, it would be preferable for him to be deceived by his good brother rather than by other women. At least he would share the profits and not lead him astray. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao's money-hungry demeanor with a fond expression. How adorable Cheng Hao was during their high school years. Miss, it is getting late. We should retire for the night. Indeed, she hoped that in the near future, he might be lying in her bed while uttering those words. Watching Cheng Hao walk in his own room, she turned back toward her bedroom. The next day, an unexpected individual appeared in class 15. Brother, you've come. Kai Xiaoya beamed as she called out to Cheng Hao. He Yuan interjected, hey, Kai Xiao da. It's one thing to show up in our class early in the morning, but now you're calling a brother? Who do you think you are? Have some shame. Upon seeing Kai Xiaoya enter the classroom, his heart plummeted. What on earth is this siren doing in their class? Kai Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, casually showcasing her freshly done nails. What is wrong? Did I upset you by not calling you brother? Huh, who would want to be your brother? Why are you clucking like an old hen so early in the morning? You're the hen. Your whole family are hens. Ladies, take your quarrel outside. Cheng Hao placed his backpack on the desk, interrupting their spat. Oomph. A true gentleman does not engage in disputes with ladies. I cannot be bothered with you. Kai Xiaoya turned to lean on Cheng Hao's desk, resembling a languid cat, her chest prominently displayed. Brother, from now on, I will be a part of class 15. Surprised? Cheng Hao's brows knitted tighter. Please refrain from calling me casually. I am not your brother. Furthermore, where you attend class is of no concern to me. He pushed Kai Xiaoya away from his desk and shifted it closer to Jiang Yirou. Jiang Yirou provocatively glanced at Kai Xiaoya. See that? Cheng Hao is mine. To her astonishment, Kai Xiaoya was unfazed. She merely adjusted her posture, crossing her legs and leaning on her desk with an air of entitlement. Brother, no matter how you deny it, our blood ties are unbreakable. Grandfather said you were my brother. Kai Xiaoya shot a defiant glare at Jiang Yirou. He is my brother. You two have no future together. Although she initially felt a tinge of regret upon discovering that Cheng Hao was her brother, she quickly realized that he must protect her. Just as he would Jiang Yirou, considering the relationship between the Kai and Jiang families, it was a wonder they could ever succeed. Hence, she deliberately sought to join class 15 under the guise of assisting Cheng Hao, but in reality, she aimed to infuriate Jiang Yirou and tear them apart. Jiang Yirou felt her eyes redden from anger, looking at Cheng Hao with an expression full of grievance. Cheng Hao, her voice trembled, filled with unspoken words. Yet only 2 syllables escaped her lips. Chapter 57, isn't this the cup she usually drinks from? Jiang Yirou cold, aloof demeanor wielded a striking impact. Cheng Hao averted his gaze from Jiang Yirou. Gai Si Aoza, I'm not your brother. If you continue this absurdity, I will leave class 15 immediately. Where there are women, there are indeed intrigues. How could it be any different? He simply wished to survive until college. Was that too much to ask? Now, Kai Xiaoya was growing anxious. Of course, her feelings toward Cheng Hao were not particularly special. It was merely that her grandfather promised her a 10% stake as her dowry if she successfully swayed Cheng Hao. Stop. Brother, no. Cheng Hao, if I stop calling you that, will that suffice? Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou smiled. Shall we swap seats? It feels a bit stuffy by the window. Cheng Hao nodded without hesitation. Sure, let us change. He stood up and willingly rearranged their desks. Kai Xiaoya stared in disbelief. After all her efforts to secure that spot for a closer proximity to Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou had cunningly maneuvered her way in. Hey, Jiang Yirou, feeling stuffy by the window? Couldn't you find a better excuse? Whose intelligence are you insulting? Jiang Yirou leisurely opened a textbook, not lifting her head. Whoever minds, let them be insulted. Ha ha ha. He Yuan observed Kai Xiaoya's face, turning a ghastly shade, and clapped his hands in delight, mercilessly mocking her. Engaging in a battle of wits with a top student? Kai Xiaoya, you are simply humiliating yourself. He Yuan, I'll give you 10,000 to swap seats with me. Kai Xiaoya, undeterred by ridicule, was determined to secure a position beside Cheng Hao. 10,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? 20,000. Kai Xiaoya raised her offer. Nonsense. The bond between me and Cheng Hao is worth far more than 20,000. 30,000. No more than that. Kai Xiaoya gritted her teeth, increasing her bid. That despicable He Yuan was trying to take advantage of her. 30,000 huh? Kai Xiaoya, seeing He Yuan's resolve, threatened. He Yuan, enough. For a measly spot. 30,000? I advise you to know when to stop. All right. He Yuan slammed the desk. Kai Xiaoya stood up. Help me move the desk, and once it's done, I'll transfer the money. Move the desk? Why? He Yuan stubbornly remained seated. Didn't you agree to sell me your spot? He feigned innocence. Huh? When did I say I would sell it? Who heard that? I didn't hear anything. Jiang Yirou shrugged. Neither did I. Cheng Hao added. You all. Didn't you agree? I haven't finished. I said, agreed to not switch. Kai Xiaoyan nearly exploded with indignation, desperately wishing to flip the table. Internally, she chanted, 10% of the shares. 10% of the shares. Having prepared herself mentally, she straightforwardly approached the desk of the sleeping Lu Yuanming, nudging him awake. Hey, classmate. Lu Yuanming, roused from slumber, was instantly displeased. What is it? Classmate, I would like to swap seats with you. No. Without further ado. Lu Yuanming flopped back down. You didn't even hear my conditions. Kai Xiaoya found herself at gunpoint, with the gun's owner being the still drowsy Lu Yuanming. At this moment, his eyes brimmed with impatience, as if any further trivial remark from her would provoke him to draw his firearm. Enough. Depart. Kai Xiaoya dared not hesitate. Trembling as she retreated to her seat, the other students stifled their laughter. How audacious to provoke Lu Yuanming. Did she have a death wish? Little did she know that Lu Yuanming was the son of a mafia don. Judging by her terrified demeanor, I am certain she was utterly oblivious before approaching him. But now, she is undoubtedly enlightened. Indeed, Kai Xiaoya was completely unaware. She had always looked down upon the students of Class 15. How could she possibly be bothered to inquire about their affairs? Unbeknownst to her, she had randomly approached someone affiliated with a notorious gang. Glancing at Jiang Yirou, who sat between her and Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya could only grit her teeth in resentment. Jiang Yirou was in high spirits, diligently working on her problems and occasionally engaging Cheng Hao in conversation. It seemed as though she was intentionally trying to provoke Kai Xiaoya. As her inquiries to Cheng Hao became increasingly frequent. Teacher, someone is neglecting their reading during self-study to solve math problems. Kai Xiaoya swiftly reported her. She assumed the homeroom teacher would at least reprimand Jiang Yirou, but to her surprise, the teacher merely gazed upon Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao with a look of endearment. Jiang Yirou, Cheng Hao, should I prepare a separate classroom for you? I fear the other students may disturb you. No need, teacher. Studying with my classmates brings us joy. Jiang Yirou politely declined. How absurd. If she were to leave, how could she ensure that Kai Xiaoya remained vexed? Very well. Our class truly ought to learn more from Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao had no interest in the squabbles between the girls. Whether it was Jiang Yirou or Kai Xiaoya, he preferred to be left undisturbed. As for the Kai family, he paid them no mind. In his past life, he had no dealings with them, and in this life, he would remain equally detached. Yet, Jiang Yirou, with her earnest dedication to the competition, could it be that she genuinely aspired to attend the same university as him? Girls are such peculiar beings. Does that which they cannot obtain always elude their grasp? He thought that by not resisting, once Jiang Yirou's novelty wore off and her desire for conquest faded, this matter would simply pass. A betrothal? He had never taken it seriously. Merely a whimsical fancy of a young girl. Enough of this. The math competition is in 2 days. Once the results are in, he would gauge Jiang Yirou's intentions. If memory serves, the special admissions are not exclusive to Qing University. If all else fails, he would simply change schools. Kyoto University? Jiang Yirou, engrossed at her work, couldn't help but steal glances at Cheng Hao. His focused demeanor stirred something within her. Unbeknownst to him, She had often enjoyed covertly observing him at work, whether he was handling official matters in the office or napping on the couch during lunch. She had amassed a trove of images on her computer. Whenever she felt fatigue from her own studies, she would indulge in those photos and videos, greedily watching him. Not even death could separate them. She and Cheng Hao were destined to be together forever. Cheng Hao, no matter where life leads you, I shall follow you at any cost. Achoo! Cheng Hao suddenly sneezed. Why did his back feel so chilly? Was the air conditioning too low? Cheng Hao, have you caught a chill? I can make you a cup of warm brown sugar water. And with that, Jiang Yirou retrieved a thermos from her bag. She added brown sugar and hot water, swiftly preparing a cup of sweetened beverage. Here, Cheng Hao hesitated as he stared at the familiar pink thermos, unsure whether to accept it. Wasn't it the cup Jiang Yirou typically used? Chapter 58. I'm in good health. No, thank you, I'm perfectly fine. Cheng Hao resolutely refused. Had it been a disposable cup, he might have accepted, but this was far too intimate. Jiang Yirou merely inched the cup closer, her expression unwavering. Ha ha, Jiang Yirou, he doesn't want to drink, yet you insist. And brown sugar water, too? Isn't that what old folks drink? We usually enjoy cold beverages. With that, she retrieved a bottle of milk from her portable refrigerator, deliberately twisting her waist as she bypassed Jiang Yirou and approached Cheng Hao's desk. Cheng Hao, when you're abroad, if you catch a cold, just drink something cold. Here you go. I want tea, drink it. Thank you. Cheng Hao replied without looking up. Don't you like milk? I have low-calorie soda in my fridge, too. I said I don't want it. Do you not understand human language? I need to study, so please leave me be. Jiang Yirou, on the side, sipped her brown sugar water with a smile. Ha, someone's skin is quite impervious. She's being so direct in her rejection. Yet you rush to be humiliated. Humph. Kai Xiaoya coldly snorted, haughtily returning to her seat with her drink. He Yuan envied Cheng Hao, poking him in the back. Dude, how come you're so popular? Do you have a secret? If you like Kai Xiaoya, I can play matchmaker for you. He Yuan jolted. Like her? What a joke. Even if we ended up on the same deserted island, I would rather remain a lifelong bachelor than look at her. Kai Xiaoya, from a distance, rolled her eyes. What's wrong, Kai Xiaoya? Too many men have caught your fancy? What the hell, He Yuan, are you sick? Kai Xiaoya grabbed a book from the table and hurled it in He Yuan's direction. I'm disgusted by your narcissism. Even if you stripped and danced before me, I wouldn't spare you a glance. You. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for class successfully interrupted what could have been a fierce battle. During class, Jiang Yirou noticed Kai Xiaoya covertly using a makeup mirror to watch Cheng Hao and immediately halted her note-taking. She snatched the largest English book nearby, raised it, and directly obstructed Kai Xiaoya's view. Hey, Jiang Yirou, what are you doing? What am I doing? Reading, of course. You're reading an English book during geography class? Jiang Yirou smirked. What? You can gaze at a man, but I can't read English? He Yuan poked Cheng Hao in the back and whispered, Hey, Cheng Hao, those two are at it again. So what? Cheng Hao typed the last line of code on his phone, completing a small game. In his spare time, he enjoyed tinkering with code. However, due to his sense of responsibility towards the Jiang family, he had not devoted too much time to gaming. He had merely created a small program by chance, which unexpectedly became a hit. But he had never revealed to the Jiang family that he was the creator. Thus, to the outside world, Cheng Hao, was merely a freeloader. Without the support of the Jiang family, he was nothing. Over the years, he had never bothered to defend himself. Now, free of such concerns, he intended to leverage every available resource to empower himself swiftly. And then? You dare to ask me what comes next? I merely wish to know your feelings. Two beauties are at odds over you. Just imagine how thrilling that must be. Cheng Hao posted screenshots of the game on a social forum, indicating his intention to sell the game as copyright. After posting, he didn't give it another thought. For him, such a simple game could be created in a single class, so he didn't dwell on it. If you find it exhilarating, I can splurge to hire two beauties to profess their love to you daily. Is it really the same? He Yuan retorted, a hint of jealousy in his voice. It's not the same. The hired beauties provide exceptional service. One can express their desires freely to them, and should the service falter, there's always the option to lodge a complaint. I shan't continue this conversation. Truly, a well-fed person cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. He Yuan's charm with women is, in fact, not without merit, albeit marred by a plethora of undesirable suitors. He envies Cheng Hao, who has the devoted Jiang Yirou pursuing him with unwavering dedication. He Yuan, step up and address this question. Such an arrogant student must be called forth to set an example for the class. With a grimace, He Yuan trudged to the teacher's side, casting a pleading glance towards Cheng Hao. Please save me. Quickly. Cheng Hao replied, Mother hen, I didn't hear anything either. He Yuan thought. Why is it that they were not summoned, yet the teacher only calls him out to embarrass him? As one might predict, He Yuan received a thorough reprimand from the teacher. As he descended, thoroughly chastised, the class concluded perfectly. Cheng Hao glanced at the schedule and noted that the next class was a self-study session, likely another exam looming ahead. He approached the class monitor, saying, "Monitor, I would like to take a leave of absence for the next class. Off to the library. I will join you." Jiang Yirou quickly gathered her belongings. Gai Xiaoza, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "I too will take leave. Off to the library to study." A burst of laughter erupted from He Yuan. "Huh, you're going to study? Gai Xiaoza, I suggest you reconsider. Even if you force your way in, you won't understand the questions they tackle." Kai Xiaoya retorted, "I was in class 14. Cheng Hao is in class 15. What questions could class 15 possibly have that class 14 won't? He Yuan shrugged, "As long as you're happy." Gai Xiaoza, undoto, followed suit. Thus, two shadows trailed behind Cheng Hao. Since he could not shake them off, he resolved to act as if they were non-existent. Cheng Hao shook his head in exasperation. He was aware of the immaturity of high school students. Yet he was oblivious to Jiang Yirou's similar childishness during her own high school years. Upon arriving at the library, he casually selected a solitary seat by the window. After plugging in his notebook, Cheng Hao immersed himself in his studies. He was engrossed in researching how to achieve secure key enhancement communication through quantum states. As the adage goes, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. He was no protagonist from a novel, endowed with any extraordinary abilities. Instead, he possessed merely a wealth of memories from a previous life and several years of academic and professional experience. Therefore, he resolved to submit his research report to the quantum mechanics professor at Kyoto University, hoping to make a name for himself. He had considered using game programming as his entry point. However, this year was different, as Kyoto University and Tsinghua University were fervently vying for physics students. If he could attract the attention of those professors with his research report, his acceptance into Kyoto University would be assured. Nonetheless, this topic was his first attempt and still a work in progress. Gai Xiaoda, Laking Digom, unceremoniously shoved Jiang Yirou aside as she was about to take a seat in the front. Gai Xiaoza, have you no shame? So what? You gonna bite me? Jiang Yirou ground her teeth, then suddenly flashed a smile, triumphantly settling into the seat behind Cheng Hao. Kai Xiaoya, thank you for conceding this spot to me. Chapter 59, Every Day. Kai Xiaoya wore a perplexed expression. Was Jiang Yirou playing her for a fool? But what could be done from the back row? Only from the front could she catch Cheng Hao's attention at a glance. She was certain Jiang Yirou was trying to deceive her. Jiang Yirou, I shall not fall for your tricks. Do you think I would exchange seats with you just because you said so? Impossible. Jiang Yirou leisurely retrieved her book from the table and elegantly took her seat. When Kai Xiaoya thought Jiang Yirou was about to begin studying, she glanced over and found not her own textbook, but Cheng Hao's computer instead. Oh my goodness. How had she not considered that sitting behind could allow her to observe Cheng Hao's every move? Jiang Yirou's unabashed gaze fixed on Cheng Hao's computer filled Kai Xiaoya with envy and resentment. She felt as if she might grind her back teeth to dust. Initially, Jiang Yirou sought to provoke Kai Xiaoya, but as she observed Cheng Hao's research report, her demeanor shifted from indifference to seriousness, and eventually to intrigue. The more she read, the more she admired his work. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Cheng Hao, are you researching quantum mechanics? Do you plan to study this in university? Cheng Hao's hand paused momentarily, but quickly resumed its pace. No, I just find it interesting, so I'm looking into it. Do you require a laboratory? I can help you secure a professional one. No need. I've already arranged it. He was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he swiftly set plans into motion. While compiling research materials for this project, he had already contacted a laboratory and was simply awaiting the opportunity to commence work, gathering data to support his research report. If someone assists you, your experimental progress will surely accelerate. I'll be your assistant, helping you record experimental data. I want help too. I can assist. Kai Xiaoya, lacking any understanding of quantum mechanics, merely recognized the necessity to remain involved and create opportunities. Cheng Hao's mouth twitched. While Jiang Yirou spoke with the confidence of someone who could keep pace with the experimental progress, Kai Xiaoya, her presence was nothing but a distraction. Kai Xiaoza, if you don't understand, you should read more. Once you do, you'll grasp the complexity of the topic Cheng Hao is tackling and realize the futility of your overconfidence. Jiang Yirou scoffed from aside. Jiang Yirou, don't assume your grades give you the right to look down on others. Although I may not grasp quantum mechanics, I can certainly learn. Learn? Jiang Yirou laughed. Do you want to take a look at what Cheng Hao has written before you say that? Let me see. What's the big deal? Kai Xiaoya approached Cheng Hao's computer. BB-84 protocol? E91 protocol? What on earth are these? I recognize every individual character, but combined, they make no sense. Kai Xiaoya's face was a portrait of confusion. So, how do you plan to assist Cheng Hao? Well, I can cheer him on from the sidelines. Cheering in a laboratory? Huh, Kai Xiaoya, you can't be serious. In a lab, any distraction can lead to failure. I don't know, do you know? She retorted, what S with the superiority complex? I apologize, but I actually do know. If you had paid attention to the school notice board, you would have learned that I conducted related research last year. Unlike Kai Xiaoya's frantic outburst, Cheng Hao was astonished to learn that Jiang Yirou had prior experience in related research. She had engaged in such studies. Perceiving Cheng Hao's astonishment, Jiang Yirou patiently elaborated. Have you heard of exchange? Of course. That's a titan in the realm of quantum-secure communications. Cheng Hao was utterly taken aback. He had no idea. Our company boasts the world's leading technical researchers and the most advanced laboratories. So, if you're interested in pursuing research in this area, I might be able to help. Kai Xiaoya was left bewildered, but she did comprehend that it was a subsidiary of the Jiang family overseas. Jiang Yirou, what are you flaunting? It's just a mediocre company. The Kai family possesses numerous gold mines. Cheng Hao, if you return to the Kai family, my grandfather will undoubtedly award you a substantial share. At this point, Kai Xiaoya felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite her tireless efforts as a negotiator to secure a mere 10%, her brother and Cheng Hao, who seemed to enjoy a carefree lifestyle, were likely to receive far greater shares. Jiang Yirou regarded her with an expression of bemusement. Have you truly grasped that the company belongs to the Jiang family? Is there anything else you choose to ignore? Are you implying that I am foolish? It is sufficient that you understand. Cheng Hao, what's the matter with these two again? However, since Jiang Yirou possesses superior resources, he won't hesitate to utilize them. If it pertains to Company X, he will have access to the industry's elite talents, which would be akin to an open book examination for him. Miss, could you kindly introduce me to the relevant instructors? I'm highly interested in this topic. Reading thousands of books is no substitute for the guidance of a master. What harm is there in seeking Jiang Yirou's assistance? Acquiring knowledge is never shameful. Certainly. Who would you like to meet? As soon as possible. Would this evening suffice? Jiang Yirou pondered briefly. If she took a flight, she should arrive by tonight. Huh? A flight? Hearing Jiang Yirou speak so casually, he presumed that researchers were all based domestically. Yes, Professor Xios from the United States has resided abroad for many years. If you wish to meet him, I can notify him right away. Professor Xios? Are you referring to the esteemed figure in the realm of quantum mechanics? Cheng Hao was overjoyed. Indeed, Jiang Yirou chuckled at Cheng Hao's incredulous expression. He has been providing technical guidance for our company. My goodness. Cheng Hao was ecstatic. But Professor Xios must be in his 50s, right? It wouldn't be fair to trouble him so much. Perhaps we should settle for a video call instead? I could pose my questions to him online. That would indeed be more convenient. Jiang Yirou contemplated and said, let us do this. Once we graduate, I shall take you to the United States. For now, you can arrange a fixed time online to consult him daily with any questions you may have. Daily. Cheng Hao assumed that there would be just a few video calls at most, but Jiang Yirou informed him that he could reach out to Professor Xios every single day. Indeed, Grandpa Xios is a very kind person. There are not many research projects he personally supervises anymore, so he has plenty of time. Having him teach you daily would be no issue at all. If that's the case, that would be splendid. This way, he wouldn't need to struggle through research on his own. Instead, learning directly from an expert would save him countless years of detours. Even Kai Xiaoya, despite her shortcomings, realized the exceptional caliber of the instructor Jiang Yirou had found for Cheng Hao. What kind of teacher can our Kai family not procure? Brother, as long as you return to the Kai family, Grandpa will certainly find you someone far more extraordinary than that Professor Xios. She would never admit her jealousy. Chapter 60. Was it merely a coincidence? Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou chose to ignore Kai Xiaoya. For someone like her, who believed that money could procure anything, it was indeed impossible to explain the rarity of securing Professor Xios. With the shared topic of quantum mechanics, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou engaged in animated conversation, while Kai Xiaoya struggled to keep up, eventually dozing off after 10 minutes. Jiang Yirou casually glanced her way. Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya is snoring. Shall we head to the study room upstairs? Cheng Hao knew that Jiang Yirou had her own dedicated study room, which was much quieter, and nodded in agreement. All right, let us go upstairs. The two quietly gathered their computers and bags and left the first-floor study room. When Kai Xiaoya awoke, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Not only had she lost track of the two, but she had also fallen asleep. Jiang Yirou led Cheng Hao to the top-floor study room. Along the way, Cheng Hao received numerous envious glances. Look, Cheng Hao, to be invited into the exclusive study room by the young lady, he must be the first. Rumor has it that the study room is even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel suite. A cleaner once took a brief video, but it was swiftly deleted. Though only a few seconds long, it still revealed the opulence within. They say that even the piano is a Steinway. Do you think Jiang Yirou often practices the piano there? I've never heard of Miss Jiang playing. It's said that during graduation, the seniors will host a farewell party showcasing their talents. I wonder if we can look forward to Jiang Yirou playing the piano. Cheng Hao. This fellow must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, he stepped into Jiang Yirou's exclusive study room. In truth, the study room was not as mysterious as others imagined. It was clean and tidy, and indeed well-equipped. Cheng Hao was not unfamiliar with this study room. During the 3 years of high school, he had often accompanied Jiang Yirou here. Yet, how long had it been since he last visited? He gazed around the study room, nostalgia washing over him, as he instinctively gravitated toward his designated seat. Jiang Yirou favored the position by the window, so he would sit opposite her, allowing him to monitor her needs at all times. Why are you not sitting down? Jiang Yirou placed her belongings down and noticed Cheng Hao staring blankly at her spot. Puzzled, I merely wish to change my position. The light here is too bright. He no longer needed to constantly attend to Jiang Yirou, so that seat was unnecessary. He chose a spot a bit farther from her, took out his laptop, and plugged it in. Just as he completed these tasks, Jiang Yirou set her laptop down across from him. Cheng Hao looked at her in confusion. Miss, don't you prefer the window seat? Wouldn't it be more convenient for discussions here? Jiang Yirou wore an expression that suggested she was acting in his best interest. Cheng Hao thought to himself that her sitting by the window wouldn't impede their communication at all. Sigh, why are women so clingy? Now, if he changed positions, his intentions would be too obvious, and he would inevitably face questions about why he preferred not to sit with her. How could he respond? Never mind. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If she likes sitting there, let her be. A sly glint flashed in Jiang Yirou's eyes. She was indeed doing this intentionally. But as long as she didn't admit it, no one would know. It was 11 o'clock. Shall we skip the cafeteria and order in? I can arrange for delivery. Shall I? Jiang Yirou softly inquired about Cheng Hao's opinion. Cheng Hao glanced at the time. He was surprised to find it had already reached lunchtime. The library was a bit of a distance from the cafeteria, requiring a 20-minute walk, though cycling would be quicker. However, considering the scorching sun outside compared to the comfortably air-conditioned indoors, Jiang Yirou's suggestion was indeed tempting. Well, that sounds good. What would you like to eat, miss? I'll place the order. Cheng Hao had always managed these matters. Whenever Jiang Yirou didn't want to go out for a meal, he would choose a restaurant and arrange for delivery. Let me handle it. Jiang Yirou had already picked up her phone, dialing a number. I just saw a food vlog, and I'm really craving barbecue right now. She noted with satisfaction as she observed Cheng Hao's throat bob, clearly indicating that the decision to have barbecue resonated with him. Oh, that sounds good. It's been a while since I've had it. In truth, Jiang Yirou seldom indulged in barbecue, but Cheng Hao had a particular fondness for it, with a preference for bold flavors. Yet in the past, to cater to Jiang Yirou's tastes, he would refrain from selecting barbecue. Thank that food vlogger. Yes, indeed. I want this much. Please pack your dipping sauces separately, both spicy and non-spicy, and the scallions, garlic, and cilantro in a different container. After Jiang Yirou ended the call, she noticed Cheng Hao gazing at her intently. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? No, Cheng Hao clarified. I just remember that you used to dislike foods with strong flavors. In fact, she rarely consumed garlic or even chili peppers. My aversion to strong flavors stems from the lingering odors they leave behind, not from a lack of fondness. She continued, given that we're likely to be in the study room today, would you mind if we indulge ourselves a bit? Cheng Hao unconsciously swallowed. The suggestion was undeniably tempting. Then I shall accompany you into this culinary adventure. The restaurant service was swift. Within 15 minutes, their order arrived as requested. Miss Jiang, Mr. Cheng, enjoy your meal. Cheng Hao was taken aback to discover that the barbecue restaurant Jiang Yirou had chosen was the very one he often visited in secret. However, this establishment was not particularly close. So how did Jiang Yirou come to select their cuisine? Was it mere coincidence? Sensing Cheng Hao's confusion, Jiang Yirou smiled and explained. A friend of mine raved about this place, claiming it's the best barbecue she's ever had. I was so tempted that I decided to give it a try. What do you think? Don't you like it? She feigned ignorance, fully aware of his fondness for it. No, not at all. I love it. Absolutely adore it. Cheng Hao thought to himself that once the math competition concluded, he would seize the opportunity to enjoy another meal here. Each visit to indulge in barbecue was laced with a thrill of secrecy. He relished the rich flavors of oil and spice, often strolling outside late into the night to avoid Jiang Yirou catching on. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that she shared his tastes. Miss, allow me to grill. Cheng Hao was confident in his grilling skills. To let Jiang Yirou take charge would be a waste of culinary potential. Jiang Yirou willingly conceded, merely picking up her chopsticks and counting peanuts one by one. Chapter 61. My sleeping posture after drinking ISNT great. Observing the gleam in Cheng Hao's eyes as he grilled the meat filled Jiang Yirou with delight, perhaps even more than eating herself. Miss, this meat is tender. Would you prefer it with lettuce or perilla leaves? Perilla leaves. Add some spicy sauce and a clove of garlic. Cheng Hao gave her a puzzled look. Weren't you not fond of whole cloves of garlic before? I want to see what it tastes like. She had long desired to try it, especially seeing how much Cheng Hao enjoyed it. Since Jiang Yirou was eager to experiment, Cheng Hao naturally did not hesitate to oblige, promptly wrapping a clove of garlic and handing it to her. With the carefully prepared morsel in her hand, Jiang Yirou summoned her courage and took a gentle bite. The first bite is quite delightful. The sweet and tangy sauce enveloping the pork belly lingers pleasantly on the palate. Undeterred by her initial bite, she persevered. On her second attempt, she finally encountered the garlic, and the savory flavor of the meat mingled with the pungent spiciness of the garlic, creating a symphony of taste. What do you think? Cheng Hao also took a bite of his own. Enhanced version. The flavor is spot on. Quite good. Initially, I found it a bit overwhelming, but the heat is milder than chili, dissipating quickly on the tongue. The aroma of the grilled meat and sauce becomes increasingly intoxicating. Shall I prepare another for you? Yes. Please. How about a little drink? Barbecue and beer are the perfect pair. Is it wise for me to drink? Jiang Yirou hesitated. What's wrong with that? This is your private study room. If you get drunk, you can simply lie down and no one will see. I tend to be rather unruly in my sleep after drinking, Jiang Yirou replied delicately. Cheng Hao paused, realizing he had never witnessed Jiang Yirou drinking. No witties. If you fall asleep, I'll 1T watch. You can rest in the inner room. This space was a suite with a study and a lounge. He grabbed a cup and poured her some beer. Beer has low alcohol content. You 1T get drunk. Even if you do, what could I possibly do to you? Cheng Hao teased. Jiang Yirou murmured, who is afraid of what you might do? I'm more concerned about what I might do to you. Cheng Hao caught her lips moving, but couldn't discern her words. Nothing. Let us drink. Who is afraid of whom? If it comes to it, we can formalize our engagement. All right. Whoever backs down is a coward. Jiang Yirou raised her glass and downed it in one go. Refreshing. With each sip of beer and bite of meat, her eyes sparkled brighter. Bang! She placed her glass on the table with flair, wiping her mouth. Another round. Cheng Hao felt a sense of foreboding. Jiang Yirou seemed to be getting more and more animated. Miss, how about we finish this glass and call a night? Jiang Yirou snatched the beer bottle from his hand. What is the matter? Afraid to play? Leaving half drunk is either looking down on me or you. She turned and spotted Cheng Hao's untouched glass, her displeasure evident. Seizing his cup, she draped her arm over his shoulder, forcefully pouring the beer into his mouth. Are we not good friends? If we are, then drink up. Seeing him refuse to open his mouth, she boldly pressed the cup against his lips. Gulp. Cheng Hao was taken aback, nearly choking. Hey, isn't it tasty? Another glass. Jiang Yirou, with her arms still around his neck, found it challenging to pour the drink. Given her shorter stature, in a moment of desperation, she tightened her embrace, successfully pouring the beer into the cup. Cheng Hao had never realized Jiang Yirou possessed such strength. She held him tightly, and, as he attempted to pull away, she only tightened her grip. He could easily push her away, but he knew that using too much force would leave her bruised. Sighing silently, Cheng Hao chose to remain still. He recognized that, although Jiang Yirou appeared to be in control, she was already quite intoxicated. This was not simply a matter of awkward sleeping positions. It was outright drunkenness. Oh well. Beer isn't strong enough to truly intoxicate. I'll just let her be. Why are you only drinking for yourself? I want some too. Jiang Yirou's face was nearly pressed against Cheng Hao's. He could only retreat within the limited space of his arms. He was not foolish enough to disrespect a lady, especially one of her stature. The thought of her remembering this moment, when sober, was too terrifying to contemplate. Miss, kindly release me. If you wish to drink, I can serve you. You? Serve me? Jiang Yirou shook her finger in front of him. No. You're just trying to trick me into letting you go and tossing the drink away. Cheng Hao thought, how is it possible that she remains so sharp even while intoxicated? I can pour it myself. Then miss, let me go and do it yourself. No, this way works. To his surprise, Jiang Yirou tightened her grip and poured more beer into his glass. Cheng Hao stumbled slightly, quickly steadying himself by placing a hand on her waist. However, he only touched her for a fleeting moment before withdrawing. I swear it was less than a second, just as he regained his balance. Jiang Yirou thrust his cup toward her lips. Miss, that is my cup. Jiang Yirou took a sip and gazed at him with a slightly dazed expression. What? Am I not allowed to drink? Why is it that you can drink while I cannot? She questioned, leaning in closer. Cheng Hao instinctively retreated, their proximity narrowing to a mere centimeter. Of course. Of course. Cheng Hao hurriedly responded, fearing that if he delayed even a second longer, they would inevitably collide. Jiang Yirou's face lingered just before Cheng Hao, their eyes locked in a tense stare. His breath nearly halted. The intoxicating scent of alcohol wafted from Jiang Yirou, sending waves of warmth through him. Whether it was the allure of the wine or the effects of his own inebriation, he felt his cheeks flush, his mind swirling, rendering coherent thought impossible. "Who are you?" Jiang Yirou inquired, her index finger lightly pressing against Cheng Hao, her gaze unfocused. "I am Cheng Hao." "Cheng Hao. Oh, I remember now. You're that big fool. The one who only knows how to be silently kind to me. The one who never takes initiative." Cheng Hao's heart sank. So, in her eyes, he was merely a fool. Indeed, he had been a fool, nurturing his affections for her in silence for over 20 years. From watching over her as a young girl to hoping they would share a lifetime together, he had poured his heart into ensuring her happiness, terrified of even the slightest frown upon her face. Yet, in the end, the one she cherished was not him. Was he not just a big fool after all? Chapter 62. Go out or not go out? Big fool. Jiang Yirou giggled, her entire being draped over Cheng Hao. "Miss, allow me to assist you to the side." "To the side for what? What do you wish to do with me?" Jiang Yirou instinctively covered her chest. "I have no intentions beyond helping you sit down and enjoy some food. Don't you deserve something delectable to accompany your drink?" Cheng Hao coaxed gently. Jiang Yirou tilted her head in contemplation before finally nodding, "Yes. Eating sounds good." Cheng Hao breathed a sigh of relief, guiding Jiang Yirou to a seat. This time, she did not protest, obediently settling beside him. "Stay put. I shall prepare some grilled meat for you." The sudden compliance from Jiang Yirou left Cheng Hao somewhat taken aback. As he grilled the meat, his attention wandered to her, observing her fixed gaze upon the sizzling delicacies. Assuming she was simply eager to eat. Just a moment longer, and it will be ready. Jiang Yirou remained unresponsive, but Cheng Hao brushed it aside. Once the meat was cooked to her liking, he prepared a wrap, ready to hand it to her, when suddenly, with a loud thud, Jiang Yirou collapsed onto the sofa. Cheng Hao, startled, dropped the wrap, hastily wiping his hands before rushing to her side. Miss, ugh, how bothersome." Jiang Yirou swatted at the invisible annoyance, her hands flailing dangerously close to Cheng Hao's face. He swiftly constrained both her arms with one hand, though not against his own chest. After a few futile struggles, Jiang Yirou ceased her resistance, succumbing to slumber. Cheng Hao, kneeling beside her, was momentarily taken aback by her peaceful visage, then shook his head in resignation. It was no wonder she was reluctant to drink. The aftermath was clearly overwhelming. The sofa was not a suitable place for slumber, especially with a hot grill nearby. Thus, he lifted her effortlessly, carrying her towards the resting room. The decor within was simplistic, featuring only a single bed with pristine white linens, evidently well maintained. Cheng Hao cradled Jiang Yirou like a child, one arm supporting her shoulders while the other gently laid her down. Completing this delicate maneuver left him perspiring, not due to her weight, but from the sheer nervousness of being so close to her. As he relaxed, he became acutely aware of his own sweat. "Truly, I must have owed you in a past life," he muttered, wiping his brow before exiting the resting room and softly closing the door behind him. Now, it was his time to relish the remaining delicacies. Contentedly finishing the last of the meat, Cheng Hao patted his stomach in satisfaction. With deft efficiency, he tidied the area, activated the ventilation system, and spritzed air freshener before preparing himself a cup of tea, settling at the computer desk. He intended to outline his preliminary research direction and plans, maximizing the efficiency of his upcoming video call with Professor Xios. In the serene study room, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the keyboard as time slipped by unnoticed. When Jiang Yirou awakened, confusion enveloped her. What has happened? She gingerly propped herself up, her head throbbing. Realizing she was in the resting room only deepened her bewilderment. Wasn't I just eating grilled meat? Why am I still hungry? She shook her head. "Hey, that was quite delicious, wasn't it? I want another drink. Why are you indulging alone? I want a drink too." Suddenly, fragments of her inebriated memories flooded back. How she had leaned on Cheng Hao, coaxing him to drink, made her wish to vanish into the ground. Oh heavens! How could I have acted so recklessly? I shall never drink again. Panic surged through her. What will I do now? How can I face Cheng Hao? I nearly forced myself onto him. Jiang Yirou buried her face in her knees, grappling with the enormity of her actions. Yet a thought struck her. Wait a moment. What is wrong with being playful? He is my fiancé. What is wrong with a little mischief? In the future, every part of him will belong to me. Even if I behaved that way yesterday, I will take responsibility. With that empowering realization, Jiang Yirou straightened her back. After washing her face, she hesitated at the door, contemplating her next move. Carefully cracking the door open, she peered outside. Cheng Hao was right there. She despondently leaned her head against the door frame. What to do? Should I go out or not? Of course, she had to go out. But then, should she pretend to have amnesia afterward? Wasn't it said that alcohol can cause short-term memory loss? That meant not remembering what had transpired was entirely plausible, right? With newfound determination, Jiang Yirou flung the door wide open, exclaiming, "How on earth did I fall asleep while eating? What time is it?" Cheng Hao's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. "It's 3 o'clock. What? So soon? Where's my phone? I can't find my phone. I placed it on that table over there. Oh, I forgot to call Grandpa Shios. I need to see if he is available for a video call tonight. No waities. I'm not in a rush. I'll contact him right away." Jiang Yirou turned to make the call, and within moments, it connected. "Grandpa Shios, did you miss me?" "Huh, you always know how to make me smile. What are you up to?" "Grandfather Hughes, my friend has recently delved into the realm of quantum mechanics. You are an expert in this field, so I wish to consult you." "Hee hee, Grandfather Hughes, you understand me best. What boyfriend? He is my fiancé." Upon mentioning her fiancé, Jiang Yirou's ears flushed with warmth. "Well, thank you, Grandfather Hughes." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yirou composed herself for a moment, waiting for the heat to dissipate from her face before approaching Cheng Hao. "Cheng Hao, I have arranged for you to video chat with Grandfather Hughes this evening. If you have any questions, feel free to compile them for discussion." "All right, thank you, miss." Cheng Hao appeared unfazed, as if he had not heard the term fiancé. "Why are you still so polite to me?" Jiang Yirou felt that, given their relationship, referring to her as miss was somewhat excessive. Ultimately, it made her uncomfortable, as if this title created distance between her and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao was taken aback. "Huh? Polite? Why call me miss? I have a name. But I'm used to it. I've been calling you that for over 20 years. It has become second nature. Moreover," Cheng Hao's gaze dimmed. Chapter 63. Speak up, and I will have them change it. Once, he had feigned drunkenness to call her by her name. However, Jiang Yirou's disdainful expression lingered in his mind. "Cheng Hao, do you know who I am?" "Jiang Yirou. Please do not address me by my full name." Jiang Yirou frowned. "Calling me wife or Yirou is fine. Why must it be so formal? Isn't miss the same as Jiang Yirou?" However, Cheng Hao did not realize that Jiang Yirou's disdain was not for him calling her name, but for him exclusively using her full name. In her previous life, she had never heard a term of endearment from him, which had always been a regret. Indeed, children must be educated from a young age. "Call me Yirou." Since he was not awakening to this, she would have to take the initiative. "Huh, Yirou?" Cheng Hao was stunned. In his previous life, Jiang Yirou had been displeased when he called her Jiang Yirou, and now she wanted him to call her Yirou? "Yes, that sounds lovely. From now on, that shall be your name for me. If I hear you call me miss again, I'm afraid I shall have to punish you." "Punish?" Cheng Hao's eyes widened. Not calling her Yirou would result in punishment? How would that punishment manifest? Cheng Hao's mind twisted a bit. A little whip? He quickly shook his head. That was impossible. Jiang Yirou was the daughter of the Jiang family and would never engage in such things. Jiang Yirou smirked, raising an eyebrow. "If you do not call me that, it implies you wish for me to punish you." Cheng Hao. No, he did not want to find out. "To prevent you from erring, I think you should practice now. There is no one here. You can call out my name freely." Cheng Hao, Mississippi. "Huh?" Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes dangerously. Yirou. "Yes. Continue, I'm listening. It feels a bit inappropriate to call you directly by your name." "What is inappropriate? Speak up, and I will have them change it." Cheng Hao. "It's nothing inappropriate. Since you have no objections, then it's settled. Don't misname me. 1 mistake results in a punishment. 3 mistakes, and it'll be something severe." Cheng Hao shivered in trepidation. "I noticed you were still writing a report earlier. Have you finished?" "Almost. Then I shall wait for you to finish. After that, we can head back. Let us video chat with Grandfather Hughes sooner so we can rest early. There's a math competition tomorrow." "All right, just 10 more minutes." Cheng Hao quickly tidied up his notes. This was the material he needed to consult Professor Hughes about tonight, so he wanted to be well prepared. As for the math competition tomorrow, there wasn't too much to prepare for. Just show up to take the test. "I'm ready." Cheng Hao shut his notebook and packed it into his computer bag. "Then shall we depart?" The two took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. The driver was already waiting downstairs. "Young master and young lady, please enter the vehicle." Cheng Hao bent down to get in after Jiang Yirou had entered. "Why are you so quiet?" Jiang Yirou noticed that Cheng Hao had been avoiding conversation with her. Cheng Hao. Couldn't he possibly admit that he felt embarrassed calling her Yirou directly? Could he? To avoid inadvertently calling her miss, he thought it safer to remain silent. "No, I was just tired from the report earlier. I remember you aren't someone who tires so easily. Are you?" Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, interrupting Jiang Yirou's words. "Miss, it's Miss Kai," the driver reported. "Kai Xiaoza." Jiang Yirou raised her head to look ahead. "What does she want with me?" "Let me go down and take a look." Cheng Hao nearly slipped and called her by the wrong name. Without waiting for Jiang Yirou to speak, he got out of the car. Brother, why didn't you call me when you left? The way Kai Xiaoya addressed Cheng Hao sent a chill down his spine. First, I am not your brother. Second, why should I call you when I leave? Third, if you suddenly stop our car again, we might just let the driver run you over. You know, the Jiang family can afford it. After all, you are merely a daughter of the Kai family with no inheritance rights. Kai Xiaoya smugly waved the document in her hand. Brother, stop struggling. The DNA test report is out. You are indeed my brother. You should stand with the Kai family rather than with her, an outsider. What DNA test report? Here, take a look. Kai Xiaoya directly handed the document to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao frowned as he read it, then calmly returned it to her. I do not acknowledge it. Huh? Kai Xiaoya was taken aback by Cheng Hao's words. Not acknowledge? This is a foregone conclusion. What use is it to deny it? You are my brother. I haven't even been to the hospital. How did you obtain this report? She couldn't possibly say she secretly picked it up from his desk. Could she? You see, you can't even explain whose DNA was tested. Just picking up a random piece of paper and claiming it's my DNA. Why should I believe you? It's your hair. I picked it up from your desk. Cheng Hao scoffed. Is this the kind of underhanded tactics the Kai family resorts to? Picking up hair for testing? You've been hovering around me all day for this purpose? Haven't you? Kai Xiaoya's gaze faltered. She was indeed not being forthright about this matter. However, she wished to prove that Cheng Hao was indeed a member of the Kai family as soon as possible. But the test report is real. I did not falsify it. Oh, just because it's hair from my desk, does that mean it's mine? Cheng Hao crossed his arms, coldly staring at her. He would not concede. This is... Kai Xiaoya was left speechless. She could not prove the hair belonged to Cheng Hao. However, Cheng Hao was the only one present who fit the profile of the Kai family. Surely it was Tihe Yuan or that deadpan guy in front of Cheng Hao. Miss Kai, please leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for running you over. Our driver is professional and guarantees to leave you half paralyzed while still allowing you to breathe. Kai Xiaoya trembled at his chilling tone. What kind of gaze is this? It resembles that of someone staring at a corpse. Yet, they're siblings, are they not? By the time Kai Xiaoya regained her senses, she had already relinquished her path, standing aside. As the vehicle gradually passed by, she caught sight of Jiang Yirou, slowly raising the window, obscuring the contempt at the corner of her mouth. Kai Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Yirou, why does every fortunate event seem to fall upon you? I shall ensure that you possess nothing. Since you are enamored with Cheng Hao, I will snatch Cheng Hao away from your side. If love is unattainable, then I shall leverage the influence of the Kai family, utilizing our blood ties to separate them. With this thought, Kai Xiaoya inhaled deeply, gave a cold snort, and departed the school. Chapter 64. Young Master Cheng, your flesh has fallen off? The Kai family ancestral residence. Grandfather, Cheng Hao belongs to our Kai family. Kai Xiaoya presented the test report directly to Elder Kai. Ha. Xiaoya, you are indeed clever. By conducting the test directly, there is no way Cheng Hao can doubt it. Kai Xiaoya wore a face of grievance. Grandfather, but the Jiang family certainly won't let him go. Smack. Oomph. With this test report in hand, the Jiang family will have no choice but to release him. Elder Kai slammed his palm on the table. Thinking back to the last visit to the Jiang family, where he was rebuffed by Elder Jiang, he could not swallow that humiliation. Now, having finally found an opportunity to vex Elder Jiang, he was elated. Ha. The thought that the child Elder Jiang has painstakingly nurtured for over a decade actually belongs to our Kai family makes me want to laugh. Do you think Elder Jiang will faint from anger? Ha. Then, grandfather, shall we go retrieve Cheng Hao right now? Now. Guys, to bring him back now would be too generous to Elder Jiang. I plan to publicly announce Cheng Hao's lineage at an open event. At that time, I shall express gratitude to Elder Jiang for his selfless dedication in nurturing such a wonderful grandson for me. Ha. Grandfather, what about my shares? Rest assured, once the matter is accomplished, I shall transfer the shares into your name. Thank you, grandfather. Kai Xiao jubilantly exited the study, only to be suddenly seized by a powerful force and pulled into an adjacent empty room. Hey, who dares to pull me, brother? Why are you back? Kai Xiaoya faced her brother, who wore a cold expression and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Why can I come back? If I didn't return, I would get to witness such a splendid show. Kai Mingrue replied with sarcasm. My dear sister, how could you conspire against your own brother while aiding an outsider? I didn't do anything. My foolish sister. Have you forgotten? We share the same parents. If I cannot live well, how can you? I haven't done anything. Haven't done anything? Oomph. You assisted grandfather in bringing Cheng Hao into our home. Is that what you call doing nothing? You brought a competitor to your own brother? So what is it? Did he promise you some benefit for your assistance? Instead of helping your brother drive him away, you eagerly invited him back? Kai Xiaoya, are you out of your mind? Kai Xiaoya felt her ears nearly shrink from the scolding. Since childhood, she had always feared her brother. When Kai Mingrue threatened to hit her, he meant it. He had never held back simply because she was his sister. It was grandfather's order. Didn't you rush to seek attention in front of grandfather? A 10% stake is indeed quite tempting. Kai Xiaoya's complexion paled. She had not expected Kai Mingrue to find out so quickly. Kai Xiaoza, I offer you two choices. First, we siblings shall rely on our own abilities to take whatever we can from the old man. Second, we unite as siblings to seize the Kai family's assets. In the future, we will split it equally. What do you say? How do we contend? Currently, grandfather has high hopes for Cheng Hao. Thus, my dear sister, you know what you must do, right? Kai Mingrue smiled as he exited the room, confident that Kai Xiaoya would choose wisely. A person as pragmatic as her would undoubtedly know the best path to victory. Kai Xiaoya lingered in the room for a prolonged period before finally rising to leave. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao commenced dinner. Cheng Hao patted his still round belly, declining the housekeeper's enthusiastic invitation. I haven't digested lunch. I want to be eating dinner. You must eat. Sit down. Jiang Yirou approached and placed a glass of orange juice at Cheng Hao's seat. Drink some juice to stimulate your appetite. You'll feel hungry in no time. How can one skip dinner? Truly disobedient. When Cheng Hao reluctantly sat down with a grimace, Jiang Yirou pulled out a chair beside him and sat down as well. Ordinarily, Jiang Yirou occupied the head seat. Why was she sitting next to him today? Your poor appetite must be due to not eating well at lunch. No waities. I'll personally serve you your favorite dishes at dinner. Jiang Yirou wiped her hands with a warm towel and pointed at a plate of shrimp. Do you want some shrimp? Would you like to dip it in garlic sauce? Yes. How did she know that shrimp was what he craved most? Jiang Yirou donned gloves and elegantly peeled the shell. Here, eat. She tenderly dipped it in sauce and offered it to his lips. Cheng Hao stared blankly, this scene reminding him of the time Jiang Yirou had forced him when she was drunk. Next, let us have some vegetables. Jiang Yirou removed her gloves and picked up a pair of garlic greens. Finally, Cheng Hao snapped out of his daze. Just put it in the bowl. I could do it myself. Jiang Yirou's smile instantly faded. What's wrong? Is my feeding not to your liking? Do you wish for Kai Xiaoya to feed you? Kai Xiaoza. Cheng Hao finally understood Jiang Yirou's unusual behavior. If you enjoy feeding, then go ahead. Rather than argue with a woman, it's wiser to appease her first, acknowledge her, and then gradually analyze the situation. This was advice he had received from DeepSeek before. Thank you, technology. Jiang Yirou's smile returned. I'm good. Come on, eat your vegetables. Cheng Hao did his best to avoid the chopsticks, opening his mouth to nibble at the greens. Ah, why must the conflict between two women involve the innocent and weak me? I want soup, rather than resist vehemently. It would be better to learn to comply and enjoy. This was Cheng Hao's current mindset. Jiang Yirou was quite pleased with his demeanor, observing her softened expression. Cheng Hao also picked up his chopsticks. I'll help you with the vegetables too. It can't just be me eating. You must eat as well. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao served her a bowl of seafood fried rice. You should eat quickly. I personally serve it to you. It will get cold soon. Jiang Yirou glanced at the fried rice in the bowl, then at Cheng Hao. The sincerity in his eyes prompted her to nod. Fina. Then you eat by yourself. All right. Don't worry. I'll make sure I'm well fed. Witnessing this scene, the housekeeper was already astounded. Their young lady had truly fallen in love. Their young lady was such a devoted partner. Their young lady was being pampered. Their young lady matched perfectly with Cheng Hao. To witness Jiang Yirou in love during his lifetime was truly a blessing from his ancestors. Young Master Cheng, your meat has fallen off. Let me help you with another piece. The housekeeper stepped forward and added another piece of meat to Cheng Hao's bowl. He intends to assist the young lady. The man who dotes on her. Cheng Hao's lips twitched in exasperation. Damn that butler. Can't he see that piece of meat was purposely dropped by him? Has he truly lost his appetite? Chapter 65. Is it really that casual for a professor to accept students? Yirou, I'm already quite full. It must be that I did not feed you enough, rendering your meal tasteless. No matter. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall serve you immediately. With that, Jiang Yirou picked up a bowl and stood to ladle some soup. Let's have a bowl of this fruit soup. It's quite delightful. I truly am full. Cheng Hao finally grasped the saying. Never provoke a woman. Burp. The pleasant meal concluded with Cheng Hao's loud belch. Are you full now? Perfect timing. Our appointment with Grandpa Xiao's is approaching. Let us ascend. Yes, yes. Cheng Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he was free from the burden of food. He felt as if he could forego breakfast the next day as well. Thankfully, after such a bout of feeding, Jiang Yirou's mood had evidently improved significantly. Cheng Hao, you're not going to the Kai family, are you? As they reached the second floor, Jiang Yirou suddenly turned to inquire. A forced mask of determination was marred by a flicker of unease. No, I won't, Cheng Hao assured her. He would neither visit the Kai family nor linger at the Jiang residence. He was simply Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou ehalit, had simulated turnin. Let us go chat with Grandpa Xiao's on video. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao arrived at the study on the top floor. After opening the computer and logging into the video app, the call connected shortly thereafter. A sprightly foreign gentleman with graying hair appeared on the screen. Hello, my dear Yirou. Have you eaten yet? Professor Xiao's spoke fluent Mandarin, greeting her in a manner typical of the Chinese. Grandpa Xiao's, did you just wake up? I've been awake for a while. The thought of our video chat kept me from sleeping early. Grandpa Xiao's, have you had breakfast? Yes. I brewed myself a cup of coffee. The professor waved his coffee cup in front of the camera. Grandpa Xiao's, you really should eat properly. I find coffee quite satisfactory. It keeps me alert. The lad beside you, is he the fiancé you mentioned? He looks quite promising. Jiang Yirou shrugged, relinquishing the argument they had had countless times. Grandpa Xiao's, this is Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao stepped forward. Hello, Professor Xiao's. I am Cheng Hao. It is an honor to meet you. Ha ha ha. You are quite polite for a young man. No need for such formality. Just call me Grandpa, like Yirou does. Grandpa Xiao's. Cheng Hao promptly complied. Establishing a good rapport with Professor Xiao's would ensure that any future inquiries in the realm of physics would be effortlessly resolved. It was akin to having a cheat code during his university days. In his previous life, he had only studied business management to take over the Jiang family, and he felt a twinge of regret. Since life had been granted a fresh start, he could now explore a different path. Boy, Yirou tells me you're researching quantum key distribution? Yes, Grandpa Xiao's. This is a preliminary concept I organized this afternoon, which I have sent over. Let me take a look. Professor Xiao's sipped his coffee and casually opened the document. Grandpa Xiao's. Jiang Yirou intergested. I have glanced over Cheng Hao's research, and it seems promising. You should take a look. If possible, when you have some time, I would like to take him to participate in the RD work. Professor Xiao's, mistaking Jiang Yirou's praise as mere infatuation, hardly paid attention to her words and assumed she merely wanted him to be more lenient towards Cheng Hao. However, as he opened the document and read the introduction, his nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He meticulously scrutinized each word, fearful of missing any detail. Cheng Hao, naturally nervous, felt as if he were a kindergarten student presenting an assignment to a university professor. Jiang Yirou beamed and asked, Grandpa Xiao's, how is it? Quite good, right? In truth, Professor Xiao's demeanor had already provided her with an answer. For someone who remained unfazed in the face of calamity, it was rare to see him so earnest. The last time he had been this serious was due to dissatisfaction with his own experimental data. Quite good. Quite good. Ha ha ha. Excellent indeed. Professor Xiao's had leapt out of the frame in his excitement, holding the printed documents and pacing back and forth. Cheng Hao glanced at Jiang Yirou. What else with Grandpa Xiao's? Jiang Yirou chuckled. Ignore him. He always behaves like this when he has a new epiphany. This is his way of affirming your work. Oh, so that is how it is. After a considerable wait for Professor Xiao's to settle back in front of the camera, the exuberance on his face had yet to fade. Cheng Hao, tell me, did you come up with this entirely on your own? Well, sort of. I referenced some materials. Since I have little research experience in this area, some of my insights may be somewhat superficial. I referenced some findings from the future. Is that considered cheating? No. Quite the opposite. You did exceptionally well. Cheng Hao, are you certain you have never studied quantum mechanics before? Cheng Hao honestly shook his head. I spent the entire day organizing this, researching as I went along. A genius. Simply a genius. His gaze was fervent as he stared at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, you are still a high school student, correct? Would you be interested in studying in the United States? I could write you a recommendation letter. I can ensure you get into the best university, as long as you become my student. Cheng Hao, Professor Xiao's is quite nonchalant about accepting students, isn't he? Jiang Yirou also gazed at him, eagerly anticipating his response. Cheng Hao replied candidly, I'm sorry, Grandpa Xiao's, but I do not have plans to study abroad. However, may I have the opportunity to visit your laboratory? Upon hearing Cheng Hao's lack of plans to go to the United States, Professor Xiao's felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, he was exceedingly confident in his ability to persuade Cheng Hao to come to the U.S. as a student. As long as he could showcase his expertise and impress him with professionalism, Cheng Hao would undoubtedly hold him in high esteem and willingly become his pupil. Yes, indeed. Ahem. Cheng Hao, although your report is innovative, there are what? However, there's still many practical deficiencies. Of course, that is not an issue. It is merely due to your lack of practical experience. Very well. Grandpa Xios, I shall make it a point to practice more. Relying solely on practice is, in fact, insufficient. If you had a distinguished mentor by your side, many errors could be avoided. For instance, with your current proposal, if modified in this manner, it could enhance the consistency and security of the key. Oh, I see. Chapter 66, Reluctance to Let Go. Observing that Cheng Hao and Professor Xios had entered a state of earnest study and discussion, Jiang Yirou quietly left the study. She turned to another room and dialed a number. Grandpa Jiang Yirou, why are you calling me at this hour? Is there something amiss? Grandpa, the Kai family has received the genetic testing report. Therefore, Cheng Hao is indeed from the Kai family. Old Master Jiang's words were definitive. Indeed, Jiang Yirou responded honestly, knowing that this matter could not be concealed any longer. What are your thoughts? Would you agree if I resorted to underhanded tactics? A silence fell over the phone. The so-called underhanded tactics were undoubtedly understood by Old Master Jiang. Jiang Yirou was determined not to allow Cheng Hao to return to the Kai family. Thus, she intended to tamper with the test results. Yirou, have you consulted Cheng Hao about this? I have asked him. He expressed his reluctance to go to the Kai family. Yet he is still a member of the Kai family. This was the second time Old Master Jiang had made his stance clear. Grandfather, Cheng Hao has grown up under your watchful eye. Can you truly bear to let him go? Jiang Yirou's grip on her phone tightened. Yirou, you must understand one thing. The Jiang family and the Kai family can never be united. The Kai family will never relinquish Cheng Hao, especially considering his exceptional qualities. There are always those who do not wish for Cheng Hao to return to the Kai family. Are you suggesting that it's impossible? You cannot conspire with a tiger. If Jiang Yirou were to collaborate with Kai Mingrue to prevent Cheng Hao from leaving, it would be tantamount to colluding with a predator. Grandfather, you know that if I desire something, I will stop at nothing to achieve it. Old Master Jiang hesitated. Yirou, you have always been a clever child. How could you be so obstinate regarding this matter? There are many excellent men out there, and you are still young. In the future, you will encounter many outstanding individuals. Grandfather, setting aside the connection to the Kai family, answer me truthfully. Is he not the most exceptional man among those you have encountered? Worthy of entrusting your granddaughter's life to? Cheng Hao is a product of my own nurturing, undoubtedly exceptional. However, grandfather, the engagement was your proposition. He is someone you have watched grow. Can you truly allow such an outstanding individual to be taken away? Of course, I cannot bear it. The mere thought of that old fool, Kai, parading before me fills me with loathing. It is akin to watching a child I have painstakingly raised being given to a bitter rival. What a disgrace. Then do you not wish to seize an opportunity for revenge? I do. Do you believe you can find another son-in-law as accomplished as Cheng Hao? I cannot. It is simply impossible. Who else as child could be so exceptional? Absolutely not. My children are the finest. Look at Jiang Yirou. Look at Cheng Hao. The children of that old fool Kai are all inferior. The thought of being outshone by Kai fills him with despair and fury. If the Kai family were aware that Cheng Hao belonged to them, yet lacked the means to prove it, do you think Old Master Kai would be driven to the brink of madness? Indeed, Old Master Jiang's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, grandfather, do you think that would lead you to agree with my continued relationship with Cheng Hao? Old Master Jiang's expression shifted from one of concern to sternness. Yirou, although you are only 18, I have never regarded you as a child. You are destined to be the heir of the Jiang family. You carry the weight of the entire Jiang lineage upon your shoulders. Jiang Yirou's eyes darkened. What if I were not the heir of the Jiang family? Jiang Yirou. Old Master Jiang's tone grew serious. Interrupting her, do not act recklessly. Jiang Yirou's shoulders slumped, her lower lip bitten until it bled, though she remained oblivious. Understood, grandfather. Jiang Yirou's voice trembled, nearly breaking. Old Master Jiang sighed softly. Yirou, regardless of his desires, he is a scion of the Kai family. This matter does not solely depend on him. In the future, I will find someone better for you. You are still young. A multitude of possibilities awaits you. Understood, grandfather. Jiang Yirou was acutely aware that resisting Old Master Jiang at this moment was futile. To abandon Cheng Hao? Impossible. She had pursued him from one lifetime to the next. How could she alter her resolve based on a few words from Old Master Jiang? Just a little longer, until she had developed her wings. After ending the call with Old Master Jiang, she did not rush back to her study, but instead opened her computer, beginning to consolidate her available resources. There was still time. She would integrate her resources as swiftly as possible. As long as her strength could overshadow everyone else, the Kai family would be inconsequential. In this lifetime, no one could separate them. He could focus on his research, pursuing whatever he enjoyed. She would be there for him. Professor Xios found himself increasingly captivated by his conversations with Cheng Hao. This child was extraordinarily intelligent. Not merely intelligent, but composed. He hardly resembled an 18-year-old. With just a bit of guidance, he could deduce subsequent steps and incorporate his own understanding. Furthermore, what was most commendable was his ability to innovate, unconfined by conventional perceptions. To Professor Xiu's, Cheng Hao was akin to a treasure chest. The more he delved, the more astonishing he found it, making it difficult to let go. How? Are you truly not considering studying in the M country? I could secure the best educational resources for you. As you know, the M country excels in this regard. Professor Xiu's, I am sincerely grateful for your admiration. Your selfless guidance today has greatly benefited me. However, I have never contemplated leaving Huagua. Cheng Hao's eyes were filled with determination. My boy, you are still young and may not wish to stray too far from home. But I speak from experience. If you have access to more resources and receive an education from a prestigious institution, you will avoid many detours in the future. With my connections here, upon graduation, you could secure a highly lucrative job. You might even be allocated housing by the school, allowing you to apply for residency in the M country. Professor Xiu's, I have a clear vision for my future. Physics is merely a hobby for me. I do not intend to pursue research. Cheng Hao smiled, but his eyes bore no hint of jest. What? Professor Xiu's pupils dilated. Are you not planning to engage in physics research? Indeed, it is merely a personal hobby. I am more interested in business. But to squander such a high aptitude on anything other than physics research is to waste your talents. Professor Xiu's. At that moment, the door swung open. Jiang Yirou's voice resonated within the room. Professor Xiu's, is it inappropriate for you to recruit talent behind my back? She smiled, yet an undertone of seriousness permeated. Yirou, you do not comprehend Cheng Hao's talent. Professor Xiu's was nearly beside himself with urgency. No, I am aware. Jiang Yirou's cold gaze met the camera, because I understand that his talents extend beyond physics. Chapter 67. Physics is merely one of his specialties. Not just physics? What do you mean? Professor Xiu's questioned his own understanding. The emergence of a physics prodigy is rare enough. Jiang Yirou claims there is more. Professor Xiu's, if you have witnessed his mathematical aptitude, you would know that he can swiftly grasp any subject. Physics is merely one of his specialties. Cheng Hao smiled shyly. Yirou is exaggerating. I merely excel in the sciences. Therefore, I plan to take another subject in college as a hobby. Professor Xiu's appeared as though struck by lightning, lamenting the loss of such a genius who would not contribute to research. Professor Xiu's, life is fleeting. I simply wish to follow my heart. Moreover, I am not as remarkable as you believe. Cheng Hao truly wished to convey. Who cares about the research community? He could not bear such a heavy responsibility. Yet, seeing Professor Xiu's genuine disappointment and suddenly dimmed gaze, Cheng Hao felt a twinge of sympathy, a slight softening, perhaps just a fraction. He was acutely aware of Professor Xiu's selfless dedication to the advancement of science, a commitment that ultimately led to his untimely demise in the laboratory after countless sleepless nights devoted to research. It was said that had Professor Xiu's not passed away, technological progress could have been accelerated by at least a decade. If only he could have averted such a tragedy. Contemplating this, Cheng Hao broke into a smile. Professor Xiu's, I'm not saying I want to pursue research. Upon hearing that there remained a glimmer of hope, Professor Xiu's looked at him with eager anticipation. As long as you promise me one thing, I can be your student even without going to M country. Really? What is it? Don't say just one. I'll agree to 10 or even 100 as long as I can do it. It's quite simple. I have faith that you, Professor Xiu's, can manage it. Cheng Hao grinned mischievously, adding, you simply need to check in with me at regular meal times. What? What does that mean? Professor Xiu's pondered various possibilities, but never anticipated such a request from Cheng Hao. It means exactly what it says. When you have breakfast, snap a photo with your meal. Do the same for lunch and dinner. And before bed, take a picture of yourself lying in bed. If you agree, I will send you a schedule that you must adhere to strictly. Early to bed and early to rise, no overtime allowed. Professor Xiu's gaped, utterly bewildered. What kind of conditions are these? How? Can we negotiate different terms? Regulating my meals and preventing overtime is simply too challenging. With a grimace, Professor Xiu's found this condition more exasperating than enduring 3 days and nights of work. That's not negotiable. I want to accept any other terms. Cheng Hao replied cheerfully, yet resolutely. What if I occasionally stay up late? The sight of Professor Xiu's in such a humbled state would surely astonish onlookers who were accustomed to his dignified demeanor as a distinguished figure in the realm of physics. Most people would grovel for the chance to attend his lectures or acquire a patent. Yet here he was beseeching a junior for leniency. Cheng Hao chuckled at him. What do you think, Professor? Were he to have cat ears, they would have certainly perked up in excitement. Cheng Hao had addressed him as Professor. leaving no room for negotiation. All right then, I'll agree. But if you're not going to M country, how do you intend to be my student? How will you conduct your research? Just like today, we can communicate online. Cheng Hao pointed to the computer. That is certainly a viable option. However, conducting experiments over video is impractical. ISNT it? Why not? Just inform me whenever there is an issue. I believe I possess enough insight. And I can always fly to M country to see you. Professor Hughes looked at him with pleading eyes. Will you truly not consider coming to M country? If it's out of a desire to contribute to your homeland, you can always return after your studies. No, I simply love my home and don't wish to leave. Cheng Hao casually deflected, prompting Professor Hughes to exchange a knowing glance with Jiang Yirou before nodding in understanding. Indeed, it's quite reasonable for a young person to feel attached to home. Who wouldn't want to stay close to a fiancée as lovely as yours? Cheng Hao felt perplexed. He merely mentioned his fondness for home. So how did it lead to thoughts of romance? Yirou, Hao is truly someone worthy of lifelong commitment. You should cherish him well. Professor Hughes regarded Cheng Hao with satisfaction. Jiang Yirou blushed and lowered her gaze. Yes, I understand Grandpa Hughes. Words cannot express his goodness. Ha ha ha. I once teased your grandfather, saying that with such a cold demeanor, you might not even be inclined to like boys. Who would have thought it would come to this? Splendid, splendid. When you two marry, I expect to be invited to celebrate. Cheng Hao was bewildered. When did he become engaged? The rapid turn of events felt somewhat overwhelming. How? If you encounter any issues in the future, just message me. I will respond whenever I have time. If you face confusion that cannot be expressed in a few words, don't hesitate to call me for a video chat. Don't hold back. From now on, you are under my protection. Teacher, I look forward to your guidance. Cheng Hao responded with a smile. Teacher, you should go have breakfast now. Coffee does not count as breakfast. Professor Hughes' delight lasted mere seconds before his expression soured. But I feel that coffee is sufficient. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. You must ensure your breakfast includes quality protein and dietary fiber. Professor Hughes grimaced, I don't like vegetables. How do you cook vegetables? You just put them in water and wait until they're done. Cheng Hao sighed in disbelief at Professor Hughes' bewildered expression. Don't you use any seasoning? Well, adding a bit of pepper counts, doesn't it? Cheng Hao sighed silently. Teacher, if you could cook as adeptly as you conduct research, I assure you, you would be able to eat vegetables. Next time I cook, I'll video call you to show you how it's done. You should learn. Without a robust physique, how can you be my teacher? I'm quite healthy. Professor Hughes replied somewhat defensively. Oh, then shall we schedule a time to run together every day? I do like to see just how strong my teacher is and whether you can withstand the intensity of my studies. Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh at the sight of Professor Hughes' comical expression as the stubborn old man encountered someone even more resolute than himself, creating a delightful spark. Chapter 68. I want you to sleep a little longer. After ending the call with Hughes, Cheng Hao began to pack his belongings, intending to return to his room. He wanted to capitalize on his currently active mind to promptly reorganize and refine the research report they had just discussed. As he turned around, he collided full force with Jiang Yirou. Jiang Yirou stumbled and began to fall backward. In a moment of urgency, Cheng Hao reached out and caught her in his arms. She leaned against his chest, their bodies pressed closely together, and a fresh scent of grass enveloped her senses. She greedily inhaled a few breaths of the aroma, which felt intoxicating, making her head spin as if she had consumed alcohol. Realizing the proximity between them, Cheng Hao quickly released her once she steadied herself. Are you all right? Jiang Yirou tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her flustered state. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, I want to quickly summarize and organize what the teacher just taught me, so I'm a bit anxious. It's already quite late. Can't you do it tomorrow? I might have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder if I don't organize it. I don't think I can sleep well. Then let me help you with it. No need. You should go to sleep. Seeing his resolute expression, Jiang Yirou had no choice but to agree. All right, you can sleep in tomorrow. The competition starts at 10 in the morning. We can just have the driver take us to the exam venue. Cheng Hao would not refuse. Good. Thank you. There is no need for such formality between us. Cheng Hao felt the warmth of Jiang Yirou's trusting gaze upon him, causing him to avert his eyes. I'll head back to my room now. Cheng Hao felt that if he remained any longer, he would inevitably divulge his entire plan. Under the gaze of the girl he had cherished in his previous life, he feared he might inadvertently capitulate. Jiang Yirou stared at Cheng Hao's somewhat disheveled, retreating figure for quite some time before she slowly exited the study. Trying to escape? She would not grant him that opportunity. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Hao typed the final character, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Compared to the previous version, the one refined under Xiuxi's guidance was evidently more mature, already primed for experimental research. To whom should he send it? Cheng Hao perused the online profiles of professors at Peking University. It was not imperative to send it to a specific individual. If that person overlooked the research report, wouldn't that be a wasted effort? He scrutinized several physics professors listed on the website. Although they could not rival Xiuxi, they were among the top scholars in the country. Why not send it to all? After all, he had no way of discerning who might be the most suitable. Submitting to several would only increase his chances. He thought this and acted accordingly. Of course, he was blissfully unaware of the fierce competition that would ensue among the professors of the physics department at Peking University upon receiving his email. Each fine to have him as their student. After dispatching the email, he contentedly shut down his computer and retired to bed. He had a math competition the following day. He needed ample rest to ensure he could catch up on sleep during the remaining time in the examination hall. Indeed, to avoid drawing attention, he planned to doze off after completing the test. Within a minute, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the room. The quality of his sleep was simply splendid. The next day, Jiang Yirou allowed him to slumber until 9:30 before rousing him. Cheng Hao, rise and shine. We must head to the examination hall. Cheng Hao, still groggy, glanced at the clock and sprang from his bed with alarm. 9:30? I distinctly told the housekeeper to wake me at 8:30. I instructed the housekeeper not to disturb you, so you could sleep a little longer. Jiang Yirou explained with a beaming smile. Young lady, I'm going to be late for the math competition. Cheng Hao exclaimed. What did you call me? You've received a demerit. You'll be punished after the competition concludes. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead, too weary to engage with Jiang Yirou. Had he known, he should not have heeded her advice and should have slept more yesterday. Now, he was unsure if he would make it in time. Nonetheless, Cheng Hao was not one to easily surrender. He spent a minute washing up and dressing before dashing out of the villa. Get in the car. I prepared breakfast for you. Jiang Yirou chirped cheerfully from the vehicle, shaking a container filled with breakfast. Cheng Hao had no time for idle chatter. He hopped into the car and urged the driver to hurry to the examination hall. No need to rush. There is still time. Jiang Yirou reassured him. Cheng Hao checked the time. It was 9:45, while Jiang Yirou remained remarkably calm. He took a deep breath. At this rate, we want team make it to the competition. Jiang Yirou opened the food container and used chopsticks to offer him a dumpling. Rest assured, I said we team make it. And we shall. The competition starts at 10. Even if we flew, we wouldn't arrive on time. What if the competition were delayed? Delayed? Impossible. I haven't received any notice. Cheng Hao gazed at Jiang Yirou's confident demeanor, forming a bold hypothesis. Could it be that you arranged for the competition to be postponed? To his surprise, Jiang Yirou nodded affirmatively. Yes, I wanted you to sleep a little longer. So I requested a delay of half an hour. Can we eat now? Cheng Hao instinctively opened his mouth to accept the breakfast Jiang Yirou had prepared. She fed him one bite at a time, and he consumed whatever she offered without any fuss. If he got crumbs on his mouth, Jiang Yirou would gently wipe them away. She realized she had developed a penchant for feeding Cheng Hao, akin to nurturing a small child, which brought her immense satisfaction. Once they finished breakfast, the car came to a halt at the examination venue. All the candidates cast complex glances at the pair. Were they the culprits behind the competition's delay? I heard so. The reasoning is ludicrous, claiming the competition started too early for them to rise. Laughable. Is 10 o'clock too early? They must be the pampered scions of wealthy families. That car looked exceptionally expensive. Huh. They're students from the best private high school in Haishur. One of them is Jiang's beloved jewel. Oh, the wealthy. No wonder they can be so capricious, changing the exam time as if the competition were organized by their family. What a pretentious display of wealth. They probably have connections to secure a spot in the exam. Unlike us, who must endure countless competitions, working tirelessly to earn our qualifications. I detest those who take shortcuts. I fail to comprehend why these rich folks, who lack for nothing, still wish to compete with us for opportunities. Cheng Hao clearly overheard their discussions. And Jiang Yirou did as well, though she felt indifferent. This society was inherently one of the strong, preying upon the weak. They had the power to alter the rules. And she had done just that, so what? Unhappy? Tough luck. However, she did harbor some concern that their idle chatter might affect Cheng Hao's performance. Cheng Hao, Chapter 69. Do not disturb his sleep. What is the matter? Cheng Hao replied, appearing nonchalant. Do not mind what they say. The delay was my doing. Cheng Hao paused, realizing Jiang Yirou was expressing concern for him. I don't mind. Why should I? The ability to delay the competition is our merit. Besides, we did not affect the outcome of the exam. If we had manipulated the result, they wouldn't even have the chance to voice their grievances. Cheng Hao was not a naive teenager, still clinging to notions of fairness. Life was inherently unjust. Jiang Yirou raised an eyebrow, observing Cheng Hao's calm demeanor as he entered the examination hall. Knowing he was not merely comforting himself, she admired his pragmatic mindset. Jiang Yirou cast a cold glance at the classmates who were gossiping nearby. Some individuals would be better off devising strategies to outperform them rather than gossiping, lest they find themselves outmatched not only in heritage but also in academic performance, rendering their earlier proclamations of righteousness nothing more than a jest. With that, Jiang Yirou entered the examination hall without a backward glance. Once she had crossed the threshold, the others could no longer suppress their discontent. TCH, so arrogant, not fearing the wind might break her back. Surely she doesn't think that with her family's wealth, she can secure backdoor access? This is a national math competition, the most prestigious of all. Let us wait for her to be proven wrong. Sho, are you seeking death? Daring to speak ill of the Jiang family's young lady? The last person to do so was banished to a desolate place to mine coal. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Xiaoya was about to comment on Jiang Yirou's absence, the glass window beside her was knocked upon. Cheng Hao's face was pressed against the glass, smiling at Wang Xiaoya. I remember you, he mouthed silently. Wang Xiao turned pale, having not realized Cheng Hao was seated right by the window. However, she felt relieved when Cheng Hao averted his gaze, dismissing the notion that she had been the target of his scrutiny. Xiaoya, the exam is about to start. We should go, a classmate called out. All right, coming. Wang Xiaoya hurried towards the examination hall, convincing herself that Cheng Hao was merely trying to frighten her. After all, he did not even know her. What did it matter if he remembered her? Thus, she brushed the incident aside from her mind. Upon receiving the examination paper, Cheng Hao promptly scanned through it in its entirety. As anticipated, it posed no significant challenges. While others meticulously pondered over the questions he had already begun to write, foregoing even a draft and directly inscribing his steps and answers on the paper itself. The invigilator cast a disapproving glance at Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. It was these two individuals who had delayed the examination, causing him to abandon plans with his girlfriend, who was now threatening to end their relationship. Jiang Yirou remained wholly focused, while Cheng Hao, juggling his thoughts, happened to catch the invigilator's resentful gaze. Confusion washed over him. Do they know each other? Cheng Hao, focus on the exam. The teacher has no answers for you. The invigilator's tone dripped with sarcasm, as he warned some students against the folly of thinking they could cheat without detection. He maintained a clear view from the front of the room, his eyes narrowing towards Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao realized, with a start, that he must have unknowingly offended the invigilator at some point. Yet, with his exceptional memory, it seemed impossible that he wouldn't recall a prior encounter. As he pondered this while tackling the exam questions, he was undeterred. In the eyes of the invigilator, Cheng Hao appeared to be a student who had given up, scribbling aimlessly. Indeed, he was merely a privileged individual participating in a math competition, perhaps merely gilding his resume to assuage his vanity. It took Cheng Hao merely half an hour to fill out the entire paper. The invigilator wore a scornful expression. Did he think that merely completing the examination would earn him sympathy points? Absurd. The invigilator crossed his arms, seated himself in a chair, and awaited the moment Cheng Hao would submit his paper, ready to mock him. However, what unfolded next was entirely unexpected. Cheng Hao had actually fallen asleep on his exam paper. In the national math finals, he had succumbed to slumber. It was a blatant disregard for the significance of the examination. Individuals like him were taking spots away from genuinely diligent students. Teacher, do you have a particular interest in Cheng Hao? Why do you keep staring at him? Jiang Yirou, having just finished her answers, approached the podium to submit her paper. If there are any questions, feel free to direct them to me. I can answer on his behalf. The invigilator's forced smile betrayed his discomfort. He was acutely aware of Jiang Yirou's formidable family background, which made him reluctant to confront her, even without knowledge of her wealth. It was evident that someone who could delay such an important national competition was no ordinary individual. As a mere teacher from a rural village, how could he afford to offend her? Let's hope there are no issues. Remember your place. You talk too much. Yes, yes. Don't disturb his sleep. Jiang Yirou shot him a warning glance before exiting the classroom. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared utter a word. The invigilator had been chastised. Now too intimidated to look at Cheng Hao again. He had anticipated that Cheng Hao would awaken at the sound of the bell, signaling the end of the exam. Instead, before the bell rang, Cheng Hao seemed to predict its arrival, rising to toss his exam paper onto the podium before striding out of the classroom. As the astonished students processed this, the bell finally chimed. Oh no, I didn't finish one question. It's so difficult. I feel like I've failed. How could this year's questions be tougher than last year's? I'm doomed. Amidst the cacophony of complaints, Cheng Hao made his way to the parking lot. Jiang Yirou leaned casually against her car, her figure dappled in the shade of a tree. Why didn't you leave first? Cheng Hao inquired, bewildered. He had assumed she would have departed after submitting her answers. I was waiting for you, she replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a smile. "You should have woken me," he exclaimed, having intended to rest a little longer, unaware that Jiang Yirou had already left the exam room. "It's fine. You stayed up late yesterday. Since you were comfortable sleeping in the exam room, you might as well enjoy it a bit longer. Why not wait in the car?" Cheng Hao opened the door, inviting her inside. "It's stuffy in the car. I couldn't sit still." Jiang Yirou naturally bent to enter, settling herself in, patting the empty seat beside her. "Come on in. Don't go around that side." Cheng Hao obediently took his seat after entering. However, he instinctively began to fidget with the pen in his hand. Jiang Yirou recognized this habit. He would twirl his pen when nervous. So, was he anxious sitting next to her? Why was he not accustomed to her presence after all these years of living together since they were 8? Or was it that he feared her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Yirou's gaze darkened. Chapter 70. Help me rent the other room. How did the exam go? Jiang Yirou broke the silence. It should be fine, I suppose. Cheng Hao replied modestly. I've never asked you this before. But what prompted you to enter the math competition suddenly? Weren't you previously disinterested? Isn't there a prize for winning? Cheng Hao's pen twirling quickened. Is it not for the guaranteed admission to Tsinghua? Cheng Hao paused, realizing that Jiang Yirou seemed to imply that wherever he went, she would follow. Since that's the case, he conceded yes. If I can secure admission to Tsinghua, I won't have to take the college entrance exam. Jiang Yirou observed the pen's rapid movement in his hand, deep in thought. Oh, really? Of course. He would never reveal to her that he intended to apply to Kyoto University instead. He planned to gain admission secretly and astound everyone. As for Tsinghua, it could only be said that fate had not aligned for them. He was well aware that Jiang Yirou had already purchased a villa near Tsinghua behind his back, indicating her firm decision to attend there. Though he did not understand why Jiang Yirou had chosen not to go abroad this time, he was resolute in not sharing the same university as her, feeling that the current Jiang Yirou was unlike the one he had known. Then how did you become interested in physics? Previously, Cheng Hao had been deeply invested in the math competition, but it seemed since he began studying physics, he had lost interest in the math competition. I just suddenly found it intriguing. I think it would be interesting to minor in physics in college. In truth, he had no intention of minoring in physics. He merely wanted to use it as a stepping stone to gain admission first. Drive faster, this clunker. Why haven't we reached home yet? Home? Aren't we going back to school? Jiang Yirou looked at him quizzically. What is the point of going back to school? Once the competition results are out, you'll be guaranteed admission. No need for classes. No, I never said I would be guaranteed admission. You will definitely be guaranteed admission. Jiang Yirou's gaze was resolute. No matter what plans he harbored for his future school, she had already mapped out his path. No, I don't want to. No, you must. The car came to a halt at the villa's entrance, with Jiang Yirou alighting first and opening the door for Cheng Hao before he could step out. Let's go. The butler has prepared lunch. Cheng Hao hung his head, disembarking silently. Having been reborn, why was the young lady now relentlessly pursuing him? What had gone awry? In his previous life, he had yearned for what he could not attain, and in this life, he sought escape, only to find his desires thwarted once more. Cheng Hao pondered whether he ought to rent an apartment outside. Spending every day at the Jiang residence left him feeling that even the slightest of his movements would be discerned by Jiang Yirou. Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. When he returned to his senses, he realized his plate was already brimming with food, with chopsticks clenched between his teeth. He ultimately resolved to act. Yield. With merely 4 months until university, I wish to accomplish something rather than squander my time. If he resided elsewhere, the Jiang family would remain oblivious should the professors from Peking University come seeking him. Suddenly, a bowl clattered to the ground, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Miss, are you all right? A servant rushed in, hastily cleaning the mess and providing Jiang Yirou with fresh tableware. So, you wish to move out? Truly. Are you attempting to distance yourself from me? Jiang Yirou, with an air of nonchalance, pulled out a tissue to dab her mouth. Cheng Hao, you had better not push me. Well, I wish to secure an internship. He replied. What? Which position could possibly earn more than live streaming? This live streaming gig isn't demanding. I plan to prepare for some behind-the-scenes work, and He Yuan can manage the rest. Then I shall offer you a salary of 100,000 a month to be my assistant. What? My grandfather has instructed me to familiarize myself with the company business this summer, and I happen to need an assistant. Surely, no one can match my offer. This isn't merely about the salary. Cheng Hao racked his brains to find a way to refuse Jiang Yirou's proposition. If it's not about the salary, then what is the issue? He cleared his throat. Actually, I harbor a modest dream. Speak. Cheng Hao looked skyward. I wish to set up a small stall, traversing the streets to sell delicious food, free and unrestrained. Internships are merely a facade. I detest being looked down upon. What I truly desire is a job that allows me to wake up whenever I please. A 9-to-5 job terrifies me. Jiang Yirou scoffed. You're just fabricating stories. If I set up a stall and find a place to live outside, it will be far more convenient. Besides, I am now an adult and cannot continue to live off the Jiang family indefinitely. That's the way it is. All right, what? Cheng Hao was still struggling to devise a convincing argument to persuade Jiang Yirou when she casually responded with, all right, you agree? Indeed, since this is your dream, I shall certainly respect it. However, I do not wish to rely on you, nor do I want you to see my struggles while setting up my stall. So I cannot disclose where I will be renting. Is that acceptable? Of course. With Jiang Yirou's quick acquiescence, Cheng Hao suddenly felt a surge of insecurity. Oh, whatever. I'll just move out first. Rest assured, I will certainly return often, he thought sarcastically. Cheng Hao joyfully finished dinner and ascended the stairs to pack his belongings. What if Jiang Yirou had a change of heart later? La 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 la. In a mere 15 minutes, Cheng Hao had organized his luggage. Now, he needed to find a place to stay. Otherwise, where would he go? He powered on his computer and logged into a local rental website. Is it truly this expensive to rent a place nowadays? Cheng Hao grimaced at the exorbitant prices. Although his current income could easily afford a unit, he had no intention of settling here. Purchasing would be a waste. This neighborhood is remarkably cheap. A one-bedroom apartment for only 900, utilities included. Surely, this must be a charitable offering. Amidst a sea of high-priced housing, this 900 yuan furnished studio stood out strikingly. He clicked to view it. The listing had just gone live, and the images showcased various angles of the property. It appeared genuine. However, he had heard rumors that some landlords employed low-priced listings to lure in tenants, only to secretly install cameras in every corner to broadcast live feeds. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I'd best select a property with a standard price. With that thought, Cheng Hao swiftly bypassed that listing and continued his search. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou was engaged in a conversation with her subordinate. What? He chose a rundown old place? Or is it a shared rental? Yes, miss. The listings we provided were not selected. What shall we do now? Jiang Yirou scrutinized the image of Cheng Hao's chosen dilapidated abode on her computer, her expression troubled. The rent was also 900, but the house was old and decrepit, with a shared bathroom. The transportation was far less convenient than her own property. Secure the other unit for me. Chapter 71. As professors, shouldn't we be more reserved? Huh. The subordinate was taken aback. Miss, you can't possibly be considering living there too. Speak less, act more. Additionally, have that old place renovated simply. Jiang Yirou looked disdainfully at the image of the nearly falling off doorknob. Understood, miss. I'll finalize it tonight. After hanging up, Jiang Yirou leisurely emerged from her study and approached Cheng Hao's door, knocking gently. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The sound of hurried movements came from within. It's me. Oh, I'll be right there. A minute later, Cheng Hao finally opened the door. Yirou, why are you still awake at this hour? Jiang Yirou glanced inside. What are you doing up so late? Oh, nothing much. Just looking for a movie to watch. In truth, he had just scheduled a visit with the landlord for the following day and noticed that his previous email to the professors at Peking University had garnered some responses. He was about to check when Jiang Yirou arrived. Watching a movie? I'd like to watch too, Jiang Yirou declared, attempting to step inside, only to be blocked by Cheng Hao. The two collided with a thud. Jiang Yirou looked perplexed. What? Let's go to the film hall to watch. Several new shows have been released, and the experience is far superior there. Cheng Hao insisted, preventing her from viewing the computer inside. He had only closed the email from the professors and hadn't logged out of his conversation with the landlord. He couldn't let Jiang Yirou discover where he was residing. Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes at him, standing closely, exuding an air of threat. What? Are you hiding something by not letting me in to watch the movie? Not at all. I just finished packing, and it's a bit messy. I'm not afraid of a mess, she retorted, pushing forward, attempting to nudge Cheng Hao into the room. In a moment of panic, Cheng Hao instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Yirou's waist, pivoting to exit and shutting the door behind them with his right hand. Didn't you want to watch a movie? Let's go. He hurriedly led Jiang Yirou away, oblivious to the suggestive nature of his current posture. Jiang Yirou's heart raced as she was held tightly, and before she realized it, she found herself in the film hall. Cheng Hao exhaled in relief, retrieving the control panel for the hall. Which one do you wish to see? Any of them. Jiang Yirou averted her gaze, focusing on the walls of the hall. Since she had said any, Cheng Hao selected a popular domestic animated film. Its high attendance suggested it would be quite enjoyable. He adjusted the volume and dimmed the lights. Would you like any snacks? I'll get them myself. Jiang Yirou opened a nearby snack cabinet, activating the sensor light. She casually grabbed a bag of chips and handed it to Cheng Hao. Here, your favorite tomato flavor. Thank you. Would you like a drink? Perhaps some rock candy pear. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Yirou selected a bottle and handed it to him while taking a bottle of oolong tea for herself. As the movie commenced, the flickering light danced across their faces. Cheng Hao discreetly pulled out his phone and opened his emails. 5 unread emails. Are today's professors so courteous? Every one of them has replied. Noticing Jiang Yirou's attention was fixed on the film, Cheng Hao opened one of the emails. It contained a mere terse message. My number, 13. Call me back urgently. Must I really make a call? It's rather inconvenient at the moment. He opened a second email, which was considerably more verbose. My WeChat, or simply call me. What is the deal with these professors? Can't they just convey this information directly in the email? Must they leave a phone number like some kind of advertisement insisting that he call? After perusing several emails, all in the same vein, Cheng Hao resolved to wait until he moved tomorrow when he would have more free time to make the call. After all, there was no rush. While he remained unperturbed, the professors waiting by their computers were in a state of anxious agitation. Has he replied to you? No. And you? Neither. But it shows the emails have been read. Should we send him another email? As professors, ISNT it too forward of us? Have you all agreed on how to persuade him to join us? Who will he be studying under? Naturally, he will be my student. Didn't you see that he first emailed me? That surely makes me his preferred teacher. Huh. Is 3 seconds too early to matter? It could just be network delay. Is it so difficult to admit that I am superior to you? Let us not engage in internal discord. First, let us secure him, and then we can each vie for our own merits. Good idea. Weren't you all saying yesterday that Gu Qinglang is a rare talent? Why is no one trying to recruit him today? Haha, there is a difference between being rare and being a genius. That difference is a qualitative leap. Indeed. All right, let us have one person monitor the computer and phone today. I believe I am the most suitable for this task. Hey, on what grounds? In terms of seniority, you're the youngest among us. Why should you be the one to watch the computer and phone? I'm the youngest, hence vigorous and youthful. Staying up late won't hinder my research the next day. You all, what about us? Staying up late ISNT like running a marathon. What is there to not endure? Exactly. We disagree. Either we all stay or none of us do. Ultimately, the professors sat in front of the computer all night, only to receive no reply from Cheng Hao, and when they could no longer bear it, they all succumbed to sleep. After accompanying Jiang Yirou through the movie, Cheng Hao promptly took a shower and retired for the night. The next day, he had an appointment with his landlord to view the apartment. This marked his first attempt to live independently since arriving at the Jiang household. The thought filled him with a tinge of excitement. Early the following morning, Cheng Hao declined the driver's offer for transportation and, dragging his suitcase, departed from the Jiang family villa. Joyful Community was the name of the place. When he first heard of the community's name, he nearly mistook it for a kindergarten. Who in this day and age would bestow such a plain name upon a residential area? Upon witnessing the weathered walls of Joyful Community, Cheng Hao understood that such a name was indeed a relic of the past. This community was likely older than his grandmother. The landlord had been waiting at the entrance, and the enthusiastic demeanor led Cheng Hao to suspect he feared that he might reject the place upon viewing it. Are you Mr. Cheng? Hello. I am the landlord you contacted online. My surname is Ge. Hello, Ye. Thank you for waiting for me so early. Not at all. Oh, you brought your luggage. Let us hurry and check out the apartment. We should finalize everything soon. The landlord energetically guided Cheng Hao through the community. Although our facilities are somewhat outdated, we boast excellent transportation in a well-established neighborhood. You can find anything you want here. While the exterior may seem ordinary, the interior is actually quite decent. After traversing the dilapidated stone path, they arrived at a building on the eastern side. Our community is an old one, and there is no elevator. We must use the stairs. But you're young, so consider a workout. The flickering hallway lights were a clear indication of years of neglect. However, considering the price, Cheng Hao felt it was still bearable. Chapter 72. Revenge on the Spot. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, they finally reached the top floor. Cheng Hao gazed at the rusty door before him, momentarily tempted to turn back. The landlord, quick on his feet, pulled him back. Come on, let us go inside and take a look. Don't judge by the exterior. The interior is quite nice. Cheng Hao was skeptical. The landlord recalled an instruction from another tenant to ensure Cheng Hao was secured, and disregarding Cheng Hao's hesitations, he opened the door and pushed him in. After all, who would turn away the god of wealth knocking at their door? Even though this shabby little place was overpriced at 900, someone was willing to pay him 3,000 a month, promising to renovate it. What more could he ask for? He would gladly accept, even if it meant putting on a show. To his surprise, the interior layout was quite refreshing, exuding a charmingly clean aesthetic. It was tidy and well kept. He had anticipated yellowing tiles and creaky wooden floors. Instead, the floor and walls appeared newly renovated, almost pristine. Uncle, has this place just been remodeled? Cheng Hao even inspected the bathroom, confirming it was impeccably clean. As a landlord, I must consider the tenant's perspective. Rest assured, all materials are eco-friendly. I can provide an environmental inspection to guarantee they are all compliant. Last night, a group had dragged him from under his covers, brandishing a stack of cash to have him sign the lease, and they had spent the entire night renovating his old, shabby place. All they required was for him to rent it and perform a little act. Such gullibility in the world made him feel fortunate. Uncle, but I want to be renting for long. Can we arrange for monthly payments? Of course. Renting short-term is actually better. After all, that woman paid me for an entire year up front. If he rented short-term, he could sublet it afterward. How delightful. Cheng Hao couldn't shake the feeling that this landlord was a bit odd. Uncle, I'll think about it. Think about what? Come, let us sign a contract. I assure you, it's a fair deal. And so, Cheng Hao, somewhat dazed and half-heartedly, signed the contract. Before leaving, the landlord gave him a knowing smile. Little brother, you are in for a treat. Your other roommate is quite a beauty. A beauty? What business is that of mine? He was only temporarily residing here, and the identity of the other tenant held no significance for him. The apartment had 2 rooms on either side, separated by a living room. Since the room layouts were identical, Cheng Hao randomly chose one, quickly organizing his belongings. Running his hand over the table, he found it surprisingly clean. It seemed the landlord had indeed tidied up. Once he settled down, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't contacted the professors yet. Who should he call first? The battery was running low. He might as well respond to one. Cheng Hao randomly selected a contact and dialed. A group of sleeping professors were roused by the ringing phone. Whose phone is that? Turn it off. I think it's mine. But I didn't set an alarm. He did not even glance, immediately silencing the ringing. Had he not set it? Could it possibly not be an alarm? A phone call? Oh my. A group of people jolted awake, all huddled around their screens. Goodness. It truly was a call. A call from Heisher. A sense of foreboding enveloped everyone. Upon redialing, the call had already been disconnected. At that moment, Cheng Hao, who had been cut off, wore a bewildered expression. His phone, after a few low battery alerts, promptly powered down. Perhaps he had been too excited the previous day and forgotten to charge it. Where's my charger? He rummaged through his bag, but found nothing. He simply sat by the window, lost in thought. It seemed he had left it on the bedside table. Every day he charged it there, and though he had taken everything else this morning, he had forgotten the charger. Gazing at his dead phone, he felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he always carried some cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the money to buy a new charger. Cheng Hao fished out a red bill from his books, grabbed his keys, and headed out. The old neighborhood had a unique characteristic. It was home to many elderly residents. Amongst the crowd of seniors, Cheng Hao stood out remarkably. Who is this handsome young man? I haven't seen him before. I just saw Old Good take him upstairs. He must be a tenant of 501, right? The young man is quite handsome. He doesn't look too old. Is he in college? A group of grandpas and grandmas curiously observed Cheng Hao. Hey, young man, are you the new tenant? Cheng Hao glanced around. He seemed to be the only young man there, so he pointed to himself. Grandpas and grandmas, are you speaking to me? Yes, indeed. We're all old folks here, and you're the only young man around. Ha! Hello, grandpas and grandmas. I just moved in today. How old are you, young man? My granddaughter would be a perfect match for you. Taken by surprise at being introduced to a potential partner, Cheng Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Grandma, I'm only 18 and not looking for a relationship yet. Oh dear, just 18 too young. So you're still in school? Yes, Grandma. I'm preparing for the college entrance examination this year. To steer the conversation away from too many questions, Cheng Hao quickly added, Grandma, my phone is dead. Where can I find a mobile store? A phone store? You just exit the neighborhood, turn left, and walk for about 4 or 5 minutes, and there's one. The grandmother was indeed distracted by his question. All right, thank you, Grandma. I'll be on my way. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao quickly jogged out of the community. How terrifying. Why is it that older people's first reaction upon seeing a young person is to introduce them to potential partners? The midday sun was rather warm, so he chose to walk under the shade of the trees. One advantage of the old neighborhood was its abundant greenery. The trees were tall and lush. Thus, strolling along the street was not overly hot, with even a refreshing breeze blowing occasionally. Boss, do you have a charging cable for an Apple phone? Cheng Hao entered the mobile store. The shop was small, with only one other customer inside. Yes, we do. Just a moment. The boss looked at the young man with impatience, saying, I can only give it to you for 400. If you don't want it, then forget it. This phone is already quite old. 400 is a fair price considering your neighbor. The young man felt somewhat awkward and embarrassed. Fine, 400 it is. He tossed his phone to the boss. If it weren't for the lack of funds, he wouldn't have parted with his flashy phone. Had you said so earlier? It's hardly worth anything. The boss grumbled as he handed over the money. Here, take it. What'd I say broken phone worth anyway? The young man, his face sour, hurriedly turned to leave and collided with Cheng Hao. What are you doing bumping into me? Trying to scam me? Before Cheng Hao could respond, the young man exploded with anger. Cheng Hao, you bumped into me. Can I say you're trying to scam me? If you're short on cash, find a legitimate job. With your looks, being a gigolo should earn you more than selling phones. Cheng Hao was not about to be outdone. He retaliated on the spot. Chapter 73. I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. The young man, was already in a foul mood. After being humiliated by the mobile shop owner. Now even a passerby was confronting him. What do you mean by you? Can't you walk straight or speak properly? Cheng Hao strode directly to the mobile store owner. Give me a charger. All right. What model? This one. Cheng Hao presented his phone. Upon seeing that Cheng Hao owned the latest model, the young man felt even more resentful. Why was he poor enough to sell his phone while this seemingly similar-age punk could possess the newest model? Noticing that no one was paying him any attention, the young man snorted disdainfully, clutching his 400 yuan, and left the mobile store. After purchasing the charging cable, Cheng Hao found a spot in the store to charge his phone. As soon as he powered it on, several missed calls flashed on the screen. With his photographic memory, he easily recognized those calls were from a few professors. Would they be angry for not being able to reach him? Cheng Hao mused, though he felt no urgency. Before he could return the calls, his phone rang again. He answered, and a cacophony of voices erupted from the other end. It's your fault. What were you sleeping for? You hung up on our calls. Now look, we can't get through. This year we can't recruit anyone. And each of you is responsible. Can we trace his IP? Let us go directly to him. Cheng Hao, hello? Is anyone there? Someone interrupted them. Huh? Who is speaking? I can hear a voice coming from the phone. The phone? Damn. The call connected. After a flurry of confusion, a venerable voice finally emerged on the line. Hello. This is Professor Wang. Had he not heard the man's earlier rambling, Cheng Hao would have assumed he was a refined and esteemed individual. Hello, I'm Cheng Hao. I received your letter yesterday, asking me to return the call. Yes. Cheng Hao, we have reviewed the research report you submitted, and its feasibility is quite promising. Therefore, we'd like to ask if you would be interested in pursuing your graduate studies at our university, Jingda. If your grades are satisfactory, we support a combined master's and doctoral program. Huh? Graduate studies? Cheng Hao was taken aback. Yes, given your capabilities, I believe you cannot achieve further enhancement at your current institution. Our physics department at Jingda boasts the nation's top professors. You might want to consider it. But upon hearing Cheng Hao's hesitation, the other professors grew anxious, signaling Professor Wang with their eyes to sweeten the deal. Cheng Hao, don't rush to decline. We can apply for an independent laboratory for you. Plus, we can arrange independent accommodation. The scholarship will be more than sufficient every year. A monthly salary of 100,000. Business trips to 5-star hotels. Oh, and we even guarantee a girlfriend. With such a comprehensive package, who could possibly refuse? It's common knowledge that the greatest challenge for researchers is finding a partner. The other professors applauded Professor Wang's ingenuity. Truly, Professor Wang is remarkable. Professor Wang. That's not the issue. Cheng Hao felt these professors had misunderstood him. He clearly intended to attend university, yet they had shifted the discussion to graduate school. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. We shall certainly endeavor to fulfill whatever we are capable of. The elderly professors were extremely anxious, fearing that Cheng Hao might decline their offer. They would have gladly traversed the network cables to stand beside him. Well, I do not have any specific requests, but might I inquire if you have perhaps misunderstood a matter? Misunderstood what? I am currently only in my 3rd year of high school and have yet to sit for the college entrance examination. The other end of the line fell into a profound silence. If you do not accept high school students, then We accept. The professors were in a flurry. Goodness gracious, they assumed he was an undergraduate from some esteemed institution. After all, they had never heard of such a prodigy within their own university, nor from their rival, Tsinghua. It might be that this child specialized in a particular subject, thus remaining unnoticed in an ordinary school. They could never have anticipated that he was merely a 3rd-year high school student. A 3rd-year student, a high schooler delving so deeply into physics, is truly an extraordinary talent. This child, even if they had to pluck the hair from the head of the dean, they would do everything in their power to recruit him. Oh, do I still need to take the college entrance examination? What nonsense. I shall go directly to the dean. You can commence your research at our university as soon as tomorrow. Cheng Hao, tomorrow? Even beasts of burden do not work under such conditions. Teachers, I think I will hold off for now. After all, I just participated in the national mathematics competition yesterday and am awaiting the results. Cheng Hao, you aren't considering attending Tsinghua, are you? Let me tell you, the fossils over there cannot appreciate your talents. Only here at Peking University can you truly flourish. We shall create every condition for you. Whatever you desire is yours. Well, I think I will wait for the examination results. There is no rush, after all. The college entrance examination has not even begun. The other party seemed to engage in a hushed discussion, and ultimately, Professor Wang delivered a concluding statement. Cheng Hao, could you send us a copy of your personal information? Once the results of the mathematics competition are out, we would like to engage in a more in-depth discussion with you. Consider it a means for mutual understanding. Even when seeking a partner, one must compare options. Such an important decision as attending university deserves careful consideration. Well, Professor Wang, I find your reasoning compelling. I shall send you my basic information shortly, and in 3 days, I will earnestly contemplate which university to attend. Tsinghua is the cherished dream in my heart, while Peking University stands on equal footing. Were it not for Jiang Yirou's intention to attend Tsinghua, Cheng Hao would undoubtedly have chosen Tsinghua. However, given the attitude of the Peking University professors, it seems they highly value the report he submitted and are eager to win him over. His reluctance to respond immediately is primarily due to his desire to allow Tsinghua and Peking University to compete, for as the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. With both schools vying for him, he stands to maximize his own benefits. One must look out for oneself, especially as every step forward in the future relies solely on him. As someone without resources, he must tread cautiously. Once the call ended, his phone battery was half charged. He unplugged it and stood to leave. Boss, I've charged my phone. Thank you. The shop owner, having idly listened to Cheng Hao's conversation, could not help but feel a sense of admiration for such a remarkable young man. This lad is impressive, with so many teachers vying for his attention and yet remaining so humble, unlike the boisterous Gu Qinglang, who had just entered and was already boasting about applying to Peking University without having even begun the process. Yi Qinglang. Why does that name sound so familiar? Chapter 74. Will it hurt? Gu Qinglang. Is he not the physics student who was praised to the skies by the professors at Peking University in the previous life? Boss, does this Gu Qinglang live nearby? Indeed, he resides in the joyful community. His family is rather indolent, surviving on a rental and a dilapidated apartment. His parents have a penchant for gambling. Yet, their son Gu Qinglang is among the top students at our local high school and often receives scholarships. However, the owner shook his head. Normally, we treat and respect all diligent students well, regardless of their family circumstances. But he truly leaves much to be desired. Oh, what is the matter? Cheng Hao was curious. In his previous life, he had not known much about Gu Qinglang, only occasionally coming across articles about him in journals, extolling him as a prodigy and a genius in physics. He seemed to have published several papers in top journals. As for his character, Cheng Hao had no prior understanding. This individual, perhaps due to his family background, tends to be rather acerbic, having offended even the friendly neighbors. Pride is not inherently negative, but if one behaves like a hedgehog, perpetually pricking those who draw near, there will come a day when all shall feel cold towards him. Cheng Hao finally comprehended the shop owner's disdain for Gu Qinglang. After bidding farewell to the owner, he decided to stroll around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Just as the landlord had mentioned, although the community was aged, the surrounding living environment was well established, with 2 schools nearby, 1 elementary and 1 high school. A crossroads adjacent to the area served as a thoroughfare for students. Setting up a stall here would be quite advantageous. Cheng Hao stroked his chin, surveying the bustling foot traffic at the intersection. During the lunch break, students clamored at the iron railings, calling out to the vendors on the roadside. Uncle's selling pancakes. 1 pancake, please. I'd like a portion of fried rice. Add an extra sausage. Spicy noodles. Spicy noodles. We have both spicy and non-spicy noodles. 2 you want a serving. Boss, I'll have a portion of the spicy noodles. I'm so thirsty. If only there were a refreshing drink available. Cheng Hao glanced around at the various vendors, noting the offerings of rice balls, fried rice, noodles, fast food, and a plethora of filling foods, yet the beverage choices were rather monotonous, just snowflake water and orange juice, lacking any appeal. The trendy desserts of the future seemed not to have yet made their debut. Since he had plenty of free time, if he were to set up a stall only during lunch and dinner, it would hardly take up much of his day. Why, you may ask? Does he not seek to earn more through live streaming? Simply put, he prefers this. Setting up a stall allows him to observe various demographics, which can be beneficial for game modeling. He had long been contemplating a game, but due to his previous busyness, it had yet to come to fruition. Now that he no longer had classes, he could seize this opportunity to construct the Eden of his dreams. Without further ado, he headed to the second-hand market to procure a small cart and then visited the farmer's market to gather various materials and containers. When Jiang Yirou finished her tasks and returned to the rental apartment, Cheng Hao was nowhere to be found. Where has he gone? It seems Cheng Hao is planning to set up a stall. He has been busy preparing materials for the entire day. His subordinate reported respectfully. He genuinely intends to set up a stall? Jiang Yirou thought he was merely jesting, but it seems he is quite serious. Oh, by the way, miss, it appears Cheng Hao has been so busy that he hasn't even eaten lunch. Jiang Yirou frowned. How could he skip a meal? Leaving the Jiang family and daring to forego food. You go buy some groceries. Yes. Miss, you aren't planning to cook, are you? Her subordinate recalled Jiang Yirou's previous culinary endeavors with a mix of awe and trepidation. What? Am I not allowed to learn to cook? Fine, fine. Her subordinate silently withdrew. Indeed, it is better to speak less and do more. Only Jiang Yirou remained in the room. She pushed open the door to Cheng Hao's quarters. His clothes were neatly arranged in the wardrobe, and the desk held only a computer and a water cup. Simple, much like him. After searching around, she noticed that he hadn't even brought any skincare products, let alone toiletries, so she fetched a set from her own belongings. Thankfully, I brought an extra. What'd he do without me? Jiang Yirou murmured softly. After a thorough inspection, she deliberately left without any paper and exited Cheng Hao's room. Her assistant had already procured the ingredients and thoughtfully filled the kitchen. Miss, shall I call a chef over? No need, Jiang Yirou replied, donning an apron and sleeves, casually tying her hair into a bun. He'll be back soon. You can leave now. I'll call you if I need anything. Understood, miss. I'm right next door. Jiang Yirou responded lightly, beginning to wash and chop vegetables with practiced ease, completely unfazed compared to her earlier fluster in the Jiang family villa. Her assistant, unable to hide his astonishment, quickly composed himself and exited the room. Ding ding. Jiang Yirou saw a message on her phone indicating that Cheng Hao was almost at the door. With a calm demeanor, she reached for the sharp kitchen knife beside her. Just as he opened the door and glanced towards the kitchen, before he could even wonder why Jiang Yirou was there, smack. Ouch. The knife clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. Jiang Yirou clutched her bleeding finger, her face twisted in pain. Yirou, what happened? Cheng Hao rushed up without even removing his shoes. Blood oozed from between Jiang Yirou's fingers, clearly indicating a significant wound. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. It's just a small cut. It looks worse than it is. I just need to treat it with the first aid kit. Jiang Yirou looked up at him with tearful eyes, her expression pleading. Cheng Hao, seeing the blood dripping down, was tempted to carry her straight to the hospital. Yet Jiang Yirou was stubbornly refusing to go. He sighed. Where's the first aid kit? I'll help you with the wound. It's on the living room cabinet. Cheng Hao helped her to the living room and swiftly retrieved the first aid kit, opening the disinfectant with efficiency. Let go of your hand. I'll clean it up first. Jiang Yirou's hand recoiled slightly. Will it hurt a lot? Just a little. But if we don't disinfect it, it could easily get infected. Observing her fearful expression, he offered a resigned reassurance. It'll be okay. I'll be gentle. Then please be very gentle. Jiang Yirou gazed at him with moist eyes, making Cheng Hao feel that if he caused her pain, he would be utterly culpable. Chapter 75. My roommate is actually That hurts be gentler. Cheng Hao was already sweating profusely. He had been extremely careful, yet Jiang Yirou's injury was indeed more serious than she had claimed. After finishing the disinfection, both were drenched in sweat. Just a bit of medication and it'll be fine. Bear with it. Cheng Hao took a deep breath and applied the ointment in one swift motion, then wrapped it with a bandage, tying it into a neat bow. Jiang Yirou held her bandaged wound delicately, looking as if she had done something wrong. Now, tell me what happened. I just wanted to cook a meal. I wasn't asking about the cooking. I meant, how did you end up here? Cheng Hao felt a headache coming on. He thought that by choosing a dilapidated neighborhood far removed from the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yirou wouldn't follow him. Yet here she was, unexpectedly appearing in his rented apartment to cook for him. Did she think she possessed the culinary skills of a master chef? Didn't you say you want to live independently? Yes, I wanted to live on my own. So why did you come along? I didn't follow you. I just happened to rent the same place. Jiang Yirou looked at him with wide, earnest eyes. Cheng Hao retorted, do you expect me to believe that? Miss Yirou, why would you leave the grand Jiang family villa to come here? This place is not suitable for someone of your stature. Actually, my father kicked me out. Cheng Hao scoffed. You're making that up. Keep going. I swear. You can check the VCR. Jiang Yirou opened a short clip, revealing her father's figure on the screen. Yirou, it's time for you to gain some experience. This is a rite of passage for the heir of the Jiang family. You need to earn your first pot of gold through your own efforts. You are not allowed to take anything from the Jiang family except for essential clothing. Do you understand? Cheng Hao's lips twitched. He had no idea the Jiang family had such a rite of passage. Jiang Yirou closed her phone and shrugged. So, I'm homeless now, and this apartment is the cheapest option available. I didn't expect to be sharing it with you. Isn't this fate? Cheng Hao replied dryly. Sure, I've already prepared dinner. Let us eat together. Jiang Yirou stood to fetch it, but Cheng Hao pressed her down. I'll go. He intended to check what she had made first. If it was lacking, he would supplement it with a couple of dishes. To his surprise, the two dishes and soup on the counter looked quite presentable. Nothing was burnt. Everything was cooked perfectly. It even smelled delightful. Reflecting on the various cuts on Jiang Yirou's hands, Cheng Hao no longer found it odd. She must have been secretly practicing, regardless of how it tasted. He couldn't discourage her. With this thought in mind, Cheng Hao placed the dishes on the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Is this enough? If not, I can get more. It's plenty. As she spoke, Jiang Yirou raised her left hand to grab chopsticks. Cheng Hao suddenly remembered that she had injured her dominant right hand. Watching her awkwardly use her left hand to pick up rice, he sighed and stood up, heading back into the kitchen. Jiang Yirou peeked, noticing him returning with a spoon, and hurriedly struggled to scoop more rice. Here, use this spoon. Thank you. Jiang Yirou cheerfully accepted the spoon and began to dig into the dish. However, despite her efforts, she only managed to scoop up 2 pieces of greens. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables and a piece of rib appeared in her bowl. Eat up. Oh. Jiang Yirou bit her spoon and chuckled to herself. Although he seemed reluctant to help her, he couldn't resist lending a hand when she was truly in need. So soft-hearted, yet wanting to shake her off, she was determined to persevere. The moment the food touched his palate, Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow. The rice was soft and sweet, just right. The vegetables were perfectly seasoned, exuding a homely aroma. It was evident that she had put effort into the dishes. They were not simply hastily prepared. How is it? Jiang Yirou asked cautiously. Although she had tasted it beforehand and found it decent, she still sought his validation. It's delicious. Cheng Hao smiled and praised her. Really? You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you? No, it's genuinely good. As if to affirm his honesty, Cheng Hao took a hefty bite of the vegetables, savoring the flavors. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao with a blissful expression as he indulged in her culinary creations, feeling that her arduous efforts in learning to cook had truly paid off. How delightful it was to discover that the person she cherished enjoyed the meals she prepared. Why do you keep staring at me? You should eat as well. Cheng Hao felt a peculiar sensation under her gaze, as if Jiang Yirou were intent on devouring him. He hastened his pace, and by the time he finished, Jiang Yirou had only consumed a third of her meal. I'll go take a shower first. Just finish eating and leave the dishes. I'll handle the cleaning. All right. Jiang Yirou nodded obediently and watched as Cheng Hao retreated into his room, emerging shortly with a change of clothes before disappearing into the bathroom. Before long, the sound of him singing in the shower filled the air. Jiang Yirou savored her meal to the rhythm of his melody, feeling no rush. She had all the patience in the world. The following morning, as Jiang Yirou emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes, Cheng Hao had already prepared desserts, meticulously packed in charming transparent bottles and nestled in a thermal bag. You're up? Breakfast is in the pot. Just serve yourself. I'm heading out to set at my stall, Cheng Hao declared, shouldering the bag and exiting without waiting for her response. Jiang Yirou certainly understood that he was off to sell his wares, yet she feigned ignorance. Oh well, I'll find him later. She lifted the pot lid, and a waft of steam enveloped her. The sight of steaming sweet potatoes and buns was utterly enticing. Unfazed by the heat, she reached for a bun and took a gentle bite. It was her favorite vegetarian bun, and best of all, devoid of mushrooms. A smile crept onto Jiang Yirou's lips. After years of companionship, her preferences had seamlessly intertwined with his. They were indeed a perfect match. In high spirits, she leaned against the kitchen counter to finish her breakfast, leaving the house without even taking a bag. During the school rush, the intersection was bustling with students hurrying to class. Fruit salad. Sweet and fragrant fruit salad. Cheng Hao called out as he pushed his cart, quickly finding a suitable spot to set up his mobile stall. Fruit salad? Wow, this packaging is so adorable. How much for a bottle? Handsome. 5 yuan. 5 yuan seems a bit steep. The child's eyes lingered longingly on the cute cat bottle. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, all right, I'll buy one. Great. Cash or scan? Cash. Here is your fruit salad. Enjoy. Come back if it's delicious. The stall opened with a flourish. An auspicious beginning. Cheng Hao reveled in the lively atmosphere, his lips curling into a smile as he watched children bounce past his stall. One by one, more children approached. Yet when they heard the price of 5 yuan, it was a bit too steep for those with only 1 or 2 yuan in pocket money. Cheng Hao remained unperturbed, leisurely observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. His mind, however, was alive with inspiration. That child would make a perfect little sprite. That elder has such a unique character. I could make him an NPC. Wow, a hero. So cool. When inspiration struck, he sketched on a piece of paper, characters emerging with just a few strokes. Hey, your drawings are amazing. Thank you, little one. Cheng Hao glanced at the boy standing nearby, eyes fixated on his sketches. Aren't you supposed to be in class? School is so boring. I don't want to go. The boy tossed his backpack aside and shrugged. I saw you selling for ages without a single buyer. That's just lame. Watch this. He cleared his throat. Last wave of discounts. Prices go up soon. Who want fruit salad? Limited quantity, first come, first served. Passers-by were drawn to his enthusiastic calls. I'll take one. I'll have one too. It's a bit pricey, but if the price increases later, I want one. After a wave of elementary students, a group of high schoolers arrived. The boy deftly sold his wares while Cheng Hao collected the payments. All sold out. You can close up now. Cheng Hao had been sketching the boy the entire time. This child was incredibly amusing, managing the business with such flair. How come you're so skilled? Have you done this before? Well, I help my parents at their stall every day. I've been doing it since I was 3. That's impressive. But you should still go to school. Don't skip class. Cheng Hao playfully grabbed the boy by the back of his collar and started walking towards the school gate. Hey, that's not fair. You're abandoning me after I helped you sell. At the school gate, Cheng Hao handed him over to a teacher. Excuse me, this child is skipping class. I just saw him and thought I'd bring him along. The teacher expressed gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. It's just my good nature. The boy gave him a thumbs up. I'll remember you. Cheng Hao waved back. Study hard. As the school bell rang, the children filed into their classrooms. Time to head home. These kids are quite the characters. Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou's voice rang out behind him, dressed in a flowing white dress. She hurried to his stall. Why didn't you wait for me to set up the stall together? Near the school, it's all about timing with the students. It's too early for you to wake up. I can wake up. Jiang Yirou replied with utmost seriousness. All right, but what would you do when you wake up? Stand by and watch the scenery? Cheng Hao couldn't fathom her determination to join him. I can help you sell. Don't forget, my main purpose for leaving the Jiang family is to gain experience, to understand the lives of ordinary people, so I can truly connect with them. So, you're just following me around to observe life? What experience? This is hardly more than a wealthy child's attempt at life. Exactly. You're the only one I know, so who else would I follow? Selling at a stall is grounded enough, right? Cheng Hao rubbed his temples in exasperation. All right, let us head back for now. He needed to contemplate, to seriously consider why his plans were veering so far off course. He had intended to distance himself from Jiang Yirou. Such a simple wish should have been easy to fulfill. Why did it feel like escape was impossible? Just a delusion. It must be a delusion. She likely just thought selling at the stall was amusing. Once she grew bored, she'd return to her family business. Yes, that's it. As Cheng Hao tidied up, he began preparing for the midday drinks. This time, he intended to make lemon fruit tea with coconut milk and sago, chilling it to perfection. Are you going to sell at noon? Jiang Yirou peeked in, her cheeks flushed and glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Curious, she leaned against the kitchen door to watch. Of course, the midday crowd will definitely be better than the morning. The weather is sweltering. Hence, concocting beverages like lemon fruit tea could be a delightful endeavor. He's experimenting with various drinks, ultimately finalizing the final product. If lemon fruit tea is indeed a cost-effective and easily preservable beverage, it would undoubtedly be his primary consideration. Why not sell fruit salad anymore? I find it quite delicious. Jiang Yirou expressed her confusion. Cheng Hao, while dissolving raw candy in hot water, responded, the cost of fruit salad is high, and even with the price of 5 yuan, there isn't much profit to be made, as most students cannot afford it. Most critically, fruits are not easily stored. Any unsold produce must be discarded, leading to considerable waste. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Yirou nodded. Indeed, she was right to follow Cheng Hao. Firstly, it enhances their interaction, removed from the Jiang family's environment. Cheng Hao seems to thrive here, appearing more relaxed. Secondly, she can learn things from Cheng Hao that are inaccessible in her current status. She had no idea that selling a beverage involved such intricacies. This small insight could even be applied to her company's product selection. Let me assist you, Jiang Yirou offered, eager to help slice the lemons. No need. Your hand is injured. It's inconvenient. I'll wear gloves. Without waiting for his refusal, Jiang Yirou swiftly donned a pair of disposable rubber gloves and picked up a fruit knife to begin slicing the lemons. Is this thickness acceptable? That's fine. Your knife skills are quite good. Of course. Jiang Yirou beamed with pride, delighted by the compliment. Is this sago? I'll cook it. After finishing the lemons, she confidently reached for the sago. You needn't. You won't cook it properly. Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. I saw you cook it before. I can do it. No amount of persuasion from Cheng Hao could dissuade her. He finally relented. Then go ahead. I have a backup. If it doesn't turn out well, I can always cook some myself. You go rest. I can handle it. Having learned from past experiences, Cheng Hao knew he couldn't leave the kitchen. No, I'm not tired. Jiang Yirou understood his concern and discreetly smiled. He truly does not trust her. Unfazed, she methodically began boiling water for the sago. After boiling for a few minutes, she turned off the heat and let it sit for a few minutes before rinsing it with cold water and boiling it again. After several iterations, the sago was perfectly cooked, round and translucent, with no white cores. This is quite remarkable. Cheng Hao exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the sago and then back at Jiang Yirou. How does it taste? Quite good, right? Yes, it's acceptable. Next, we need to soak the coconut milk and add in the sago, correct? Indeed. Jiang Yirou's hair, loosely cascading to one side, caught the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow on her face and giving her an exceptionally gentle expression. Here, would you like to taste? She offered a bowl to Cheng Hao. In the milky coconut concoction, aside from the sago, there were also colorful taro balls. Did you make this for me? Cheng Hao glanced at her other bowls of coconut sago, noting that only his had additional ingredients. Of course, I could only bring myself to add extra for you. Cheng Hao took the bowl and scooped a spoonful. The unique aroma of the coconut milk enveloped his palate, harmonizing perfectly with the chewy taro and sago. It was neither overly sweet nor too bland. What do you think? Delicious. We're short on time today. Next time, I'll add some taro. It's even more delightful. How did you learn to make these? Am I not clever enough? She teased. What do you think? Am I qualified to set up a stall? I suggest you set up a stall next to mine. That way, you can gain better experience. I want to set up right beside you. That way, others will see us as a family. Setting up beside me would just make you my competitor. So, you're openly admitting I'm clinging to you, are you? I see through you, but stated. Jiang Yirou realized that Cheng Hao was truly inept at rejecting her. As long as she persisted, he found himself at a loss. Cheng Hao shook his head and returned to the kitchen to store the finished drinks in the refrigerator. It's still early for lunch. You should rest for a bit. So, you're agreeing to take me then? Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cheng Hao merely tidied up the kitchen, remaining silent. This was tacit approval. Rest assured, I want to be a hindrance. More hands mean more strength. Later, it will get quite busy during lunch. You should rest. I'm not tired, but you? Waking up so early must be exhausted. You should rest. I am a man. I'm not that fragile. I need to procure materials for tonight. You stay home. I'll return before noon. Procurement? Where to? I want to go too. I'll be taking the bus. You surely want to be accustomed to it. How do you know I want to be accustomed? You haven't even tried, yet you presume I can't. Cheng Hao felt a headache coming on from Jiang Yirou's clinginess, aimlessly scrolling on his phone. Suddenly, he came across a phrase that illuminated his thoughts. Children are the type of beings that will do whatever you try to deter them from doing. They must be allowed to make mistakes. That made sense. Fine then. But remember, taking the bus is different from driving. If you find it uncomfortable, don't act recklessly. How could I act recklessly? It's just a matter of sitting with a group versus sitting alone. If you're happy, then so be it. Cheng Hao prepared several bags, neatly folding them before placing them in his small bag. What are the bags for? To carry the items after we procure them. Oh, Jiang Yirou, who never took bags aside from her backpack, was unsurprised by her inquiry. What should I bring? Do you have any change? Jiang Yirou shook her head honestly. Is 100 yuan acceptable? It only costs 2 yuan to take the bus. 2 yuan? She was taken aback. But I don't have 2 yuan. Can I give them 100? Of course. But they might think you're a bit eccentric. Spending 100 on a bus ride. Forget it. I'll cover it for you. Cheng Hao grabbed his bus card, checked that he had everything, and then led Jiang Yirou out. As they walked through the neighborhood, they encountered a familiar group of elderly folks. Oh, young man, is this beautiful girl beside you your girlfriend? She is stunning. No wonder you don't want me to introduce you to anyone. Cheng Hao was utterly exasperated with the old folks. Dear elders, you all should watch fewer melodramas. She is my classmate. The elders responded with skepticism. Oh, we can hardly believe that. Don't be afraid. Young lady, we're all good people. Come down and chat with us sometime. Jiang Yirou smiled bashfully. Hello. An elderly aunt pulled Jiang Yirou closer. Little girl, tell me. Are you two secretly renting a place without telling your parents? Jiang Yirou blushed deeply. No. My father asked me to move out. And it just so happens that I'm renting with him. Please don't misunderstand. Jiang Yirou's flustered explanation seemed like a cover-up. The elderly couple wore expressions that conveyed a shared understanding. Cheng Hao, with a furrowed brow, grasped Jiang Yirou's hand and led her away from the gossip-laden area of the community. When they ask you anything, just ignore them, he cautioned. Given Jiang Yirou's status as a refined young lady, she would likely be overwhelmed by the enthusiastic inquiries of the elderly. Why? I find him rather endearing, she countered, noting their keen perception and recognizing the unique bond between the two. Don't say I didn't warn you, Cheng Hao remarked, resigned to his current situation. He braced himself for the day she would be swept away by that idle group of seniors, only to find herself in tears later. He could never quite fathom why they were perpetually so eager to play matchmaker. Turning right out of the community, they reached the bus stop in just a few paces. Much like the aging neighborhood, the bus stop bore the scars of time. With a large crack marring the glass sign and the surrounding billboards plastered with an array of advertisements. Jiang Yirou followed closely behind Cheng Hao, her curiosity piqued. The crowd waiting for the bus was predominantly composed of elderly folks and mothers with children in tow. Perhaps the younger generation had all departed for work or school, leaving the streets nearly devoid of youth. The presence of Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou stood out starkly amidst the throng, as if they hailed from a different realm altogether. They certainly did not fit the mold of typical bus riders, especially Jiang Yirou, whose unique and elegant demeanor seemed entirely at odds with the notion of public transport. The bus arrived. In a moment, stay close to me. Be careful not to get separated. Cheng Hao instructed. Separated? Jiang Yirou replied, bewildered. Why would we be separated? We could just find a seat once we board. However, as the bus approached, she was nearly flattened against the entrance by an eager elderly lady pushing from behind. Fortunately, Cheng Hao, robust and strong, shielded her from the onslaught. Otherwise, she might have been lost in the chaos, with no room to push back or advance. They were wedged tightly together. She yearned to reach for the overhead handrail, but it was futile. She could see several hands grasping it already. Thus, she found herself precariously reliant on the bodies around her, with no solid point of support. Suddenly, a strong arm encircled her waist. Chapter 78. Let us take a shortcut. Jiang Yirou looked up to see Cheng Hao's resolute chin. His lips were pressed tightly together, his gaze fixed outside the window. She found herself drawn to his serious demeanor. With Cheng Hao's support, she didn't need to exert any effort to maintain her balance, allowing her body to relax against his chest. The variety of scents on the bus was overwhelming. In her haste to steady herself, she hadn't noticed until now. The air around her was assaulting her senses. Foot odor, halitosis, and someone had even had the audacity to let out a series of flatulent disturbances in such close quarters. She finally comprehended what Cheng Hao meant by her lack of acclimatization. Abandoning all pretense, she buried her face into his chest. The faint scent of grass emanating from him cut through the bus's foul stench, granting her a breath of fresh air. Cheng Hao's fragrance was intoxicating, and Jiang Yirou found herself craving more with each inhalation, unable to stop. Cough, cough. Cheng Hao felt a tickle and instinctively turned away to shield himself from prying eyes. What was Jiang Yirou doing? Her movements seemed somewhat inappropriate. After a few more stops, a number of passengers finally disembarked. Spotting an empty seat, Cheng Hao promptly guided Jiang Yirou into it. He self-consciously touched his chest, where her warm breath lingered, leaving a heated imprint. You should sit too. I can share half the seat with you, he offered. Jiang Yirou shifted slightly, indeed freeing up half the space. No need. I'm not tired. Cheng Hao gripped the overhead rail with one hand, while the other rested on the seat's backrest, forming a protective barrier to shield Jiang Yirou from the gaze of other passengers. He had noticed several men casting unsavory glances her way, and he silently vowed to act if any of them made a move. Where do we get off? Jiang Yirou inquired, feeling the oppressive heat inside the aging bus, which lacked effective air conditioning and was crowded with passengers. A thin sheen of perspiration had formed on her forehead, and when she wiped it with the back of her hand, it was indeed damp. Cheng Hao hadn't allowed her to carry anything, so she possessed only her phone. Suddenly, a tissue appeared before her. Jiang Yirou looked up to see Cheng Hao's calm gaze. Wipe your forehead, he instructed. Thank you. The tissue bore a pleasant scent and was embossed with a subtle pattern. It was the brand she usually favored. Didn't you leave without taking anything? How is it you still have my preferred tissues? She pondered, bemused. This is the last one. I'm out of stock. Cheng Hao realized he had yet to buy more tissues. He would need to stop by a supermarket on the way back. Jiang Yirou dabbed at her forehead, then used the tissue to fan herself. The heat inside the bus was stifling, and the sun's rays were streaming through the window, intensifying the discomfort. Cheng Hao feigned nonchalance as he reached for the handrail on the window, positioning himself just right to block the sun's rays. A cool breeze washed over them, further closing the distance between them. Ding dong. The agricultural market has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please prepare, we're here. Cheng Hao whispered. Oh, Jiang Yirou exclaimed, hastily rising from her seat, only to accidentally bump her head against Cheng Hao's chin. Ouch. He winced. Are you all right? Jiang Yirou instinctively reached out to soothe his chin. Me fine. Let us just get off the bus. Cheng Hao urged, steering Jiang Yirou toward the exit. He caught sight of the men from earlier disembarking as well, their expressions rife with ill intent as they trailed behind them. Why didn't you just take a car from my garage? This bus is far too cramped, Jiang Yirou lamented, not out of a desire to complain, but out of concern for Cheng Hao, who was enduring such discomfort amidst the crowd. No need. I can afford a car. I just think it's unnecessary. Parking is too much of a hassle. In truth, Cheng Hao was contemplating purchasing an electric vehicle for convenience. If he acquired a private car, he would eventually have to deal with it when he traveled to the capital. It wasn't worth the trouble. With so many cars sitting idle in my garage, There's no point Jiang Yirou's words caught the ears of the men behind them, their expressions growing more greedy. They had initially thought her merely a pretty girl, but now realized she was both stunning and wealthy. Cheng Hao noticed the men closing in behind them and smirked, so eager to meet their demise. "Let's take a shortcut," he declared, guiding her into a narrow alley. "Cheng Hao, are you sure this is a shortcut? It doesn't feel right." Jiang Yirou's unease intensified when they encountered a wall blocking their path. "We should turn back. This way doesn't lead anywhere." "Ha. Leave? Have you consulted our opinions, little miss?" A few unruly men obstructed their way. Jiang Yirou, frightened, hid behind Cheng Hao. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" "Hey there, don't hide. Come into my arms," one of the men taunted. Cheng Hao protectively shielded Jiang Yirou, casting a glance at the onlookers as if scrutinizing a gathering of the deceased. "Ah, isn't it coldly? In broad daylight, unable to control your lower halves. Are you not afraid of facing consequences? Let me enlighten you. There are indeed people inside with us. If you have any sense, you'd better step aside and refrain from meddling." "Exactly. You there, you still look like a student, don't you? A naive little brat. Better step to the side and observe how the older boys charm the ladies. Learn from us." The speaker, with unruly yellow hair, found his arm twisted behind his back by Cheng Hao, his face contorted in agony. "Is this all you've got? With such a frail physique? Even kindergartners could overpower you. Off you go. Hey, this kid is bullying on Mao. Everyone charge." The leader of the yellow-haired group, eyes aflame with fury, shouted as he rallied a few others to surround Cheng Hao. Yet before they could even lay a finger on his clothing, one was sent sprawling against the wall with a powerful kick, accompanied by a sickening crack. His bone fractured. Quite the crisp sound. "Isn't it? You must indulge in carbonated drinks quite frequently," Cheng Hao quipped, his hands and feet a blur in motion. Each opponent was dispatched to the wall with a single blow. "Done." Cheng Hao turned, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he declared, "Let us go." He then pulled Jiang Yirou towards the wall. "Wait, that's the wall," she protested. "I know." Cheng Hao swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, and before she could react, he used the wall for leverage, scaling it effortlessly. Jiang Yirou shrieked, instinctively clutching his neck, her grip unwavering. Cheng Hao, amused by her frightened demeanor, chuckled. "Look where we are now." Cautiously, Jiang Yirou stole a glance. Why are we on top of the wall?" "Cheng Hao, what are you doing?" Her voice trembled on the verge of tears. "I'm not doing anything. I told you I'd take a shortcut. Look, if we hop over this wall, we're right at the agricultural market." She followed his gaze, spotting the large, bold characters spelling out Sea City Agricultural Market before them. Meanwhile, the crowd below gazed up at them with curious eyes. Chapter 79. Was the deal made so effortlessly? Where did these two come from? How did they manage to scale such a tall wall? The youth of today truly know how to have fun. Jiang Yirou buried her face in her hands. "Oh heavens, let me just disappear into a crack in the ground." Cheng Hao found her ostrich-like behavior endearing, having grown accustomed to Jiang Yirou's calm and composed demeanor. Witnessing her flustered was a stark contrast. "We're going down now. Brace yourself." Without allowing her a moment to respond, Cheng Hao scooped her up and leaped down from the wall. The collective gasp from the crowd was drowned out by Jiang Yirou's scream. Clinging desperately to Cheng Hao's clothing, she curled into a ball. "All done. We've landed. Can I set you down now?" Cheng Hao's hands hung loosely at his sides as Jiang Yirou remained firmly attached to him. Sometimes he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, yet he had to stifle it. If he laughed, Jiang Yirou would probably hail a cab and head home. As Jiang Yirou finally descended from his arms, her face was flushed crimson. Cheng Hao removed his cap and placed it atop her head, lowering the brim to shield her. "All right, let us go," with the cap serving as a modest veil. Jiang Yirou finally felt more at ease. The bustling market was alive with patrons carrying various bags, busy with their shopping. It was Jiang Yirou's first visit to such a place, and she found it utterly fascinating. There's so many items here, more than a shopping mall. But why are there so many identical shops? Wouldn't that diminish competition? There's a saying, compare prices at 3 stores. This is essentially a comprehensive budget market, where customers have more options, encouraging them to come here. "Can we haggle as well?" Jiang Yirou cautiously eavesdropped on a nearby customer bargaining with a vendor. "Boss, I bought so much. Can you give me a discount?" "Oh dear, madam, it's already quite cheap. It's a small business. Rent is expensive here. I only make 50 cents on each item." "Don't joke with me, boss. I've been purchasing for quite some time. I know the cost of these items. Give me another 5 off. Are you trying to kill me? 5 off, and I want to even cover my costs." All right. We are old customers. My offer has been very generous. I know how to calculate profit. With our volume, you're still making money. Fine. Since you're a regular, take it. But don't tell anyone else about this price." "I know. Ha. As usual, just have it delivered to my shop. I'll need it by afternoon. Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou's ears perked up, intently listening to the negotiation without rushing her. Did they really make a deal so effortlessly? Indeed, Cheng Hao was unfazed by the scene, yet it was evidently a significant revelation for Jiang Yirou. A case of drinks for 10? Are you certain it's a case? 24 bottles? Indeed, but I usually pay more than 10 for a single bottle at restaurants. Well, if not you, then who? If they're foolish enough to pay more, why should I take their money? Foolish enough to pay more. Jiang Yirou felt slightly offended, yet couldn't argue against the logic. What do you want to buy? Let us go. We need a haggle. Hurry, find me a vendor. I feel incredibly strong right now. To start with fruits, you say? I saw the fruit section over there. Jiang Yirou marched towards a fruit stall. Boss, how much for apples? She picked up a red Fuji apple and took a sniff. The vendor paused his cleaning, beaming with a welcoming smile, but upon seeing a young girl, he abruptly turned away. $15 a pound. Jiang Yirou set the apple down, frowning. Boss, the previous vendors are selling for 5. Why are you charging 15? Are you trying to take advantage of my youth? How much are they buying? We sell by the pound. That's the price. Jiang Yirou replied nonchalantly. Turning to Cheng Hao, they only sell by the pound here. My dad wants me to buy 1,000 pounds of fruits. It seems this shop won't do. Let us find another. 1,000 pounds? The vendor dropped his broom and dashed towards Jiang Yirou. Wait, I can accommodate 1,000 pounds. But the price is negotiable. If it's 1,000 pounds of fruits, we could discuss the price. Didn't you say $5 a pound? Let's make it 5. If everyone else is charging 5, why should I buy yours for 5? My apples are the best. Look at the skin, the juiciness. The vendor grabbed an apple, slicing a piece and offering it to Jiang Yirou. With a look of disdain, she replied, Cheng Hao, you try and see if it's acceptable. All right, my lady. Cheng Hao complied, taking the apple. The vendor's eyes sparkled. My lady? Has the heiress personally come to procure goods? Hit the jackpot. If I land this deal, my income for the month is secure. My lady, it's quite good. Quite good. That is hard to gauge. Perhaps my dad won't like it? Jiang Yirou frowned. The vendor, now anxious, insisted. Then you can take some samples for your father to try. If he approves, then we can finalize the order. Jiang Yirou nodded. That sounds reasonable. Well, boss, you must offer a more reasonable price. With so many milk tea shops in our family, we require no less than 1,000 pounds of fruit daily. More than 1,000 pounds each day? The boss's face blossomed with delight. Surely, you don't only need apples? Would you care to explore other fruits? My father also asked me to check for guavas, lemons, and lychees. With each item Jiang Yirou mentioned, the boss prepared a package for her. That should suffice. We'll look into other fruits when it's time to develop new products. All right then, my lady, do take care. Come back once you've had your fill. Understood. Under the boss's warm and cheerful send-off, Cheng Hao left the farmer's market, bewildered, carrying a trove of fruits. Did I just acquire all this fruit for free? Cheng Hao, what do you think? Do I possess a natural flair for business? Indeed, you exhibit a remarkable talent for shrewdness. Jiang Yirou feigned annoyance. I procured all this fruit for you, and you dare liken me to a miser. Others merely haggle, but you indulge in both eating and taking. Cheng Hao is utterly in awe. What is the big deal? Many have conducted business with nothing but empty promises. Jiang Yirou then recounted her past experiences in business. Upon receiving an order, I would use the client's full payment to place orders with the factory. It's a back and forth, without needing to front any capital. My grandfather used to operate this way. Old Master Jiang. What a splendid granddaughter. She has divulged all my secrets. Observing Jiang Yirou animatedly narrating those stories, Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yirou had that enchanting charm, capable of rendering even the most mundane tales vividly engaging, compelling one to listen intently.